Hello fans. Today, admin would like to introduce to fans a super product stamping machine. Comes from China. A young man who travels through time. Hates every girl he meets. Even the system he won't forgive. If you read martial arts at its peak, you'll see. This young guy is not old compared to him. Who is he? Please come and find out with me. In an ancient citadel at this time, several pitiful screams rang out. A group of guards had collapsed to the ground. A blonde beauty gasped and spoke softly. Hideous. Ma Wang's desire did not expect it to be this strong. Even the holy light of 7 sages. Together we cannot defeat you. Ma Wang immediately replied. You suddenly disturbed my city. This is the outcome you must receive. But this king has a big heart and only needs you. Leader of the 7 sages. The divine light Jiren agreed. Become my wife. I can forgive your accomplices. Hearing that, Yi Lei Na blushed and said. To save teammates, I could sacrifice myself for you. Remember that you can take my body. But absolutely impossible. Where can I get my soul? To tell you the truth, this line is very classic. I saw it on Hentage. There is no girl who has not lost her soul. In Ma Wang's eyes immediately appeared on the index board. Full name Yi Lei Na. Ma Wang continued to persuade him with the identity of the holy light of the 7 sages. Ma Wang continued to persuade. Normally speaking, you need to practice the highest strength. Must definitely switch to being a holy knight. Then practice the holy light skill to the highest level. You still need to constantly do tasks to increase your favorability. But there is another roundabout way. That not everyone knows. That is to make you a pure god. Not contaminated with dust. 100 times completely subdued at my feet. A moment later, under the creaking sound of the bed, a notification immediately appeared. Congratulations on your successful passing. Receiving the Holy Light character card Jiren. Ma Wang Day In is really awesome. People really like this, Ma Wang said with a proud look on his face. 100 times my magic power is about to be completely consumed. But Ma Wang Day In still can't rest. In reality right now, a young man looked at the computer screen and said, I'll definitely be like this. The first person to pass level 100 of a 5-star character. The most of this Man Gai Zheng Yian game. Man Gai Zheng Yian in recent years is a very hot online game. In-game, not only can experience lots of different locations, but more. Every NPC in this game can experience it. What is this experience? You can understand this game for someone like me. Understand all kinds of love games. Called the God of Girls. Indeed, this is a game designed specifically for me. But suddenly a notification appeared on the screen. Congratulations on winning the unique hidden achievement. Successfully seduced 105-star characters. The system will give you a special gift. Which the young man said, a bit annoyed. Suddenly the screen went black again. What the hell is a special gift? Just finished speaking. A space tornado appeared on the screen. And immediately sucked him in. Zheng Wan only had time to shout, "Ah, wait a moment." The tornado disappeared and the room became quiet again. Zheng Wan fell from that space tornado. Shouted loudly. When he opened his eyes and wondered where he was. This is a bit similar to creating a new character. In Man Gai Zheng Yian. But suddenly a Zheng Riong appeared in front of Zheng Wan. Hello. Hello, lucky person, welcome here. I am Zheng Riong of all worlds. Surely you have many questions here. I can answer that for you in turn. Zheng Wan thought to himself. Zheng Riong of all worlds. I really entered the game world. It's too sudden. The other Zheng Riong saw no reaction. Immediately interrupted Zheng Wan's thoughts. Are you listening now? Zheng Wan immediately asked. Surely. You're something similar to the main god of this game, aren't you? And I have to do my duty. Then can get the reward. Or return to reality. Is that right? Zheng Riong asked in surprise. How come you know all about this guy? Why don't you follow the script? Zheng Wan said contemptuously. Intermittently the games I play. Novels and comics that I have reviewed. These details are not lacking. Now I just want to know. Why don't I just play the game? But can travel through space. Who told you? Man Gai Zheng Yian is just a game. The characters in it all have lives. After all, you still have the behavior of your father dumping 100 girls. Made her very angry. Make planes between different worlds. A crack appeared. Hearing that, Jung-won immediately raised his hand and refused to understand. This situation is too complicated. Normally I immediately next directly. You still get straight to the point. Now all planes are closed. You need to go to the next plane and start over from the beginning. Make those 100 girls love you. Jung-won confidently replied that this was too simple. My character in manga Jung Yeon is very strong. It's only a matter of time before the system reboots. The character you created has also been deleted. Now you have to start from scratch. Hearing that, Jung-won got angry and deleted it. Do you know how much money and effort I put into it? Do you believe I'm going to sue you guys? Lawsuits are useless. Mr. A-Rock on the mainland already said it. All accounts are owned by the company. Does not belong to any particular individual. Wait for the common sense. Do people who travel across Vietnam have a certain system? For example, pretending to be stupid, pretend to be dead, can receive a reward of a golden hand. Hearing that, Jung Ryong immediately explained. That's right, to reduce the difficulty of the game. It's me, Jung Ryong. Specially prepared for you with 5 attribute systems. Corresponding to the 5 basic attributes of the game. The power system can turn you into a great athlete. Has boundless power. Can knock down mountains and break rocks. Agile system. Can make him have universal skills. Move as fast as a shadow. Turn invisible, which can also kill. Physical system. Can turn you into a man with iron skin. The spiritual system can turn you into an expert. All magic. If you lift your hand at random, you can destroy everything. So what is the effect of the gravity system? Gravity system. Can make him incredibly handsome. Seeing that, Jung-won immediately despised being handsome. This system is also too funny. My position in the game is an evil magician. Of course, you should still choose the best spiritual system. But fate dictates it. Jung-won immediately sneezed. So, congratulations to the host on receiving the attractiveness system. Hearing that, Jung-won immediately rushed and waited. I pressed the wrong button and then pressed it again to play. Jung Ryong immediately refused his request. The system that has been selected cannot be changed. Still hope the host uses the system carefully. To complete the mission. Then now the game starts. After Jung Ryong's kiss, the space vortex appeared again under Jung-won's feet. Hey, what are you doing? Isn't this like being forced to start? The world of Jung Ryong becomes unju. Now, a jade arm is holding a hairpin. The owner of this arm is Seol Young Son Jong. Unsolhan immediately asked the shop owner how to sell this brooch. Look at the way the lady dresses. Definitely an Un-un Moon disciple. Un-un Moon replaces the people and eliminates evil. Protect Unju Castle safely. If you like it, I'll give it to you. That's so embarrassing. Suddenly Unsolhan looked over. A beam of light fell from the sky, accompanied by a pitiful cry. Jung-won crashed through the roof. He whispered reproachfully. There can be no way. Is it okay to be a little more humble? This is for the benefit of being a bit more humble. Penetrated all the way into the women's bathroom. Jung-won saw. The surroundings said awkwardly. This is just a misunderstanding. I did not intend to offend these ladies. Everyone just pretend you don't see me, I'll go right away. Ya guys saw Jung-won. It was as if he had picked it up and told him to lick his lips. What a charming man. First time seeing an attractive man. Shoot out in 4 directions like that. How can we let you leave? Let's see. Is this brother's sexual development normal? Come here, Gaga, let us take a look. Don't be shy. Jung-won cried out in vain. As he ran out of that bathroom, Jung-won shouted in his head. Are all these women crazy? Behind him was a group of soldiers pursuing him, standing still in broad daylight, but had the nerve to break into the women's bathroom. Hurry and be bound. If you are really caught here, maybe being locked up for 3 or 5 years won't do you any good. May even be forced into exile. Absolutely cannot be captured. Seeing Jung-won not stopping, the soldiers shouted loudly. Yet he still had the guts to run away. The brothers quickly followed. Let this wolf killer receive the appropriate punishment. Can't let him break. Destroying the peace of our city of Unju. Jung-won cried without tears upon hearing that. It's all just a misunderstanding, please forgive me. When he runs past. Then did it all. All the girls are on their way to ovulation. Oh my god, I didn't expect there to be such a pervert. But don't know why. This pervert has such charm. Under a certain building. The soldiers are still looking for the damned Jung Won. Where did that guy hide? It's definitely right nearby. Everyone quickly go look for. Seeing that, Jung Won breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like it's safe for now. Why did this hateful thing suddenly happen? In this magical direction, a system notification panel appears for introduction. Man Guy Jung Yian main mission. Successfully cut down the target. Seoul Young Son Jong Unsolhan. Unlocked side quests. Mission reward 1,000 points accumulated into the system. After watching, Jung Won was a bit pensive. Unsolhan. Looks like this is the alliance world in the game. It is based on the fairy tale setting. That Unsolhan is Ununmun's disciple. Here is identical to the world in the game. Just one more system. First, check if the attribute appears in the attribute table. Because you choose the right charm system. So all attribute points add to charm? Looking at skills, there is Sammy Ilso. The effect is to reveal a very charming Sammy smile. Can increase the target's sympathy. For owners, this skill effectiveness is influenced by the attribute of willpower. What the hell is Sammy Ilso? What kind of effect does this skill have? Isn't it just a smile? Suddenly Jung Won was discovered by the guards. Hey guys, we found him and he's here. Jung Won immediately felt bad luck. Let it go and still slap him. I can only try and see. Jung Won turned his head and smiled, wanting to be beaten. Sammy Ilso. Ah damn, this smile is so disgusting. As expected, this guy is a pervert. Jung Won found it useless and silently cursed oh fuck. Laughing a bit too much. He immediately encouraged himself. Jung Won fighting. Let's unleash the power of a god to attract women. Started activating the skill Sammy Ilso. The soldier suddenly changed his attitude. What happened? Why do I suddenly feel nervous? Isn't that so? I am completely loyal to my son. Even though this is a type of emotion that is against morality. When everyone discriminates against morality, I'm willing to. Suddenly burst out. This soldier was hit in the face with a brick by Jung Won. You're not my type to deceive your feelings. I'm really sorry. System prompt notification appears. Because you beat a military officer, your wanted level has increased to 2 stars. Seeing that, Jung Won got angry. But can you arbitrarily set up some strange numbers? What the hell is a wanted level? The soldiers saw that Jung Won had taken action and immediately said. This guy blatantly attacked officers and soldiers. Is a dangerous character who cannot be captured alive anymore. Directly execute. Prepare to launch an arrow. Withdraw a series of arrows and shoot towards Jung Won, including one arrow over his shoulder. Jung Won immediately changed color. Even with this level of attack, cannot be avoided completely. Looks like it's due to an attribute point problem. Are they all counted in the willpower system? When the soldiers saw Jung Won hit by an arrow, they shouted loudly. This guy's name. After being hit by an arrow, my brothers captured him and showed me. Saw the soldiers approaching and Jung Won silently scolded him. Damn it, absolutely cannot be caught. Jung Won immediately ran. I still want to run and catch him and bring him back to me. Later at Baekwa-ru, our ladies. After resting, prepare to comb your hair and put on makeup. Today we must keep trying. Make money from those men. Ryu Yo Hong. Baekwa-ru's 2-star Supa. At this time Jung Won evaded pursuit. Immediately pushed open the door and rushed in. Directly ate 2 grapefruits. Acting in surprise from Supa. This Soga is so excited. But we at Baekwa-ru are not open yet. So I still invite you to leave quickly. If you're still so rude, don't blame me. Jung Won said weakly. Sorry. In an emergency situation, we can ask a beautiful lady to help us. See Jung Won's face. Supa immediately exclaimed in his head. Baekwa-ru is so handsome. As from now on, do not help the bad guys. But look at this Soga so handsome. Please help me once. Ryu Yo Hong reminder system. If you succeed in cheating, you will receive 100 accumulated points. Our ladies prepare to welcome guests. Yes. The ladies of the greenhouse immediately smiled and responded. And a group of soldiers immediately ran over to question him. Have you seen a criminal? Injured shoulder. Run in here. Supa replied smilingly. Guan no ga. We Bakwa Ru or just a bunch of weak women. How dare you hide a crime? Surely you've seen it wrong. Stop pretending, guys, let me check. There is no basis. Based on what Generation 6 controlled our Bakwa Ru. Saw Supa stopping the soldier and got angry. Yet you still dare to obstruct people from performing their duties. Do you believe that I caused Bakwa Ru to close down? Hearing that, Ryu Yowa said contemptuously. Seal Hyon Te Ga. You guys come here a dozen times a month. If you're not afraid of him blaming you, you can try. Suddenly a voice rang out. Air conditioning takes in the air. Mama, there's no need to make things difficult for you guys. When the soldiers saw you talking, they were stunned. That's Miss Peng Peng Riong Chung. Miss Bakwa Ru. Just selling art and not selling body. She continued talking. If they want 6 control. Just let them control it, Bakwa Ru. We haven't done anything bad, so why should we be afraid? Peng Riong Chung Bakwa Ru is a 4-star beauty queen. And Jung Won is currently hiding under the beauty queen's skirt. I keep thinking in my head. What a scent. Half an hour later. Reported that Dae-in had searched everything inside and out. Still no trace of the criminal. So Dae-in now has no more doubts. Don't see that. The other guy immediately said. Looks like we made a mistake and caused trouble, please forgive me. If it's not available then please leave. Bakwa Ru is about to open. Or maybe you guys didn't accidentally leave. The other guy saw that and immediately felt embarrassed and coughed. It's not like that. Hey brother, let's go. Jung Won right now, he's so damn numb. Because he's so rushed. Should. Jung Won immediately clung to Peng Riongchang's jade thigh, making her cry out softly. The soldier immediately became suspicious. What's wrong with Miss Peng? Or are you hiding something? Peng Riongchang quickly said no. And suddenly a hand appeared. Resolve this dangerous situation. A pain. A middle-aged woman appeared. Or give him the name of a rotten man. Don't know this shamelessness. Yet you dare run to this place. Is there anything I do that makes you unhappy? No, my wife. Please come home quickly. No, my wife, I'm on duty. Seeing that, Peng Riongchang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, it was almost exposed. You, don't suddenly stop moving like that. Jung Won couldn't stand it anymore and fell down. What's wrong? Why did he suddenly faint? No, he had a wound on his body that was bleeding too much. Riong Chung, if you don't know medical skills, why should you treat him quickly? Don't let him die in our Bakwa Ru. Hearing that, Riong Chung will use his pants to bandage it. Why are you all standing there frozen? Quickly prepare hot water for topical medicine. Then wipe off the blood stains. Clean up a room for him to lie down in. The other ladies quickly agreed, okay. In a certain room of Bakwa Ru, a group of flower lovers were looking at Jung Won. He is truly so handsome. Let me entertain him with Free's heart. If it were me, how many rooms would I still have to pay extra? Okay everyone, stay away for a bit. I just finished cooking the medicine and need to feed this gentleman to drink. But this gentleman is already in a coma. How can I put this? Looks like I'll have to feed him orally. If so, then let me do it. Supa saw this and also fought for this. My old lady has been wandering around for many years. The tongue is extremely flexible. Giving dill medicine is as easy as the back of your hand. Mama is so cunning that people want to give it to you. Supa saw that and immediately said yes. Talking about tongue skills. Of course, we are the only suitable person. Follow me, each person takes a bite. No one will be disadvantaged. At this point, the system will appear. Notification. Successful seduction receives 30 cumulative points 13. Seeing this situation, Riong Chung immediately spoke up. Stop arguing. This gentleman's position is dangerously injured. Now is not the time to joke. Everyone go out. Let me take care of him. Seeing this, the crowd said regretfully. Okay Riong Chung. My sister is not alone. Come on, the days are long. Sooner or later, we can also taste this gentleman's taste. Riong Chung was searching in his mind at this time. A reason to motivate yourself. I only do this to save people. Back to the legendary medicine scene. Charming notification system. Successfully receive 100 accumulated points. But until now is the most dramatic scene. Jung-won instinctively hugged Ryong-chung. And became the topic. What's wrong with this guy? But then I put my tongue in. And it felt so strange that I couldn't resist. Charming notification system. Successfully received 200 accumulated points. Jung-won, where am I right now? What is this place? Am I dead? Smile. These two smiles are really strange. Why are you squeezing it so tightly? The next morning, Jung-won was delirious while eating grapefruit. Every damn place is smile. Don't be so arrogant, I'll bite you all to death. Ah, is the sound of Ryong-chung screaming. This lustful person. I have the kindness to save you. But when I fell asleep, I acted like a scoundrel. Jung-won had a dreamy look on his face. What happened? Why did I get slapped? Supa now goes into mediation. Dude has finally woken up. Don't be nervous, let me talk to you. After a while of explaining, Jung-won immediately understood. Turns out that's the case. Thank you for your help. Jung-won would like to thank you very much. Then I won't beat around the bush anymore. Now you have two choices. The first is to stay here and work as a handyman to pay my debt. This is not forcing me to work as a handyman in a brothel. Why can't I be a man? How can you lose face? I choose the second option. Ryu Yowa said with a slightly regretful voice. Second, you can only bring the young master to the official's palace. Now the young man is wanted. The reward is not small. We treat you. There is also medical money. Last night the young master treated our Ryong-chung. Hearing that, Jung-won coldly snorted. He literally said that I had a favor and will repay it. From today onwards, Jung-won is a part of Baekwa-ru. Who's the one who's so rude? I hope Peng Ya will take care of it later. So I started at Baekwa-ru, working as a handyman to make a living. When I'm tired, a bunch of Jung-ga flowers come here to clean me up. Sweat for Wanga, I'll bring you some water. Jung-won Gaga must be very tired. People are so heartbroken. Or come to my room so I can relieve your fatigue. And the system keeps notifying me. Successful seduction receives 30 accumulated points. Successful seduction receives 40 accumulated points. Successful seduction receives 50 accumulated points. Jung-won saw that and laughed loudly. Haha, I really didn't expect that. As long as these women have a good impression of me, you can immediately receive accumulated points. Looks like this powerful system is not bad. Night has been in Jung-won's room these past few days, yet you can earn 1,000 accumulated points. Where there are many women. As expected, accumulated points increased quickly. Let me see what I can change. Can increase your strength. Good idols choose it. Man mi mu gang giol. The effect is possible through contact with the opposite sex. To improve cultivation and goodwill. This is the legendary technique of man mi ma gun. Left behind thousands of years ago. People with insufficient beauty should be careful when practicing. This practice. It really suits my energy system. Just flirt with girls and it will automatically appear on TV. So I can see how many points I need to accumulate. 100,000 accumulated points. What a joke. I had enough to survive for several days before I earned 1,000. Yet a level-up prop opened its mouth, asking for 100 times the price. Chop is more expensive than the fruit sellers at the market. At the same time, in another area, Jung Ryong of all worlds groaned softly. Who didn't expect that? He saw such an interesting item again. If it's because you don't have enough points to exchange items, it's just a bit unfortunate. Okay, consider me giving him a benefit. New players go. The only exception is this time, there will be no next time. The system notifies you for the first time receiving benefits to exchange items. To cheer on the host, buy the first item in the store. Will receive 100% discount. Offer time is 10 minutes. If you're quick, you'll lose. If you're slow, you'll lose. This is a first buy offer. So take the opportunity to buy. And just press the buy button. Then a stream of evil purple light entered his body. Jung-won. System notification. You have successfully practiced Man Mi Mu Gang Giol. Man Mi Mu Gang Giol level 1. Accompanied by receiving charm attribute plus 10. Currently there are 60. And let's go back to our bunch of flowers. Young Master Zheng is also handsome and handsome today. What a pity. If he's a guest, that's fine. Just serving tea and pouring water. But also radiates such charisma. Zheng Wan is serving tea. The guest invited him to have tea. After an hour, the guest immediately picked up the teapot and broke it. He shouted angrily. What are you doing? No ya, spending money on beautiful women's cars. As a result, the women here are all looking at you. Do you want to take the stage with me? What are you talking about objectively? If possible, I hope I don't have the same feeling of existence as you do. When that guy heard that, his blood boiled. Soja, are you making fun of me? Zheng Wan immediately replied that I didn't say that. You're really tired of living. Yet you have the nerve to anger Goguen. Then, let you taste my Ununpeng's swordsmanship. Ryong Chung immediately came out to relieve the siege. Lord Go, I'll apologize to you on his behalf. He's still a newbie and doesn't understand the rules. I still hope you don't accept him. When you see this beauty named Goguen, you'll play tricks on the wineglass. If Miss Peng comes to apologize, then it's easy to say. Already. As long as you drink this glass of wine, I will spare his life. Ryong Chung immediately replied. Thank you Mr. Go for your great kindness. With this glass, I respect Miss Peng's dignity. Of course we don't want to ruin Gomo. I just don't know Miss Peng. How much money is needed here? Just one night with her. Hearing that, she immediately replied Peng Ryong Chung. I only sell art, not my body. Mr. Go must know. I still hope Mr. Go will still give up this idea. Goguen heard that and thought to himself. The void has drunk the joy and anger of my scattered mind. Then tonight you will be mine. 15 minutes later in Peng Ryongchang's bedroom. It's strange, isn't it just one glass of wine? Why is it so hot? Did he put something in the wine? The spring medicine is working right now, causing the spring light on the wind spirit's body to appear. At the same time, Zheng Wan also came to. Ryong Chung, the lady just now, thank you for helping me relieve the siege. I cooked hangover soup and it was fine immediately. But as soon as the door opened it was a beautiful scene. Zheng Wan immediately turned around. Sorry I haven't seen anything yet. I'll go now. Wait a minute. Please help me with something. Miss Ryong Chung, what do you need my help with? Goguen has mixed drugs with alcohol. If the fire cannot be extinguished, I will be burned to death. I can only breathe for you and, every time I vibrate, is experience points. Man Mi Mu Gang Giol was promoted. While Goguen went into the wrong room because he was drunk. In his mind he was secretly happy. The medicine must have worked by now. Honey, let me help you put out the fire. In this room, immediately a beautiful young man welcomed me. Hu Da So Ga came here at the right time. Jaga is also feeling sad. Because of the long, lonely night with a lonely pillow, I can't sleep. Seeing this, Goggen's face was ashen and he cried out. Oh no big sister, I went to the wrong room and said goodbye. So Gaga, don't be shy. If it's already here, I won't let Gaga run away. Don't save me. Final. In the room, there was only Goggen's scream of joy right on the first floor right now. Why did the ceiling suddenly fall down like this? Or is there a mouse running? Supa heard that, his face turned red and he said meaningfully. That's right, that's a bad mouse. Inside, touching someone on the other side. Being young and energetic is really good. The dust fell because these two people were exercising. After a while Zheng Wan put his clothes back on. Thinking endlessly. What did I do just now? Ryong Chung said in order to make both of them less shy. You don't have to feel guilty. I was originally a girl who escaped from prison. This kind of thing happens every day. I won't pay attention. Zheng Wan immediately objected. Why do you have to act so experienced? Just now her appearance was clearly very strong. And she was bleeding, clearly for the first time. Before he finished speaking, Zheng Wan was hit with a knee. Accompanied by angry voices. Get out. Okay, I'll get out. Clearly taking advantage of others. But still saying I wish. Zheng Wan immediately went out into the hallway to think. But the feeling just now felt a bit too real. Completely unlike the feeling of playing a game. Where it was, turned out to be Goguen. With a withered face he said. I will absolutely not forget today's humiliation. When passers-by saw him like that, they immediately started talking. Is this due to being forced dry? If your body is not okay, don't come here. I'll die of embarrassment. Gauguin turned his head and saw Jung Won. Who is you? Surely you, this rascal, are playing a trick. Damn this enemy, I will definitely pay back. Jung Won thought to himself. Oh, there's no name for this chaos. Miss Fong was also not poisoned. But there is one thing. Just now, hugging and embracing the Wind Lady was just right. Is a great opportunity to practice Man Mi Mu Gang Giol. Can't miss this opportunity. Notification system. Man Mi Mu Gang Giol has cultivated to level 2. The system table displays information. Man Mi Mu Gang Giol level 2 charm has full new skills. Effective spell to enchant living beings. Enemy after being hit. The whole body will become uncontrollably hot. Introducing the charming Demon King and Japanese expert Gato. After competing with each other. Have mastered this skill. With the intention of controlling the enemy. Does not harm the body. But can still learn new skills. But this type of control is really strange. I should still try it first to see how effective it is. Jung Won immediately took a nearby cat to test it. Enchanted reincarnation pointed to. The nearby cat immediately ran to hug him. Seeing that, Jung Won shamelessly thought. Even with male cats it works. If he changed into a human, wouldn't it be ha 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 ha? A few days later Jung Won was at a market somewhere. Salary distributed today. Go buy Miss Fong some gifts. Oh, that's. Jung Won is leaving. Immediately noticed a beautiful lady. Asking for the price of a brooch. The shopkeeper asked how this jade brooch was sold. And the shopkeeper immediately replied that the lady really had good eyes. This is premium jade. If the lady wants to have me, I will bear the loss. 20% discount for ladies, only 800 tael. This brooch is truly exquisitely beautiful. Buying it for 800 tael is not expensive. But my father told me to go out. You can't waste money because you're too showy. Suddenly Jung Won came and asked. No ban, let me ask you something. How much is this brooch? This gentleman also wants to buy it. So it's like this lady. We reduced the price by 20% to 800 taels. Jung Won was surprised and said it was reduced by 20% and still had 800 taels left. This brooch is made of ice marrow or snow beads. Sir, look where there is such a superior brooch. Where I live, all the brooches are made of top quality jade. You said it was expensive and I found it funny. Hearing that, Jung Won immediately achieved his goal. Surely this jade amulet of yours is real? Let's open a jewelry store that can sell fake items. If you want to buy it or not, tell me. If this brooch of yours is real. Of course I want to buy it. But this brooch is clearly a fake. Made from poor quality jade. She bought things from him. I need to first rub my eyes and look. When Unsolhan saw that he had been tricked, he got angry. This cunning seller dares to sell fake goods. Has the dog's conscience been eaten? Finds himself exposed. The salesman immediately looked at Jung Won. How dare you break my brooch? Someone taught this Soja a lesson. And finished speaking, Tu Jangan walked out from the crowd. Ma Guan Sal Jang. You're trying to cause trouble, aren't you? Does this So Bek Jiam guy want to die? Unsolhan saw that and frowned. It's okay to cheat customers. When I walk around, I still want to hit people. I can't forgive you guys. Seeing that Unsolhan was about to attack, Jung Won immediately stopped him. Wait again, lady. These weak people can be handled. Soja, you think. Are we just ordinary villains? We are professional villains. Graduated from Yuk Hapsan Academy. Come here dad. This guy immediately showed the pose of a Superman in the same style. And shouted loudly at Soja to die. Seeing that those guys have some cultivation base. Unsolhan immediately reminded. Although they are a bit stupid. But it can be seen. They have some reliance on cultivation. Please don't be too confident and be subjective. Jung Won replied confidently. Isn't self-confidence still called youth? Hearing that, Unhan Soul was stunned. What happened? Obviously just chatting a few sentences, but why? When I saw his face my heartbeat stopped. Unsolhan hadn't finished thinking yet. Then those guys took action. Do you still dare to act stupid? Try my 6-hop palm. As soon as that guy rushed up, he ate the charm of a sentient being. He was instantly bent from being a strong man. Sitting on the ground screaming is so refreshing. It's so comfortable. The younger brothers saw that and got worried. Hey big brother, what's wrong with Soja? What sorcery did you use? Jung Won smiled cowardly. Look at the other two guys. Next it's your turn. Again it's the skill to seduce sentient beings only. These two also followed Daega's footsteps. He uttered cheesy words. Suddenly I want to be loved so much, Gaga. Please love me. Daega, or should you still let me go? Mom, what are those three uncles doing? If you don't look at it, you'll get trachoma. The salesman saw that and immediately got angry. What the hell are you three doing? Our honor was destroyed in your hands and saw the scene of those three guys. Unsolhan asked this young knight curiously. Your moves are so strange. I don't know which sect it belongs to. Jung Won immediately licked it. Ha ha, I don't belong to any sect. I only learned massage skills from the master in the village. Below. Jung Won doesn't know how to address the lady. Here. Disciple Un-un Moon Unsolhan A. It turns out that Un-un Moon has admired him for a long time. Can now be seen. What a blessing this is. Seeing this, Unsolhan immediately said a few days later. Ununmun's 13th generation disciple selection conference. Young hero Jung. If you're interested, why not give it a try? Suddenly Gogan came out of nowhere. Cut off two people chatting. Junior sister I've been looking for you for a long time but it turns out you're here. Hearing that, Unsolhan said a little angrily. Where is my brother? Seems like it has nothing to do with you. Don't say that. We see Gogan coming. Jung Won immediately satirized him. Hey, isn't this the hero Go? Why haven't I seen Baekwa Ru these past few days? Or maybe his body hasn't recovered yet. Hearing that, Unsolhan became even angrier. What bro? But why did he come to that vile place? Finally, you put your face on Ununmun's reputation. Where are you? Seeing that junior sister was getting more and more angry, she immediately made excuses. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He's just a handyman. This kind of lowly and despicable status. If you open your mouth, no good words will come out. Oh yes, I am Baekwaru's servant. You still remember me. He really cares about Baekwaru a lot. Heard Jung Won say that, Gogan. Immediately his expression changed and he explained, Junior sister, listen to my explanation. And don't need to explain this to me. You should still return to the monk sect. It's better to explain to the master yourself. After speaking, Unsolhan turned around and left. Gogan was in a hurry to wait for his junior sister. Before he could chase after his junior sister, Gogan still did not forget to threaten Jung Won. You damn bastard, you faced me 5 times and 7 times. Just wait, I'll treat you nicely. Jung Won glanced at him sarcastically. Haha. Welcome next time the tiger lady says she misses you. I still want to enjoy the spring night with you. Baekwa Ru at night. In Pungryongchang's room is so strange these days. Stars his mind. Soja's image appeared again. She lightly touched the brooch on the table and thought again. Miss Ryongchang, this is the gift I want to give you. Do you like it? If you want to hear my honest answer. This brooch is of mediocre quality. Crudely crafted. If compared to the jewelry we have, this tree is considered the worst. Then there is no other way. My salary is only that much. The brooch won't be able to enter your aesthetic taste. But I really like. Hearing Peng Ryongchang say that, Jung Won immediately became happier. Really, it's okay if you like it. So you go rest, I'm going to work next. Ah, your handkerchief fell off. Jung Won immediately bent down to pick it up. Suddenly a jade paw reached out and lifted his chin. Don't go to work anymore. No need to go to work tonight. Then my sister will pay you for one night. Take care of me, my price is very expensive. Yes. Don't underestimate me. I am the beauty queen of Baekwa Ru. We earn a lot. Tell me how much you want. Suddenly Jung Won kissed her, causing Ryongchang to fail in time. Reverse the passive position from the active position. He said one kiss was enough. Let me come and serve ya carefully. Then make me forget everything tonight. After a while of fighting, the system immediately announced. Manmi Mugangyol's experience was promoted. The next morning at Baekwa Ru, Jung Won woke up and said, Sorry Miss Ryongchang, I woke up late. Now let's go prepare breakfast. And Ryongchang is nowhere to be found. He immediately noticed the paper on the table. What is this? When I opened it, I realized it was a letter from Ryong Chung. When you see this letter, Noga will already be gone. Jung Won. The love and joy you have for me. When you are full, it will be engraved in your heart. Even though it makes me stupid. But it can also be detected. Your heart doesn't belong here. My mind doesn't belong here either. So I decided to leave here. I hope you won't worry about Noga. I hope you can continue on your chosen journey. Do the things you want. Fulfill the dreams you have cherished. I can meet my soulmate, you. Noga would feel unhappy if the fate between us has not run out. I hope we will meet again in the future. Congratulations on your successful conquest. Unlocks the character Peng Ryong Chung. Skills with eyes as smooth as silk. The effect of using eyes to charm the selected target will be able to increase the intimacy of the target. For yourself. Influenced by the charm attribute. I didn't expect the first character card to be like that. Unlock Miss Ryong Chung. Then we are destined to meet again. Jung Won immediately went to meet Supa. What do you say? This morning Peng Ryong Chung just finished rattling himself. But now even you want to leave. Yes, I still have things to deal with. There is no party in this world that doesn't end. The love that the ladies give. I will definitely remember. If someone has important things to do. Of course we won't hold back anymore. But I can't let you leave so easily. My darlings, hurry up. Withdraw your words. A group of girls surrounded Jung Won. Who should go out? Jung Won. That's right, aren't we just attractive? We all know everything you want. If you don't let me leave that easily. I'm not being polite anymore. Quickly admire my graceful and seductive moves. After that, system notifications continuously rang. Successful enchantment receives 20 accumulated points. Successful enchantment receives 30 accumulated points. Successful enchantment receives 40 cumulative points. So yeah. Let's meet again if we have a chance later. Jung Won immediately left with the demeanor of a bad boy. Somewhere in this city Junior sister. I received news from my master. Told us to return to Jongmun today. Helping prepare the initiation ceremony of new disciples. Junior sister kept saying that she refused to return to Jongmun. Is there some hidden secret? Hearing that, Unsolhan immediately replied. This place is not far from Jongmun. If the swordsman returns, it will take less than 1 hour. There's no need to rush. What a coincidence. Miss is also here. Just when I wanted to come find you. What's wrong? If you can help me, just say it directly. Actually, I want to go to Unjong to visit a master and learn art. But I'm a blind man. Afraid of wasting time searching. So you can ask Miss Can you take me on a trip? Unsolhan immediately agreed that this wouldn't be difficult. We are in need of Jongmun. I can use the sword to take you away. Gogan saw that and stopped him. Waiting for a few men and women to enjoy each other. How could my junior sister go with him? Let me go with him. Just when I was looking for an opportunity to get revenge on this Soja guy. Waiting until the middle of the road will throw him down. Has the opportunity to go with the beautiful star Jung Won. Please respond to Gogan again. Thank you for your good intentions. But there is one thing. The smell of underarm odor on your body. The smell is really too strong. Little brother accidentally inhaled. You will be so rotten that you will faint from the sky. Falls to the ground and disappears. Gogan immediately shouted loudly that you had armpit odor. Soja, do you really believe that I will kill you? Hearing Jung Won say that, Unsolhan immediately laughed. Gogan also immediately explained. Junior sister don't listen to him say nonsense about me. I haven't been hurt by senior brother or not, which has anything to do with us. No need to explain anything to me. Ah yes, young Master Jung. What's wrong, Miss The sky is high and the wind is a bit more windy. Remember to hold on tight to me when you hold the pliers. Jung Won casually agreed that I understand. In a certain mountain range. 2 streaks of light streaked across the sky. Those are Jungwon's people flying with swords. How about Jung Young Hero? Is your first time flying sword bending stressful? You have to stick close to me. Then I'll be a bit rude. Jung Won smells it and compliments it so much Miss Immortal cultivators like you above. To smell good. Don't talk nonsense, I don't smell good. Is it true that So Guide tricked her? Goguen followed and saw that and immediately thought jealously. This Soja actually dares to be intimate with my junior sister Un. This bastard actually dares to provoke me. I won't kill you, no, ya swears not to be human. I would have found another chance, like now you want to die like this. So now I will complete it for you. Then use this magic needle to send you on your way. So, the acupuncture beads have deadly poison. Just hit one shot. Could take your little life. Go die, Soja. Made a sound as the needle came out of the shell and shot at Jung Won. This sound was. Unsolhan could only shout carefully. She said in surprise, looking towards Goguen. Goguen, brother, why? Goguen saw that and immediately panicked and explained. Sister Un is not like that. I just wanted to deal with that Soja guy. Then the poison started to take effect. Jung Won and Solhan immediately fell down. Luckily the two of them fell into the lake below. Goguen worriedly shouted loudly, junior sister Un. Damn, why did things turn out like this? How should I tell Jong Moon? The two of them were hit by my magic needle. Like the lake water of the extremely cold Bone Lake. I can't see things happening unexpectedly. Then his head started spinning. Wait, even if I rush down there to save sister Un. Then she reported this to Jong Moon. Jong Moon may not forgive me. It's better to leave things like this. Then it will become death without evidence. That's right, I have no other choice. If something like this happens, I can only bear it. And I have no other choice. If Sister Un wants to blame, then blame. You shouldn't have saved that Soja guy. Who was still in the lake. Unsolhan's mind was filled with poison and he was lost in thought. It's so cold. I can't breathe, I'm not awake enough anymore. Suddenly an arm reached out to grab her. It turned out to be Jung Won. Trying to pull Unsolhan out of the water. Miss Un has sinned. Followed by the scene of Jung Won giving oxygen. Suddenly a sword came from nowhere. That's Unsolhan's multiple swords. Maybe it has a premonition? Come here to save your master. If that's the case, then I can only rely on you. Take us out of here. A moment later, on the quiet surface of the lake. With a loud noise, something shot up from the surface of the lake. Breaking that silence was Jung Won holding a flying sword and rushing straight out of the lake. His mouth kept shouting excitedly, ha ha. I flew up, ha ha. Jung Won walked to the nearby forest and breathed a sigh of relief. Like this, fortunately Jung Won was temporarily out of danger. And at that moment something approached. Jung Won saw that he was surrounded by wolves and immediately attacked himself. Hey, we just escaped danger. Can't you let me rest a bit? The system notifies Yoryong's blood flow 2 stars. He sighs, who can only fight once. It's not easy to escape death. I can't die here again. Yo Ryong immediately screamed loudly and rushed to the notification system. Buy the secret sword technique item Van Lai sword technique. Effect each time it hits a target. Will be able to enhance agility attributes. For users, this secret book costs 500 accumulated points. With a splash of blood, Jung Won attacks with a white cloud move. Yo Ryong immediately lay down. If you kill the target, you get 50 cumulative points. If you kill a monster, you also get cumulative points. If so, I won't be polite anymore. Killing leveled up monsters already smells like corn, guys. Then a series of moves sounds. Through the eyes of the clouds, the wind and clouds arise. Sudden bravery and cloudy weather. Regardless of weather. Has killed the target, you will receive 50 accumulated points. Killed the target and received 50 cumulative points. Killed the target and received 50 cumulative points. After a while of killing, Jung Won immediately collapsed. Breathing heavily. Why do these wolves appear so much the more they kill? Damn, my current fighting ability is too low. Just keep wasting energy like this. That's really not good. Screamed a few hours later. Jung Won's back. Immediately a super huge beast appeared. The owner of that sound was a Geo-ung. The system immediately displayed the information of the 4-star Earth Demon Hero. Saw the information of the Earth Ghost Hero. Jung Won immediately frowned. Just kidding, I'm sure there's a 4-star monster from somewhere. If we fight this time, we will definitely die. We can only catch them in the basket. Jung Won immediately raised his finger to perform the skill. Just learned. I said, ya, make friends with me. Suddenly, Jio-ung shouted loudly and rushed up, causing Jung-won to panic. And then bewitch him to no avail. Is it because this monster is too high level? But in reality it is different from what Jung-won thought. This Jio-ung was like a so guy licking him. When he saw that those wolves were still aiming for Jung-won, Jio-ung immediately got angry. He started to attack the wolves. With just a few slaps, immediately let the wolves howl and fly out. Seeing that the situation was not good, these wolves immediately retreated. Seeing that, Jio-ung shouted loudly to celebrate his victory. It was already dark in a certain cave. Jung-won and Jio-ung were sitting and grilling fish next to the fire. Hey Ya, you not only helped us relieve the siege, but also gives us food and shelter. Really thank you very much. Ah ha ha, okay. You eat first. I still have a few things to do so I can play with you later. Jung-won immediately went to Unsolhan's place. Miss Un, I thought for a moment. Although I can't be sure if it works or not. But for now, the only way is to suck the toxins out of her body. Can only offend her. Took off his shirt and found it on Unsolhan's arm. Immediately a dark purple stain appeared, left behind by the poison. Jung-won said as he started, let's start smoking. Unsolhan when he was poisoned. Then he unconsciously made a charming sound. And just kept it in his mouth. That can be felt. Toxins seep into the flesh and blood. Then spread out. This stuff is really toxic. But you can't just smoke it out. Need to try to clean the wound. Jung-won continued to suck the poison. Then Unsolhan continued to moan. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight shined into the cave. This was also the moment Unsolhan opened his eyes and woke up. She vaguely wondered what was going on. That was blood stains and her clothes were there. She looked at the blood on the ground and thought, could it be? ? She blushed thinking about that scene. Miss Un, let me enjoy it a bit. Jung-won just returned. Miss Un is so kind, you're finally awake. But greeting him is a sword. Jung-won immediately cried out loudly, you, what do you want to do? Bandit. Yet you dare take the opportunity of my being in a coma to violate me. Now I will kill you and then commit suicide. Jung-won explained in panic. You misunderstood. Miss Un, wait a minute. The sword is still an inch away from Jung-won's neck. Then suddenly stopped. Hansol asked somewhat suspiciously. Oxo, are you against me? You don't want me to kill him? Could it be that he didn't do anything bad to me? Suddenly Jung-won coughed up a mouthful of blood. Unsolhan worriedly asked you what's wrong. Jung-won was weak and replied that my strength is low. Because Miss Un sucked out the poison, she was unfortunately poisoned. I'm afraid I won't live much longer. There is one thing. I actually damaged Miss Un's virginity. On the contrary, death is also considered meaningful. Solhan was stunned. You sucked out all the toxins to save me. Jung-won's mind immediately went crazy, ha ha ha. Just in time on the way back. The wild fruits eaten on the road haven't finished yet. That's right, I remember that. Before that, Gogin used a hidden weapon to attack you. You also got hit by a needle. Why are you okay? I had a friend before. When we said goodbye, they gave me a maple leaf jade pendant. I keep it inside me. So it saved my life. Turns out to be like that. I also have to thank you for saving my life. But now my body is also weak. You don't seem to be seriously poisoned. But we can't use it either. To help you detoxify, I can only pass on to you the mind control method. Just our ununmun's Luke Duong Dung Tuyet Kong. Then you yourself use the force to force the poison out of your body. Are you willing to study? Jung-won immediately refused. I'm not from Un-un Jong-moon. Practicing Jongmin's world control technique. I'm afraid it's not very appropriate. You saved my life, what does that count? Moreover, you also intend to worship Master Un-un Jong. We relied on you to help me twice. Jong-moon definitely agrees with you. So sooner or later it's just a matter of time. You must also learn. If that's the case. Thank you, Miss Un. Why are you still calling Miss Un? Shouldn't we also change our address? Thank you, Un. Sister Solhan is happy to say that. Now I will teach you the first level of martial arts. Hearing that, Jung-won was secretly happy in his heart. Originally just wanted to trick her to clear up the misunderstanding. I didn't expect to be able to learn Luke Duong Dung Tuyat Kung. This is an extremely advanced technique, it's so good. At Un Jong Moon right now. Head teacher Un Jong. Un Jong Eam is extremely angry. What do you say? Hannah fell into Chol Gol Lake. Han blamed the disciples for letting their guard down. Although the disciple had secretly observed that Soja ambition is not small, he used the excuse of wanting to worship his master to seduce his junior sister. That's why the junior sister had the idea to personally use the sword to bring him home. On the way back, he secretly wanted to attack his junior sister, but was discovered by his disciples. He saw no way out. Immediately risked his life, dragging the junior sister along and falling into Chol Golhan Lake. The incompetent disciple asked the master to punish him. Zhongju heard that and immediately gave an order. The disciples listened to my orders. Immediately went to search near Chol Golhan Lake. To live is to see people. When you die, you must see the body. The disciples immediately shouted to obey. Gogan also immediately asked to follow. Master, please let the disciple also go find the junior sister to atone for his sins. Un Jong Eam immediately agreed, which is good Gogan. This is not my fault. No need to blame yourself too much. The old man believes that Hannah. Good people must have absolute heavenly protection. Nothing happened. You must also do your best to help find Hannah. The disciple who obeys orders. Who in Ghana wants to go out? It was just the right time for me to refine the medicinal pill. New. Can increase strength over a period of time. I brought it with me to protect Gong. Unyunjong's master of medicine refining hall. Also Gogan's father. Thank you father, I will definitely find junior sister Un. And don't delay any longer. Ghana excused himself first. Seeing that Gogan had just left, Gong immediately spoke to comfort the sect leader. Head brother, you don't need to worry like that either. Un Jong, we still need you to take over and take care of things. The sect leader immediately sighed. Who can not be worried? After all, Hannah is the old man's biological daughter. Of course this old man can't be as calm as you. Senior brother, why do you say that? Hannah and Ghana are childhood sweethearts. They will definitely become husband and wife later. Something happened to my future daughter-in-law. Why aren't you worried? The sect leader saw this and turned away silently. You said this. Have to wait for Ghana to be able to handle the job. Can receive. The position of Unyunjong's manager will be discussed later. And I also want to remind you one more thing. Don't just focus on refining medicine and cultivating pills. Cultivating the mind and cultivating character is the right path. What my brother teaches is correct. Gong's mouth said so. But inside, it's different. This Moon. Sooner or later it will fall into the hands of our masters. Just wait and see. Jungwon's side is currently thinking. Fishing is really difficult. But what if my hand doesn't return? Miss Un and Sister Bear have to starve together. If you say something bad, they'll laugh until your nose is rotten. Hey, what is the benefit of having a high charm value? Being handsome can't even be eaten. Suddenly there was movement on the fishing float. The fish in the lake jumped up towards Jung-won. Seeing these fish, Jung-won thought to himself. These fish are probably attracted by my charm. Turns out a handsome face can actually make a living. There were a few monks flying over. In the sky right now. Could it be that Monk Unun Jong came to find Unsolhan? In short, I still go up and return quickly. Just talk to Miss Un. In the temporary cave, Unsolhan is working to restore his injuries. The toxicity has been completely eliminated. But I still need to recover my strength. I'm afraid it will still take 2 to 3 more days. The sound of footsteps now echoing from afar made Solhan a little happy and shouted Jung-won. You're back. But the person Solhan didn't want to see appeared again. Why are you so disappointed? Why is it so intimate when calling his name? Watch out. The two people's relationship really progressed very quickly. Seeing that the person coming was Gogan, Solhan immediately shouted angrily at Gogan. You used dark weapons to harm me. I'll report back to the sect leader and wait for punishment. I didn't know you two were hit by a hidden weapon. But how can you still survive? But I have no intention of harming you. But things have become like this. I shouldn't live anymore. Seeing that Gogan has committed murder, Unsolhan immediately advised, What do you mean by this sentence? Goguen, this is not without a way to fix it. I advise you not to get emotional and make a mess. Goguen screamed like crazy. I have loved you for so many years. Yet you always act cold. Not even a glance was given. Now I'm the same weak guy again. Just known each other for a few days. So intimate. Why should I hold on to a woman like you? If I didn't have you, no ya. This will ruin you. The medicinal pills that my father gave me. Surely you are not my opponent. I will cut off your limbs. Make you kneel down and lick my feet. Solhan was also surprised by Gogwen's aura. His true energy suddenly became so strong. Is it because of that medicinal pill? Goguen suddenly shouted loudly. True energy condensed around him. Solhan thought worriedly. True energy is so strong with my body now. I'm afraid. Goguen silently said goodbye to you. Skill hasn't even been released yet. Then Goguen immediately ate a fish in the face. Hu Jung-won immediately responded to. Let's meet again. Looks like I'm not late when I come back. Jung-won, be careful Goguen. If you come here, you want to take our lives. But if you come back already, it will save you the trouble. I'll find it so I can deal with the two of you here. The system board now announces. The side quest of defeating Goguen rewards 500 points. Turns out this is a side quest at just the right time. Miss please lend me your sword. Solhan immediately concernedly told Jung-won to be careful. The sword just arrived. Then Jung-won immediately slashed towards Goguen. Through a few sword moves. Even though Jung-won injured Goguen, he was still despised. Even if you have some bravery. How effective is swordsmanship? Then you are just a mortal. Just no cultivation level. Goguen immediately unleashed his sword energy. Determined to slash towards Jung-won. So that Jung-won could not react in time. Could only block. The shock force that knocked Jung-won out. Causing Jung-won to be knocked several meters away. Jung-won tried to stand up in pain. Before he could stand up, Goguen immediately grabbed him. Stand up for me. You trash, I will torment you until you die. Then stand before you. But took away the body of the younger sister. Let you go to hell. Can't have good results. Jung-won saw this and said proudly. You have fallen into the trap, you idiot. Seduced everyone and just hit Goguen. Causing Goguen to go crazy and look like he was playing a toy. Jung-won took this opportunity to summon a flying sword. Hurry and rush here. As soon as the sword is in your hand, one slash swings out. High-level swordsmanship to kill the landscape. Gogwen's arm was severed. And my arm. Saw that the situation was not good and he ran away. But still don't forget to drop the phone call. You wait for me. I will find my father. Who was hastily running but was immediately stopped. Goguen cried out in panic. Oh you, what else are you? A great earth demon? Then Ma Guan Sal Jiang walked up to him. Goguen panicked and shouted no 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 ah ah. Gogwen's pitiful cry echoed through the forest. Completed the mission. Defeat Goguen to receive 500 accumulated points. Eun-jong, Solhan and others are now here to report. The process of everything is roughly like that. In short, Goguen not only used hidden weapons to harm the child. I still want to kill my child and destroy my mouth. Fortunately, this young knight saved my life. So nothing serious happened. Gong heard that and could only sigh. Ganna, why are you? Zhongju also immediately made a decision. Plotting to harm fellow students. According to Zhongmin's rules, he will die. Remember the brothers' love. Our junior brother Goguen was seriously injured. I can spare Gogwen's death, junior brother. You have to watch Goguen carefully for me. If this happens again, it will be unforgivable. Do you have any other ideas? Thank you, head of the sect. The reason why the senior brother confessed his kindness was because the younger brother's teachings were not strict. Don't dare to have any complaints. So, please allow me to bring you back. Gong went to the sect leader and thanked Jung-won. Young hero Jung. Young knight saved my daughter. The old man will definitely repay the young master. If you have any request, don't hesitate to say it. The old man absolutely will not refuse. Jung-won said humbly. I have no intention of taking credit. To be rewarded. It's just that I have admired Eun-jong for a long time. This time I came here to pay my respects to the monks. If possible, Eun-jong will accept him as a disciple. This is the greatest wish of this noble young knight. Even saved the old man's daughter. The young knight wants to join our sect. The old man is of course very welcome. Just this year, there are too many people coming to join our sect. Because it can control the qualities of new people. Middle elder. We discussed it together a few days ago. Make the decision this year. To join a sect, one must take an entrance exam. Seeing that the sect leader politely refused Jungwon's request, Solhan immediately proposed love. Young knight Jung's father had the grace to save his life. Father, why can't you break the rule just once? So that Jung lacks courage. Miss Un, there's no need. I understand that sect leader Un is an upright person. How can you let the sect leader break the rules for me? I will participate in the selection conference and then join Un Jong in a fair and honest manner. Hearing Jung Won say that, the head of the sect looked satisfied and said that the young knight had a strong character. Not worthy of being a man, but the old man's daughter respected Hansol. Hearing that, he only naively thought that he clearly knew that his father had no other intentions, but why did he listen? Just think it's weird. Okay Jung young knight come with me, I'll take you for a walk around Moon Jung Won immediately responded. When he reached a mountain top of Jong, Jung Won suddenly called out, the scenery here is so unique and so beautiful. Seeing that Jung Won had not experienced life like that, she happily introduced this place as the peak of Cheoljong's conscience. It's not a place that everyone can come to. That's right, don't waste any more time, quickly take off your clothes. I heard you undressing. This god is so excited. Why did you suddenly take off your clothes? Is it progressing too fast? See? Jung Won was not in the right state of mind. Solhan was embarrassed and exclaimed, what were you thinking? I brought you here to help you practice Luke Duong Dung Tuyat technique. Jung Won said in surprise that he was cultivating. Luke Duong Dung Tuyat Kong must practice for a total of 6 levels. Each time he practices a level, there will be a kind of power of the sun wafting through his body. When cultivating, his body will be extremely hot and uncomfortable now. You have trained to the 2nd level and must come to this extremely cold place to bear your body to be able to practice. And I will be by your side to help you practice if you practice to the 3rd level to participate. The selection conference will no longer be difficult. After Jung Won has been practicing for a while, the system notifies. The level of Luke Duong Dung Tuyat Kung has increased to level 3 Luke Duong Dung Tuyat Kung level 3 with attributes. According to the current attack power of 60, it is 70. It seems that Jung Won has broken through to the 3rd level. But an incident immediately occurred. Jung Won suddenly cried out in pain with blue veins all over his body. Solhan also I'm surprised why my body temperature continues to rise, bloodstreaks appear on my body, clearly signaling that I'm about to break through the 3rd level. Why is it like this? Jung Won spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsed and cried loudly. Solhan was thoughtfully thinking about how to deal with the snow and ice of the condensation peak that could not suppress the positive energy in Jungwon's body, right? I remember that there is a rumor that if during practice being unable to suppress the fire, she only needed to vent her positive energy to be safe. Solhan's eyes involuntarily turned down. Thinking of a way to solve Jungwon's positive energy, she shyly shook it. Shaking his head, he couldn't bear to be a man and a woman, but they were not even close, and they were obviously such dirty things. Jungwon immediately groaned again. Ah, so hot. Seeing Jungwon's situation now, Solhan fought again. If he keeps thinking like this, he won't be able to stand it, but if he wants me to touch that thing, how can I? It's disgusting. To save his life, I have no other choice. Solhan immediately raised his pearly leg and slowly approached Jungwon. What was he doing in this scene? As soon as Solhan's leg touched, Jungwon cried out in satisfaction. When Solhan saw Jungwon showing signs of decline, he continued to awkwardly kiss Jungwon with his moans. An hour later, Jungwon woke up from a daze. Are you awake? Jungwon sleepily asked Solhan what happened just now. What's going on? Hearing Jungwon ask that, she shyly replied, no, it's nothing, don't you remember? You almost got possessed by a demon. I used my strength to help you suppress it, and you fainted. Jungwon immediately felt grateful, so thank you Sister Un for helping, but why have you been so strange all this time and your face is red and sick? No, just yes. Just a little tired. Jung-won immediately looked at the system and thought to himself that in one session of practice, he could level up to 4 levels of true energy in his body. It seemed much more abundant than before. Then, Luke Duongdung Tuyat Kong upgraded to level 4 attributes with strength plus 80, now has 90 skills with impedance transformation effect of increasing the speed of circulation of true energy in the body in a short time, increase the power of the introduction after use. You must release your true energy, otherwise it will cause physical damage. And suddenly there will be a murderous aura. Any attacker will see this, shouted loudly and rushed to die. He threw a palm at Jung-won. The 2 palms collided with a loud sound of the palms flying everywhere. Through a hand-to-hand move, the attacker was immediately thrown away. Seeing that, Jung-won disdainfully said, "Why did you sneak attack us?" It turned out that the force was only that much, but Jung-won's arm was now turned into ice. And it spread to his whole body. Seeing this, Solhan was filled with worry and shouted loudly at Jung-won in his mind. Then suddenly it appeared that the ice palm attacker continued to fly towards her, who was already dead. He had just recovered a little and helped him just now. Jung-won lost his luck, and the current situation is basically let out a loud noise. Hansol took a blow from the attacker. Looking at your moves, you are definitely a disciple of our sect, so why are you practicing? Please click me on Jung-won. With a few cracking sounds, the ice on Jung-won's body is starting to crack. Don't underestimate me. Jung-won shouts, impotence change. I'm lazy and don't care about the details of the actions supporting the scenario, NPCs everywhere. Obediently act as stepping stones for us, that's enough. Jung-won jumped up and threw a palm that tore the attacker's shirt, revealing a beautiful soul, big, round, succulent. Jung-won saw this and was surprised that the woman now stopped to show me. Saw that guy escape. Solhan immediately told Jung-won not to let her escape. Hearing that, Jung-won immediately explained that she was also injured. If you're hit by that Gawa guy's head, still come up so I can heal you first. The ice boss has many ways to deal damage. If I get hit by this attack, it's a type that will put cold energy into the body and then slowly release it. The word spread to the whole body. Wherever you were hit, I will now use true energy to dissolve it for you. Hansol hesitantly pointed to his soul and said it was here. Jung-won saw that I'm embarrassed right here. Ha-un sister must have offended. This is not the time to be shy between men and women, that's all. I think this guy must be very happy in his heart. Hansol shyly replied, "Oh, I understand." So I immediately offended and finished speaking. Jung-won placed his hands in front of her chest, causing her to startle and cry out, "Why suddenly?" Sister, get ready. I'm about to inject true energy. Solhan embarrassed. He let out a small, sound. The system notification again showed that the experience points of 10,000 phenomena indeterminate have been upgraded. Promoted. In the midst of this awkward scene, Solhan asked a sensitive question. But why do your hands keep moving around like that? Or this has to be asked. Why didn't anyone who had the chance do that? How can you get the convenience if you don't take it? Jung-won replied with a serious face. I feel like if friction creates heat, it will be able to quickly neutralize the cold air on Ms. Solhan's body. I doubt that's true. While receiving true energy, she involuntarily thought that although she was a little shy, it was so warm and comfortable, like a warm stream dissolving the cold air on her body. Once, an hour later, senior sister the cold air on her body must have been completely resolved. Hansol heard that and said plaintively that you could completely neutralize the cold air in half an hour, but why? Massage for another half an hour. Because I was on guard in case I wanted to neutralize all the coldness on her body. I wanted to say that, but in my head I thought differently because I was so immersed in it that I wasn't careful to touch it for a while longer. She won't be angry anymore, will she? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Stop thinking about your love for saving me again. This time, I won't calculate anything with you anymore. Jung-won heard that and immediately rushed forward. If that's the case. So tomorrow, should we practice again to avoid the cold from recurring? As soon as Jung-won finished speaking, he met Solhan's eyes full of murderous intent and apologized. I was just joking. And immediately after that she immediately let's change the topic. But who exactly is that person in black just now? Looking at her attack, it must be a disciple of our sect who doesn't know how to catch her anymore. It's okay, Her attack just now I must have left a wound on her chest. If she has been in our sect these past few days, you should pay attention and you will definitely find a clue. But right now she is in a forest. That female assassin knelt down on the ground and scolded the hateful man. He was just a little bit away, but he dared to ruin his good deeds. A voice rang out at this moment. It was so pathetic. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but the female assassin was startled and shouted out loud, "Who is Mr. Gong? What do you want to do?" Gong said with a foxy face, "Don't worry, now we all have the same enemy, just need you. Help me, I will not only help you keep the secret but can also help you remove the wound. This bottle of medicinal needles, prepared by me personally, can obscure your wound and avoid revealing any loopholes." The female assassin saw Gong's sincerity and immediately agreed. "It turns out that's okay. Let's cooperate with you once." A few days later, many people came to Unyanjiang Square. Zheng Wen said emotionally, "What a bustle! Unyanjiang is indeed a true fairy, so there are so many people coming to worship the master." Solhan replied with an arrogant face, "Of course, you have to perform well there. If you don't make it through, I won't be able to save you." Next, a beautiful woman appears. "Grandpa Un, this is young Master Zheng that you've been talking about these past few days, right? Her name is Mok Ung Sang, dear. As a 4-star Un Moon disciple." Hearing that, Solhan immediately felt embarrassed and shyly told senior sister Mok not to talk nonsense. "But how often do you mention him?" Mok Ung Sang saw that and immediately started to introduce himself. "Hello Zheng Wan, I'm Mok Ung Sang. A few days ago, I was bothering you to take care of Sister Un, but I didn't know that Solhan also had a beautiful sister like this." Zheng Wan was trying to flirt with girls when he was attacked. "Pinch your skin, it hurts. I warn you not to pay attention to my sister." Successful charm receives 40 accumulated points. Successful charm receives 40 accumulated points. Successful charm receives 40 accumulated points. Girls, the students participating in the selection, were all fascinated by Zhengwan's charm. That young knight is so handsome. Could it be that he also came to participate in the disciple selection conference because of him? I have to try hard. As for the men, they're so jealous that Gawa is so arrogant, yet at the same time he can receive the love of two beauties, Un Zhang. When the competition starts, I'll definitely find a chance. Only by eliminating him. The leader of the Un Zhang sect immediately stood up and opened the opening ceremony. "You can come here to participate in the conference to select disciples of the Un Zhang sect." The old man was extremely happy. For the first round of exams, fairy grass is very simple. This type of fairy grass is called Un grass and can only grow in the top of Un mountain. The contest time is 3 hours. If you can collect 10 blades of this grass, you will be able to enter the next round. I hear that. The test takers below confidently said that the test at this level seems like Un Zhang will only be able to leave this room. I'm sure I only have to find a few blades of grass, so it doesn't seem like much of a problem. Head of department. Again, the old man must make it clear that this is the first selection conference that our sect organizes. The difficulty of the exam categories. It may not be 100% professional. It may also be dangerous if someone feels that their strength is not enough. They can leave to avoid encountering unpredictable dangers during the conference. The time limit is 3 hours, so I announce the start of the test. Voice. The sect leader's declaration rang out and the crowd ran away aggressively. Only Zheng Wan was left standing there. Unsolhan saw this and immediately came to ask in confusion, "Why haven't you gone yet? It's very difficult for Un to collect." Zheng Wan mysteriously said, "No. I had to hurry and let the bullet fly for a while first." Unsolhan became even more suspicious and asked what kind of egg the death certificate was. In Unyanjiang's forest right now. The two ladies participating in the examination were complaining. "Please don't say any more. This type of Un grass is actually more difficult to find than we thought." That's right. It took half a day to find 3 or 4 blades of luck, but with plenty of time left over, it was probably enough time to get into the next round. Suddenly, is there anything that attracts the two people who wait a bit? It's so beautiful. I don't know why, just looking at it makes people feel so happy. Could it be Anshan's Zheng Riang? It turns out it was Zheng Wan. He was using the skill Sami Ilso. Zheng Wan looked at the two girls and said, "Oh, two ya fairies, meeting each other is fate." On Cheon at this moment is extremely warm and refreshing. How about soaking on Cheon together? Why do I feel like a bad boy? The two ladies were a bit embarrassed and hesitant to say that this was a bit inappropriate for their first meeting. That's right, we can't. It's not arbitrary like that. After finishing speaking, the short-haired girl immediately took another action. So why have you already stripped it all? Little Gaga, since you're so sincere, I can only reluctantly accept it. Miss, that lady also won't be outdone. How can you enjoy it alone? I have to come too. The system notifies that successful enchantment will receive 50 accumulated points. Successful enchantment will receive 50 accumulated points. If I can become fellow students with young Master Zheng, we can be together every day. Yes, being able to join the hidden sect would be great. Hearing that, Zheng Wan pretended to be sad and said it was worth it. Unfortunately, my strength is not strong enough, so it is difficult to collect 10 blades of fairy grass to become fellow disciples with the 2 Ya Jas. Don't worry, Mr. Zheng, we will help you, just wait here. We'll help you collect fairy grass. Zheng Wan said with an awkward expression like this. I'm afraid it's not very good. It's okay to be able to become fellow students with Zheng. This kind of small thing counts as that's right. We are willing to volunteer to help Mr. Zheng, but you are here waiting for us to go. Zheng Wan saw the two people walking away and exclaimed, no wonder why so many people like to be so Baek Jiam, so happy to be a freeloader. Maybe I want to keep pretending like this forever. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the lake. The two annoying women finally left, and a beautiful figure appeared. She continued to say that Noga had never met a handsome young man before. So I don't know if I can have the honor to spend a happy night with this young man. Hearing that, Zheng Wan immediately replied that being able to have fun with this beauty is of course a good thing that is difficult to achieve. It's just that it's a good thing. This flower-loving lady is afraid that she wants to drain my spirit. Seeing that she was exposed as a flower-loving girl, she revealed her true form and sighed softly, really? Why don't you obediently obey, Noga? I don't like having to take action. She immediately took action. Thousands of phoenixes. Countless vines crawled up around Zheng Wan. Then all the vines wrapped around and tied Zheng Wan tightly. She walked over and licked her fingers and said that the more you look at him, the more handsome he becomes. Don't worry, Noga only sucks nutrients and won't hurt your life. Seeing her so confident, Zheng Wan also no more pretending. He said that no one knows who is smoking or what. Zheng Wan immediately used the newly trained impotence skill to turn the positive energy emitted from Zheng Wan, making the flower demon cry out, it's so hot. She saw that she was not her opponent, so she prayed to the High Fairy Noga and recited that Noga had never harmed anyone's life, so she asked the High God to spare his life. This position is inviting you to eat. Zheng Wan's voice full of righteousness, saying that the crime of death can be forgiven, but the crime of life is hard to forgive. I will replace the men whose energy you have sucked out, and reclaim justice for them. The flower-faced demon blushed slightly, his eyes bewitched, and replied that was too much. After a while of planting potatoes with demon flowers, the system displayed a notification that the experience points of Vong Tuong Unresolute had been upgraded. After finishing his work, Zheng Wan immediately put on his clothes and prepared to leave. Thanks to the nutrients of the flower demon girl, her qualities are not bad. She should still focus on cultivating and not go on a roundabout path. The flower demon looked at Zheng Wan regretfully and said thank you to the god for his guidance. From now on, Yo-Yo will absolutely concentrate on cultivating and hope that when that time comes, the high elves will be able to do that. In a certain part of the forest, the cry for help echoed, ah, help, save my life. The people calling for help were two women. Because of Zheng Wan's charm, why is there Yo-Su protecting Un-Un? This is the so-called danger? They seem helpless to talk to each other. To borrow from you, it's a Yo-Su with an evil appearance. When she saw it using a tree branch to stab at her, she cried out in vain, don't stop. Zheng Wan at this moment made a mighty move. Walking is still the mighty dragon of the Fap High. Yo-Su. When Zheng Wan cut off the tree branch, he roared angrily. Zheng Wan immediately pretended to say sorry, I can't let you harm the others. My beautiful sister and sister in the future. Seeing that, those ladies immediately fell in love. Gaga is so handsome. Young Master Zheng came to save me. Young Master Zheng, be careful, don't get hurt. The system immediately announced that the enchantment was successful and received 70 accumulated points. Jung Won saw the system notification and immediately felt confident, assured that Dita will definitely save everyone. Yo Soo probably doesn't want to look at Jung Won, so he continued to attack. But the branch Yo Soo threw out was cut off. Although he dodged all the attacks, Jung Won was still unfortunately injured by a tree branch. Jung Won began to seriously think to himself that even if the tree branch breaks, he must be careful not to cut himself. It seems that he needs to be even more careful to deal with it. Seeing that Jung Won was injured, the other women immediately became gloomy. Yet you dare to injure young Master Jung's handsome face. The damn monster will absolutely not forgive you. Unforgivable sin. Our sisters rushed forward. To see the scene, Hey Yo Soo is also frozen. They immediately launched a series of moves in Jungwon's surprise Dasigan Bankai Kyokan Hamahan. Suddenly there was something attractive to Jungwon over there, isn't it the onion grass? This type of grass also appeared near this monster tree. Anyway, I can't get involved in this match anymore, so I should just get on with the main thing. A few minutes later Yo Soo will be completely chopped down. You guys, this girl proudly said to each other that we did it, but instead of injuring Wonga like that, dared to harm Mr. Jung. He is truly a bad guy who must be punished. Suddenly a girl discovered something strange. Really, where is Mr. Jung? It was obvious that he was here just now. Jung Won was thinking as he walked that he had lost his mind, and suddenly he had searched this far and had only found 6 trees until now. It seems like this thing is certainly not easy to find. Behind Jung Won, an attacker appeared and attacked him. Jung Won seemed to have eyes behind him, so he easily avoided it. These friends, you guys didn't go to collect onion grass. On the contrary, you came here to ambush and attack me. It doesn't seem very good. The cruel bald head said it. You understand, we are just for this kind of thing. Hey, when we get there, that cold grass is harder to find than we thought. After so long, each person can only find one plant, so it's better to go and rob it quickly. I advise you to be honest and bring the fairy grass here. It won't bother everyone. Took action. Jung Won was a bit surprised and asked, hey, do you guys only have one each? The group of people looked confused when they saw him. After a while Jung Won gave them more sincerity. You two really should have said it earlier, we're just missing 4 trees. We'll give them to you so we can finish the matter early and save everyone trouble, right? That's right. Coincidentally, being able to help you collect all 10 trees is also fate. It's your fate to just take it. Jung Won heard that and said with a disdainful face, thank you for your help. 3 hours later, there were a few people at the martial arts arena. Eun Jong-ju immediately announced that congratulations on passing the first test. In addition, whoever ranked first in this test will directly become an official disciple. Jung Won then humbly said that he was incompetent and lucky to get the rank. Top of the rankings, I hope the sisters and brothers should not be discouraged but continue to try hard. Eun Sol-han saw that and immediately went to congratulate Jung Won. Congratulations. The system announced that the charmer had successfully received 60 points. But that group of women was one step ahead of her. Junior brother Jung congratulated you. I knew right away that you would pass successfully. As expected, the room in the boys' dormitory was too cramped and crowded. Or come to our girls' dormitory so we can discuss how to practice dual cultivation magic. Seeing this scene, Eun Sol-han immediately felt a bit lost. Turns out he was loved by everyone to this extent. Eun Sol-han then walked alone absent-mindedly to the peak of conscience. It was strange that Jung Won could enter the sect. He should have been happy, but why did he feel a bit empty inside? Suddenly a voice said to cut off her longing and found her. Eun Sol-han was a bit surprised and said Jung Won held an umbrella for Eun Sol-han and said I knew right away you were here. She immediately looked at Jung Won with a disdainful expression say, what are you running here for? Shouldn't you be enjoying the company of your sisters and brothers now? Because I want to share this joy of success with you the most. In the end, it's also what I taught you. I'll tell you that before, but I always felt a strange feeling in my heart. Turns out it's because I haven't shared my achievements with my master yet. She suddenly remembered what she said, that's right, tonight. It's a night of purity once a month. Jongmin's female disciples will all come to the spring to calm their minds to bathe and purify themselves. The person who attacked us that day will definitely come and everyone will undress in front of each other. The wound on her chest definitely couldn't be hidden. Hearing that, Jung-won immediately told her to pay attention to safety and not let bad people harm her. Don't worry, there were a lot of people in Jongmun at that time. I won't be able to act rashly. Until it's dark in on Cheon, the voices of the ladies here can be heard. Junior sister, have you grown up a bit again? No way, ah ya really wants to tease you again. I want to take a bath with junior brother Jung. Seeing that, Unsolhan immediately wondered why he didn't see the person with the wound on his chest. In Jungwon's room, he lay on the bed talking to himself, not knowing what the situation was like on Solhan's side, and she acted alone, always feeling a little uneasy. Suddenly a cloud of smoke appeared on Jungwon's body, making him startled and cry out. Ah, what is this? This smoke got bigger and spread throughout the room. Jung Ryong of all worlds then appeared and said, if you're worried, why don't you go see for yourself? Jungwon saw that she immediately froze when she arrived. Why are you here? As an observer, of course I can freely enter any plane, but I cannot affect the environment. In the surrounding environment, other people cannot even know of our existence. Hearing that, Jungwon reluctantly said that she told me I should go see for myself. But if a group of women soaked in the hot spring, if I went, even if I wasn't beaten to death, I would definitely be expelled from the sect. Then it's simple, you just need to turn into a girl. Hearing that made Jung-won turn pale. What do you mean? I warn you not to play nonsense, I don't want to. Sacrificing at such a high price. Seeing Jung-won's face, Jung Ryong happily joked that the idiot in the system store definitely has the skill to disguise himself as a girl. Jung-won looked at the system exclaimed, oh, but there is this kind of skill? The system store immediately displayed the magic illusion skill that can perform magic to transform into a specified character's shape and appearance. The higher the charm point you can imitate, the lower the chance of being exposed. Accumulated points are 1,000. Jung-won asked curiously, but why do you want to remind me? Is this not a trick? Cheating? Jung Ryong smiled and said that this is just a reminder of the game. But why help you, because doing so would definitely be extremely interesting, right? So you quickly turned into a girl for me to see. Jung-won then smiled smugly and said, turning into a girl, that's okay, so I'll turn it for you. Jung-won then used the magic of illusion to transform. Began to transform from the body to the hair. And finally completed the transformation into Jung Ryong of the world. Seeing this, Jung Ryong of the world was both surprised and embarrassed and said, You have changed into my appearance, what are you doing? Jung-won turned to face her and said that I only have your appearance in front of me. Of course, it will change based on your appearance, but there's one more thing missing. Jung-won immediately enlarged her breasts. Looking at her appearance now, he was satisfied and said yes, it's okay like this. Seeing that, Jung Ryong immediately became angry and turned into someone else but was also picky. Watch, you idiot. Let's go back to An Cheon and concentrate on Unsolhan for a long time, but still haven't seen the person with the wound in his chest. It's a bit difficult for me to observe alone. Suddenly an arm touched her and called Sister Un. Are you having any trouble? I'm here to help you. Unsolhan asked suspiciously and asked who she was. Jung-won immediately raised his hand to signal silence and said almost, I'm Jung-won. Unsolhan was startled and called out, You were originally a girl. Oh no, this is just a disguise technique. Unsolhan's face turned slightly pink. If that's the case, you were originally a man. It's impossible for a boy to come to this place. These words from Senior Sister Un are not true. This is a matter related to Senior Sister Un's life. At this time, we shouldn't be stubborn forever. A voice interrupted at this moment. Interrupting the conversation between the two of you, Sister Un. The lady next to you is a bit strange. Seeing that Mok Eung Sang came, she immediately said it was actually Sister. I heard you say it was actually Jung. Seeing that he was about to be exposed, Jung-won immediately stole the words of a young lady named Jeum Won-won who had just entered the sect and still hoped Senior Sister Mok would take more care of her. Mok Eung Sang probed and asked, Do you even know me? Senior Sister Un and Senior Sister Mok are known by everyone as the two Un-Mok beauties in this world. Everyone knows them all and it's only natural for you to know. Her mouth is quite sweet, so you guys just keep talking, I won't bother you anymore. Seeing my senior sister leave, Unsolhan couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked Jung-won just now, why did you hide it from your senior sister? Jung-won immediately replied, also, this senior sister of yours, Mok, have you observed her chest to see if there are any wounds? Unsolhan immediately replied that there are none, but senior sister Mok doesn't need to check, it's okay. Treated me all these years like ya, so gentle and trustworthy. Jung-won heard that and frowned and said, but the other ladies had all observed that there was almost no one else left, and then there was only her left. Well, this can't make anyone suspicious. Unsolhan immediately asked, what do you want to do? You don't have to worry about this, leave it to me. Jung-won immediately stood up and shouted no. Okay, sisters, be careful. In on Cheon, there's a water snake. Be careful not to let it sneak around. Hearing that, the crowd is in an uproar. Where is the water snake? I'm most afraid of snakes. Hasn't it crawled to some strange place? The water snake swam past senior sister Mok. Jung-won took the opportunity to run to Mok sang. The water snake must have crawled into your towel. Senior sister Mok, don't be afraid, I'll come help you. Jung-won withdrew his words and immediately pulled out sister Mak's towel. What appeared before our eyes was pure white. What do we expect here? There's nothing. You can see. Seeing the whole scene as Jung-won, in his head he silently complimented how smooth he was. Am I thinking too much? Suddenly Mok sang hugged Jung-won and shouted in fear, where is the water snake? Where is the water snake? Have you caught it yet? Jung-won's body is gradually changing right now. What's going on? My transformation technique seems to be gradually losing its effectiveness. The system immediately reminded me that the transformation technique only lasts for a certain period of time. If the user is in a state of euphoria that will dispel the transformation, what about this? If the story of a man disguising himself as a woman and breaking into a public bathroom is discovered, then Jung-won will immediately thinking about that scenario. I looked at you wrong, junior brother Jung. First expose his true face to everyone. You will surely die, then expel him from the sect. Mok sang seemed to see something and said, oh wait, I think I saw that water snake. Suddenly she reached into the water and shouted loudly for me to catch it. This action of hers startled Jung-won up. Mok sang was a bit skeptical and said, it's strange. Why is the water snake so stiff? Could it be that it's a dead snake? This water snake probably thinks like me that it's Jung-won's water snake. Seeing Jung-won show his true form, she was surprised. Wait a minute, aren't you Jung-won in this form? What exactly is this? At this time, the nearby monks worriedly asked Master Ya if he was okay. Have you got that water snake? Not yet. This water snake is extremely cunning. You guys should quickly leave here and leave this place for us to deal with, she said as she hid Jung-won's face in two snakes. My peach. Okay, senior sister Mok, pay careful attention, it's strange. Why is the junior sister in Mak's heart so high? Saw the other two junior sisters leave. Mok sang immediately asked junior brother Jung. After she left, can you explain a bit what this is all about? Jung-won glanced at Maekung-sang's body and said, senior sister Mok, could you let me put on clothes first and then explain to her? In a certain courtyard of Yunsan, Unsolhan and the others are currently explaining everything. It turns out that this is the case. They suspected that I was the murderer who attacked them, which is why the scene was created. Was the commotion just now? The two of them felt a bit unnatural and said because the murderer had a wound on his chest. That's why I doubted that it was your fault, senior sister Mok. If you blame me, blame me. Mok sang himself. Of course, why should I blame him? On the contrary, it is to prove my innocence. Jung junior brother, do you want to confirm it again? Jung-won became happier. His eyes glanced at Mok sang and said if senior sister agrees. Before he could finish his words, Jung-won was stopped by Unsolhan's punch. Seeing this scene, Mok sang was a bit reluctant to say that the relationship between the two of them was really not bad. Unsolhan quickly shouted out loud. It's not happening yet. Okay, so I won't bother you two anymore, but the matter of you being attacked by assassins at Kong Tam Kao is an important matter, so you should report it to the master so that it can be resolved quickly. More. Unsolhan immediately happily responded, yes. Thank you sister Mok for helping me today, and say goodbye to my sister. Seeing Mei Kungsang's back slowly walking away, Jung Won seriously thought about something again. At the alchemy hall, Un Jong. Han and Jung Won already suspect you. I'm afraid this matter won't be hidden for long. Gong, while preparing medicinal herbs, said, I know, and then rest assured to wait for me in a few days. If you can practice Tang Then Dan, you will have unrivaled power in the world. Ma Kungsang heard that and immediately advised uncle that Tang Then Dan is forbidden anyway, so why should uncle Gong immediately move? Stop talking about this, you don't have to worry about us right now, we're on the same front line, you just need to help me hold back those two Gawa and that's it. Your enemy Gana will definitely repay you Gogan since coming back, I've been crazy and always talk about my junior sister Un. At the practice field right now, there's a group of people surrounding a person. That's Jung Won, who's doing the exercises. Immortal palm. With a bang, Imagine's palm shot out towards the ice block, causing airwaves and ice crystals to sweep out around. The disappearance of the iceberg was also the moment when Jung Won collected the kung fu. The sect leader next to him saw that and immediately said, not bad, not bad. In such a short period of time, cultivating the 5th level of Luke Duong Dung Tuyat Kung is truly amazing. Jung Won's future birth is formidable. Jung Won immediately said to himself, of course, this time I will use all the accumulated points to increase my training power, and he humbly said it was all thanks to my master's dedicated guidance. Only I can progress so quickly, but the practice only records the cultivation formulas of the 5 levels, so it's clear that in order to practice the last level, I still need my master's instructions. Zhang Ju immediately told me how to suddenly practice. Breaking the cultivation method of this last level, one person cannot complete it and must be a couple of men and women who are practicing the 6 Yongdung Tuyat Kung together and practicing the dual practice of yin and yang to have enough heaven and earth to have intercourse. Together we can break through the chains of this practice. Jung Won was a bit surprised and said that dual practice is not right. Yes, this magic harms a woman's chastity, so I'm afraid it's hard to find someone willing to practice together with your child. As soon as he finished speaking, reality appeared and slapped Zhangju's face. The girls nearby immediately shouted with joy, I wish. The system immediately announced the success of bewitching and received 100 accumulated points. Seeing this scene, Zhangju couldn't help but feel exhausted. Why are the words like this, and what is the meaning of this? Forget it, maybe it's because the old man can't understand young people nowadays anymore, so you decide for yourself to go, I'll go. Finished speaking, Zhangju left reluctantly. Jung Won turned to ask Unsolhan's sister Un if she was willing. Unsolhan's face turned red to the ears and hurriedly said that kind of thing out loud. How could he casually agree? I don't care. Jung Won's face immediately showed mischief. If senior sister Un doesn't agree, I'll just have to find another way. What do you want to do? I'll know when the time comes. Okay. Jung Won's room immediately posted a notice announcing the interview for dual cultivators. When Jung Won came here, I was speechless and had no further comments. Jung Won's room door was currently occupied by a woman. Senior sister stood there gracefully and told younger brother Jung to be a little gentler with people. Jung Won still has his bad boy demeanor and says that, it's not okay, my testing method is very rough. After saying that, Jung Won's room door immediately closes. The system displays an experience point notification. Of 10,000 phenomena indeterminate being upgraded, experience points of 10,000 phenomena indecisive being promoted. The room immediately heard the moans of that girl over there, my junior brother, stop it. Okay, snooze successfully. Enchantment get 80 accumulated points. Enchantment success get 70 accumulated points. Enchantment success get 90 accumulated points. Some people outside are waiting for their turn there. Finally, what are you doing in there? Why do you always feel that something is wrong? You're so hateful, sister, but you're hiding alone to enjoy delicious food. You don't know when it will be my turn. Junior brother Jung will still have stars at that time. Is there such a surplus of energy? Unsolhan stood and hid not far away, embarrassedly observing what that idiot was doing. The room door suddenly opened with Jungwon's voice, what a pity. Sister, I'm afraid it's not very suitable. The other sister walked out with her clothes disheveled and a dazed look on her face, saying it's okay, anyway, I'm fine. Then the next person should come in quickly. Time is limited, so please don't waste it. A group of women immediately jostled forward to let me in first. I'm the next one, based on the number, who cares? It's first come, first served. 1 hour later Unsolhan came in a bit surprised and said that this was a group of senior sisters who seemed to have lost all their strength lying in the hallway complaining that junior brother Jung was so powerful and had no strength left. It's so comfortable and so satisfying. Unsolhan pushed open the door and shouted, Jung Won, what are you doing with my sisters? Jung Won sat on the bed as if waiting for the main dish to come and answer senior sister last. You're here too. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Unsolhan was confused and stammered, what do you mean? Did you know I would come? Because I know sister is the one who likes it. If you don't have a bit of a conspiracy, you definitely won't come looking for me. Unsolhan heard that and immediately asked in confusion, what did you do with these sisters? Do you want to know if I can help senior sister try it? After a while Unsolhan lay on the bed and groaned comfortably. Her back is already wet. Turns out Jung Won is massaging Unsolhan's feet. In my opinion, any type of foot massage that makes her feet wet is great. Jung Won thought to himself, but he didn't expect to use seduction magic or sentient beings just to massage their feet is so effective. Unsolhan lay on the bed covering his embarrassed face and softly lamented that in the future I will definitely not be able to marry him. Jung Won was sweating and said that indeed senior sister is the only one who passed the test, so big things can't be delayed, let's start practicing together. Unsolhan's weak voice came from inside the room, oh, let me rest for a moment. This spring night is worth $1,000. Sister, we are still going up to practice quickly, just wait a bit. Mok Sang, standing on the other floor, observed all of this. Right after that at Yin Yak Dang. Gong seemed a bit surprised and asked what he said. Unsolhan and Jung Won had already started cultivating. Mok Sang continued to say that if they let them continue to cultivate, their strength will decrease. I'm afraid that our plan will be broken in the bud. Gong sighed and replied that we have to think of a way to deal with them. This is a chemical engineer, I'll think of a way to deal with them. Eat it, it will temporarily stop their cultivation process. Mok Sang took the alchemy gong and wondered why you only stopped them from cultivating and didn't directly kill them instead of letting them. It's really too good for them to die so easily. I have to make that Jung Won see with my own eyes, my son and Unsolhan sharing a bamboo room. Mok Sang blushed slightly. For a few days later in the room, Jung Won and Unsolhan were cultivating together. Unsolhan's face was full of sweat and he lied, then rested for a while. Your Luke Duong Dung Tuyet Kung must have been cultivated to the 6th level. When she opened it, looking at Jung Won, he was a bit surprised. Why did you become like this? Jung Won was also surprised and touched his hair. Yes, it's strange, why did my hair turn white? Unsolhan was a bit confused. Thinking about it, that's right. I remember my father once said that when cultivated to the highest level, Luke Duong Dung Tuyet Kung will change the appearance of the cultivator, but there will be no major hindrance. Jung Won heard that and proudly said, oh, so do you still like this appearance of your younger sister? Unsolhan immediately stammered and denied it, but I didn't say that I liked you before. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Is junior sister Jung junior brother in there? When Unsolhan saw that it was Meikungsang's voice, he panicked and asked this stupid sister Mok to quickly put on some decent clothes. When Jung Won saw that Mok Sang was coming, his frown deepened. Why was it her? Unsolhan smiled and opened his eyes. The door to welcome Mok. Sister, why are you here? Mok holds the tray in his hand and says, I'm just coming to give everyone chicken soup. I know the two of you practice quite hard, so I stewed a pot of chicken soup so you guys can nourish your body. Seeing that Jung Won has changed a bit in appearance, Mok Sang was a bit surprised and asked, this is junior brother Jung. Haven't seen him in a few days, has he changed his appearance? So senior sister went to deliver soup chicken for me. Unsolhan beamed and said, thank you sister Mok for taking care of this chicken soup, just smelling it already smells good. Mak Kong Zong said with a gentle face that this soup uses snow black chicken to stew and is very nutritious for two people. Eat it while it's still hot. Seeing Mok Sang ladling soup for himself, Jung Won immediately stopped. Mok, sister. We don't dare drink this chicken soup. Maybe there's poison inside. Mok Sang said, looking weak and innocent. If junior brother Jung Won hates me, just say it out loud. Why would he slander me like that? Jung Won suddenly transformed into Conan and deduced that Sister Mok, your acting was good, but the truth was only once. Before the murderer secretly attacked me and Unsolhan, it was senior Sister Mok. Hearing that, Mok Ung Sang had a few drops of sweat on his face and calmly said, "What are you talking about? My chest isn't injured, haven't you guys already confirmed it?" Unsolhan also didn't believe it and stood up to explain that Sister Mok has been close to me since childhood like a sister. How could she harm me so many times? Jung Won with a face full of wisdom said, "Sister Mok, on her body yours truly has no wounds. I don't know what method you used to hide it, but it shows that you are quite prepared as the words you said that day made yourself exposed. I'm just saying about the raid, but how did you know it was on Ung Jungshim?" Mok Ung Sang was stunned, recalling the scene that day, thinking in his head that it was all wrong. She was still trying to prove her innocence. That was just your guess. It's just a word, I'm afraid it's not enough evidence, right? Hearing that, Jung Won seemed to have achieved what he said. If this soup is pure and there are no problems, you drink this chicken soup for me, then I will believe what you say. Meikung Sang's mind was constantly thinking of ways. If he didn't drink it, he would definitely be suspected. After all, in this bowl of soup, he only added the kung fu and only temporarily lost his potency, that's all. Let herself be a little bit angry and trick them into taking the bait. She immediately made a decision. Because to prove my innocence, I can drink this bowl of chicken soup, right? She finished speaking immediately. After drinking the entire bowl of chicken soup. Now you believe me. Jung Won has doubts after doubts about why she really drank it. Could it be that I guessed wrong? I can't rule out the possibility. She had already prepared the antidote. The defender Unsolhan had already drank that bowl of soup. These 8 soups are indeed very delicious. Sister Mok, your skills are really getting better and better. Seeing that, Jung Won panicked and shouted helplessly, "What are you doing? Why?" Drank again. Unsolhan's face was full of confidence and he replied that his sister had already drank without any problems, so stop doubting people and drink it. Right after that, karma hit you right away. Unsolhan's whole body felt a bit weak. Why did his body suddenly get so hot? It gave him such a headache. In an instant the bowl of chicken soup suddenly fell and broke. Meikung Sang's body immediately became weak and his whole body felt hot. I asked myself, why did that guy Gong trick me? In this place, he was not a public servant at all, but Let's go back to Yin Yak Dang with Gong. The effect of the mind dissipation union has probably already taken effect. This is the version I modified. After a man uses the organ, it will immediately heat up and turn into waste. After a woman uses it, she feels hot all over her body like she's going crazy and wants to have a man. Ganna's dream is to have that woman Unsolhan. Now let me fulfill this dream for you. You destroyed one of my sons. I will let her compensate you for one. Gogan looked at the medicinal pill furnace and said that this morning god pill is almost finished refining and the effectiveness of this pill is extremely strong but lacking the medicine that is the heart of a loved one. Gong pulled out the knife inside his body and said to Ganna, if I have now turned into a stupid invalid, let the doctor help me. Liberation is also to welcome the new successor of Goga's bloodline. Before he could do anything, he was stabbed in the back. He cried out in surprise with all his heart, pointing at Ganna. Why did you come out so long ago? Gogan is pretending to be stupid to wait for this moment. My father day in. I've been waiting for so many years. I've been waiting for this moment. I already knew what the medicine of Tang Than Dan is. Gong just crawled step back and begged Ganna, don't get emotional. Father and son, we are not necessarily opponents of those guys. Gogan coldly replied that only with Tang Shen Dan can restore your strength. You were born dead. Disabled medicine, you must get it, but when it comes to father and son, be filial. If the father is not filial, why should the son be filial? Seeing this, Gong was scared and called out to Ganna to stop, but then all the sounds fell silent and stopped. Mok Ung Sang and Unsolhan were now panting and their whole bodies were hot due to the drug taking effect. Jung Won looked and saw swallowing my saliva continuously. I was still thinking that this situation was very similar to Peng Ryong Chung being drugged by Gogan last time, but Gogan was disabled and the person standing behind was another talented person. The other 2 sisters immediately approached. Jung Won, people wait for you. Unsolhan and Mak Ung Sang said in ecstatic voices that Jungwon's training is not over yet. Jung junior brother is my senior sister. Please save senior sister. Senior sister will listen to you. Wait a minute, 2 against 1 is not fair. Can we go 1 by 1? But Jungwon doesn't get to choose. No sister wait. Unsolhan and Mak Ung Sang have finished preparing. Just waiting for Jungwon to eat. What are you waiting for? After all, saving people is the most important thing. After a few rounds of fighting, Jungwon was planning to retreat, but there was a hand holding him back, and the message appeared again, and he was reluctant to lift up. Level up to the 4th floor and receive the skill or mental image Artman Mi Mu Gang Gyeol level 4 attribute with charm plus 120 currently has 150. Or true mind image art that casts a magic spell that causes the target to appear virtual. The higher the user's charm point, the higher the success rate and the longer it lasts. Introduction. The Japanese ninja's transformation technique used to require a special bloodline to be able to use it, and later it could change to a normal person. Usually, you can also use Unsolhan and Mak Ung Sang. After taking Jungwon as an antidote, these 2 people regained consciousness and the spring poison was finally removed. Mak Ung Sang comforted Jungwon. Junior brother Jung was in trouble. I slapped you. Jungwon's whole body was withered as if he had gone through a great disaster and said that he thought he was dead. He didn't expect that I would do such an outrageous thing, but junior brother Jung still agreed to solve it for me. Except for me, I also agreed to be the antidote. Do you think that's right? Jungwon immediately stood up and replied, stop it. If you want to thank, you should thank Unsolhan. Mak Ung sang like I was a child who made a mistake with my head bowed low and my body curled up a bit. Junior sister it was because you were jealous of me that I was suddenly confused because Gong was bewitched and tried to harm you. Now you know that you were stupid. No matter how much I apologize to my sister, no matter how much you want to punish me, I will be willing. Unsolhan closes one eye and opens the other to let it go. Sister Mak. From a young age, I have considered you as my own ya. Then as long as you can change, I'm willing. Mak Ung Sang took this opportunity to tell Jungwon as punishment. Ask junior brother Jung to trample on me day and night. Junior brother Jung, please don't do it because I'm a woman. If you're weak and gentle with me, I'm sure you'll be covered in blood. Unsolhan's face turned red like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and shouted, quickly separate the 2 of us so I can come here. Isn't this a punishment? Mak Ung Sang was about to change the subject now. Now is not the time to joke around with Gong because in order to take revenge, you guys are preparing Tang the Dan. If you don't stop it in time, it will definitely cause great disaster. Jungwon was full of doubts and asked Tang the Dan's name. What a cruel name it is. What exactly is it? Tang the Dan is a banned drug from Uneun Jong that can quickly increase the user's cultivation level but causes them to lose their minds, so they are banned from making it. Jungwon immediately I realized it turned out to be like that. Sister right now, your strength has been exhausted, so the 2 of you stay here and wait. I'll go find Goga and my son to settle the matter. Unsolhan immediately stopped and waited. I'm carrying this sword, Unga's treasure called Anger Snow. It contains flame energy that normal people cannot use and can even be injured by it. Only people who practice Luke Duong Dung blood kung fu to high levels. Only then can it be used. Jungwon took out his sword and praised that it was indeed a good sword. Many thanks, sister. The system panel displayed the effectiveness of a snow-level divine weapon for attacking at once with killing effects. Fire Element 2 Fire Element skill effectiveness increased by 30%. 3 need to be unlocked. If I remember correctly, this part of the snow is very young and cannot be used by girls, so it has always been passed down. I'll give it to my son-in-law unless the senior sister has already decided with junior brother Jung. Unsolhan still stubbornly said that it's not possible. I'll just temporarily let him borrow this thing for a while but have to return it later. Jungwon, as if feeling something, shout loudly, be careful, the evil spirit is too strong. The whole room suddenly collapsed. There was a figure in the light that slowly appeared in the dust and smoke. Then there it was as a layer of protection created by Jungwon to protect everyone. He looked up at the sky and angrily shouted, it was you. Then it was Gogen's boy's heart. He was busy saying, yes, it was me, Jung-won Unsolhan. I came to find you guys are debt collectors here. Seeing Gogen, Unsolhan was surprised and asked, it can't be obvious that you have had your arm cut off. It's not like you've lost everything, right? Gogen appeared to silently say that my father used his life, made a medicine, trained to increase the spirit of peace, regenerated my disabled arm, restored my strength. Jung-won, I will make you pay your debt with blood. Jung-won then smiled faintly and hummed, evil people will repay you and your father. This heinous crime is worth dying for. Now I will reunite you and your father. After saying that, Jung-won immediately took the sword and slashed at Gogen. Look at me. Gogen's body was like iron and this sword was easily caught by him with his hand. He proudly shouted, yes, my current strength has surpassed your imagination. Normal swords are simply impossible. Can you really hurt me? But the sword I received is called Anger Snow and has the power of fire, so if you touch it like that it's really okay? Boom. The passive ability of the snow part was activated. The fire bursting out from the snow part made Gogen surprised. He stepped back with his smoking arm and said that but it was the snow part, damn it. Causing my arm to be injured. Jung-won then satirized him, what a pity, it wasn't easy to restore an intact arm but it was about to become grilled pork hocks. Gogen, seeing Jung-won's complacency, he laughed and raised his arm to say, just kidding. My body can't die now. It's basically impossible to hurt me. Suddenly a voice rang out. Flying swords. Several flying swords flew and directly pierced Gogen. It turned out to be Mok Eung-sang, who brought a group of disciples to help junior brother Jung. We came to help you. Gogen glanced at the crowd. I looked down on you and you intend to help him, but no matter how much trash there is, it's still just trash. Jung-won saw that someone was coming to help him, so he quickly advised all the sisters and brothers. It's not like his opponent should leave here quickly. Mok Eung-sang, leading everyone, immediately refused, thinking it would give me a chance to atone for my sins. The girls then formed a seal to form an array. Gogen saw that it was a sword formation and was a little scared of you guys, but you have already learned this move? Thousands of swords surrounded Gogen, forming a sword formation. With a loud sound the sword formation activated the sword formations. The flying swords simultaneously stabbed at Gogen. Countless flying swords pierced Gogen's body, all 5 internal organs, blood splattered everywhere. Seeing that, the group became happy and said to themselves, that's great. Then our sword was successful. And before the girls could finish being happy, Gogen opened his mouth and laughed ha ha ha. Then he stopped his villainous face and looked at my immortal body. Even stronger than I thought. Now I'm extremely sure that no matter what move you use, it won't be able to hurt me. He shouted and gave it back to you. Then countless flying swords with Gogen as the center shot towards everyone. Mok Eung-sang immediately shouted worriedly to his sister. Suddenly an arm grabbed her throat and flew up. Gogen just squeezed her neck, flew up angrily and said, Mok Eung-sang, you're on his side again, now I give you the last chance. If you tame me now so I can take the position of sect leader, I can also make you an elder. Mok Eung-sang said with a sad face, Jung junior brother and you are worlds apart. Only after I got to know him did I understand the truth of life, whether being a concubine or a slave next to him is better than being a servant. Your subordinates are 100 times better than Maekeungsang's dialogue. Admin now knows that Jung-won is not only a good sewer cleaner but also knows how to clear the brain. Gogen's right hand immediately began to exert force without hearing. If you follow me now, I will kill you so that you and that guy can be friends in the royal stream. In an emergency, Jung-won immediately flew up and cut off Gogen's arm and shouted for Solhan to help him. Unsolhan immediately flew up. Catch me, I can catch Sister Mok, so be careful yourself. Gogen regrew his cut arm and said, okay, I'll stand in front of these women and insult you to let them know who is the real one. The real strongman. System notification immediately shows the main quest to defeat Gogen, quest reward 2. Accumulated points. Jung-won stood below and smiled softly. It seems you still don't understand. They like me not because I'm more powerful than you, but just because. No Yaw is more attractive than you. After Jung-won finished speaking, he slashed at Gogen. Gogen ate Jung-won's sword and blood flew out. A paragraph. Gogen not only did not feel pain but also laughed at me saying you are stupid. Why did I already say that my body can constantly regenerate and recover no matter how many swords I cut? I will not be harmed at all. Jung-won seriously said, you must be like that. Gogen looked at the wound in surprise and said, the wound is not recovering but is still spreading. How can this be possible? I understand through the sword ring. I will bring the inflammatory energy of the snow part in my 6 lines of snow magic into your body so that I can see if your physical body recovers faster or if my fire burns faster. Jung-won he continuously used the Yun Lai sword technique to slash Gogen's body. The upper layer of the sword technique Dong Van Mat Bo. Through many sword moves, Gogen's body continuously bled in all directions. Because his body did not recover faster. The amount of damage Jung-won caused, Gogen's whole body was burned. Then he fell from the sky looking like a shooting star. Jung-won also held a sword and landed on the ground. When Gogen's body fell to the ground, it turned into a huge fire. Jung-won silently said that the evil person who is evil in repaying you is considered the right person to be the right person. Unsolhan quickly ran to ask his junior brother if he was okay. Jung-won immediately attacked him. So rest assured, don't worry, it's been taken care of. Suddenly Unsolhan seemed to see something terrible and shouted loudly, Jung-won, be careful behind. The fire behind Jung-won suddenly flashed a figure. Then there it was, it's Gogen, he has merged with the fire. It's truly surprising that the fire that always burns me and my body that is constantly reborn can merge into this immortal gas that I can use. Jung-won immediately rushed forward in disbelief and shouted loudly, stop pretending to be a god and give me a ghost. Gogen immediately threw a palm at Jung-won. The palm's force turned into a giant hand and hit Jung-won's body, creating a violent sound. Around. Jung-won was sent flying far away, continuously hitting the ground. Unsolhan and Mak-eung Sang immediately received him. Jung-won, how are you? Mak-eung Sang. Lament this guy for turning into a monster. Nothing more, nothing less. Seeing this scene, Gogen immediately became angry. Junior sister why did you protect him? Can't you see that he's just a bereaved family dog? Jung-won immediately stood up and said it seemed like I had found a way to defeat him. Jung-won made a seal to perform the mental illusion magic skill. Gogen saw that Jung-won was still resisting and scolded, you for being stupid. Your move cannot make my body immortal. Before he finished speaking, what caught his eye was the sight of his crush in another guy's bed. Junior brother Jung said hello. And behind him was the spare tire that the guy he hated also slurped us, and junior sister. His already junior brother Jung's person. Gogen was so angry that his head was on fire and cursed, you bastard, junior sister is mine, don't let you touch her. The dream continues. This guy is, who is he? He's always been clinging to me, he's just a nauseous dog. Gogen couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, shut up, shut up. Honey, don't care about Gawa, there we go. Hey Gogen, you have to open your eyes wide and look, no matter what. Seeing with your own eyes the girl you have loved for so long is right in front of you and others enjoying this opportunity. Is that possible? Gogen went crazy when he heard that. No, I didn't want it, so I didn't want to look. That's right, if you don't look, as long as you no longer have eyes, you won't be able to see anymore. The system announces that completing the task of defeating Gogen will receive a reward of 2,000 accumulated points. Gogen is below automatically. Ask why. Clearly I don't have eyes anymore, but I can still see, but I don't want to look, but. Jung-won went to explain his doubts how pitiful this type of magic is. Direct appeared in my mind, not to mention gouging out my own eyes. Even if all 5 senses disappeared, I would still feel it clearly. Unsolhan was a little surprised and asked Gogen what happened. Why did he suddenly went crazy, and his body can't regenerate and heal itself, but his eyes can't recover. Jung-won immediately explained to her that he was afraid that his heart refused to recover. He already has 2 eyes because I used a genjutsu on him. He's afraid that as soon as he opens his eyes, he'll see something that will make him extremely desperate. Unsolhan was curious, what is it that's so powerful? Jung-won was about to cover it up but was exposed by Gogen. Junior sister why would you lick such a dirty place and then stick it in? You kill me. Jung-won immediately wanted to defend Minho. Wait, listen to my explanation. 3 days later in the prison, Gogen's cry echoed everywhere, don't. I don't want to look, I don't want to look. Jongju immediately felt, I can't believe that this father and son duo could actually do such a terrible and immoral thing while I was secluded to practice. Gogin, spend the rest of your life here. And then turn around. Sang told Jung-won that your current strength is extremely strong and you have also achieved great achievements. I intend to pass on the position of sect leader to you in the future, hoping that you can take good care of Eun-jong and my daughter. Are you willing? Sol-han's face turned red. You don't need him to take care of you. Jung-won politely refused and thanked the sect leader for his wishes, but I still have a duty to do. I'm afraid that tomorrow I will have to leave this sect leader position, so it's better for senior sister Un to take over because her hair is long, so she should go to the store to buy a new hairstyle. Hearing that, Sol-han was surprised and I had to leave. Go. Jung-won turned around and replied, yes, I still have something to do. I'm sorry sister Un, I hope you understand. Sol-han still tried to act like he was fine, saying, oh my god, of course I can understand, I've given it to you. You can go ahead and do your own thing. You don't have to worry about this place. If that's the case, please allow me to go back to my room to pack my luggage first and then come and say goodbye to the sect leaders and stop me. Wait, Jung-won. You are a disciple of my sect, now you have work to do. I am the sect leader, I won't hold you back anymore. I hope you can succeed. Just me, the wife who was rejected, felt very uncomfortable. I had to beat you up before I could let you go. Jung-won immediately groaned, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. That night, right in Jung-won's room, Sol-han stood there hesitantly. Should he go in and say goodbye to him? At that moment, noise was heard in the room. Junior brother Jung, use a little more force. Senior sister Mok, don't be too tight. Why not? I use my hand to spread it out and take a look. Yes, I'll persevere a little longer. I'll try using more force to see if it's really big. Sol-han's face turned pink and he thought to himself, this is indeed. She pushed the door and came in. You two, please stop. The two of you, Jung-won and Mok Eung-sang, immediately fell silent and stopped. After a while of explaining, Mok Eung-sang smiled slightly, not expecting that junior sister Un would actually think even about that. You're so cute. Sol-han, it's normal for you to sulk when you say those words and I misunderstand it. Okay, sister Mok, I'll leave tomorrow. Here, I'll give you a glass first. Mok Eung said with a seductive look on his face. Jung, after drinking this cup of wine, do you feel like your whole body is hot and your heart is as hot as fire? Jung-won dumbly replied, it's strange that you suddenly said that, I really feel a bit. Actually, Gong's alchemy room is already under my control, and today I was there and discovered that there was still some left over. If it's not harmful to your body, then put it all in junior brother Jung's wine. 1 moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Junior sister Jung-won has to leave tomorrow, let us embrace it today. Mok Eung-sang. Sol-han continued to say that there's still important work that hasn't been done yet. Is it okay if I can't rest? Junior sister, just let his body remember, sooner or later, one day he will return, this is it. Sol-han shyly said to junior brother Jung, please don't forget me. After a while of fighting, the system displayed a notification that the experience points of the 10,000 phenomena indeterminately had increased. Unlocked. Character card Sol-han 5-star reward with all sword damage increased by 30%. Unlocked character card Mok Eung-sang 4-star reward with 4-star level ice palm attack effect. When attacking, the opponent's attack is accompanied by ice damage that can cause the opponent to fall into a frozen state. Sister Un, there is no need to be too sad. As long as there is fate, one day we can meet again. In the space system, Jung-won and Jung-ryong immediately saw this scene. Why did he end up regretting it? Don't miss this kind of thing. Or maybe it's because of guilt in my heart. Separation after successful attack. It might happen a lot in the future. Jung-won lied to me. What kind of joke are you talking about? I am a law enforcement machine without emotions. The god of power in his heart has no woman. Of all worlds, Jung-ryong immediately turned to other things. Copy this time. Surely you will get a lot of accumulated points. How? Want to experience other features of the system? Jung-won was a bit unexpected. In addition to getting accumulated points to exchange for props, does the system have other features? That's right, it's called a homegrown system. Simply put, it's using accumulated points. Transforming space into the god of construction. Changed into a special dig place. Owned personal. In the outside world. This is not a trick of Cretan Golden. I want you to work hard to earn points. Wasteful use of something that has no use at all. To slow our progress. I tell you there's no way to trick me. Zheng Riong hastily rebutted. It's not a useless thing. The forge can make weapons. The alchemy furnace can produce medicinal pills. Fruits and fairy grass can be grown. It's extremely effective. Besides, don't you feel that this main god space is empty? Not even a little bit interesting. Zheng Wan opened the system to take a look. I see it's obvious that you find this place boring. I want you to use your accumulated points. Improve the environment here. He looked at the price list with surprise. The price is indeed very cheap. Although you need to rely on muscle. It takes some time. Can benefit from a homegrown system. Worry about alchemy level 1. 100 smithy points level 1. 100 points of level 1 fairy field. 100 level 1 hot springs. 100 points. But what if was her request? So we can't disagree with. The notification system. Forge level 1 effect. Weapons can be periodically produced. Quality of equipment will be the same as the level of the blacksmiths. Level 1 alchemy furnaces effect. Can periodically create medicinal pills. The quality corresponds to the grade of the furnace. Zheng Wan proudly exclaimed how she felt. Has it completely changed? Zheng Riong happily kissed him. Really good. At this rate I won't be bored anymore. Zheng Wan's shameless face. Today I feel embarrassed again. But the forge. Alchemy furnace again. There is no one working in the fairy fields. Is it automatic production? We have already prepared human resources and come out here. She then snapped her fingers. And a group of seemingly cute creatures appeared. These characters can work voluntarily. Can be considered a bonus item of the system. Them. Will complete all work in the main god space. Oh yes, when will the next dungeon's mission open? Based on the rules. Then the system will not force open the mission. You can start by yourself at any time. Zheng Wan's face was full of mischief. Then it is not. We can live in this main god space. Slowly practice and earn resources. Wait until the world is invincible before leaving. Next copy. Zheng Riong is like nothing, my dear. Oh, you think it's the northern fault. But it's in the main god space. Time in other world planes. Will still pass normally. What if something happened to the subjects who needed that force? For example, dead and missing. Or married. Then you can't do it. Zheng Wan asked curiously. Why can't people be effective after getting married? Are you underestimating my abilities? As long as you have perseverance, you are not afraid of anything you cannot achieve. The target is married and cannot be married. This system follows the direction of faithful love. Pure even the word. Nature of the game. Or is it ethically not allowed? So Zheng Wan can't play back and accepts his fate. I'm just kidding. Rest here for a few days. Then we start working on the next copy. That's okay. He took out the 3 cards he received and thought about them. In this beautiful place. If they could be here, it would be great. Seeing the word used Zheng Wan on the back is a bit curious. How do you use these character cards? Let's try it first. Then Zheng Wan immediately pressed. And the light from the card appeared. This is the 3 of Unsolhan. Peng Riong Chung. Mak Ung Sang immediately appeared in the main god's space. Peng Riong Chung asked Zheng a little surprised. Zheng Wan, what is this? Unsolhan's behavior is completely different from Zheng Wan. Please explain quickly. What is this? Also, why is there a naked woman here? About this. Mak Ung Sang said with a smile. Things seemed to change completely interestingly. A while later. Please enjoy tea. The other 3 girls each looked at Zheng Wan. As if wanting an explanation. Of what happened. Why her? Can you appear again in this main god space? I forgot to tell you. If using character cards. Synonymous with recall. Those characters appeared next to. Zheng Wan angrily blamed this. You should have told me sooner. I thought that Booker. Unsolhan would break this silence. Hey junior brother Zheng. Don't you want to explain a little? Now what's going on? I'm sorry. It's come to this. Then I won't keep hiding it anymore. Actually, my true identity is an immortal. God damn it, I'm starting to talk nonsense again. Only it's my fault. Offending the emperor was demoted to mortal status. I need to go through hundreds of times to steal beauty. This is why you flirt everywhere. You're lecherous fairy. I'm going to die first, let go of my hand. Jung Ryong looked at Jung Won with disdain. Think this name. Yet the face may not be red. My heart doesn't beat fast, but I make up such nonsense reasons. This is really bad. Jung Won immediately introduced everything around. In the amazement of Jung Ryong of all worlds. What about this place? This is the fairyland that I created using my fairy power. This witch is actually my servant. Also knows a little magic. For example, turning big and turning small. Extremely convenient. Just now. I just spent a bunch of points to renovate this place because of you. It's not too much to need your cooperation now. Jung Ryong can't help but laugh. I believe this words of junior brother Jung. If not a fairy, how can he be so handsome? Besides, he has many great skills. More. If that is so, we can continue with junior brother Jung. Go through life together without being shy. Two people Unsolhan and Peng Ryong Chung. Because the facial skin is too thin. Hearing that made me feel embarrassed. This is a psychic ring. Can help you enter your world. Into this fairyland. So then, you guys can always come visit Jung Won. Unsolhan sulkily turned around. Who wants to visit him? I am now the head of Un Jong. Usually I'm very busy. So let's try using this. Can you go directly to junior brother Jung's room? To hear Mok Sang say that. Unsolhan sulked. Although Monk Ya Ya is too thick-skinned, he left. Who turns out to be a senior sister who also noticed this. Isn't it very busy? That night? At the hot spring in Jungwon's space. Peng Ryong Chung is lost next to Jungwon water. How many secrets do you have on you? Jungwon's appearance startled her. I found you Peng Ya Ya. She stammered and said you don't go out with those two beauties. Why do you come to me? I originally thought that. From that day on, we will be separated from Peng Ya Ya forever. I didn't expect that one day we would meet again. Where did you go when you left Baekwa-ru? What have you been through? After leaving Baekwa-ru? I want to become a musician. So I went everywhere. I didn't expect to meet a noble person. Who is not only proficient in musical instruments. Besides, the cultivation level is also extremely high. Taught me the path to becoming a musician. Sister, yet there was such a magical meeting. So what kind of musical instrument does Sister Fong practice? Or zither? Peng Ryong Chung held out a flute. Master of the Jade Flute taught me the soul-catching magic song. Can bring true energy into music. Disrupt the human mind. Thanks to the love of my master. On the contrary, I learned a little. Jung Won pointed at himself. It seems extremely beneficial. Then try it out with local. Don't joke anymore. This ghostly song captures the soul. Will drive others crazy. If it's more serious, it can even go crazy. How can you use it casually? Jungwon's face was full of confidence. Don't worry, you just practiced not long ago. Can completely mess up your mind. Peng Ryong Chung glanced at him sullenly. Yet you dare to look down on me. Then I will show you my bravery. After finishing speaking, she began to play the soul-catching magic song. When Jungwon heard the sound of the flute, it suddenly became quieter. After a while she stopped playing until here it is. I didn't expect that you would not be affected. Looks like my cultivation is really not enough. Suddenly Jung-won pressed her down. Oh, what are you doing? I was caught by Pungjaj's flute sound. Disturbed the mind. So the arrogance broke out. Can't control myself anymore. Had to do bad things with Peng Ya Ya. Peng Ryong Chung was immediately embarrassed. You're basically fooling people but you're still sane. Peng Ya Ya, please play my flute more. She could only answer shyly. You sweet-mouthed bastard. Knows that Jung-won is being deceitful. But she is still a volunteer. Notification system. Experience points of all phenomena without boundaries. Decided to be promoted. 2 days later at Lindeen. The creatures of Jung Ryong of all worlds gave it to them. Watering young plants. Jung-won is chatting with the eternal Jung Ryong. Okay, are you ready yet? We'll now depart for the next plane. Jung-won immediately suggested that he already knew. Only thing is, can you let me travel through time normally this time? I don't want to fall into the bathroom anymore. Then he was considered a pervert. Jung Ryong's face showed prestige. His original identity and drop point. It's all random. Even we cannot control this point. You immediately followed your fate and started traveling through space. Oh wait, maybe you want to play with me again. Please join me in logging into the server. Just with Jung Won. Willana's world is filled with slave auctions. Haha. Jung Won started to overcome levels with nightmare level difficulty. Jung Won gradually woke up. This is. He was startled as soon as he woke up, feeling 4 pairs of eyes watching him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and he turned to someone. Those were 4 sweet Suan girls. A blonde girl came up to ask if he was okay. But doesn't need to know where I am or what the situation is like. Jung Won just touched the animal's ears first. This is an animal ear made so it looks so real. So soft and yet warm. Suan quickly covered her ears. Please don't pinch my ear, that place is very sensitive. Jung Won gasped in surprise and waited. Is that ear real? So are you all not human? Replied the girl with the milk cow-like breasts. There's nothing strange about this. Originally, we were all demi-humans. Being forced here to be a slave. You sleep like a fool, huh? You are still a majok, 1 level lower than the demi-human race. Please come to the new server introduction. Willana mainland is an extremely prosperous country. From ancient times until now, many ethnic groups have gathered together. The demi-human race and majok live together here. Other clans together promoted the development of this country. Until 500 years ago, humans and majok suddenly went to war with each other. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Finally humans, under the guidance of Seong Guang Church, but won. Then the Seong Guang Church immediately declared human rule. Shen Guang human. From then on, he became the ruler of this mainland region. That all other races are inferior. But majok is the enemy of humanity. Immediately became the lowest existence. Humanity. Do not allow them to have any power. Even time gradually passes. Majok has completely become a commodity. As well as humanity's toys. So I am majok. Just been brought here to be a slave? But you guys are not majok, why were you arrested? The blonde demi-human explained. Humanity has dominated the continent for so long. Has long since become extremely overbearing. They want to arrest us at will. Just find a random crime. Assign it and you're done. Like some people left me. Precisely because the reason for the crime is residents do not have legal residency status. The thing that humans use the most is being brought here. My name is Ali. Originally belonged to the Fox clan. There are ears deep in the mountains far away. With a group of humans who have little to do with each other. But our village was still invaded by soldiers. Many people were taken away. On the right is the Hiwi of the semi-long people. In the middle is Japo, a horned tribe. Finally, Soyian is a mixed race. Their plight is similar to ours. Let me explain to you. The history of the future race is Smile. Jung Won with a face full of doubt and wonder. Humanity locks you girls up. On the contrary, I can understand their purpose. But I'm a boy, so what use can it be? Because you're one of Majok's evil clan. Humanity knows you're deceitful people. Whether male or female, they are all skilled in magic. Especially people are gossiping about it. You're handsome men, even more attractive to others than the female demon race. So the male demon race in the auction market is not cheap. Moreover, it is often bought by rich noblemen. To be a sex slave. Thinking about that scenario, Jung Won happily touched his chin. But, if possible, some beautiful rich lady will buy it from Ya Ya. The feeling is not bad. He immediately broke his beautiful dream. Don't be so naive. The buyers are all perverts with strange tastes. If slaves are bought, few people have good results. And can even be bought by men. If Jung Won was bought by a man, this would be like this. Don't come over here. Jung Won's face turned ashen ash when he thought about it. That's still pretty terrible. This kind of human trafficking story. Is it not illegal? This pervert. Why can you still be so arrogant and arrogant? I already told you. Law in real life is just a formality. After all, laws are created by humanity. Slave trading is not illegal. Even, has long since become a type of business. Jung Won became a little gloomy. I understand, you can rest assured. Then immediately used his charming face to calm down. Iron. I will take you girls out of this evil place together. Successful enchantment will receive 90 accumulated points. These 4 girls all have pink faces. Do you really have a way to get us out of here? He-wee, what are you doing? He-wee is grinding his teeth. Isn't he trying to escape from prison? I'm ready to fight. Jung-won calmly explained. You are not familiar with the environment here. Arbitrarily escaping from prison is very dangerous. But I thought of a way. You can avoid getting hurt. The auction room is full right now. Some customers are chatting below. Heard. Last time he bought a daughter from the rabbit clan. What does it feel like to have ears? Quite fresh. But unfortunately I don't understand how to play. So I threw it away for the dog to eat. I heard there are a lot of good products today. The host continued to introduce the distinguished guests. Next is item number 7. Cat with ears, 18 years old, 1 meter 6 tall, weighs 47 kilograms. There were no injuries or illnesses on his body. And the audience immediately boiled over 300,000, 350,000. 600,000. I offer 900,000. I'm really sorry, everyone. I still want to add a few more items to my cat collection. The auctioneer started closing orders for this customer number 599. 900,000 the first time, 900,000 the second time. 900,000 for the third time. Successfully the little cat obeyed. Today will be your pet. The guest quickly pulled the female Suan away. We can't wait anymore. Follow me quickly. I will love you very well or else. She turned animalistic and bit that guy. Don't you dare. Then run away. I don't want to turn into a pet. I want to go home. The host glanced contemptuously at stupid Gawa. Then he pressed the button under the table. Suan's necklace blinked continuously. Faster and faster. Boom. The bracelet exploded and the girl's life was lost. And the customer was still blowing dirty smoke. As a slave, he dared to harm humanity. Seeing that scene, Jung-won was immediately bewildered. Why do I have to kill her directly? There was clearly another way to keep her, but Ali's face appeared somewhat sad again. Slavery harms humanity. Like a dog biting a person. Must die. This is also the rule in this slave market. Jung-won also couldn't hold back his anger. Even though I keep telling myself, this is just a game. Cannot be considered real. But of course there is still no way. Completely ignored. Couldn't pay attention. These people are truly the real animals. Even if it's for a comfortable gaming mood, refreshing or whatever, will absolutely make them pay a very high price. The auction begins again. Noble ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sorry for the small unexpected incident just now. Hope everyone doesn't pay attention. Because the next item is here. This is the most special dish tonight. That is the Demon Clan and is the male Majok. There are extremely few quantities. Starting price 1,000,000. Jung-won immediately plays and uses the skill Sammy Ilso. Dear bosses and mistresses, can anyone bring me home? Notification immediately appeared. Successful enchantment receives 60 accumulated points. Successfully bewitched and received 60 accumulated points. The women sitting below were all bewitched. Is this the devil? Oh my god, my heart is pounding again. Men of the seductive race are certainly not ordinary. I really want to eat it all at once. Ya loves you, quickly fall into Jaj's arms. He continued, bosses and mistresses. I have a small request. That is if you want to buy it. I need to buy all 4 remaining slaves behind this curtain. The host shouted loudly. You are just a slave. What right do you have to make demands of others? You want to shut up. The host was so surprised. Jung-won looked at that guy with sharp eyes. Shut up you idiot. This place should be left to the owners to decide. If there is an owner in the yard who wants to buy it all. So what? Are you planning on ruining your master's mood? Jung-won cast more skills. Or mind, kidney, image and speech. Right? The owners. I'll make sure to leave with the slaves behind. Serve your master well. The women below are full of desire. Is this the male sexist? Just use one look. But it makes people so passionate. Just to have him. Even if the family goes bankrupt, I'm still willing. And then the auction room explodes. I bid him and the remaining slaves 7,000,000. I bid 7.2 million, but 8,000,000 belongs to me. I bid 8,500,000. No one should try to rob me of. A middle-aged man. Despise everyone. This bunch of people. But because of one item, there is such a mess. It's really embarrassing. I bid 150. 000. 000. We just discovered that today. Turns out what I like is actually men. We must have him. Ha ha, I thought this guy was like that. Suddenly number 69 was priced at 500. 000. 000. That's a girl with amazing legs. Sorry, I don't like the shopping aspect. But don't waste time. The crazy crowd immediately stopped this price. Where does she come from? But do you have that much money? He really deserves this price. I'm just sorry I don't have enough money. Really unwilling. The host was so happy. Miss Carr really offered a very generous price. If so, then this male majak and the remaining 4 slaves. It all belongs to the young lady. Jung Won was also startled. 500. 000. 000. Is this race of mine worth this much money? Looks like this time in the game, her luck wasn't bad. When she saw that she had bought Jung Won, she was immediately satisfied. Finally found a suitable candidate. That night in a manner. Next, please take a shower and change clothes. Clothes are in the closet. You can choose at your discretion. The owner will be here in a bit. Jung Won walks close to the maid. Don't worry. I will definitely serve my master as comfortably as possible. But I can ask the maid to help me. Reveal to me, what kind of person is Miss Carr? Notification system. Successful enchantment receives 120 accumulated points. She was so shy that she didn't dare face Jung Won. I cannot reveal it. In short, the owner is extremely powerful. You try yourself. Jung Won still had that confident expression and affirmed yes. Just look and see. Just be a woman. I can be completely fascinated. So next I change my clothes. When I open the closet, Jung Won is even more surprised. This Carr girl really knows how to play, so I can't help it. This 500. 000. 000. We can't let people waste their money. Today, just let her enjoy a relaxing spring night. Carr pushed the door and walked in. And this time there will be no white light. The outfit she wore was very suitable for admin. Jung Won, along with her charming demeanor standing there. She has finally arrived. Tonight I belong only to you. Why are you wearing this outfit? The system announces the full name Carr. 5-star status unknown. Jung Won said seductively. If you want to find stimulation, then we'll just try our best. She's gradually approaching Jung Won. You're so lecherous. But I really like it. Then he slowly pushed Jung Won down. So quickly he had already reached the main step. The night is still long. Let's talk about life and ideals first. After finishing speaking, Jung Won was immediately handcuffed. Turns out she also likes this type of game. It's okay, I will follow you until the end. Hope not. Because I am a weak flower, feel sorry for me. Carr immediately went to the main topic. Game time ends here. We should still talk about the main thing. Jung Won doesn't understand either. Aren't we doing something important right now? Carr immediately informed him. Do you really think that? I spent 500. 000. 000 to buy a toy. To satisfy yourself? Actually, you and I are the same. And we're both ghosts in Majak. She suddenly revealed her surprised identity as Jung Won at this time. Are you also a demon? I heard that there are very few men in the demon clan. Her purpose was to buy me back. Could it be that he wants to see me as a stallion? That scenario immediately appeared in his mind. That's the male deity. I can finally become a mother. I can't wait anymore. Carr teased Jung Won. The goal to be achieved tonight is 100 people first. When completing the task, you can't rest. Dream on, I'll keep it short. Actually, I am Ma Wang's subordinate. Sealed hundreds of years ago. Several years now. I was always trying to find a way to unseal Ma Wang. During the war that year, the Seong Guang Church of Humanity has an organization. Name is Seong Guang Chilhyun. It is the organization that ultimately they sealed Day in Ma Wang's heart into Jisheng Guang. From then on, Jisheng Guang still sealing Ma Wang's heart. No one can remove that seal. It's your duty is to release the seal on the fruit. Ma Wang's heart. Only then can we be revived. Day in Ma Wang. Jung Won sees the disagreement. Didn't you say Majak? If you touch Jisheng Guang, it will immediately disappear. If so, then I basically have no choice. Do you want me to make firecrackers? She continued to explain, or rest assured. We have found a way to remove the seal. But only you can do this. Seong Guang Chilhyun are the 7 people with the strongest strength in the Seong Guang Church. But among those 7 people, there is someone named Irena Ji Guang Seong. She is the heir to Jisheng Guang that year. As long as we can make Irena fall, metamorphosis, then the seal in Jisheng Guang will automatically break. Jisheng Guang through many generations are all saints and saints. Purity and innocence rule. If you can make Irena fall in love and fall in love, Majak's name is you. Make her willingly give herself to you. The seal on Mwang's heart will definitely be removed. Jung Won immediately refused. I'm sorry, I refused. What did you say? I didn't hear you wrong. Are you rejecting me? Jung Won looked serious. No matter what the reason, I won't go either. Hurt the heart of an innocent girl. So I won't agree to do this unless. Don't say unless. I don't remember. That gives you the right to discuss conditions with me. So if you do not obey the law, then I have to apologize to you. Jung Won immediately asked, what do you want to do? Can we negotiate anything? Or just don't negotiate? I thought that no matter how hard a young man is, when he meets a knife, he will immediately soften. Kaur immediately had another solution. Just cut off your magic power. Then transplant it into another person's body. You can immediately change the person on duty. Rest assured, my sword is very fast. You won't feel much pain. Say goodbye to your other half. Then the knife stabbed down. Jung Won shouted loudly in fear. Use the skill, Immortal Steel, to stab the knife. Jung Won's younger brother was broken in half. Shaolin 72 great techniques are here. Indestructible diamonds. Positive energy rising from Jung Won's younger brother. Terrify the witch. This is it. The giant yellow elephant in the legend? Jung Won breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, still so lucky. Before that, I was able to exchange the irreversible diamond book. If not, the system will be ruined. The diamond introduction system will not be complete. 4-star quality. After use, can make yourself strong. 100 battles, 100 victories. There is no introduction for now. Jung Won, while the exercises are still effective, immediately broke the handcuffs and came out. Kaur asked in surprise mixed with doubt. This is not the magic of the demon race. Who are you? Jung Won replied with a face very similar to Dior. I'm just a very stubborn demon race. Which brother doesn't know? You can look up Dior in the movie Zorro. Sorry, Miss Kaur. I want to lock up a man like me. Just relying on iron handcuffs is not enough. His mouth is the same, but his mind is different. This is also a 5-star character. I have to think of a way to force her to be able to. She calmed down as if she had Jung Won's brain. Even if you have mystical powers, surpass the usual ghosts, you can't resist me either. I can't waste this 500. 000. 000. If you want to run away, then I will not spare the 4 slaves. So is there anything else you need my help with? Just don't violate my rules. I can do anything. And her body immediately radiated charm. So let's experience it a little first. See. In the end, are you worth the 500 million I paid? Miss Kaur, rest assured. Tonight I will pay both capital and interest 500. 000. 000 to you. She posed provocatively. Heard that. Your body recovers very quickly. Besides, it seems like it doesn't exist for you. It's probably just a small matter. So here comes Miss Kaur. We'll judge your precious goods. But it can make me lose my mind for a while. The system message appears again. Experience points of all phenomena without boundaries. Decided to be promoted. Then came the foreplay hug and kiss. It makes Kaur a bit hesitant. But I look down on this evil race. Let's see how bossy you can be. There were a lot of loud noises in the room. Ali was cleaning outside and was curious what this noise was. He, Wei and Japo were immediately worried. Could it be that Jung Won is in there? When can we meet him? Lady Kaur is bullying him. I don't know. Like right now, we should still trust Jung Won. Absolutely nothing will happen. The next day is still the same manner. Jung Won opens the curtain to welcome the morning. Good morning, my master. Kaur wakes up with a hot body last night. It's really too intense. Looks like it's between clans. It's very rare that living together has a reason. That's true, but on the contrary, I didn't expect that it was. So it's your first time. What do you say with that charming face? In people's eyes. Like a woman with rich experience? Jung Won is full of confusion. It's very strange, but it's the first time and it's very mature. Very similar to being born very skilled. She lifted her nightgown and talked. The demon race is just such a creature. Originally, we wanted to keep our bodies clean. Then immediately offered himself to Dae Wong Majok. After he revived. But to revive him, we can only. Jung Won clearly expressed his attitude. I've definitely said it before. I won't help you. Went to carry out the plan to revive Ma Wong. Kair's belly immediately appeared. Demonic women can use virgin blood. Execute once. Magical virgin blood can only be used once in a lifetime. All it takes is this virgin blood bond to break. Then you and I will both die together. If you do not agree to my request, then I will immediately pull this link. And a link appears on Jungwon's chest, causing him to jump back in surprise. What haha. Jungwon thought he was eating delicious food. Who would have thought it would turn out to be a delicious dish? Hey, don't say you're mocking me. I do not believe. She will use magic related to her life. To threaten me. To revive Dae Wong Majok. I am willing to sacrifice everything. Including my life if you don't believe. Finished speaking, she pulled the chain slightly. A pain transmitted to Jung Won? It hurts so much, but it's real. Jung Won made a mistake with this move. Car after letting Jung Won taste some pain. Then comes the delicious part. As long as you obediently help me. Wait until the great Ma Wong clan revives. Not only will we dissolve the virgin blood bond. How about giving you another big reward? Do you want to think about it now? Jung Won reluctantly agreed. Hey. It's not that I'm not afraid of death. I just can't stand it. Gawa group of Seong Guang Church. I just keep acting tall and noble all day long. Just a Ms. Seong Guang GG. In less than a month, I will definitely be able to dump her. In short, it is still protecting lives. Just listen first, then think of another way. This is a good way to take notes. About Seong Guang GG Irina's journey. As for how to woo her, then we have to rely on your tricks. Jung Won also made a request. When I go on duty, still hoping for Miss Carr can take good care of my 4 friends. Also, if there is a chance, I still hope to be able to collide with her again. 3 days later in a dense forest, a scream echoed the baptismal decree. A human with a bull's head was thrown into the sky. Let's go see Irina in part 1 like this. The church's mission will be completed. Justice will surely prevail over the bull-headed people who will surely die. Her face shows determination and success. Dear Seong Guang, his devout followers, today I am also pursuing justice. And did not stop trying. Suddenly a scream rang out to save his life. Can someone help me? Irina turned in surprise towards the direction of the sound. A white-haired young man is surrounded by the Majok crowd. Don't come over here. Horengrin's group fiercely rushed to attack him. It turned out to be Jung Won. He was scared and shouted for help. Irina immediately jumped forward. Hero saves a handsome man, don't try to harm others. Look at me. Then she hit the ground with a finger. The loud explosion that rang out along with the shattering of the ground turned out to be a group of Harang Rin. Harang Rin and the others were immediately killed by her. Jung Won disguised himself as a Mandarin. He took the opportunity to get acquainted. Thank you for saving my life. My name is Jung Won. Is Shin Guang of the church in the nearby village. She also introduced herself as Irina. Is the holy knight of the Seong Guang church. He was born as a priest. Just go anywhere alone. These deserted mountains and forests are very dangerous. Jung Won looked reluctant. I know, but in the village there is a girl in the mountains. Captured by Horengrin's group. After leaving, the village could not invite volunteers. Accept the risk to save you. I can only come here alone to find out. Irina asked Jung Won. Is that girl your friend or lover? It's not like we're just from the same village. You're a priest. Almost no fighting power at all. Why? It's also because of someone who has nothing to do with me. But risking your life. Jung Won immediately showed a righteous expression. You and I are equally followers of Seong Guang. One of the followers of the Seong Guang church. is to protect justice. So even if it means sacrificing your life, I also have to protect. Righteousness protects justice. Irena was slightly shaken. I don't know why my heart suddenly started beating so fast. And then it was like meeting my soulmate. She took Jungwon's hand. Leave it to me. If you are also a supporter of justice, then let's go together and destroy the Harang Rin. Go save that girl. Thank you Ms. Day and Irena. I hope Seong Guang will protect her. Jungwon has completed the first step. As expected, this Gawa is still really a silly person. Extremely simple. One heart towards justice. Just try to show kindness. And its cause can continuously increase Irena's favorability. It doesn't seem like it's difficult to attack her. Irena will transform into justice, so don't wait any longer. Let's quickly find the Harang Rin group's lair. Let's save the poor victim. She used the evil detector skill. It made Jungwon curious. What is this? This is Seong Guang magic. Can detect all the monsters and majok nearby. Look, there's a black aura emitting over there. Horengrin's demonic lair is right there. Let's go deal with the dark monsters. What surprised Irena was, Jungwon also has a dark aura on his body. Mr. Divine Officer. On you. Why is Jungwon so confused at me? I'm not. In his mind, he scolded loudly. Why does she know this magic? Now that I'm majok, I'm sure I'll die this time. Irena's brain immediately knew. It must have been when he was attacked by the Bryn Mounds just now. Already infected with demonic energy on his body. What a simple lady. Hey, his lover will fill his head with horns. That's right, that's probably it. Fortunately, it seems that this woman is not very smart. So Jungwon has escaped alive. Jungwon asked curiously. But maybe she didn't suspect that. Possibility like I'm majok. Of course, why would majok believe in Seong Guang? I am now Seong Guang GG in Chilhyun Seong Guang. Absolutely will not forgive any majok. Who invites you back to 5 years ago? Search carefully. Don't let any majok survive. 6. Check every corner for me. If they discover any majok still alive, they must kill them all. In a corner of the room, 2 small Harang Rin are protecting each other. Don't come over here. And the person standing in front of them is Irena. Can you guess whether Irena killed them or spared them? A soldier is reporting to Day In and she's having a hard time. I will carefully examine this area. The house behind you doesn't need 6 checks. We just checked it. Not bad luck. Discovered 2 ma jokes hiding in there. Was killed by me. A while ago. A circle of light surrounds the other 2 majok children. This is Sungwang's curtain. Can temporarily hide your demonic energy. Just hide here first. Wait until this search is over and then run away again. Through these scenes, I see that Irena is not that stupid. Must meet Jungwon's main character aura. That's why IQ just dropped a little. So let's go back to reality. In a cave, 2 figures appeared. Entering a strange part of the cave. Why is it so hot? Jungwon started solving Harang Rin. Likes to live in hot and humid places. This is the fire ore in the cave. Will raise the surrounding temperature. Lady Irena is wearing armor. Of course it will be hot. That's it. If that's the case then, I'll take off my clothes. Jungwon blushed and shouted. Please, your innocence must have limits. After taking off her armor, she happily replied. Hi, I feel more comfortable like that. Damn, Irena is too innocent. Jungwon complimented a little embarrassedly. I didn't expect Miss Irena's figure to be so beautiful. And her face showed a satisfied smile. If you say it's beautiful, it would be more accurate to say healthy. Still very persistent in practicing. Jungwon's head started to bounce right away. It's time for me to take this opportunity to increase my goodwill. Sorry, activates the skill Sammy Ilso. As expected, she is Miss Irena. Her beautiful and healthy figure really makes me fascinated. Jungwon's response is that time is urgent. Let's not stop. Just keep going. Jungwon also gave up and said, you stupid girl. At least listen to what other people say. Haha. The first time admin saw Jungwon being ignored and suddenly launching the skill miss. Irena's foot stepped on a crack in the ground. Jungwon was startled and called out carefully. The ground broke open, forming a hole. She just had time to cry out, "Ah!" Irena silently scolded her. Didn't pay attention right away. That pink liquid stuck around. What is this sticky, disgusting thing? Jung Won above shouted in panic, hurry up. That's the slime. That will dissolve your body. As soon as she finished speaking, her clothes began to erode. Jung Won quickly acted, I'll hold your hand. I'll pull you up. Right away. Irena with her corroded clothes also went up. We can feel it. This slime is starting to eat away at my skin. She started using magic to purify Seong Guang. But if it can be purified, then where do we get it? The singing scene is so strange to watch. Why is my cleaning technique cannot make this fluid disappear? Jung Won said with a cold face. This slime is not unclean at all. Sungguang's magic won't do anything to it. If you want to make it disappear, you can only use one thing. Irena quickly asked what to use and he quickly said it. That is, saliva of the opposite sex. This young man is truly an opportunistic youth. Irena was embarrassed but still asked a bit innocently. Do you need to spit on people? Although it's a bit strange. But the current situation can't worry too much, just do it. Jungwon's face is not red and his heart is not beating fast. Not. Must use very fresh saliva. Also, I have to use my tongue to suck up all this fluid. Even a carefree person like her immediately hesitated. Isn't that so strange? We've only met once. Jung Won moved right away. He grabbed her leg. What do you want to do? Irena startled and said. Keep going like this. Irena Dane's skin will definitely be eroded. Rest assured after helping her neutralize the mucus. I will commit suicide. Absolutely will not let the body be pure. By Seong Guang GG. It's not dirty. Day and Irena, please lift your legs. She begged me in a daze. Please be a little gentler. Has never been touched until now. Jung Won smiled warmly. I will be extremely gentle. The system displays a notification. Point. Manmi Mugangyol's experience has been increased. Manmi Mugangyol has risen to level 5. Attributes with charm plus 150. Right now there are 180 skills to master. Spiritual Truth Wonderful Wholesale. Spiritual Truth Wonderful Wholesale effective. Your tongue will become extremely flexible. Hardly anyone can resist its charm. Introducing your tongue to extreme flexibility. Maybe even in the mouth knitting a sweater. The tongue you want is here. If you have this, you will die. 1 hour later and everything will be done. Her clothes were all eaten away. Take this temporary jacket. Irena took the jacket and thanked you, but what happened just now? Jung Won took the rock. I understand, Day and Irena, please rest assured. I said it can be done. Because of Day and Irena's innocence. I volunteered to commit suicide. Irena quickly stopped her and waited. Don't get excited. You are my life-saving benefactor. How could I let you die because of this? Jung Won saw that his miserable plan had come true. I immediately turned around. She said there was something else. He asked in doubt. No, it's nothing. Let's go save someone quickly. The other thing is to wait until after rescuing people and then talk about. Hoo, the cry from the end of the cave came from a poor girl, tied up Japanese style, lying on the ground. Please don't hurt me. Horengrin's group of people were full of lewd laughter and looked at her quite a bit. Suddenly a wig came down and cut them off. A mature hot woman appeared. You stupid greedy bunch. I told you to go capture humanity. The world is strong. What are you catching here? Even men and women can't tell the difference. One of them just pointed at this cage. Being strong and being obese are two different things. What the old lady needs is such excellent genes. Can give birth to strong descendants? The other guy pointed to the next cage. So what about this one? Even the type of this thing is wrong. Furthermore, how can my old lady endure this race? Goes to the next cage. This person is too old. Normal speaking. Then you no longer have the ability to reproduce. What that girl said was wrong. I feel like I can still make an effort for a while. Admin saw that this old man looked exactly like Mr. Kai. Goat blood is the same. The girl sadly refused, or I will refuse. At this time the screams of the younger brothers echoed in my ears. Where did you come from? Stop for me. She frowned angrily. Who could be so bold? Dared to rush into the old lady's territory. Jung Won and Irena slowly walked over. Yet it is a special mutation of the Harang Rin group. Yo Wong Harang Rin? No wonder the demonic energy is so strong. Jung Won followed behind and happily called out that he had found it. The villager who had gone missing was indeed here. When he saw Jung Won's body. Wait a minute, this is this woman's heart that has been slowed down by him. Do you want to do it? Jung Won in my imagination. Yo Wong Harang Rin will be like this, guys. Her eyes shine. His face turned red and he silently lamented. It's definitely a gift from God. Irena immediately opened a familiar card. That evil monster. Don't let the innocent people go immediately. Yo Wong Harang Rin happily agreed. The unreasonable statement made Irena freeze. Then Yo Wong gave a condition. But I want you to marry him in exchange with me. Jung Won bewilderedly pointed at me. Irena is a bit wary, what do you need him for? Yo Wong licked his lips. Of course we need to eat him up. Eat it all figuratively, guys. Irena still said innocently. Yet you want to eat my friend. Truly a liver as big as the sky. If so then, we can only use force to enforce justice. Jung Won seemed to accept sacrifice. Irena, please don't do anything to save these poor victims. I volunteered to be in exchange. Irena turned towards him admiringly. Yet he volunteered to sacrifice himself. To save others. As expected, he is a follower of Seong Guang. Messenger of righteousness. I am not negotiating with you. Either way, for sure. I also have to have this man. Yo Wong Harang Rin immediately snapped his fingers. Countless cracks appeared under Irena's feet. Then Irena fell into the hole again. She only had time to call Jung Won. After a while before Irena also fell to the bottom. She gradually got up, looking around, thinking this is an underground maze. These monsters are really very foxy. At that time. But here Yo Wong Harang Rin welcomes you. The king's palace. This posture of your sister is really eye-catching. Jung Won kneeled down curiously. Don't you want to eat me? This is not the same as the kitchen. She died in an hour. We have no habit of eating human flesh. So why did you capture so many villagers? She went to Jung Won. Because I want to find a male creature. Has an elite genetic code. Only then can we give birth to the Harang Rin warrior. The most outstanding male creature you speak of is probably me. It's not wrong, you can rest assured. I just need your genes. If you obediently cooperate, wait until it's done. I will let you and those villagers leave. Safely. Jung Won made a request. I can answer you, but you also have to meet my one request. No problem, but I said it first. Our Horengrin's methods may be a bit rough. You must endure it. Come here, I will untie you. Jung Won immediately responded with his own actions. No need, I can do it myself. He approached and said on the contrary, I want to see it. See how rough you are. Then Jung Won violently tore these pieces of blue cloth to pieces. Yo Wong Harang Rin sat satisfied on the bed. He picked up the wolf tooth to question you. Do you want? As soon as he touched it, Yo Wong groaned. Then Jung Won continued to pound the meat with a stick. The notification system. Point. Manmi Mugangyol's experience is promoted. After much pounding, Jung Won immediately rested. Do you remember? Yo Wong seemed to be alive again and took the opportunity to breathe. Then continued pounding. Irena was wandering around looking for a way out of the maze. Suddenly she raised her head. I thought I heard it faintly above. There is the voice of Yo Wong Go Bin. What happened in the end? Could it be that Jung Won has been eaten? Ha, your Jung Won is killing people. I basically won't be able to find a way out from now on. The demonic energy here is so strong. Even the diaper detector has no effect. That's right, if you can't find the exit then. There's a loud sound of a hole being punched in the maze wall. Irena immediately took the simple and made it complicated. So I opened my own way out. After a period of continuous defrosting. Then Jung Won immediately stopped. This is a secret between the two of us. It's best not to tell the other monsters. When you meet Irena later, you must do as I said. Did you know? Yo Wong Harang Rin lay there obediently responding. Listen to you all. The wall next door. Then a crack appeared like a centipede. Jung Won was surprised. I didn't expect that so quickly. There was a loud sound of the wall collapsing followed by smoke and dust. Irena walked out from there. Worriedly calling Jung Won. Where are you? I'm here to save you. But what caught her eyes was a different scene. Jung-won immediately pretended to be a fool. This is Seong Guang. Seong Guang will show you the way forward. Yo Wang Harang Rin also cooperated with him. Seong Guang Day and I understand. In the future, I will definitely change my behavior and start over again. Irena glanced at Jung-won. What exactly is this? I told her just now. Seong Guang teachings. She has now given up her evil heart. Want to follow the right Seong Guang. Day and Irena, please give her a chance to change. But the bad things she did before. Kidnapping villagers. Should we just ignore it? Yo Wang Harang Rin stood up to resolve the misunderstanding. Who misunderstood? We never harmed them. Furthermore, food and drinks are provided. Just now I ordered them all to be released. You should have returned to the village by now. If that's the case, then I'll reluctantly believe you for once. What if I find out you've done something bad? I will absolutely not forgive you. Jung-won stood up to end everything. Thank you for volunteering to believe in me. Day and Irena's time is running out. Please come with me to the village to rest a bit. Just breaking down the wall to escape was a bit tiring. If that's the case, then I'm bothering you. Yo Wang Harang Rin suddenly stopped him. Day and Jung-won. If there is a chance, please enlighten me again. I also have quite a few demon sisters. I also hope to receive your sympathy. Wait until I finish resting. We'll come to the girl's place again to discuss reason. Seong Guang. Irena stood to the side like a monk. I couldn't find my hair. After a while in Gai Mok village. Jung-won took Irena to visit the village. This is Gai Mok village, where I work as a priest. It was truly a rustic countryside. Appearing before her eyes was a group of chicks. She sat down and petted them so cutely. Seeing that, Jung-won hurriedly stopped her and waited. Remembering this is the first rule in Mok Gai village. Absolutely do not touch the chickens here. Otherwise, there is a possibility of some bad things happening. What will happen? Jung-won did not explain. Just leave a sentence and there's a chance you'll know. Here, even in the game world. Before, when I first played this game. Because I accidentally stepped on a chicken. But was chased and killed by the whole village. He thought back to that scene. Because does a chicken need to do that? A moment later, the villagers welcomed two people. Seong Guang Day-in. You're back. Seong Guang Day-in, you're not injured anywhere. Thank you Seong Guang Day-in for saving my daughter. This time you can save my people. Thanks to Day-in Irena of the Seong Guang Church. If you want to thank her, you have to thank her. Irena seems a bit confused. Nothing. Is Seong Guang GG. Protecting people is my responsibility. So when the children saw the stranger coming, they gathered around curiously. Sister is so beautiful. Could it be Sungawangdian's girlfriend? She hesitantly explained that. Actually, I am. Jung-won who came to relieve the siege. Don't bully Ya Irena. We're just friends. Irena feels a bit strangely disappointed. Why do I feel a bit disappointed? That night in the bedroom, Jung-won apologized that there was no inn in the village. Can only reluctantly let her sleep in the same room as me. Hope she doesn't notice. His background is Seong Guang GG. I'm new. Don't accept these small details. Besides, he lives in the village. Also highly respected by everyone. So I'll trust you not to do anything bad. That's good, then rest well and sleep well. Irena's mouth blushed slightly while her heart was in turmoil. This is my first time being in the same room with a man. What now? Dark moonlit night. In Jung-won's bedroom. He immediately prepared a plan in his mind. Looks like I've successfully won Irena's favor. Next, just follow the plan. A light red smoke from Jung-won. At this moment, the body flew up. So it turned out to be Car. I forgot to tell you. If you don't communicate with me regularly, then the virgin blood bond. It will make you extremely miserable. When Jung-won saw that it was Car, he panicked. Why did you appear here? Besides, don't disturb Irena who's right next to you. It's okay, I've already cast the demon to shelter my pure body. Not only can she not hear my voice, you can't see me either. She continued to lean closer to Jung-won. So no matter how loud you shout, it's okay. I'm really looking forward to it. Moment. Saint Day-in was tainted by our people. Irena heard something and woke up with an earthquake. I'm not sure, I'm just mentally unstable. I don't know if Jung-won is sleeping yet. I wanted to turn around and look at him, but Behind her was another world. Kaur is doing squats with Jung Won. The magic power in his body was surging really strong. Kaur was so high that he couldn't control himself. But saliva flowed profusely. Unfortunately, it fell on Irina's face. This is a special stinging feeling on the skin. It was Majak's saliva. She quickly woke up and reminded to be careful. Recently, Majak. Jung Won pretended to be confused. How is that possible? I'm the only one here. Oscars. This year I had to give Jung Won the pill, guys. Irina can't be wrong in explaining seriously. My body has undergone the baptism of Xin Guang. Extremely sensitive to Majak. Just now Majak certainly appeared in the room. Besides, he's probably hiding here right now. Jung Won wants to dispel her doubts. How could such a small room hide Majak? Lady Irina is sure she has. Irina saw his slightly red face and curiously asked him what was wrong. My face is too red or my body is uncomfortable. I'm fine. In his mind, he scolded Kaur endlessly. I wonder what this Gawa is doing inside. I almost got discovered. 10 minutes later, the room was turned upside down by Irina. Jung Won wanted to ease her suspicions. My lady Irina. I think this is probably just because she was scared. I have you here. How could any monster dare to come close? Nowhere is Majak's aura so strong. Must have hidden himself somewhere. Already in this room. I swear on my name Seong Guang Gg. Suddenly there was a movement under Jungwon's blanket. Irina immediately went over and flipped the blanket up. It turns out you're a good hider here. Jungwon panicked and shouted, waiting but he couldn't be picked up. Oh. Jungwon's body and the 20 centi long elephant hit her vision. Irina started fighting the fire here. It seems there really is no Majak. We should still go to sleep quickly. Kaur was regretful outside. This is the world of deceit. It really makes people fall in love. Wait after the mission ends. Directly capture her and monopolize them as her own and that's it. Irina's body is lying on the bed but her mind is with Jung Won. It turns out I looked down on him. And couldn't go against the teachings of the Seong Guang Church. Okay, can't be dark. Let's go to sleep, let's go to sleep. When she opened her eyes, she was very surprised. She immediately appeared in the church. This place is Sungguang's church. Jung Won turned and asked Irina. She successfully passed the test. Prepare well. To welcome Gyo Wang's baptism of Xin Guang. She was a bit surprised Gyo Wang day in. Xingguang's strength is too much. Irina believes in her for Seong Guang. Is this all? Must use Xingguang's power to fill her body. She suddenly woke up. I can't pretend anymore. Irina sighed seeing the familiar scene around her. Hey, it turned out to be just a dream. So strange, why did I dream like that? Seong Guang. Please forgive Irina's dream. Jung Won pushed the door open. Irina's breakfast is ready. I'll be there immediately. Why in the dream? Jung Won transformed into Gyo Wang day in again. Could this be a foreshadowing of some kind? Everyone has a part that doesn't need to be stolen. When she saw that scene, she felt a bit regretful. It is not only his righteousness that is loved by the people. Even children like him that much. If Jung Won can officially join. Seong Guang Church is so good. But in Jung Won's eyes it's different. Successful enchantment receives 10 accumulated points. This group of children is where he earns points. A knight rode into the village. The surrounding villagers immediately knelt down to welcome him. Paying respects to Knight Dae-in. I don't know why Knight Dae-in came here. He seemed to hate this place. Is one of Seong Guang Chilhyun. Seong Guang Ji Jiam Guk Riza. This poor, desolate place is truly extremely dirty. My armor has just been polished. His face frowned when I asked you. Recently there was a woman from the Seong Guang Church. Come through here? Her name is Irina. A chicken. I went over and gave him a piece of shit on his shoe. And he cursed, damn it. Yet you dared to dirty my shoes. This damn thing. Then he raised his foot and kicked down. The villagers were angry at you for daring to kill Agil. Did you know that Agil? How much joy does it bring us? Agil died so tragically, Agil. Did it have to be like that? It's just a chicken. How much money should I pay you? When the villagers heard that, they started to turn black. Even if it's the Seong Guang Church. Also don't hurt Agil. I'm sorry Agil is dead. Otherwise we won't forgive you. Agile is the lucky object of our Gai Mok village. Gook Riza looked at them with disdain. Who are they kidding? My name is Seong Guangji Jiam. How can you apologize to a chicken? What can you people from the wild mountains do? With one click, Gook Riza was immediately attacked. If you look down on others, we will avenge Agile. Don't look down on us villagers. The villagers threw it to Gook Riza. Almost stuck all over my body. Constantly retreating. Damn, I'm a knight of the Seong Guang Church. We cannot arbitrarily attack innocent people. If not, because he retreated too far, he would have fallen into a hole behind. So this is a very rotten cesspool. Why is there a cesspool in this place? He couldn't help but want to draw his sword. Yet, dared to throw dirty things at my Seong Guangji Jiam. I absolutely will not forgive you. Hey Gook Riza, why are you here? Irena stood there in surprise. Irena, so you're here. I'm very worried about her safety. So I intentionally came here to find you. Do you know that every day you leave I miss you so much? Irena looked at him with disgust. What are you doing in the cesspool? Irena, please listen to my explanation. It's because the villagers don't know that. What made me fall into such a difficult situation was because he killed Agile before he bullied others. Could it just be the Seong Guang Church? Can you oppress innocent people? Jung Won also explained to Irena. Agile is the lucky chicken of Gai Mok village. For many years, I have been extremely diligent, making Mok Gai village burst with vitality. Mr. Gook Riza. If not, give everyone a satisfactory explanation. Then they won't stop. Gook Riza was weak and had to give in. Sorry everyone. Please accept my apology. I will give everyone 100 gold coins as compensation. Slow no matter what. Everyone must maintain a good image in front of them. Irena was just an hour later at the bathroom. Finally washed it off. Irena. If the mission here is over, then we should leave here. Returning to Seong Guang Church, Jung Won said goodbye to Lady Irena. Nice to meet you. I believe it depends on your strength and righteousness. Then it will definitely bring about success. Then let's say goodbye here. Jung Won, please come with us. I want to invite you to join the Seong Guang Church. He pretended to refuse. How is that possible? I'm just a village official. What qualifications do you have to join the Seong Guang Church? In my head, I laughed out loud and got hooked. See your plans. At present, things were going very smoothly. Gook Riza stood aside and stopped Irena. Seong Guang Church is not a place that is arbitrary. Anyone can join anywhere, let alone a mandarin in the countryside. Coming from a lowly background, the villagers around here immediately protested. Jung Won is not a lowly official. He is the pride of our Mok Gai village. That's right, Day in Irena. Please let Jung Won join the Seong Guang Church. He is the most qualified person. Under Sungguang's light, everyone is equal. Just be able to pass the test. Sungguang's examination. Then anyone can join. Join the Seong Guang Church. I will be the one to guarantee Jung Won. Jung Won, just follow me. His honesty and justice should be used to bless more people. Jung Won nodded in response. I understand because of Lady Irena. I will absolutely do my best to pass the examination. A flower bloomed in Jung Won's head. The plan has been approved. Gook Riza reluctantly agreed to follow Irena. If that's the case, then please join us on the journey. But in his heart, he despised it. This type of country person. How can I pass the Seong Guang Church's exam? Just think of it as trying to make Irena happy. Irena here I see except the horse I ride. There's only one horse over there. If only we could go together. Just let Jung Won ride that horse. Irena immediately criticized him. I'm still riding the same horse as Jung Won. It's okay. He silently cursed in his heart. Today, he lost face like that in front of Irena. It's been very difficult for me to build a perfect image. Oh, Gook Riza rolled over and started foaming at the mouth. What's wrong with my horse? Jung Won was next to him and kicked him. Maybe it's because he smells so bad. Cause the horse to smell bad and die. How could that be possible? Irena immediately walked ahead of Gook Riza. Let's go one step ahead. See you again at Church Seong Guang. Jung Won smiled triumphantly. Then goodbye, Mr. Gook Riza. Gook Riza immediately made up her mind. This Gawa dares to look down on me and wait. Even if I have to bet on my Seong Guangji Jiam. Then I also have to stop you from joining the church. Irena and Jung Won are slowly walking down the street. Irena cares and reminds Jung Won. His first time riding a horse. If you're afraid, you can hold on a little tighter. And he will agree. I feel like this scene is a bit familiar to Irena. Let me test you and see how. Jung Won uses photography skill or mind. Itachi's genjutsu. Then put Irena into an illusion to act on Jung Won. What are you doing? She turned back embarrassedly. Does Irena still want to refuse? Impossible. If my pure body is tainted, Jung Won will give me a sedative. Okay, this is just a dream. Will not destroy your innocence. Irena still maintains her steadfast faith. I can't go against Sungwang's teachings. She suddenly woke up and shouted loudly. Jung Won acted like nothing happened. Asked Irena what was wrong with her. And she immediately replied that it was okay. Just now I accidentally overslept. Then had a nightmare. She was full of strange doubts about why she was so tired. Why did you fall asleep riding a horse and still dream like that? Seong Guang, please forgive poor Irena. For being able to sleep on a horse, you are truly amazing. But during the time you sleep, She began to introduce herself. This is the butler Sebastian after my parents passed away. It was he who always helped handle the family business. It can be said that our relationship is like that of relatives. The first time I met you was Jung Won. The old butler saw the young lady leading the house for the first time. Then cried with joy. Oh my God, old lady. Have you seen the two people in heaven? Finally, Daeso Agassi has a boyfriend. Irena explained immediately. It's not you, Jung Won is just my friend. He will temporarily stay here for a few days. Prepare for the church membership test. Seong Guang bothering to prepare a room for him. Of course it's no problem. That's right, Daeso Agassi. During the time she left here, we recruited 2 more Asian female servants. Let them come. Prepare clothes and take care of Mr. Jung Won. Jung Won admired life. As expected of a tycoon. Even the guests have their own maid. Hello, Miss Irena. Young Master Jung Won suddenly appeared again. I didn't expect the two of them to be acquaintances. Hello. Jung Won was surprised to think why Ali and Soyeon were. Why are the two of them here? Inviting young Master Jung Won. Come into the room with us first, okay? Ali immediately raised his hand to invite young Master Jung Won. This is your room. Jung Won glanced at the two girls. There's no one else here now. Stop pretending and say it. Why do you appear here? Two people answered honestly. Kaur Dae arranged us here. We want to help people complete tasks. So Yeon will also help. Jung Won immediately admired Kair's tricks. It's good to have you here with me. Maybe it helps a little. You guys just stay here. Jung Won keeps these two people happy. Thank you so much, so Yeon will definitely try. What do you see? This is a sumptuous single bathroom. The most noble thing admin has ever seen. Jung Won soaked in it and relaxed. From morning to night, you have to wear that strange official uniform. I'm so tired that I can finally take a bath. After a few hours, a figure walked to the bathtub. Ali and Soyeon walked in wearing towels. I have to come in here to bother you. Jung Won, he doesn't understand why you guys. Ali immediately changed both awards or. You not only saved us. So we can have a place to live. So we have to repay you a little. Absolutely don't refuse us. The two ladies attacked Jung Won in advance. First, let's help someone scoop the gas tank. Ali slowly approaches and puts his hands in front. Soyeon, then drowned in Jung Won's surprised eyes. Soyeon, what are you doing? Suddenly she rose from below. In Jung Won's scream, just leave it to me. Soyeon has the characteristics of smile. Absorbing the water in the tub has become maturely sexy. Jung Won asked Ali curiously. How did Soyeon become like that? Soyeon is a smile mother who only needs physical contact. Body properties will change. Now her body is fluid. No matter how you play, it doesn't matter. Really, how can you get inside? He immediately tried to touch her. Make her excited. Soyeon said when she was excited. Please do not arbitrarily put your hand inside. Otherwise, Soyeon will not be able to help but suck people in. Before Jung Won could react, he was sucked into. The system displayed a notification. Experience points of thousands of charms. Determined to be promoted. Jung Won inside is high. The feeling of the whole body being rubbed is really comfortable. It was like being massaged by the girls at the massage parlor. So Yeon immediately reached climax. Can leave the owner completely enveloped in the body. So Yeon feels very happy. It can be said that happiness exploded. And then water shot out from her body. The water flooded the dike. Jung Won was supported by a worried Ali behind him. So Yeon, are you okay? He felt strange looking into the bathtub. This is. So Yeon was split into four. Our master was not careful and got separated. Ali started explaining, no need to worry. The Smile Mother clan itself can be separated and regenerated. But even so, their sensory systems will also be linked together. Jungwon's smile is so lewd. Then we also want to try the notification system. Manmi Mugangyol's experience points are leveled up. Manmi Mugangyol's experience points have been upgraded. Please make me a glass of orange juice to make it cool. Let's go back to Irena now. Sebastian's orange juice is still as good as before. The old butler moved on to another topic, Daeso Agassi. If the old man guessed correctly. Now you're probably thinking about that young master Jung Won. I don't have. She blushed like a cat whose tail was stepped on and cried. The old butler looked at the picture of her family. Then give advice. If you like it, boldly pursue it. The lady used to say that before. The old man was also because of his wife's fierce attack. But also lost under her skirt. I still remember it now. The old man said he liked the innocent personality. The lady's enthusiasm. A look of affection always appeared on his face. So Daeso Agassi. By this point, Irena had already escaped. Thank you for your juice. I still have to leave here first. The old butler could only sigh. Old lady. Your little princess. I finally reached the age to love. After being tormented by Jung Won for a while. So Yeon was so tired that she fell asleep and lost consciousness. Dyed a different color by the owner. Jung Won lay proudly on Ali's legs. Luckily I'm a demon. If I change to someone else now, I'm afraid I've already become a dry person. So what else can I say? So Yeon has already been tired to death by you. She cooed and blamed. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations to the customer who unlocked Ali's character card. 4-star force level. The price to bring can transform into a demon fox. Congratulations to the donor for unlocking the character card Soyeon. 4-star force level. The price to carry to be able to transform into the Smile Tribe. Ali was thinking in his head. But he is indeed very powerful. Watch out next time. I have to let the other two sisters experience it a bit. Irena was already knocking on the door wanting to come in. Jungwon, are you sleeping? I have something important to tell you. Jungwon's habit of being startled and sitting up is Irena. Why did you come here? You're not sleeping yet, right? Then let's go in. With a click the girl in the purple dress pushed open the door and walked in. Jungwon sat on the bed. And successfully disguised the two girls. Miss Irena, what's wrong? You saw two animals on Jungwon's body. Is a bit surprising. Why are there Ho Yeo and Jim in your room? Jungwon was a bit confused trying to find a reason. Maybe he ran out from the woods nearby. If I give them some food, they won't leave. You are very honest. My choice was certainly not wrong, Jungwon. I come to find you. I want to conduct special training with you. Through the trial of the Seongguang Church. For responding to the trial. Which conducts special training. If it's special combat training. I'm afraid I can't do it. If it reveals its true strength. My disguise will be revealed. She began to introduce the challenge. The challenge of the Seongguang Church. Is due to the manipulation of Sungguang's staff. She has a knack for creating magic. For the person to be examined. Revealing one's own weaknesses in the illusion. Such as gluttony, greed, sexual desire and arrogance, lazy envy. Just one point that doesn't meet the standards will result in disqualification. Jung-won promised righteously. I believe with my will. She can absolutely pass this test. She immediately voiced her worries. Other types of resentment. I believe you have absolutely no problem. Just sexual desire. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it when you're young. Jung-won understands the problem, so that's how it is. Your concern is indeed reasonable. But what kind of training is needed for something like that? Irena immediately took off her dress. She probably intends to use her body to train. Jung Won with Soyeon on her head. His face turned red with shock. What are you doing? Use my body to train. Resist sexual desire for thee. If only you could resist my charms. Then it's absolutely possible to pass the test. Jung Won has shown other signs. But what if I can't resist your charm? What will it be like? If Irena did this, she would put herself in the tiger's den. If she didn't resist my seductive charm, this would be the situation. Hu my pure body. Seong Guang, you're no longer a virgin. She was a little startled and shook her head no. You are the one I look up to. Definitely won't disappoint me. Jung Won put everything back on track. Even though she said so. But special training to combat lust. What should I do? Irena took out a stone and put it in her hand. Then she started to transform. So please pay attention to my body. Turns out it's wearing a tight black outfit all over the body. It's also very delicious, guys. Jung Won looked at her in confusion. Just staring like this. It seems it's not very difficult. Irena was a bit surprised and embarrassed. Staring at my enchanting outfit. He didn't have any reaction at all alike. Jung Won said very carefreely. As long as my inner self remains pure. Then everything in this world. Nothing could make me have evil thoughts. The truth in Jung Won's mind was different. I just got sucked dry by those two gawa. Now, just in time to rest and settle down after the battle. Of course, it's not easy to lift your head up. Irena still has another trick, so how about this? Then she uses her hand to wash her back. Jung Won's mouth is very stiff and doesn't feel anything. Something in my head is broken into pieces. How come it's here so fast? Is this the physique of a demon race? To be honest, anyone who is like this would not raise their head. How can I fall down? Ha ha. It's so strange. Why can't I do the opposite? Irena must be able to endure it. Irena looked bold, but just like any other girl. An hour later, she is exactly the type of rich lady. One night I left Jung Won behind. I didn't expect that he could resist being fascinated. Tomorrow's test should be no problem. I'm back before. See you tomorrow. Finally, Jung Won was left quietly in the room. So Yeon and Ali returned to their original appearance and asked curiously. Then Master. But sir, can actually resist the spell. So intense? Jung Won turned his head with a pale face full of restraint. My Seong Guang. The power of the demon race is about to explode. The two of you, please help me calm down. The two of you had to agree and agree. The next morning it was still Irena Jung Won's villa. Good morning. Let's go. Jung Won pushed the door out. Your face was so sore that you couldn't sleep last night. Are you stressed? Yeah, let's put it that way. He had a face like a dead man. Answered through the loudspeaker. A moment later at the headquarters of the Seong Guang Church. Jung Won and Irena were walking into the church. In front of the church was a nun with a staff standing there. As if waiting for them. She turned around and introduced herself. I am Seong Guang staff in Seong Guang Chilhyun. Franca, this teenager. Must be the person Irena introduced. Jung Won also politely introduced me as Jung Won as. That hateful Nazi Ri Guksa immediately interrupted. Is a lowly priest. Comes from a deserted village. I advise you to give up sooner rather than later. Jung Won was startled. It's you. Franca on the side also advised the same thing. If your will is not strong enough, participate in testing. Very likely to be permanently damaged mentally. I still hope you should think carefully. Without thinking, joining the Seong Guang Church is my lifelong dream. What's more, I can't let Irena down. The successful enchantment notification system. Received 20 accumulated points. Irena gently looked at him. Turns out he cares about me that much. If you are already prepared, then please enter this room to receive the assessment. Franca started to lead the way. Jung Won probed Irena. Miss Franca looks quite gentle. The exam probably won't be too difficult, right? Don't let Franca's appearance fool you. Seong Guang Chilhyun. This name is based on the holy weapons used. Specifically divided into lobes, swords and staffs. Heavenly mercy guides the palace. Each person has a unique holy weapon. That Seong Guang uses as Franca's staff. Also known as the interrogation angel. No matter how cruel the villain is. Couldn't stand her interrogation. Jung-won opened the door to the examination room. Day in Franca me. I'm ready. She took off the blindfold and said, "Okay, now let's conduct the test. The method is very simple. You just need to look into my eyes. This face plus those eyes. Worthy of being an angel. This is admin's taste. What character is your favorite? Then comment below. Look into Jung-won's eyes and doubt Day in Franca. Dae's eyes are. Just because he was fighting a monster. Just get injured. Even though we can't see anything anymore. But Seong Guang lets us see through everything. For example, sees through people's hearts." She immediately used the Seong Guang illusion magic to start going deep into Jung-won's heart. "This is your inner world. Let me see the depths of your heart." A voice rang out. "Day in Franca. Welcome to my inner world." This type of player is challenge. It's a certainty, guys. Franca's mind was full of questions. The inner world of this man. Why is it so strange? Jung-won immediately opened combat before Franca Day in. If you want to learn deeply about your inner self, why don't you come here and sit down? If that's the case, I'll accept your invitation. In her heart, she despised it. Play this trick in front of me. It's like dancing the axe through the eyes of the craftsman so he can see. What are you doing? Jung-won poured out a glass of Romani Conti red wine 945. He sat opposite and offered Franca a glass. Franca Day in invited him for a drink. Franca refused. Is the staff of Seong Guang. We must obey the teachings. Don't drink alcohol. Jung-won started to twist the truth. But this is not reality. But our inner world. If you want to understand my inner feelings, try the taste of this glass of wine. We'll also understand a part of our inner feelings. Isn't that right? Franca picked up the glass of wine. What you said makes sense. She immediately sipped a glass. 2 hours later, several bottles of wine were consumed. Franca was drunk. Now that you've turned into an alcoholic, go get drunk. Jung-won smiled bitterly and called Franca Day in drunk. My head is full of admiration. This guy drinks a lot of alcohol. That's really different. Alcohol tolerance is not as bad as usual. You know, many people rely on it and start talking nonsense. So does Franca. I am not guilty, you are guilty. I will replace Seong Guang. Punish you sinners. Jung-won immediately grabbed Franca Dae's hand. Then he started to move closer to her. Actually, you are very lonely, aren't you? How could Franca react at this moment? I am Sung Guang's person. Don't underestimate my beliefs. Jung-won seemed to penetrate deep into her heart. Although the body is one of Chilhyun Seong Guang. But in the eyes of many people, you are nothing but a pitiful girl. Franca Dae-in is so pitiful. Sung Guang's servant. But never saw Seong Guang. It's really ironic. So you can only rely on it. Interrogate those evil villains. Only to relieve the pain in my heart. When someone discovered my secret, she started to hide. I don't have you can't talk nonsense. Jung-won grabbed her buttocks and pressed forward even more. The important thing is, obviously still young and beautiful. Never done that before. Tonight just like. Jung-won snaps his fingers in. The whole scene changes to Love Hotel. Franca is bewildered. Where is this? Franca Dae-in. Let me take you to find happiness beyond Seong Guang. Franca is still having a hard time accepting it. Seong Guang won't allow me to do that. He's bewitching you again. It's okay, I told you. This is not the real world. You can be as liberal as you want. Franca felt a bit wrong. Why am I the one being tested? Let Seong Guang go see the devil. Franca also wavered slightly. Jung-won picked up Sung Guang's staff. Franca Dae-in. Let my Seong Guang staff merge with you into one. Jung-won took his leftovers. To make up for Franca's lack, she immediately tried to endure the pain. Because this is the first time. The system has announced the unlocking of the Franca character card. Franca 4-star level. The skill that accompanied the Seong Guang technique. Stopped Franca, startled, and opened her eyes. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these things only happen in illusions. But life is not like a dream and illusions are real. What is this anyway? Don't these things happen in an illusion? Jung-won woke up and said sarcastically. Whether it is fantasy or reality. Just now you were enjoying it immensely. Sung Guang's staff Dae-in. Franca said with a loss of expression. Who are you and why are you doing this? I am nothing more than a priest. Only in the hometown of Seong Guang religion. Franca Day in. You also don't want to let this happen. Let others know, right? She said frankly. What do you want? Jung Won gave conditions. I just want to join the Seong Guang church. Just let me pass the test. We absolutely do not bring this up. If you talk to anyone, you will mock someone like me who always threatens you. Unexpectedly, now he was also threatened in return. It's really funny. She suddenly woke up. Wait a minute. We can see everything in reality again. When did my eyesight recover? Jung Won was about to leave. You are blind because of the past and present. They don't want to face their own thoughts of reality. Now, frankly faced his own desires. Your eyesight can of course recover. Franca Day in. Sungwang's beliefs are of course not wrong. But also have my own life. Isn't that? Cold boy Jung Won turned and left. Why? I see the light on this man again. This is a sign that Franca has been dumped. Saw the two people immediately walk out of the examination room. Irena asked worriedly. The test is over. What's the result? Gook Riza is joking aside. If it doesn't pass the test, it's okay. I can sponsor your trip home. Franca declared loudly. Jung Won is extremely steadfast in his Seong Guang beliefs. Ever since, I have never met anyone so pure. I take the name of Seong Guang staff. Declared Jung Won through checking. Irena's side filled with pride. We are certainly not mistaken. I know you can definitely do it, but... Gukris's face dropped. The damage is truly unbelievable. This vile name can step into the Seong Guang church again. Equal to a god. Irena noticed Franca. Franca, have your eyes recovered? Franca is a bit worried. That's because it's dangerous. Can't say her either. Doing something like that will help her recover. Jung Won stood up to rescue her. It's definitely because of Franca Dane's sincerity. Touched Seong Guang. Seong Guang just gave. You're right, Franca Dae-in. I'm sure my eyes cured because Jung Won gave me life. Do you think this is correct? What you said is not wrong. Seong Guang did that to my body. Just recovered again. Franca stabbed the javelin and had to follow the javelin and replied. Irena was overjoyed. Because to congratulate you on successfully passing the test. Today, let's stay in the city and relax a bit. Jung Won obeyed her. Then thank you Irena Dae-in. Franca suddenly stopped the two of them to wait a bit. Jung Won, you just joined the Seong Guang church. Need to go to church many times. To receive teachings. Do you understand? Oh no, I already know it smells. This teaching must be very big and round. Jung Won dresses seriously. That's a very good response, full of meaning. I also hope can interact with Franca Dae-in. A little deeper. Looking at Jung Won's back, Gook Riza has a bad feeling. This Gawa's entire body radiated a fierce aura. I won't let you continue to be so proud. He turned to Franca. I still don't believe that name can pass the test. Maybe the two of you did some kind of transaction. But can't let others see it? Franca had a dissatisfied look on her face. Gook Riza Dae-in. We understand your contributions very well. For the Seong Guang church. But checking into the guild is my job. Don't get in the way. Irena took Jung Won to drink 100% pure cow's milk. From the dairy cow. Followed by a game of picking up stuffed animals. In Legend, 80% of couples who play this game will eventually go shopping. This is the clothing shop that I like the most. Come with me to see if there are any new sets. Jung Won happily complimented. If it's Irena, she'll definitely be cute no matter what she wears. The hostess seems a bit sweet in welcoming the two of them. Isn't this Lady Irena? Long time no see, is this your boyfriend? It's true that he's handsome. Irena hastily explained. Don't talk nonsense, we're just friends. The boss looked angry. I understand. Lots of couples. Doesn't it develop from a friendship relationship? I don't say much anymore. The two of them quickly went into the store to choose. Jung Won just walked in. The owner immediately reminded. I'm the one who saw Irena grow up. She's a good girl, don't let her down. A moment later Irena poked her head out from the dressing room. Jung Won, come over here for a moment. Is there a problem? She said shyly. I can't zip up the back. Of the same size. Obviously last year was still just right. Have I become fat? Jung Won looked at the two couples and sighed softly. Is this reason still not clear enough? He seriously replied, then I'll pull it up. She quietly agreed. Jung-won concentrated his true energy. Because I don't let her feel pain. You must definitely pull your eyelashes up once. Gathering true energy in S hand, he used force to pull it up. Because it was a bit too much, the dress tore and Irena was exposed. When he saw 2 grapefruits, his face immediately changed. Irena's face turned red. Shouted pervert. At the little rich lady Irena's manner. Jung-won is really sorry, are you okay? Jung-won responded with a slap on his face. Irena explained a bit apologetically. We are only in consciousness. My hands are not self-aware, so I'm actually not angry. What are you talking about? Speaking too softly, Jung-won asked curiously. Irena was afraid of being exposed, so she immediately denied it was anything. It was fun playing today. Go rest early and sleep well. And your head will be worried again. If Irena knew her true identity, will probably kill me. 3 days later, in the testing room, the system announced that 100 accumulated points were won. Franca was writhing in pain and feeling sweet. Jung-won was currently preparing to play cards. Franca day in. We have taken our understanding one step deeper. For Seong-gwan, Franca's belief with her enchanting appearance. I want to keep Jung-won to make up for the lack tonight. Jung-won's face is a bit shameless. What's wrong? Seong-gwan commanded Day-in to keep me here, I was afraid. But her words shattered his beautiful dream. I just want to remind you a little Gook Riza seems to have bad intentions towards you. Specifically, we don't know why. We have encountered his cruel tricks. When dealing with Majok, if you're being watched by him, you should still be a little careful. I know, you can rest assured. Even for continuing to receive Franca Daein's baptism, I can't die that easily. Hearing that, she felt a little more reassured. Under Seong-gwan definitely haunts him. After all, it's the obsessive Seong-gwan. Jung-won is now walking into an alley. Under the guidance of the moonlight. He stopped and said to me, say you guys have followed me all the way. And if you don't take action then I'll go home. Jung-won turned to look at. Then a few guys appeared. A total of 5 skinheads led the way. Is just a weak priest. Quite agile. Jung-won looked at the group of people contemptuously. Look at your clothes. Probably mercenaries, right? Whatever you want to do, hurry up. Soon your heads will fall to the ground. It's not very convenient. What is the angry bald guy? Our mission is to take your head. Then let me play with you a little. First is my half. He told me. Smell of Game King Zuzio. Then a card is drawn. Can you guess whether it's a dark witch or a trap card? That specifically summons a 5-star monster? Unsolhan. The summoning portal appears right below the card. When she appears, she immediately scolds Jung-won. Who are you calling a monster? Sorry, I was so emotional that I wasn't careful. She asked why she was summoned. So why do we appear here? What did you do? Yes, I was chased by this guy. That's why I summoned you to help me fight the enemy. After all, I'm just a weak official. The others frowned slightly. I didn't expect this priest to know how to summon. But summoning this beast is also really cool. Just enjoy it a bit first and then kill it. Unsolhan immediately calmed down when he heard that. Do you also call me a beast summoner? Hey Jung-won, you want me to deal with these trash fish and be done with it, right? Jung-won gently said that's right. Even though these guys are all murderers. Robbery, but I hope you will be a little gentler. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. I feel like I'm being looked down upon. My bald head is about to take action. Dare to look down on us and leave it to me. They tasted the power of the mercenary corps. Kill us for sure. The purple-clad mage started a fireball fight. The fireball magic was immediately cut in half by Unsolhan. Then she attacked 2 other guys? Her attack is completely flawless. Why should I die? Ever since. Haven't seen such a strange sword technique? Jung-won observed and praised. Watch out this time around. Sister Un's strength improved a lot. And suddenly Jung-won was secretly stabbed in the back. With a 20-centimeter knife. The assassin behind him appeared dangerous. Summon beasts. All it takes is the death of the summoner's essence. It can't be sustained. Boom! Jung-won turns into smoke. The assassin didn't have time to react yet. This is definitely a substitute technique, brother. Jung Won appeared behind him to explain the truth. We are not that naive. The famous Japanese swordsman once said, "The wound behind is the swordsman's humiliation." So what if that guy rushed over like that? You are nothing more than a magician. From the moment I get close, I lose. My body is really too weak. But if you think I'm a magician, then maybe I'm a melee mage. The other guy immediately ate the magician Jung Won's full dame fist. One hit was the first for Jung Won. Plus 100 gold for Jung Won. To take Jung Won's punch, the assassin immediately lost consciousness in surprise. There is still love in my fist. Plus Itachi's magic. Then you must be obedient. Immersed in my enchanting illusion. The remaining 3 were also executed by Unsolhan. Lying on the ground, not knowing whether she was alive or dead. She brushed her hands and said she was accidentally killed by me. Sorry, maybe you're not the culprit behind it. Jung Won didn't really care and replied it's okay. Anyway, I can guess. So thank you Sister Un for your help. Now I will take you home. He pulled out his card and was about to cancel the summon. So she stopped you. Look what I am. Is a favorite tool to call. If you don't like it then why not? Jung Won is looking for excuses. We absolutely do not have such thoughts. I'm afraid Sister Un won't like it. So, Sister Un, what do you want? Unsolhan shyly said, what do you want? Please keep me here for one night. If a girl takes initiative like this, she'll just slurp it up. Jung Won. At a motel somewhere. Jung Won took Unsolhan to rent a room. The hotel has many special rooms. Prepare for couples. I would like to ask if you have any needs. Jung Won agreed with a lewd face. Of course, bother giving me the most stimulating room. Unsolhan asked slightly behind him. Hotels in this world are so strange. What's the most exciting thing? You'll know when you get there. Much more exciting than your hotel. Can also teach her a new skill. In the hotel room, Unsolhan opened the locker. Inside was a pile of plant-like toys. She curiously took one out to see what creature it was. Never met before until now. Looks very strange, haha. It was strange at first, but after a while, Jung Won didn't use it. She pressed the button. It started shaking, making Unsolhan blush. What exactly is this? Jung Won immediately hugged her back and explained. Sister, I see you don't understand at all. No problem. Let's slowly study how to use these. Unsolhan sat on the bed and asked with loving eyes. What do you want to do? It's nothing, I just want my sister to experience it. Experience a little cultural difference. The movements of the 2 people spread to the entire reception hall, causing the receptionist to misunderstand this earthquake in movement. Could it be that Suan is coming to rent a room today? The next day at Seongguang Cathedral. 3 people Irena, Jung Won and Guk Riza are gathered here. Jung Won yawned tiredly. Irena was next to her and asked Jung Won with concern. Are you okay? Could it be that I didn't get enough sleep last night? Jung Won immediately jumped out. That's right. Last night I had to learn some knowledge and slept a bit late. Guk Riza had a chance and the antelope took out its horns. Jung Won now. Today is the day to meet Dae Gyo-ju. This state of yours is disrespectful to Seongguang. Jung Won is like wearing spiked armor and betraying Dame. Bring this bad smell to meet Dae Gyo-ju. Dae-in is the new disrespect. What are you talking about? Guk Riza got poked in a sore spot and went crazy. You are right. From the first day I met you. Then I smell the low-grade odor and get nauseous. It's like Majak's body has scattered. Jung Won has a bad habit of being startled. Only children fight. I don't care about you. It's really big. There was fear in his mind. He guessed exactly what he was doing. Could it be that this guy has intuition that surpasses ordinary people? The door to the street opened. Dae Gyo-ju Dae-in. A tall, handsome middle-aged man walked in. Look at Jung Won. This person is probably a new person introduced by Irena. Right. Worship Dae Gyo-ju Dae-in. Jung Won exclaimed in his heart. The divine breath is so strong. As expected of Dae Gyo-ju. Dae Gyo-ju immediately said softly. You and I are both followers of Shin Guang. No need to be polite anymore. Recently, Majak's activities have become more and more extravagant. I have 3 tasks for you. Guk Riza, your task is eliminate the Majak squad outside the city. Guk Riza respectfully obeyed. We will definitely eliminate Majok. Not disgrace Sungguang's reputation. Recently witnessed by someone. In the citadel, several Majok Irena appeared. Your duty is to capture Majok hidden in the citadel. Obey Irena's orders. And about Zheng Wan, your duty is go to Hungwalia's General Assembly. Zheng Wan quickly replied, I understand and I will go. But he suddenly realized, wait, you said the General Assembly. Dai Gyo Ju nodded. It's not wrong that the church recently received intelligence. Hongwalia General Assembly. Apparently preparing to trade a bunch of Majok's slaves. Your task is to prevent this transaction. To avoid Majok entering our great holy city. Irena immediately wondered for Zheng Wan. This mission is for Zheng Wan. Isn't it a bit difficult? Dai Gyo Ju came up with a plan to provoke the general. The Seong Guang Church doesn't need the useless Irena. Could it be that you don't believe in the person you choose? Zheng Wan knew he couldn't avoid it, so he agreed. I understand, thank you Gyo Ju Dae-in. Because to prove Irena's choice is not wrong. I agree to accept this mission. Next to Irena, I was extremely touched. Zheng Wan, why did I accept such a difficult mission? I have to think of a way to help him. Zheng Wan, take this money. When he saw Irena giving him money, he was suspicious. Why did you give me so much money? Hongwalia Assembly strong background scene. Wanting to rob their slaves is basically impossible. The only way ahead is to spend money to buy back these slaves. Zheng Wan reluctantly. It's true that a rich lady would think of such a method. So he politely refused to thank her for her good intentions. But I've already figured out a way to complete the mission. Not to mention the price of Majok slaves is very high. Let's also spend less money. Irena is a little curious what you can do. He has a magic trick. That evening near a certain headquarters area. A carriage was stopped. Get out of the way, don't block Wustundane's path. It turns out there's a weak girl sitting there crying. The driver saw that the girl refused to leave and shouted loudly. Where does this rotten woman come from? Go away quickly. Dare to make my master lose interest in going to the general meeting. Can you pay for? A fat guy coming out of the car. What happened? That woman is now apologizing. If we're not careful, we fall. And can't get up. Then she immediately used the skill Sami Ilso. Mesmerizing or magical. At this point, you probably already know who it is. The blonde nobleman was immediately fascinated. It's okay, let me take you for a while. 10 minutes later, at the door of the Hongwalia General Assembly. The carriage stopped here. The driver felt a bit strange and had gone all the way. The old man only needed 2 minutes at most. Zheng Wan blushed seeing that and silently said, this is the tribe with horns. So Yian and Ali returned to their original appearance and asked curiously. Then master. But sir. Can actually resist the spell. So intense? And the main owner was crying silently in the car. The female receptionist saw him and immediately welcomed the guests. Ah, this is not how old Watson is today. What do you want to serve? Is it still the same? Zheng Wan started acting and it's still the same. Must act a bit proficiently. Absolutely cannot leave any loopholes open. So this is exactly the same as before. He lay on the bed waiting for the goods to arrive. The 2 women from the club were flattering him to please him. Old man Watson. People will miss you and die. He was still so handsome and spirited. The girls started whispering to each other. Anyway, the same as before. It's over in just a few minutes. This fat guy's money is really easy to earn. Hearing that, Zheng Wan said with disdain. It's not so easy for you to make money today. Notification system. Experience points of thousands of charms without borders. Determined to be promoted. When the receptionist is called up, she politely asks. I would like to ask if Watson, if he came out here, has any instructions. Zheng Wan looked at the 2 rows being plowed. Put it on the shore and go down to the other field. Immediately inquired. I heard that you have a new shipment arriving here. Is there anything a little stronger? The female receptionist said with a professional look. Purpose of the shop is to satisfy all customer needs. Just in time for a new shipment of hard goods to arrive. Ask old Watson to come and follow me. Inside a slave prison. 3 beautiful Majok slaves. White without mosquito bites being detained here. Introduced by the female receptionist. These 3 Majok slaves are 3 extremely rare sisters. Moreover, the body is pure. I don't know which old man Watson wants to enjoy. Jung Won silently sighed. Sure enough, these guys are smuggling slaves majok. Then he impersonated Watson's way of talking. Only children choose no ya. Of course you can choose them all. I bought all 3. Really? This is a big deal, Mr. Watson. I would like to ask if you use cash or check. This is a check. It's up to you how much you want. My father is a rich man in this city. No ya has nothing but money. In his heart, he is very arbitrary. After all, she didn't have to spend her own money. When she saw that, she immediately showed off her hot products to seduce Jung Won. Mr. Watson is truly a top customer. You also buy me once. Next time, you must let them go first. Then go prepare clean clothes. I want to bring it home and use it directly. In his mind, he smiled bitterly after transforming. My charm is probably not that high. See the magical value of money. Equal to me. I will release them now. You can take advantage of my time to go get things. Then interacted with them a bit. Jung Won with Watson's face. Smiled sympathetically. Speak with confidence. I won't hurt you. Come on, I'll untie you guys first. The girls still looked at Jung Won with fear and concern. Jung Won then showed his true form. Sorry, I forgot to change back to my original form. Don't be afraid I'm majok like you. I have successfully saved your enchantment notification system, receiving 80 accumulated points. The girls see him as a handsome guy and even his own clan. Then get closer. It's Majok, indeed Majok is very handsome. Is this my man? Don't get excited, I'll take you out. Absolutely do not let mistakes happen. Jung Won laughed bitterly again. Part 2. Attitudes change so quickly. As expected, this is the world of face-to-face viewing. The receptionist just brought her clothes. The clothes are ready, who are you? Jung Won immediately used Sari Silver to create magic. I am your master. You are my pet, but don't you remember me anymore? That girl was stunned by magic for a while. Then turned into a bewitched guy. Yes, master, I am your dog. Jung Won transformed into Watson's appearance. To continue work. After changing, you must follow me. Must act a little naturally. The people outside saw fake Watson with his 3 younger sisters. Everyone is full of admiration. As expected of Mr. Watson. Played so loudly again. They are 3 triplets that I really admire. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Waston fake walked ahead arrogantly. Look at something, look at it. Never seen stars. 4 people immediately walked out the door. It's probably safe to study here. Please leave here quickly. Watson appeared at the door with the receptionist over there. Quickly catch the imposter for me. Someone captured those 3 slaves. Jung Won stopped pretending that his identity was revealed. There's no way. Jung Won immediately took the 3 girls and ran away. Quickly follow me. Behind him was a group of people chasing me and stopping for me. He silently scolded in his mind. Damn if running like that is not the way. But if I take action. Then revealed his identity. Irena appeared at this time. Jung Won, why are you here? Jung Won shouted like he picked up a blade of grass to save his life. You came at the right time. There's no time to explain anymore. Quickly help me stop the bad guys behind. She agreed, no problem. Please rest assured to leave it to me. Thanks to her. Irena used the skill to cover Seong Guang. The group of people who were stopped angrily shouted obnoxiously. What is this? Let's go there quickly. 30 minutes later at Irena's manor. The 3 Majok girls were a little scared and shy looking at her. Dae Gyo Ju Daean's mission is to kill these Majok slaves. What do you mean by bringing them here? Jung Won explained to her. Irena, I want to forgive them. But they are Majok. And he started the mind-clearing technique. I know they are Majok, so what? Majok and humans are the same. Both have good and evil parts. If humans were no different, they would also enslave Majok. Killing Majok. So how are humans and Majok different from each other? Irena was also reluctant. I can help you hide this. But how do you plan to handle them? We can't leave them here either. Before, I used my savings to buy some teleportation stones. Can teleport them to a safe place. Forever without contact with humans. Then he used a teleportation stone. A teleportation array appeared at the feet of the 3 girls. Suddenly, the 3 girls were teleported to a lake. The girls were surprised where this was. Mak Ung sang. And Peng Riong Chung appeared above the lake. Sister Feng, look at that. Is the style of fairy Jung Won. Looks like there's a new harem. It's so clear that we have. And what about this hateful name? Next time absolutely don't forgive him. So this is Jungwon's space. Send these 3 girls into the harem to increase the number of harems. Mak Ung Sang said with a low smile. Don't be so angry. You threatened 3 girls in someone else's house. Actually, the one who scared the 3 girls was her. The other 3 were scared and begged, please don't eat us. We are not good at all. If you want to eat, eat it. There's a lot of meat in front of me. Mak Ung Sang shows off his 2 mountain mounds. Is there more than mine? The 3 girls with blushing, innocent faces are so beautiful. Truly bigger than me. Is this sister really a devil? She playfully licked her lips. Then you 3 must call me sister. Then I will teach you how to survive. Peng Riong Chung. One side observed everything and was a bit concerned about her. That's really scary. Then a girl Majok was tied up Japanese style. Mak Ung Sang said with a scary look on his face. I've taken care of one guy. Next, whose turn is it to teach? The remaining 2 people are a bit embarrassed. We don't want it. Jaj's appearance is so strange that it doesn't allow him to run away. If you don't practice properly, it won't make that guy happy. Peng Riong Chung finds those binding positions strange. Also a bit red. Sister Mak usually looks like she doesn't care. In fact, she is jealous. I just feel like she's using the rest of us to vent her anger. Mak Ung Sang switched his target to Peng Riong Chung. Younger sister Peng also joined for a rare opportunity. There's no need for Peng Riong Chung to move away from me. Come to me immediately. Don't. Let's go back to the church's values. Seong Guang. Devout followers of the church were praying. Jung Won was sitting in the room when he sneezed. As if someone scolded him behind his back. He was filled with self-satisfaction. I don't remember who is remembering me. Being so handsome is also painful. Franca next to him cut him off from talking nonsense. You voluntarily let Majok go. If you fail the first mission, you may be punished. Jung Won started to beg for love. That's why I came to help Franca. Such an honest billion. Definitely not cruel enough to let me be punished. Isn't that right? Please help me. Check it out. Is there any way for me to reconcile with Dae Gyeoju? Consider yourself lucky. Today the church just received a commission. There is an only daughter in Busang's family. Kidnapped by an underground gang in the city. If we can save her. Absolutely a great merit. Jung Won really became happier. Quickly tell me the relevant details. Now I will go save people. Franca reached out to stop him. Don't rush. She said meaningfully. If you don't work and ask for food, that's not okay. If you want to get intelligence, you have to get something else. In return, playing this trick again is really cool. Jung Won held her leg and smiled smugly. Hee, so are you ready yet? If you say I'm a professional at massaging my feet. Franca's excited moans echoed throughout the church. What was that sound? It seems to be the voice of Franca Dae-in. A guy nearby. This is definitely Franca Dae-in. Punishing heresy. Evil person. This is all about protecting our safety. Long live Franca Dae-in. The others thought it was reasonable so they listened. That's definitely true. Long live Franca Dae-in. Long live Franca Dae-in. And they're Franca Dae-in. At that time, trying to turn on silent mode. Jung Won heard movement outside. Then tease it. Appear in the eyes of believers. You are still the most honest Seong Guang Kai million. She replied shyly. Towards Sungguang's beliefs. Has been weakened ever since. Because you let me know more deeply. If it goes any deeper than this, you'll die. Do you guys think the same as me? Jung Won brings things to the point. So what is the clue to the entrustment this time? Can you tell me? I use spiritual testing. Find the location of the kidnapped person. The underground gang that captured her is called Bang Du Maiwando. How to save people depends on your tricks. In front of everyone is Bang Du Maiwando headquarters. Jung Won is hiding in a nearby bush. Started observing the situation. Bang Du Maiwando gang leader named Jimmy nicknamed Du Maiwando. Strength is not ordinary, but a little excited. Jung Won had a plan right away. Boom, he immediately transformed into smoke. and went to Bang Demyando's door to ask, "Can I ask, is this Bang Dumaiwando?" He has transformed into a enchanting red-haired Io Nuna. The doorguard immediately replied, "Is there anything wrong? Of course you boss came looking for me. What about the purpose? You should know your boss better than me." The doorguard immediately got serious when he heard that. The boss often goes out to find girls. Never brought a girl home until now. Do you have any plans? Jung-won immediately used the deepest ditch in the world. To fascinate, how is that possible? She is nothing more than a young girl. Even the tied chicken is not tight. Those guys have the skill Sammy Ilso. Successful enchantment. What she said is also correct. Let's let her go there. Jung-won immediately walked in, "Thank you very much." When he got inside he silently praised, "Wow. Didn't expect it to be so big inside. Repairs are also very generous. These gangsters also have money." At the end of the hallway is a room. There are two tall guys guarding it. They are gossiping. It's just two women. Is it necessary to watch so closely? You don't understand this. Daeswagassi's father has nothing but money. This is a big deal. Jung-won went to his two brothers and saw that they were bored. "Do you want to come over here to find some joy?" He put on a pose to invite me to eat and talk. The two eager guys fell into the trap. We were also bored right now. Huffing and puffing for 2 hours. Jung-won defeated the other two guys. "Sorry, this joy is a bit exciting for you guys." Jung-won seemed to rush to push the door in. "Daeso Agassi, you're here, why did I come to save you?" Two women appeared in his eyes. On the right, beautiful blonde hair, on the left, dark hair is a bit ugly. Can you guess which side Jung-won chose? The black-haired girl felt like she saw the savior and had tears in her eyes. Jung-won immediately chose the pretty girl first. "No need to be afraid, I'll immediately save Daeso Agassi right here." The blonde girl shouted, "Quickly save him first." Jung-won smiled gently. "We know. Don't be afraid, I will save your maid, don't worry." Jung-won snaps his fingers in. Jung-won's face immediately turned pale. "Is that so?" Ha ha, died laughing. How much effort does it take to create a good impression on girls? So he was gone. He started to untie Daeso Agassi, who had just removed the gag. He was immediately scolded by her. "No matter how obnoxious it looks, it is my father's inheritance. The new national beauty is more like Daeso Agassi. You ignorant little person." This embarrassing situation was resolved by Jung-won with a beautiful face. "Boys and apologies. Sorry Daeso Agassi, I'm blind. This Daeso Agassi falls horizontally. Strangely, my heart beats faster. The system notifies me that the charm was successful. Get 100 cumulative points. And leave those who don't know without guilt. Let's quickly leave here. I originally wanted to scold him, but I wasn't cruel. It's virtual. This girl can turn faster than turning a car." Jung-won immediately found a reason to comfort himself. "I see, you're actually a beauty, right? Become like that. You must have been mistreated by that cruel group, right? It's not like this lady came because..." He interrupted. "It's okay, just leave it to me." Then immediately changed a skill in the shop. Then pulled Daeso Agassi over here. Jung-won immediately launched a series of slaps to complete the skill. "Give me back my right to be beautiful." The female maid was scared white and shouted loudly, "Daeso Agassi." After a while, Jung-won was immediately satisfied with his work. "Okay, done." She's now transformed from a Cheo Neo into a goddess. Strangely, there was absolutely no pain. On the contrary, the maid's face felt beautiful. Seeing this face, the female servant was surprised. "Ah, really turned into a beauty. What do you mean I was very ugly before? It's not like I was wrong." Daeso Agassi clapped his hands loudly, interrupting the three people's conversation. Was a bald guy with a very rapper-like appearance. "You dare come here to take my hostages? I see you don't really care about the boss of Bang Dumaiwando anymore." Jung-won stood in front of the two girls. "What's the point of bullying two girls? If you're good, go solo with me." The bald guy with a voice full of contempt. "Are you good at fighting? You know what's the use of fighting? Going out to play requires strength. There must be context too. Which religion are you in?" Guang Du Ga said this sentence well. Jung-won confidently reported the support of Seong Guang Church. "My boss, Dae Gyo Ju, is the master of this Taoist practice. He turned to Franca. I still don't believe that name can pass the test. Maybe the two of you did some kind of transaction. But can't let others see it? Then he immediately ordered Mark to deal with that Soja guy for me. A red-haired Io Nuna with full SM combo came out holding a whip. Follow S order and let that person clean it up a bit. She immediately agreed to rest assured, boss. I will make him disappear completely. Of course after spoiling him. She was licking her lips and added. You're clearly a beauty. Why do you have to do this dirty work for him? Hey, what's the paradox? Just because she's a beautiful woman, she can't be hired to kill her. Dear Veen. Of course it's because I'm happy. She said as she whipped Jung Won like a forest whip. Magic player Jung Won immediately used the Silver Series. Or the illusion of mind. Their eyes have not appeared and the illusion here is. Jung Won appears as a god. Welcome to my channel. This girl despises magic, kid. This type of magic. It won't have any effect on Daeso Agassi. After finishing speaking, tie me up with a rope. Mark immediately struggled to escape and let me go. I'm absolutely not cute at all, I want to. Then whip her until it hurts. It's strange if it's magic. Why is the pain so intense? Jung Won held the whip proudly. Then I'll let you cry and call your father for your mother. She stiffly replied yes. Don't underestimate me, I'm just in a small illusion. Even if you pull out your whip and hit me, I won't ask for your forgiveness either. 2 hours later she's in pain and gasping for breath. After only 3 lashes she can't stand it already. Point notification system. Manmi Mugangyol's experience was promoted. The bald guy is crossing his legs looking very comfortable. Why is this outfit of yours so slow? Looks like you had a lot of fun with Soja. So you've already dealt with him, right? Mark stood outside the door without responding emotionally. Of course. My master. The bald guy is very surprised. Master. This is also the first time you call me that. Looks like I haven't played enough yet. What's wrong? Do you want me to continue playing with you? She walked behind him with a gentle voice. That's right, then please close your eyes. The bald guy also obeyed and closed his eyes. What else do you want to play? I'm sorry. This game is a game to take his life. The rope started taking away every bit of Bongju's oxygen. He kept struggling and calling out loud, you're ah. The mastermind pushed the door open and walked in. You're right. Very despicable indeed. But still made a fatal mistake. That is that we should not let this woman deal with me. Jung Won said with a somewhat villainous aura. The bald guy kept struggling. In his unwillingness. He just wants to grab Jung Won and take him with him. But whatever happens will happen. In the end, he left me. Feeling regretful in the hands of his close subordinate. Jung Won began planning to clean up the aftermath. Mark, do you have explosives in your headquarters? Of course there is. Could it be that the owner wanted to do something bad? He secretly set off fireworks. Then pretended to be bald. Ordered the Sojas. We must go and give our hearts. Please take good care of the headquarters. Don't leave until I return. Did you hear? Obey the boss's orders and go leisurely. He and the other 3 people left. In the reverence of the Soja group. A few minutes later bombs were placed everywhere. The Soja group saw something strange and came to see. Looks like there's something on the door. That's right. Strange is the star clock. But why hang a clock here? That's right, haha. 3 idiots watched the bomb explode and died laughing. Admin. Outside Bangdamyando's headquarters, the lights were bright. There was a loud sound of fire and smoke rising into the sky. The sound echoed around several neighborhoods. It became the brightest house tonight. Jung Won and the other 3 people hid their merits and fame. Which retreated. Jung Won's face under the light of the explosion appeared like a bunch of villains. When the other 3 girls saw this scene, they all lost a basket of eggs. Everyone had the same thought in their minds that he was so powerful. Then let me play with you a little. First is my half. He told me. Smell of game King Zuzio. In Daeswagassi's mansion. Her family's butler is welcoming her. It's okay, it's fine. The old man had just received the news and was now returning. And she turned to inform Jung Won. Wait until my father returns and then I will tell him to reward you. Without being so polite. Jung Won had another worry in his mind. But she became like that. Can her father really recognize her? Your daughter is back, so she's an acquaintance. Jung Won met the victim again in the case of the three Majok girls. How could Watson be him? The following is a passionate reunion between father and son. Dad's precious daughter is safe and okay. That's great if something happens to you. Dad knows how to talk. With my deceased mother, you should still think. What should I say when I go to the prom? Jung Won couldn't hold back his curiosity. Which breaks this scene of reunion. Mr. Watson. Maybe he doesn't want to confirm it a bit. Is this your daughter? Watson looked at Jung Won like a fool. What are you talking about? My daughter is still as beautiful as ever. Moreover, our family has always had the same birthmark for many generations. Absolutely cannot be mistaken. There's also the birthmark of the Juta family. I don't know if this father and son will come. Jung Won is a bit reluctant. Then, you arbitrarily take other people's corpses to use. Is there no problem? Watson looked suspicious and approached Jung Won. But why'd I look at you so familiarly? Have I seen you somewhere? Jung Won quickly denied. Maybe you misunderstood and you're so famous. There will definitely be many that ordinary people have encountered. Encounter some of the same people. It's just a normal thing. That Daeso Agassi girl immediately spoke up. Wouldn't it be great if the two of you met? Jung Won Gaga tried to save her child like that. We should thank him a little, yeah. It also makes good sense. To congratulate my daughter on her safe return, we decided to organize a big party. You are my daughter's benefactor. You should definitely come and participate. I will give you a big gift at the party. If that's the case, I'd be more respectful than obeying orders. Jung Won with a reluctant expression agreed. Anyway, this guy is not a good character. But having that much money shouldn't be wasted. The next day in the basement of Gukris's house. Guk Riza Day In. This is today's newspaper. Inviting viewers to catch his eye as Jung Won. Like yesterday's rescue that made the front page. Guk Riza finished reading it. Immediately couldn't hold back his hateful anger. Leaving behind a foul-smelling countryman. Represent the church. This is truly a great insult to the Seongguang church. He immediately took the whip and vented his anger on the female slaves nearby. Please let me go and beg you to shut up, and you despicable Majok people. You are not worthy of living in this world right now. You can become my slaves. You should feel happy, understand? This maid turns out to be the charming Makarayan. She was witnessing it all. Her hand holding the mirror. It seems like he's recording this. As soon as Jung Won returned to his room, he quickly looked for Ali. So Yian, I'm home. I'm really tired, so I could bother you guys to help me prepare. But the people who showed up were Japo and Hiwi. Long time no see. Hello master. He asked in surprise. Why are you guys here? Hiwi sat on the bed and explained. Just like how Ali and the others got in here. Besides, we also want to help you. Japo interrupted the long-tailed girl's words. Your actions, a real lady, were seen. Hiwi immediately went to harass Japo's 2 pairs of heels to get revenge. What do you want to do? Clearly the one who is not a lady is you. Jung Won blushed seeing that and silently said. This is the tribe with horns. When seeing Jung Won's expression, Hiwi smiled meaningfully. Delicious food that only requires the simplest preparation. Jung Won is now thinking about the beach. Then drinking a sweet coconut with the sea breeze. He is currently soaking in the bathroom. Feels like drinking coconut water at the beach. Jung Won's fight scenes with the other 2 girls. Then it's already stored on the ship's side. Please sympathize with the admin. Notification system. Unlock the 4-star level Japo character. Skills accompanied by Bulls Goring. Unlock the 4-star level Hiwi character. Skills accompanying dragon transformation. Hiwi lying on the bed suddenly remembered something. That's right, Car. Day-in told you to use the magic mirror tonight. Contact her a bit. Must be careful. Don't let others find out where the ghost mirror is. When you have to come in here to change clothes. Emergency situation. We have to hide it in the toilet bowl of that bathroom. Kair's image appeared in the glass. Jung Won hasn't seen me for a long time, Car. Jung Won said sarcastically. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's not strange either. Low-level devil like you. Never seen it either. This type of magical transmission is like a magic mirror. So how can this type of magical transmission ever be used? See where the mirror is placed. Jung Won's ghost felt like it was just that. Car on the other side didn't understand the situation and was suspicious. What are you talking about? No, but why is it so urgent? In his head, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. If only she knew her face appeared in this position. Will definitely kill me. Car on the other end started. A few days ago, there was a guerrilla squad that encountered a sneak attack. Except for female Majok, the entire army was destroyed. According to the report of the network in the city, was captured and locked up by Seong Guangji Jiam. Did you say that Gook Riza captured Majok and survived? Why did he do that wrong? So a few days ago, I sneaked into Sungawang Jijuam's residence. Clearly investigated the story of his imprisonment of Majok. Furthermore, it is detrimental to you. I will continue to monitor him for a while longer. Jung Won is a little grateful to her. Thank you, Car. It seems that Guy is a bit sensitive to Majok's breath. You have to be careful. To let a newcomer like you care. Is it interrupted? Then the line was interrupted. The old butler behind him was a bit surprised. Young Master Jung. What are you doing? Jung Won said urgently. Oh, it's okay, it's just a normal pregnancy. Pregnant, am I wrong? 3 days later at Watson's Manor. Jung Won is nagging Wastong for being so rude. Such a luxurious place. I still don't feel very free. Irena came from behind. It's okay, I'm with you, no need to stress. Jung Won casually replied okay. Gook Riza saw Irena coming and immediately flattered her. Irena, you are truly beautiful tonight. Irena replied politely. Many thanks for the compliment. Today Gookris's temperament is also very unusual. He started to talk nonsense. I don't like parties like that. Because it's easy to become the focus. But my body is Seong Guangji Jiam. Couldn't refuse. The group of women behind him shouted. Is that handsome guy a member of the Seong Guang Church? Being so handsome was like the highlight of this party. Hearing that made him even more proud. Don't surround me and don't love me. In our hearts. Can only contain Seong Guang and justice. Like losing face for the one who gets attention. Becoming the focus is Jung Won. Can you sign it for me? Come dance with me. What's your name? Countless questions were raised. This scene raised jealousy. Gookris's jealousy. It's okay to have this annoying name again. Very soon I will take back what belongs to me. In the toilet, Jung Won washes his hands and complains about suffering. Sometimes the charm value is too high. It's also not a good thing. Obviously I should be a little more humble. Car suddenly appeared behind me. It seems you also know that danger is approaching. Car, why are you here? What do you mean by dangerous? She immediately explained Seong Guang Tri-Sword. Gook Riza, you said. Previously obtained evidence. You're at the auction. Will probably be announced immediately. Your ghostly status. Maybe I can't hide it much longer. Jung Won is a bit dissatisfied. Such an important thing. Why are you telling me now? She signaled that you don't need to worry. Don't worry. You are my important ally. We have come up with a countermeasure. Help you overcome this difficult hurdle. Not only that, but it can also turn him on. Jung Won breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Kaur seriously gave Jung Won another bomb. But Gook Riza was preparing to check the precious props. The price of Majok's breath is gone. Can easily expose your disguise. Jung Won looked at Kaur with resentment. If you had said this. I guess. Surely I have already thought of a solution. Right? She pulled Jung Won into the bathroom right next to it. It's not wrong of you to follow me here. I'm temporary. Absorb Majok's breath from your body. Jung Won said, thinking a little. How can this thing suck? What do you use to smoke? Of course, use a rice-powered vacuum cleaner. Kaur brand. To suck out all this old oil. Then change the oil so it won't be revealed. Jung Won silently agreed to Kaur's actions. Gook Riza also went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Heart filled with joy. Wait a while longer. I will definitely take off your true face. Make you completely tremble. Bye bye bok. Some strange noises from the bathroom behind. Causing Gookris's attention. He looked over and said loudly who was in there. Get out quickly. Jung Won came out and patted Mr. Gookris's hand. Your plan is really perfect. Seeing that it was Jung Won, he didn't give a good look. So why are you bad? Even if you know, it's okay. I'll take this time to give you a little satisfaction. Anyway, I'm about to expose your true face. Jung-won stopped in front of the door and calmly responded. I am upright and not afraid of dying. On the contrary, it is Mr. Gook Riza. You should still be a little careful. Car the slime vacuum cleaner silently wished in the room. Good luck for Jung-won. Next, you have to rely on yourself. Don't let me down. At the party where everyone is socializing, chatting happily, party host Watson began to settle everyone down. To proceed with the main theme of the party. Now listen to me say a few words. This time, luckily, Jung-won was there. Founder of the Seong-gwaang Church. My daughter is safe and sound. At the same time, thank Dae Gyo-ju Dae-in came to this party. Gook Riza took this opportunity to start planning. Bother a little. Mr. Watson. Gook Riza Dae-in. Is there anything I want to tell you here? You guys have been fooled. He pointed towards Jung-won and began to speak. This Jung-won is basically a majak. He sneaked into Seong-gwaang Church. Definitely has a purpose. Can't tell others. Like a loyal fan of Jung-won. Irena stood up right away. Gook Riza, are you kidding? Jung-won went through Sungwang's ordeal. Staff. It's clear that Sungwang's followers have a kind heart. Jung-won also started his plan to betray Dame. It's okay, Irena. On the contrary, I want to try it out. What evidence does Mr. Gook Riza have to say that? Gook Riza held out a glass ball to explain. Of course we have real evidence. In glass this image is preserved. Record the scene that day. You betrayed me in the underground transaction. And then he confidently used the image crystal. Now we will let everyone clearly see the true face of this guy. The scene shown before their eyes blinds everyone around. Oh my god, what is this? Why do you show us these things? Jung-won happily said that it's really bad. Next to Irena, she didn't dare look at Seong-gwaang. How perverted is this? Gook Riza frowned, feeling that the scene was not right. Being shown that he was playing SM with a female majak. But he was the one who was whipped. Use your strength to attack us and the dirty majak group. You dirty. He shouted angrily. What is this? Why is it like that? Is not like that. Definitely this name. What did you do with the photographic glass? Jung-won looked at him with eyes like an idiot. What stupid things are you saying? It's obvious that you yourself took the initiative to show it to everyone. But doing this with majak. You deserve to have Seong-gwaang Jijeom in your hands. It's better if you give it to me. Gook Riza got angry. What did you say? Daigoju's voice rang out. Are all Seong-gwaang followers here? What's the point of a dispute? If things were like that. The old man couldn't pretend he didn't see it either. Although it is impossible to be sure of the authenticity of this scene. But the title of Seong-gwaang Jijeom cannot be humiliated like that. Gook Riza Jung-won. The two of you should compete together here. Use real strength to prove. Who is the one who has the right to own it? Seong-gwaang Jijeom. Looks fair. But everyone understands. This old man is defending Gook Riza. Jung-won also feels. Defense is reserved for old Gook Riza. This leaves the soldier and the priest alone together. Isn't it obvious that you're defending that guy? Irena stands up for Jung-won's injustice. Dae-in leader. I feel like that's not right. Jung-won just joined the church not long ago. How can he be Gookris's rival? It's okay for Jung-won to disguise himself. I am willing to accept the challenge of leader Dae-in. I believe Seong-gwaang is absolutely on the side of justice. For all distinguished guests. Gave the two of them some space to duel. Gook Riza acted like a gentleman and asked where your weapon is. I don't want to hit the weak without a weapon. Jung-won responded to him with disdainful eyes. It's impossible to deal with evil people like you. Seong-gwaang is my best weapon. Gook Riza proactively attacks first and shuts up. Seong-gwaang. It's not something for someone like you to take away. Don't talk nonsense. He unleashed the skill Seong-gwaang slashed. Jung-won immediately jumped to the side to dodge. Gook Riza saw that and was secretly happy. Yeah. The first move is just a false move. Pretend to attack so you can run to the middle to avoid it. This move is the real killer move. Jung-won is also an old fox so he could have guessed it. He took out a glass ball. And then used the Seong-gwaang knock prop. My eyes. The bright light temporarily blinded Gook Riza. Irena was surprised again. Jung-won clearly hasn't joined the church for long. and can flexibly use Seong Guang. Props like that. I see the girls next to me don't cover their eyes. She reminded him once. Why don't you close your eyes? Light at this level can cause blindness. But her response was a seemingly absurd statement. But very convincing. I also want to close my eyes. But my eyes can't help but look at Jung Won. Even if it's just for a second. Why is Irena frozen? Return to battle. Jung Won is doing his best. Is now. Japo, lend me your strength. Then he rushed straight to Guk Riza. Each time Jung Won sped up. Then there was an explosive sound. Guk Riza completely consumed the 2 magic bull skill. Along with the shock force. Was shot out like a streak of light. Jung Won finished using his whispering scolding skill. The reaction force in my head is a bit big. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated due to the aftershocks of the battle. Guk Riza stepped out from the smoke. I originally wanted you to lose without suffering. If you don't know such things, then I don't need to show mercy anymore. Guk Riza immediately activated the equipment skill. Seong Guang Armor. Seong Guang Ji Jiam protects. Jung Won immediately smells danger. The feeling of oppression is really strong. What exactly is this armor? Guk Riza said arrogantly. Each piece of holy weapon in the 7 sages. All possess a state of liberation. Can release the hidden divine power. I have now entered the realm of the gods. He accelerated and hit Jung Won. Jung Won was startled and surprised. Really fast. Attacks at this speed cannot be dodged. You have to use smile to neutralize it. But Jung Won still has to eat this sword. Blood splattered from his hands. Seeing that something was wrong, Jung Won retreated immediately. Strangely unable to use smile. Guk Riza caught the card. I see you're not using evasive moves. Maybe you use some of Majak's skills to respond to our attack. But I tell you, holy weapon after liberation. Perhaps it is impossible to control the power of socks, including your Majak skill, will lose their effectiveness in front of me. Please accept the punishment for my dirty monsters. Another sword was slashed with twice the power. Irena below worriedly shouted loudly to Jung Won to be careful. Jung Won took out a sword in an emergency and used it to block a shocking sword. Jung Won feels lucky in his heart. Luckily got the power on a clone. Will not be controlled by Seong Guang. Guk Riza was even more surprised what it was. Ice Sword has never seen such strange tricks. But it's okay. In a sword competition, you are no match for me. After a few sword fights, Jung Won feels overwhelmed. This guy's swordsmanship is indeed very strong. Plus base properties. My body is indeed very weak. I have to think of a way. Jung Won started scheming to encourage him. You also only rely on Seong Guang's sword. Stronger than other people's weapons. Is it possible to be so proud? Guk Riza smiled contemptuously. Are you saying I rely on the power of weapons? Then he used his arm to block Jung Won's sword. Jung Won was a bit confused. Do you understand what can directly block my sword? Even though I don't use a sword? Your attack comes. You can't even hurt me. Jung Won silently scolded. What are you doing? This guy's armor really broke the rules. While absent-mindedly Jung Won was punched, Guk Riza returned the attack. At first Jung Won hit me. He was full of confidence. This is the difference between us. Dirty name. You obediently accepted my fate. Jung Won was seriously injured and was breathing hard to get the strength to stand up. System notification. Successful enchantment receives 110 accumulated points. Receive 130 accumulated points. The girls below who are fascinated by Jung Won are angry. Jung Won gaga. Don't fight that infamous guy anymore. In our hearts you will always be the winner. That's right, that's right. Hearing that Guk Riza above was excited. What are you doing? We are clearly stronger. You guys should be cheering for me, right? After speaking, he immediately received a series of criticisms. You only rely on Sungawang Jijuam's power. Just acting majestically and acting strangely. Jung Won Dae-in actually still respects the church. So be gentle with you. That's right, you are an unreasonable person. Even if you win, so what? Jung Won Gaga tries very hard, do you know that? Colorful guy. Not even as good as Jung Won Gaga's fingers. Without Seong Guangji Jiam you are nothing. Cruel race. The narcissist also hurt Jung Won. Countless criticisms put Gook Riza under pressure. Don't talk anymore, shut up for me. Everyone, shut up for me. Then his armor was automatically dissolved. Only after the armor dissolved did he realize what was happening. Why is my armor? Jung Won slightly smirked. Sure enough, I didn't guess wrong. Seems to show fascination to passers-by. It really works. This name is Gook Riza. Wants to control Sungguangjijuam's power. Probably can't escape. Related to Sungguang's steadfast beliefs. In his heart. But now his mental power has almost collapsed. It's basically impossible to resist. The great power of Seong Guang sword. Jung Won stood up and confidently said, Mr. Gook Riza. I think this match probably won't continue anymore. What did you say? After saying that, he immediately took Seong Guangji Jiam. Start attacking. I won't lose to a dirty guy like you. Clang sound. Seong Guangji Jiam in hand. Gook Riza was blown away by something. And a blonde girl holding a bow appeared. Sungguang's sword has abandoned you. Gook Riza. You're a man, don't embarrass yourself like that. Gook Riza was so angry that she turned back to Lucia, bitch. I'm the one Seong Guang chose them for. How could Seong Guang search for the sword give me up? Seong Guangji Jiam immediately glowed and flew away. And finally fell into Jung Won's hands. Following his summons, Jung Won started teasing again. It was so dazzling. What is this situation? What does this have to do with me? Gook Riza looked at Jung Won with fireflies in her eyes. How could that be possible? Seong Guangji Jiam belongs to you again. Daigoju's dissatisfaction ends here. Win and lose have been divided. Starting today, Jung Won will promote Seong Guang Chilhyun. Holds the Seong Guang sword. Gook Riza evil virtue. Insulting Seong Guang I declared. Kicked out of Seong Guang church. Notification system. Get the 5-star Seong Guang sword. Efficiency 1. Attacks and has the additional attribute of causing damage too. Evil creatures inflict damage leveled up to 100%. Effect 2 brings with it the Seong Guang armor skill. Can depend on the user. Forming up bonded armor. Very strong defense but will consume a lot of energy. Jung Won then immediately got acquainted with Lucia. She is Lady Lucia in the Seong Guang branch. Sungguang's palace is inside. Thank you so much for helping. Lucia out of common sense. She used 2 hills to press Jung Won's hands and then seduced him. If you want to thank me, just show some sincerity. Is it okay to go to Jaja's house tonight? Irena next door immediately stopped Lucia. Jung Won just joined the church and still doesn't understand people. Don't play around with him anymore. Lucia said provocatively. What are you doing protecting the food? Could it be that the two of you are in that relationship? Irena shyly shouted that no. Me and Jung Won are just normal friends. She felt a bit lost when she said that. It turned out to be a young lady. Irena just considers me a normal friend. He said sadly. That Jung Won made things difficult for him. Irena replied that they were more than just friends. But what do you want me to say? Jung Won laughed a little and said I was only joking. She angrily scolded this evil thing. Lucia stood next to her, thinking about Irena. Irena seems to be having a hard time. I hope that man doesn't disappoint her. Jung Won and Irena finished their drinks and started exchanging drinks. She said happily. Congratulations on truly becoming Seong Guangji Jiam. From now on, we can do our best for Seong Guang. I accept your good intentions. But drinking that much alcohol isn't a problem. Your alcohol tolerance seems to be very poor. It's okay because my alcohol tolerance is poor. All my wine is made by Sebastian. Ever since, he will not prepare strong drink for me to drink. At Irena's house, Sebastian thought differently from her. Today Daso Agassi said something big happened. Congratulations, I specially mixed strong wine for her to drink. I don't know what's going on. It's okay. Anyway, if you drink alcohol at home, it's okay to get drunk. Mr. Jung Won is also a gentleman. Old lady. If you're lucky, maybe next year, I can take care of the young master or young lady. Then, Irena, because she drank strong alcohol, is now drunk to the hilt. I tell you, ever since I was a child, Irena has never been drunk. Jung Won choked up and looked at her, she was already drunk. Okay, let me help you to the bedroom to rest early. No, don't you dare come into my bedroom. I want to take a bath, please help me into the bathroom. In the bathroom, Irina's seductive voice came out. Does Jung-won want to take a bath together? Jung-won glanced at the bathroom insincerely. It's not a good thing to say. Irina's frightened scream. Coming from the bathroom, Jung-won turned around in surprise. What happened, Irina? Then the bathroom door opened. Jung-won was stunned and she grabbed her collar. You were fooled. She kissed Jung-won in his surprise. Irina in the bathtub looked at Jung-won in ecstasy. It's true that we have been proactive to this point. It's your turn. Jung-won still has to talk a lot, Irina. Not what she said. My pure body must not be polluted. Now, you have already received the recognition of Sungguang's sword. Is the successor of Seong Guang. Our union will not pollute. Jung-won added another sentence. If we weren't human, but the real Majok, do you still love me? Irina was so overwhelmed that she ignored it. Then you. Is also Majok recognized by Seong Guang? If you were Seong Guang, I can enter heaven with you. If you are a devil, I will also go to hell with you. No regrets. If that's the case, then let me test the power of the Seong Guang sword. Then Jung-won opened combat. The first time Irina tasted the forbidden fruit, she was so high that she forgot the way back. I feel like my body is surrounded by Seong Guang. Irina character card unlock notification system. Irina has a 5-star skill level attached. Heavenly Judge. At Gukris's house 2 cultists are guarding the door. Guk Riza came home and was furious when she saw that. What are you guys at my door doing to let me in? The cultist guarding the door answered him with a fist. Don't be rude. You have been robbed of Sungguang's identity. According to church rules, all your assets belong to the church, understand? Guk Riza is like a dog sitting on the ground screaming. Are you kidding me? When I was still rich, you guys surrounded me like dogs. Now you treat me like that. How have I contributed to the church? The other guy added another sentence. Now you have made a name for yourself. How much damage has the church's participation suffered? The church is very merciful in kicking you out the door. It's already dark. Guk Riza has no home to return to and wanders around. Hateful, please wait. Someday sooner or later, I will also get back what I lost. Suddenly, from afar, 2 people came towards him. Those were 2 strong Majok guys. Isn't this Seong Guang looking for Guk Riza? Even though he's a bit shy. Although a bit shy, Guk Riza still kept her mouth shut. Majok, what do you want to do? These 2 guys almost laughed and replied, what are you doing? Could it be that you don't know in your heart? You harmed so many of my fellow tribesmen. It's time to pay. Guk Riza immediately turned and ran away. Don't come close to me. Go away. When he turned around, there were 2 more guys behind him. He couldn't maintain his previous appearance anymore. I was afraid and cried out for you to quickly go away. Don't come close to me. No, don't. His pitiful scream echoed everywhere. The next morning at the little rich lady Irina's house. She was still sleeping. Due to the echo of yesterday's battle with Jung-won, Kaur pushed the door open to meet Jung-won. I certainly didn't misunderstand you. Your mission was completed extremely well. Jung-won also asked the main question. Has the seal on Mawang's heart been resolved? Kaur closed his eyes to feel. We can feel Mawang's power rushing through. Pulled here. The next thing to do is wait. Hearing that, Jung-won seemed to have removed a stone from his heart. If so, you also broke the solution. Virgin blood spreads all over me. I don't want to risk my life being held by someone else. Kaur held the chain and said calmly. I also really want to solve it, but unfortunately I can't. Jung-won's face appeared full of surprise. Cannot be eliminated. What do you mean you're joking with me? I'm coming towards you lovingly. Soja stupidly locked her virginity and couldn't cut it. Your destiny and mine are linked. This is an honor. I don't know how much Majok wants it. Jung-won's face shows despicableness, right? If you can use the bloodlock to threaten me. On the contrary, I can also use it to kill you. Is that right? Jung-won then pulled the chain. And the sudden situation made her jump. What do you want to do? Miss Kaur, I have helped you do so much. Shouldn't you also give me some compensation? Kaur felt relieved hearing that. What else do we think it is? What do you want? No matter how many times you want, I'll give it to you. Don't forget that I'm a ghost. This time it's not like that. This time you must please me like a pet. Serving like a slave. Jung Won started giving orders. So what are you waiting for? Kneel down. This chastity chain starting from now is what it is, you guys understand for yourself. He saw Kair's face like that and teased him. Looks like someone is still secretly happy. With the congratulatory notification system. The customer has unlocked the character card. Karn Ka or rank. Demon's voice skill strategy. It's dark somewhere in the citadel. Remember the two Majok guys are chatting on the street. Today even though we insulted him. But also do not flaunt your prestige. Already know. Just seeing the person who used to be Seong Guangji Jiam. Now he has turned into a pitiful insect. Let others kill at will. I couldn't help but laugh ha ha ha. Gook Riza was beaten and lay on the ground. Scolding life for being hateful. The two Ma jokes just left. Then something cut it in half. Gook Riza lay on the ground in shock. What happened? A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That was Dae Gyo-ju. He said with a scary face. My poor child. Seong Guang never abandoned you. Just wanted to challenge you. I gave you so much practice. I ask you if you want revenge or not. How many days will you suffer humiliation? Hearing that sentence was like a ray of hope for Gook Riza. I want to endure no matter how much pain. I also want revenge on Jung Won. He keeps taking everything from me. Dae Gyo-ju has achieved his wish very well. Follow me, I have a gift to give you. Dae Gyo-ju led Gook Riza into a ladder. Vortex straight underground of the church. For who knows how long. Two people, Gook Riza and Dae Gyo-ju, were also able to get down. We are here. Before their eyes is a great sword full of darkness. Standing on the pedestal. When she saw it, Gook Riza was so surprised that she opened her mouth. This could be Ma Wang's heart. A heart is placed in the middle of the sword. To be the core. Dae Gyo-ju started seriously right. Actually after Ma Wang died that year. The church has conveniently researched it. And fused Ma Wang's heart with his sword. Now the purity of Shin Guang is no longer there. Later, I have ordered Ma Wang's heart to be moved here. And perform fusion. Now this magic sword already possessed the most terrifying power in this world. Gook Riza was still in amazement. This is the gift you talked about. But this is Majok's power. Is impure power. Dae Gyo-ju immediately cleared his mind with a stupid technique. Spell is power. As long as you can use it on the right path. So that is the power of righteousness. Gook Riza walked towards the sword as if in a daze. Right? Dae Gyo-ju Dae-in is right. His face was full of distortion as he looked at the magic sword. We endure such suffering. Absolutely controllable. The power of this magic sword. Jung Won, I want to use it to cut off your head. Gook Riza started holding the magic sword. Magic power continuously poured into his body. It invades every part of the body. Causing him to scream non-stop. His back began to deform. Like something wanted to escape. A pair of blood wings. Piercing Gookris's flesh and screams. Desperate pain. Dae Gyo-ju next to it. Overjoyed to see this kind of power. This is the power of Ma Wang. How can you control such great power? The splendor of Seong Guang Church will definitely light up the whole world. Seong Guang, a streak of light passed by. Literally cutting off Daigoju's words. The cult leader's fresh blood dripped endlessly. From the magic sword. Gook Riza due to not being able to control the power of the magic sword. So now it has become the biggest boss on this server. Blood, give me blood. Irena just woke up. Good morning, Jung Won. Jung Won, looking like a corpse, greeted her back. Good morning, Irena. She was a bit startled to see Jung Won so wilted. What's wrong with you? His face looked so bad. He replied tiredly, it was nothing, just a little insomnia. Ali quickly pushed the door open and walked in. No good. Something happened to the Seong Guang Church, Gook Riza, in the city is now being turned upside down by Gook Riza. Everyone quickly run away. That figure is definitely Ma Wang. Ma Wang has reappeared in the human world. Save Gookris's life in the sky and scream so loud it's killing me. All quiet for me. Become my servant. He used the blade to cut his palm, and then spread the blood from the wound on his hand everywhere. Countless people below were covered in this blood, feeling so uncomfortable. At the end, those who were touched by this blood turned into majak, and they madly bit and tore each other. There was a child who was lucky enough to escape an accident, but was sandwiched between a crowd of crazy people. So I just cry, "Mom, hoo-hoo, I want you." A majak to pay attention to the little girl who was about to hit her and something cut her in half. That was Jung Won. He took Seong Guangji Jiam, cut it to save that girl. He used his sharp eyes to look towards Gook Riza. Irena just arrived in time. I'm here, Jung Won. That name is Gook Riza, right? Gook Riza in the sky begins to show Jung Won's power. I have now obtained Ma Wang's power. Your day of death has come, Irena. You have been deceived by this ugly and cruel majak. I recognize your ability to follow me. Use Sung Guang's power, creating a new world order. Jung Won sarcastically replied. With his mouth, he said he looked down on majak. On the contrary, I fell into the devil's path. You're so pitiful. So angry that Gook Riza used force to tell me to shut up. Purple light shot out from his mouth. Jung Won found this move very surprising. Great power. What this guy has gone through after all. He intended to avoid this move. If I avoid the surrounding people, I will be affected. A person suddenly appeared, right in front of Jung Won. A girl held a shield. Having blocked this move of Gook Riza, she introduced herself. Sungguang's supercaster comes to the rescue. Sungguang's bow Lucia and Sungguang's staff. Franca came up behind. Jung Won, we're here to help you. Irena was happy to see someone coming to help. That's great, everyone's here. Franca tries to save the Gook Riza situation. You have been controlled by Ma Wang's heart. I was so confused that if I turned back I could still save my life. Gook Riza felt ridiculous. You guys are the ones who don't know anything. I gave you the opportunity to follow me. To create a new world. You regret it again. Race of this dirty world. What a bunch of idiots. He ordered the army behind him. Then let's disappear together. On Jungwon's side, Lucia initiates the fight first. It was you who disappeared. Many beams of light from her arrow split out. All of those beams hit them. Long time a pioneer. Franca found it impossible to persuade with a mosquito net. Let's start with force. Looks like you can't come back anymore. She fired a wide area magic move. That move immediately swept away a group of soldiers following. And then there were countless beams of light, penetrating the Majak crowd in the sky. Looking at her appearance, she is probably Seong Guang Chilhyun. She introduced herself. If there is a fight, then let me join Seong Guang and Vanessa here. The last of Seong Guang Chilhyun has appeared. A move to trade wind and stray flowers. Through a path, Sungguang's assistant came to visit. Surprisingly, in Seong Guang Chilhyun, there is Suan. Gook Riza above, which is a bit annoying. Every name is as annoying as an insect. Taking a nap, he appeared in the middle. Sungguang's spear and Sungguang's right. Probably think that. Are you qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with me? A sweeping sword attack made both of you helpless, allowing him to throw you a few rounds away. The two of you became surprised. Before the power that Gook Riza has. This guy has become so strong. Just a guy who relies on Ma Wang's power. Lucia took the opportunity to shoot him an arrow. But it had no effect. Gook Riza easily dodged, and then used her bare hands to catch this arrow. Lucia was scared when she saw it. What can purify Majak's breath? Doesn't it work with Ma Wang's power? Gook Riza is serious now. I'm tired of watching your petty games. Next it's my turn. The great demon world. Covered by his power, it spread all around. It exploded and quickly spread to the whole city. Irena silently lamented in the barrier. This is the barrier in the legend. I feel like my whole body is being oppressed by this darkness. Makes people unable to breathe. The body suddenly feels uncomfortable. It's like the strength is being gradually drained from the body. Feels the strength rising. Gook Riza is proud. In the great demon world, the power of other races will be diluted by darkness. Will then provide it to Majak. We don't even need to do anything. They also died from exhaustion of blood essence. So that's how it was. What did I say? Feeling of strength in the body. Kept rising. Didn't you say I was majok? How come I almost forgot? Sow the wind and reap the whirlwind. Jung-won released the first sun breath. A huge fireball hit Gook Riza. But he cut it in half with a curse. What a fool. Of course we won't forget. Only thing, you think a guy like Majok is like you? Is the limit of Moang's power? Below Irena was shocked by that news. Is Jung-won really Majok? Using your life to open your eyes. King Majok's power went loudly with a beam of light in his hand. Spit out a huge stream of energy. At this critical moment, Castor held the shield and blocked a blow. Then flew out like a star. And finally fell to the ground. In Irena Castor's screams, Castor sat up and signaled that he was not dead yet. Irena asked worriedly and curiously. With your sword you can stop Gook Riza. Now it's too dangerous. You obviously just met Jung-won. Moreover, he is Majok. Why did you? Castor scold her for being stupid? Whether Jung-won ends up being Majok or something. Now what we can see is just that. He is standing in front of me. Protect the people of this world with all your strength. So there's no need to think too much. Isn't that right? Irena was also shaken. Gook Riza in the air was disdainful. There are many ants. In the end, it's just ants. This time I won't care how many people come here. Use your attitude to attack. If you want to fight, just come here. Irena is shouting Jung-won below. In this barrier, the only person with the ability to resist is you. We will go through the induction between the Seong Guang weapon. Bring remaining strength. Transmitted to your sword Seong Guang. Use it to fight. This is the power passed down above. Seong Guang Ji Jiam gradually appeared. Not knowing his own strength, Gook Riza released the same skill but darker. Jung-won in the dark area of the field suddenly broke out. The power you guys received. Jung-won seriously said. Loudly several times. Smoke and dust covered the sky. In the smoke and dust, a figure gradually appeared. Which was Jung-won holding the shield of Seong Guang. Blocked that attack. Gook Riza frowned. Seong Guang tri-shield. Due to the convergence of the power of the holy weapon, Majok's power is restored. Sungwang's strength combined with support. In this copy, the buzz has completely gathered. Gook Riza scolded incomprehensibly. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you confused about some strange things? You don't need to understand. You just need to know I can feel it clearly. Now the power is in my body. As strong as ever. Jung-won changed Sungwang's shield into a holy mandarin spear. Gook Riza also saw this scene. At first, I thought to myself that Seong Guang loves. Jung-won used the wind flower skill. And caused Gook Riza to lose a few lines of blood. This truth made him suspicious. Seong Guang right. Jung-won is like the reincarnation of Deep 2. Play the system of dissolving and entering into trance. From spear to punch. One punch fell and Gook Riza groaned non-stop. Gook Riza couldn't stand it, so she used a delaying strategy to stop. Don't try to fight me. I now control the power of Ma Wang. I'm so bored, my dad talks a lot of nonsense. When he can't play alone, he plays in a group. Go out. How come the servants from the hellish earth? Jung-won, you have the ability to protect each and every person above. The ground in my servants' hands is empty. Kill them all and let me. Jung-won take them out. Seong Guang looked back disdainfully. Always said he possessed Moang's power. But can only summon a few. This corny move. That's a bit bad. Sungwang's injury notification system is effective. All mental system skills. Against evil creatures has 100% leveling effect. Purifies Seong Guang enchantment barrier. The barrier centered on Jung-won began to spread. The summoned demons touching Seong Guang will start to be purified. Lovely ladies, there's no need for you to come out here anymore. Please disperse. Yes, master. Jung-won began to disperse the purified demons. Gook Riza angrily screamed, damn. I still have another trick I haven't used yet. Thinks he talks too much nonsense. Jung-won gave him a shot in the arm. To apologize. I don't want to be subjected to your foolish tricks. Missed time. Jung-won held Seong Guang and performed the move. Seong Guang hit. So Gook Riza flew straight into the sky. And then flew up with all his strength. Next is the final push. My full strength. The lead in his hand turned into a sword. Majak's wings also sprouted from his back, standing proudly in the sky, wanting to use this sword to defeat Guk Riza. All the power of Zheng Wan and Seong Guang Chilhyun. Everything is concentrated on this one sword. Like the sword of God's will. A sword of light. Just like the sun had not yet slashed Emperor Guk Riza. In this sword light he was constantly being burned. Constantly disintegrating. Finally collapsing from the sky. Zheng Wan lost his strength and kept breathing heavily under the notification system. Complete the mission to defeat Guk Riza. Reward 3. Accumulated points. I want to escape from the bad copy. Zheng Wan succeeded, Irena happily exclaimed. Strange, Guk Riza is dead. Why doesn't the great demon world disappear? He silently said in doubt. Kaur appeared and explained his doubts. We originally thought that, if we find it, we can store Ma Wang's heart energy. But I didn't expect it to be activated like that. In such a situation, it has also exceeded my expectations. Ma Wang's heart in an activated state. Even we can't control it. But on the contrary, it's not completely impossible. Just very dangerous. Zheng Wan is a bit worried. Please listen. There needs to be someone with strength. Seong Guang. Using your body to seal Ma Wang's heart. What would happen if you used your body to seal it? Zheng Wan knew he had definitely eaten the sealing fruit. Isn't this guy's idea for me to seal it? Irena also doesn't quite understand. I'm not sure either. Since ancient times, no one has tried it yet. Anyway, in this world, it is very difficult to find out whose body it is. Can withstand such great strength. Zheng Wan heard that and was thinking. On the surface, it shows that the task has been completed. I can directly withdraw from the copy. But when I see the scene of those people. How are you, Vanessa? His body became weaker and weaker. Zheng Wan chose brown on the bulletin board. Zheng Wan was like a soldier cutting off his hand and went to Ma Wang, right? He held the magic sword. I want to see you on the contrary. How harmful. Is this hateful feeling? Ma Wang's power from within the magic sword is corroding him. Because his body cannot withstand the terrible pressure from that power. So Zheng Wan vomited a mouthful of black blood. Irena looked at him in pain. On the one hand, Zheng Wan Franca advised to stop him. He is dealing with Ma Wang power in the body. We can't help. Kaur goes to where you guys don't. Can you help as much as possible? We can bring the power of Ma Wang inside his body. Take it out and share it in our bodies. Let me try first. She started casting magic. Temporary love room magic structure. Zheng Wan was lying on the bed, painfully struggling with that strength. Kaur volunteered to go first, then let me go first. Irena was also a bit worried. Even though I don't know who you are. But Zheng Wan is very powerful. Are you really okay? Kaur smiled bewitchingly. Don't underestimate me, ya, this is a ghost. 1 hour later, Irena and Franca were outside. Heard ghost sounds coming from inside the room. His face looked like boiled shrimp. What are they doing inside that's so intense? I don't know. Kaur was out of breath and pushed the door out. Looks like I've underestimated him. Going it alone is certainly too reluctant. Someone who is basically not his opponent. Next, I have to rely on you guys. Irena glanced meaningfully at Franca. Franca, I didn't expect you to do that. Franca felt shy when the words hit her heart. I'm just taking care of Seong Guang. 2 hours later, the two girls were exhausted. Is there anyone else in reserve? We've reached our limit. Now it's the turn of the 4 female Suans. Let's go up together, shall we? 3 hours later, the 4 Suan girls also dried up. Sorry we went all out. This time the owner is really too powerful. Irena worriedly looked to Kaur for advice. Our physical strength is not enough to recover. But in Zheng Wan's body there is still evil energy. Not yet purified. Kaur also has no choice but really can't. We can only risk death and do it. I underestimated Ma Wang's strength. Just rely on the few of us in difficulty. It's certainly a bit too big. But based on the principle that the male lead is immortal. A few silhouettes appeared. Is Zheng Wan Day in there? In that case let us help. The group of demons immediately showed that they wanted to help. Kaur was a bit surprised by this appearance. You are the new Majak purified by Zheng Wan. Not wrong with him. Purifying our soul along with our body helps. We have a new body. Now is the time for us to return the favor. Furthermore, we greatly have Kair's pressure reduced now. So you guys came at the right time. Next, we have to rely on you. Notification system. Experience points of thousands of charms without borders. Decided to get promoted. And then there were countless such announcements. And the ground shook violently. To the surprise of several people. What's going on? Star earthquake. Irena looked up at the sky and discovered something was wrong. Incorrect. Everyone looks across the Seongguang Church. A giant silhouette is approaching. It is a statue representing the Seongguang Church. And the one controlling it is Dae Gyo-ju. He proudly laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. Gook Riza, you are so stupid. If the leader of the church is not fully prepared, how could I reveal the plan to you? You kneeling together is just my pawn. My ultimate goal is to combine Seongguang and the great demon world's demonic weapons together. Create the power of supreme intelligence. Now I'm ready. Then Dae Gyo-ju will continue to get closer. I just need to absorb Ma Wang. The power on Jungwon's body. I will be the most complete one. Dae Gyo-ju controlled the statue to draw his sword. Cut to the house where Jungwon was lying. You are the scoundrels. Defiled Seongguang. Roaring loudly. The sword fell on the broken house. Smoke and fire were flying everywhere. Irena was outside screaming in fear at Jungwon. Kaur saw this and gave her a tranquilizer. Do not worry. It's all majok, so you can feel there's a good game. Notification system. Main quest to defeat Dae Gyo-ju. Mission reward 5. Accumulated points. Jungwon successfully overpowered Ma Wang's power. Is now in a state of Ma Wangization. Just gently using his hand to catch this sword. He gently squeezed the jack with a resounding sound. The sword was easily broken. Dae Gyo-ju was angry and suspicious. How can this power be possible? How can a mortal like you control? I will destroy you myself. And regain the power that should be mine. The divine light from the statue's two hands gradually gathered. Jungwon had no intention of lasting. The power in my body is quite impatient. So I don't have time to compensate for the moves. Sorry. Jungwon uses Goku's ultimate move Kamehameha. Energy from Jungwon's two hands. Shot straight at Dae Gyo-ju. It created a firestorm surrounding it. Dae Gyo-ju ate the entire firestorm. Why is winter so hot? Then gradually dissolved into ash. Along with the fire. Notification system. Complete the task. Reward totals 8. Accumulated points. After the battle. Then all the surrounding houses became ruins. Jungwon is gradually dispelling his Ma Wang form. As expected, using Ma Wang's power is still too reluctant for me. Then he was so tired that he fell down. Irena quickly helped him up, full of worry. Jungwon, are you okay? Wake up. A voice rang out. Next stories. Please leave it to us to handle. The three of Unsolhan, Peng Ryong-chung and Mok Eung-sang took the lead. Looks like this guy is causing quite a bit of trouble. Irena turned to look warily. Your costumes are so strange. Who are you and what relationship do you have with Jungwon? Why do you want me to hand him over to you? Mok Eung-sang explained to us. The three of us are Jungwon's companions. Peng Ryong-chung is still a bit shy. Don't say such things. Will cause others to misunderstand. Unsolhan gave Irena a choice. Come with us. She will immediately know all of this man's secrets. In the space system in Jungwon's room. Jungwon suddenly woke up and looked around. This place is the main god of space. He got dressed and opened the door. Is there anyone here who won't tell me a little? What is the current situation? Answer to the question is something. Is flying straight towards his striker. Forcing 1. Sungawangjiji's hammerhead hit his face. And two people appeared. Unsolhan and Irena. Outside the yard exchanging martial arts. Only then will you never fight me again. Irena felt a little guilty and called Jungwon, are you okay? I'm sorry, we are fighting to learn from each other. I didn't think you would suddenly appear. I'm really sorry. You look much more beautiful this way. Jungwon with an injured face didn't want to talk. Irena asked an important issue, but Jungwon, with your current strength, how can you be injured like that? You clearly have the power of Ma Wang. A voice rang out. No need to worry. He just absorbed Mwang's heart. Using it once consumes too much of Mwang's power. Only resulted in the power being temporarily sealed. Jung Won put that aside with a curious voice. Why did you appear here? Kaur replied convincingly. The power of Ma Wang has been absorbed by you. You are the new Ma Wang. I just want to obey Ma Wang day in. No matter who Ma Wang is, I don't care. Jung Won turned to Irena. We can understand Kair's words. Why are you here too? What should Seong Guang Church do? Irena was a bit hesitant because of Daigoju's actions. Did Seong Guang Church reputation fell thousands of feet? Let alone Sungga Wangchilhyun's power has all been absorbed by you. Seong Guang Church also did not exist. Existence is inevitable. Is not wrong. So because of you, we lost our workplace. So of course we have to rely on you now. I also decided to stay. Anyway, it's more lively here. Ali also appeared and hugged Jung Won. Jung Won. Ali will also forever serve his master. Wherever you go, we will go there. Jung Won was a bit surprised and shaken. You. The three of Japo also have the same thought. Of course we do too. Don't think about abandoning us. Jung Won started to explode again. No problem. No matter how many mouths I have, I can take care of them all. Mok Eung Sang said pamperedly. This is what you said. Want to feed the people here. It's not as simple as you think. Unsolhan glanced angrily at Jung Won. Master Ya, don't say anything that will make people misunderstand. I tell you, sister's intention is. This time, following you back here, there were a lot of people. He looked at Unsolhan in confusion. Who else? Why am I not impressed? A group of Akma girls replied. Hello master, it's us. We are all great heroes who helped you solve the problem. The power of Ma Wang. Only about 200 people. From now on, everything depends on you. He rubbed his head. I know. Jung Won is not the type of irresponsible man. Finished eating and then left. But this place does not nurture free people. Let us see the architectural family system. First, consume 1,000 accumulated points to exchange for Magnificent Palace. Notification system. Magnificent Palace. Accumulate 1,000 effective points. Capacity of 500 people. Complete infrastructure. And can consume accumulated points to increase. Support facilities. Training ground, cumulative points 1,000 effective points. Practice cultivation in the inner area. Efficiency increased by 50%. Blacksmith increased to level 400 accumulated points. Alchemy room increases to level 400 accumulated points. Lin Dean increases level by 400 accumulated points. Hot spring level increased by 400 accumulated points. Jung Won seemed addicted to shopping. Buy. I want all. Jung Ryong of all worlds to fly to this reminder. You plan your good and bad a bit. Don't buy so impulsively. Don't worry about them following me. Of course we want them to live better. I have some points, I'm self-controlled. Jung Won seemed to see a treasure. Oh. There was something good like this that I had never discovered before. And then he clicked to buy. That architecture materializes in space. Double practice room accumulates 1,000 points. Effectively in the internal area to practice double cultivation. Performance increased by 50%. Irena looked at the room and felt something was wrong. This room looks so weird. This is a bit. Irena's face turned red when she opened the room. Kaur and Mok Eung Sang both chuckled happily. Me and Miss Mok Eung Sang. Their temperaments are so compatible that they are cruel. Just in time for this room. We will make you feel a new world. Later Jungwon's hands are tied. Kaur and Mok Eung Sang put him on the bed. Let Ya see. Have you gotten any stronger after the healing period? Jungwon also got a sticky tape combo on his mouth. So just look at it. I don't think Kaur is that skilled. Mok Eung Sang took Kair's tail and regretted it. Is this the devil's weak point? Kaur trembled all over and cried out loud. Jungwon was lying unconsciously and moaning on the bed. With a beautiful hand holding a pipe and blowing on it. Mok Eung Sang was full of admiration. The yin and yang dual cultivation power is indeed famous. I can feel my cultivation progressing very well. Kaur right next to me also saw this. It was amazing. Although I don't know why. But my magic power has definitely increased a lot. Comes from mystical power. Eastern Star. Jungwon's body is as dry as a corpse. Weakness speaks here. However, although cultivating can quickly increase one's cultivation base. But you oppress me too cruelly. Irena is a bit shy on the outside. This room is also too impure. And unsoul hang kao ti tam phi. Use this method to increase your cultivation level. Clearly an evil sect. Mok Ung Sang is worthy of being a senior sister. Saw into her heart. Sister Un, don't you want to try? Jung Won can't rest. I have to endure the torment of these two girls again. Here, let me rest a bit. Do you understand? 3 days later, Jung Ryong woke up Jung Won. Wake up, Grandpa. The new copy has opened. Jung Won quickly woke up and shut up. He smiled with a haggard face. Finally started a new instance. Don't let the girls hear. Otherwise, before leaving, pull me back and forth a few times. Jung Ryong's voice was full of disdain. This type. Normal people don't dare to imagine when they dream. You never dreamed of being happy again. On the contrary, it turns into bondage. Jung Won also has his own suffering. Because my charm value is too high. You may not know. Does not have enough physical attributes. If it continues like that, how can I resist? Jung Ryong clearly doesn't believe in bragging. This copy is different from the previous one. You need to pay a little attention. Unconnected. Although my strength has not yet fully recovered. But I was originally just relying on my face to eat. Just need to communicate with the same person. We can all come closer together. Jung Ryong of all worlds saw this and smiled proudly. Right now. You're just afraid you won't be able to communicate with people. Jungwon wonders what you mean by this. Don't talk nonsense. Teleportation copy. She immediately cut off Jungwon's doubts. Jungwon also had to accept. Oh, but let's not mention the previous drama. I understand, see you again. Admin kept reading this line but still couldn't understand it. The surrounding scenery began to change. Turned into a skyscraper. This must be the modern world. Please log out of the old server. Coming to the new server with the stamping machine. Jungwon's stamping machine has stamped more than 200 children. Seeing the scenery around him, he silently groaned. This time the copy turned out to be the modern world. On the radio screen broadcasting the news. During this time, there were many attacks in the city. Suspected to be related to infectious diseases. Special. People are asked to take protective measures. Jungwon, unaware of anything, is wandering on the street. This familiar environment. We can also take a few days off and walk around. Suddenly a lost girl ran up to a man. Then hugged Jungwon. I want the man. Jungwon to be equally shocked. Although my charm is very high. But no matter what, don't rush it like that, but. That woman turned her face up and he was startled. Only then did the man react and shout out, DM, what is this? A figure rushed out and kicked the zombie. Stepped back. And landed coolly. Like real black pagers. Jungwon has countless question marks in his head. What's wrong? That person said you're just an ordinary man. What are you doing out on the street alone? He didn't want to live anymore, so he was confused when he heard that. What do you mean? That's a short-haired beauty. Are you scared or pretending? Didn't know that guy was zombie. Jungwon was analyzing zombie in his mind. No wonder she said I can't communicate with people. She introduced herself as Juk Seol. Special Rescue Team Operator. Someone like you. It is very dangerous to wander on the road. Come with me and I'll take you to the shelter. He asked more suspiciously. What does a man like me mean? It seems like he really doesn't know anything at all. I don't care where you come from. But now you must know that. This zombie virus is very dangerous. Moreover, it is very special. That males will die quickly after infection. Females will become zombies after being infected. And is very sensitive to the smell of males. They will hunt males and then rape them to death. Not only that, his appearance is more handsome. Masculinity is even more attractive to them. Whoever created this plot, please bow to me. Jungwon looks a bit narcissistic. It turns out that being as handsome as me is also miserable. But received in return Juk Seol's contempt. Reduce the illusion of reporting your name and identity. Then follow me to the shelter. Jungwon slightly disguised Jungwon's name. Her identity is. She saw something attacking her. Immediately used his legs. Push Jung-won away violently and carefully. It's a zombie standing on an electric pole, with a series of tentacles on its back. It's a C-level zombie. Juk-sol shouted worriedly, "Run away. I'll hold him off. Immediately use your gun to preemptively attack." Damn, this guy's defense is too strong. The bullets fired at the zombie bounced out like rubber bullets. Then a tentacle whipped in, knocked the gun away from Juk-seol's hand. Jung-won reached out and caught the gun. If the power is sealed, then I will temporarily borrow the power of modern weapons. Juk-sol was angry and scolded him stupidly. Can only deal damage to it by attacking weak points. Civilian. Without training like you can't beat it. Jung-won immediately dispatched the commercial system. Change passive skill Wild Great Hero Spear Technique. Wild Great Hero Spear Technique effective. Achieve the same precise spear technique as Great Hero. Appropriate introduction to useless scraps. Jung-won only has a unique talent and can exchange his spearmanship skills to try out guns. The game begins. His first set of shots seemed to have high recoil, as if they were accurately shot. The weak point of that C-level zombie. He acted like Lucky when he blew the gun. Shooting a gun is really easy. I am truly a genius. Juk-sol felt something was wrong and pulled him away immediately. Don't be delusional anymore, run quickly. Behind is a group of zombies. Jung-won has never seen it before. I was being chased so much. He saw a group of zombies chasing behind him. Like chasing idols. Shout out why there are so many names. Is my attraction that strong? Juk-sol got into the car and ran quickly here. My hand is injured. He came to drive. She started to guide Jung-won, based on the instructions of the hospital map. On the road there are many zombies and obstacles. Is your driving technique okay? Jung-won is full of confidence, rest assured. I am a genuine racing boy. Then Jung-won stepped on the accelerator and shifted into the correct gear. Let's go selfie gallop. Tires rubbing against the road surface smoke. Like in Fast and Furious. But unfortunately a bunch of zombies blocked the car. I'll take each one. Juk-sol was worried when he saw this scene. Be careful, ahead is a wave of zombies. Jung-won put his hand on his chin. Just like the bald guy diminished Toberto. Mouth at. It's because my family has a road leading north. Can stay away from zombie. His face turned serious and he turned the steering wheel. The wind blew from the mountain. It was my fault to blow you all away. Finished singing that verse. Jung-won turned the car making a screeching sound, knocking away a few zombies. Saw a female zombie reluctantly holding on to Jung-won's car. If you don't let me see your face. You must be a beautiful woman. The two people's car escaped the running zombies. On the way to the hospital, Juk-sol was a bit hurt and surprised. I didn't expect his driving technique to be so good. Studying somewhere. Jung-won gestured with his hand to show his prestige. An Olympic racer. It must be a famous game from China, guys. Rim Ryuk is the head of surgical surgery at this hospital. The other doctor introduced it. He immediately felt it was wrong. Unscientific. Is there any doctor who has such good skills? As a surgeon? Can skillfully use a surgical knife. That's too normal. Juk-sol painfully interrupted this conversation. Did you two introduce yourself or something? Let's talk about it later. Jung-won suddenly remembered now. Oh, I almost forgot. The doctor asked her to come save her. She was injured by a zombie. And I wonder if she can be saved. Take her to the operating room. Dr. Rim turned to lead the way. And asked curiously about the hospital situation. Dr. Rim, what is the hospital situation like? Why is there no one? Dr. Rim gave a very convincing reason. I was too lazy so I slept at the morgue first. Woke up like this. Those people. When he withdrew, he didn't even bother to call me. Jung-won followed behind and cursed like crazy. Normally one would think of someone in the morgue taking a nap. In the operating room, Dr. Rim advised Jung-won. I want to prepare a little. He helped her take off her clothes. He skillfully came to this and apologized. I may have offended. Juk-sol was covered in pain by shame. So she blushed slightly. After only 2 seconds, Jung-won had been stripped naked and placed her on the bed. He seriously observed the wound on her mouth. The wound has spread. Her figure is so beautiful. If he turned into Sang-si, it would be too unfortunate. Dr. Rim appeared and interrupted his beautiful dreams. It's always convenient for me to say it. You better not move your brother. Exchanges can also lead to infection. When Dr. Rim poked him into a beautiful dream. He's embarrassed, I know. My mind is very calm. After a while, Dr. Rim started to examine the heart first. Jung Won next to him asked worriedly. Dr. Rim, how is she? Previously she was injected with antiviral vaccine. So the infection rate is not significant. Because there is no medicine. Dr. Rim asked Jung Won to go get medicine with him. You and I went to the medicine store to get some medicine. Out of the room, he asked Dr. Rim about the virus. Dr. Rim, what is this virus like? Why do women turn into zombies after being infected? Men will die. She is used to smoking. No one knows the specifics of the current situation. As it seems roughly, the virus must have chosen the female as its host. The reason is fertility. So men are just tools. After getting bored of playing, I'll throw it away. When there's a sound through the window that catches Jungwon's attention. Save my life. Someone is being chased by a zombie outside. It was a young man calling for help. Due to being chased by Ms. Zombie for 4 years. Dr. Rim saw this and immediately advised him. Don't move this situation. That guy couldn't be saved anymore. And then there was the scene of that young man screaming, nope. Jung Won felt sorry for that young man. He also pitied Dr. Rim because he had witnessed so many lives and deaths. So I coldly advised him. You should also clarify whether your opinion is pitiful or not. After all, that was the feeling of the witness. He still felt sad for that young man. But when he saw his body being crushed to pieces. When he looked at the other person's face, he was startled. Slowly, there was a smile on his face. That was the zombie virus. Will make men lose all humanity. Constantly falling into a state of excitement. Then collaborated with female Sangxi. Until his energy runs out and he dies. There even before the stage of death. Will feel a feeling of extreme joy. Hearing that name gives a slight stimulation. Even took the initiative to tease those Sangxis. Let me teach you how powerful you are. With that expressionless face, she turned to Jung Won. Do you want to try the feeling of poking a dog? Jung Won scolded whoever wanted to tease the dog. So this Jung Won had to let the admin take him to tease the dog. After teasing a dog, you will realize that it is fun. Is a sport that should be included in the Olympics. After the conversation, the last 2 people went to the medicine room. Watch out. Some of the people who withdrew earlier took away a lot of medicine. We assign each other to go get medicine. Can resist viruses. It's best for us not to be too far apart. This place is not a safe place. Time is slower. The girl's infection became faster. So we must know how to grasp time. And used his full potential. Wow, a zombie burst out of the closet right where Dr. Rim was. Be careful, Jung Won quickly pushed her away and blocked her with his body. He was bitten by a zombie, blood spurted out into his hands. Dr. Rim reacted promptly. Use a surgical knife to puncture the zombie's head. The 2 stopped for a moment to regain their composure. Dr. Rim is no longer the leader he used to be. She worriedly asked him how he was bitten. Do you feel any strange feelings now? For example, excitement. Jung Won looked at the strange wound suspiciously. No feeling. What you said before wasn't tricking children, was it? She took out a bottle of medicine and said it was an antiviral medicine. Please try it first. Each person's physique is different. Perhaps the virus is just temporarily hiding. Press machine. Jung Won started his homework again. If you have been bitten, let me enjoy the feeling of happiness. Of the last moments. It's a pity that there are no female Sangxis here. Otherwise Dr. Rim, or she does good deeds. Let me enjoy happiness before I die. Wait until you die and then say it. Dr. Rim sighed in his head. When infected with a virus, a man's life is almost 0. I'm sorry, I'm afraid you won't live long. Juk's soul is suffering against the virus. Dr. Rim immediately gave her an injection. Just received it from 2 people. And found the treatment for Juk's soul too simple. Made him ask more. So why won't she get hurt? Half an hour later we will know the results. Rim, the doctor is giving bad results to the patient. Said hesitantly. But there's something I should tell you. Jung Won is like a cosmic prophet. You said I wouldn't live much longer, right? I understand clearly in my heart that. He was thinking about changing the medicine again. In the system's commercial city. Although the city can buy medicine to eliminate the virus. But also too precious. Still waiting for the crucial moment. Then consider this exchange. If you have any wishes you can tell me. Although it doesn't work here. Jungwon's face was full of satisfaction. Aspiration is really nothing. But I got infected with the virus. Moreover, there is a great beauty like Dr. Rim next to him. This is the greatest happiness before death. To feel no regrets. Dr. Rim only asked one question. He seriously looked at her serious face. He forced a smile. Ha ha, sorry, I was just joking. I understand that the action sect doesn't talk much. She immediately took off her shirt. Jung-won opened his mouth wide. Are you serious? Take off the blue shirt and you'll have a 906990 body. Plump and sweet. Dr. Rim clarified that there should be no misunderstanding. Because of me, you got injured. If this is your wish, I can finish it for you. Jung-won moved closer to turn on the press mode. This is truly my honor. Dr. Rim still said with that expression. You must pay attention. Keep your voice down a bit or else you'll lure zombie here. Dr. Rim really is. No matter what the situation is. With the same disrespectful and arrogant appearance. Dr. Rim teased Jung-won again. Don't go back and forth like that. If not, the engine almost died while plowing. Jung-won still calmly responded. I give my remaining life force. They all gave her. The point notification system. Manmi Mugangyol's experience was promoted. He started a passionate kiss with Dr. Rim. Then used his two hands to flatten those two hills. After a while he was sweating all over his body. Tired of lying on bed studying. This feeling is the kind of feeling I've never had before. Dr. Rim immediately refused. Don't ask the two ladies to show off. If you have the same spirit. If not, then persevere and survive. Withdrawing her words, she looked a little surprised at Jung-won. This Russian stamping machine was pretending to die. Her eyes became less sad. Now I seem to have taken a part of your tenacity to survive. She slowly pulled the white cloth covering his face in her lap and rolled it up. Because of something in my heart I feel a little pain. Clearly got to know the people around him early. Died before his eyes. Jungwon's hand suddenly moved. Then jumped at Dr. Rim. I'm a zombie. I want to suck you dry. Dr. Rim answered him with a furious kick to the face. Jung-won was sent flying a long distance. And finally crashed into the locker. Jung-won explained to the two of them. This is the battle outfit I prepared specifically for you. Her body was infected with the zombie virus. So it has been enhanced. This robot arm will effectively inhibit the spread of the virus. Female passengers on this bus. Jungwon's was lying on the floor of the car. Tired and can't breathe. She looked at Jung-won a little irritated. Indeed, men will not turn into zombies. Why don't you die? No, Jung rubbed his face. I don't know. Anyway, I don't have the slightest unusual feeling. But why is she so strong? Could it be that she is a Sangsi in disguise? Dr. Rim is also full of questions. It wasn't just my reaction. I clearly wasn't that strong before. Maybe it was wrong with you just now. It's basically unscientific. Jung-won pushed the thinking in another direction. I feel like this zombie virus is much more strange than the Rim Ryuk character card unlock notification system. 4-star force level. Skill with advanced healing ability. And a cigarette was lit by her. But somehow he didn't react to the virus. This is what startled me. Now this is clearly a good thing. Why do you make me feel cold down my spine? Dr. Rim exudes a malevolent smell. I think, if we take him into surgery and then take him for research. Let's see what's in your body. Historical discovery. Please, I'm the one who's alive. Yok Yao 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 Ying from the bed next to me. Interrupting the conversation. Juk Sol in the next bed was slowly sitting up. She has a hotter body than Nok Trin. White head sitting motionless on the bed. Jung-won hastily pushed the curtain open. When she woke up, why didn't she think that the medicine would see that there was a boy coming, so she screamed loudly and jumped up to see that there was a boy. Jung-won quickly escaped. Dr. Rim reminded him to be careful. Looks like she was controlled by the virus. We better run now, before things get worse. But I don't want to leave her like that. You said it. Maybe my body can be immune to the zombie virus. That's just speculation. What is his body like? We'll have to wait until surgery to know. Rim Ryuk still wants to perform surgery on Jung Won. Jung Won is about to take off his shirt to demonstrate. Then it's time to use practice to prove it. Then Jung Won throws his shirt towards Juk Sol, who is zombieizing. He shows an eye-catching pose. Come here. The man you want is here and comes and eats me up. Eat me too. She moves forward and pushes Jung Won to the ground. Jung Won lies on his back and ignores life. Right. I let you play freely without any formality. And I'm planning on lying on my back to enjoy it, but I still don't see anything, huh? What's going on? Why haven't we started yet? Seeing that stupid appearance, he shouted loudly. What are you doing? You're so stupid, why don't you eat anymore? Dr. Rim blushed a little and said his guess. Zombies turn out to act based on their host's instincts. If zombie was a girl before, is someone with no experience, not even in that regard, then turns into a zombie. I don't know what to do next. He's a bit unexpected, huh? Don't think about it. There will be such a pure and innocent girl. Existence. Zombie Juk Sol, due to his pride, sat around crying. Jung Won felt angry seeing that. What are you doing now that makes you so depressed? Take out the dignity of a zombie. Jung Won sighed and comforted her and said so. Her turning into a zombie is not dangerous, but because it cured her. Next steps. Let me guide you and show you the way. Leading the way with a 20-centimeter stick here and there. She saw that and immediately regained the demeanor of a zombie. If you eat it, I will kill you and eat all the leaders. As Dr. Rim saw, couldn't help but exclaim. From being slurped to being slurped. Innocent zombies can do this right away. Now is it reasonable for the system to announce the unlocking of the employee card? Juk Sol Animal. 5-star skill level with Sangsi transformation. A few hours later, Juk Sol gradually woke up with a white head. And she cried out like she was having a nightmare. No need, I won't turn into a zombie. Two people, Jung Won and Rim, who do you care about? She finally woke up with peace of mind. She won't turn into a zombie. Juk Sol still couldn't believe his eyes. There's really no turning into a zombie. But before I lost consciousness. Remember clearly that the wound had spread quite widely. Dr. Rim delivered a heavy bomb. With this, she just turned into a zombie. She even went crazy and slurped up Jung Won. Hearing that, my face turned red. I seem to remember that. At that time, I actually attacked him. Oscar-winning actor Jung Won acted again. No need to say anymore. Consider it my destiny. Let me bear that pain alone. Juk Sol couldn't help but grab Jung Won's collar. Don't talk like you're the one suffering. Is that my first time? Jung Won's stamping machine finds it difficult to take a step back. Don't provoke me, I'm just joking. If you and I do that, it's just an immoral act. Reluctantly. Suddenly she began to tremble violently. My arm is so uncomfortable. If it doesn't listen, it's like having a tremor that makes your limbs weak. Her hand began to move instinctively. And finally grabbed Jung Won's gun. In the surprise of the two people, he looked at it wonderingly. Why did children appear here? If the risk increases, it will take a long time to explode. How did they survive? She started casting magic. Let Seong Guang come and inform you. Pure Kai of light. Dr. Rim walked over and took her hand to check. Looks like her left hand is still small. The remnants of the zombie virus have not been completely eliminated. Jung Won offers a solution. Are there still virus remnants? If so, I have a way to cure it. Come with me. What do you want to do? Why do you want me to take off my clothes? Wait, what is this? I don't want to wear it no matter what. Dr. Rim outside heard this with reluctance. And she couldn't help but think. What are they doing inside? Jung Won opened the door confidently and finished. Something completed. You finally. What are you trying to turn her into? Juk Sol wears a tight outfit shyly. What outfit is this? It's so embarrassing. Jung Won explained to the two of them. This is the battle outfit I prepared specifically for you. Her body was infected with the zombie virus. So it has been enhanced. This robot arm will effectively inhibit the spread of the virus. Dr. Rim was surprised who he really was. Why does he have equipment like this? He started to turn on eel mode. I'm just a very ordinary scientist. I have an interest in researching macromolecules. Dr. Rim had an incredulous look on his face. Whether a macromolecular scientist Can this lingerie be made? Besides, if it's that thin, is it any use? Jung Won picked up the gun and pointed it at Juk Sol. If you try it out or not, you'll know right away. Juk Sol was worried and advised him to slow down. But that it is a real gun is irrelevant. The important thing is to test the moment Jung Won pulls the trigger. The bullet hit her. It only caused 2 grapefruits to bounce slightly. Jung Won stood there watching without missing a beat. He praised his product again. Look at the admirable toughness. Furthermore, her body has been enhanced. This ordinary bullet doesn't mean anything to her. Juk Seol's face turned red and he seemed very angry at this guy. Do you want to scare me to death? Although it doesn't cause damage, it is very painful. Jung Won was speechless when a gun was put in his mouth. Dr. Rim calmed the atmosphere. But now is not the time to argue. On us is shouldering the mission of saving the angry world. Juk Sol was immediately attracted to. She said something saves the world. What you mean is that it only depends on the few of us. Jung Won wiped his mouth and said. She said it so easily. Have you found a way to remove the virus? She pointed at Jung Won. The immediate method is to use your DNA. Not only is the body immune to viruses, can also rely on intimate contact methods. Reduces viral replication. Through you, can research methods to deal with the danger of zombie. Mok Eung Sang turned to ask Unsolhan. Haven't you been summoned before? Did you and Jung Won do anything at that time? He gently jumped up to avoid these 3 knives. Dr. Rim offers a different way of thinking. Now is not the time to joke around. Simply using intimate contact. Pressing him dry won't save many people. I ask to use your DNA. Researching and creating vaccines is the best. Juk Sol looked suspiciously at Rim Ryuk. Do you have the ability to make antidotes? Don't look down on me. No matter how good or bad I am, I will study at medical school. It's just that it's out of Jungwon's DNA right now. I need more zombie virus immunity. To conduct analysis. Juk Sol also found it difficult to hear that. Immune viruses are very rare. Even the black market rarely appears. Moreover, the price is extremely high. Where can we get it in this situation? Dr. Rim said the address. Room 308 in the City Experimental Center. There must still be an immune virus there. You two can go there and try your luck at this. Why do you know? My twin sister? She was once involved in this plan. She also revealed this news to me. But after a while she disappeared. Jung Won is truly a real bad boy. But this opportunity to pat her on the shoulder comforted her. Just leave it to us. Maybe we can find clues about your sister. As Dr. Rim clearly said. Actually, I didn't hold out any hope. Just if the zombie danger can be eliminated. She probably won't have any regrets anymore. Juk Sol seemed to understand something. Origin. That she wants to research an antidote to save her. Either way it's not right. Exactly. If an antidote can be researched, then I am the magic word to save the world. At that time, it is absolutely possible to gain fame and fortune. Then I will buy this hospital too. To be tortured again. The leaders who often forced me to work overtime. Heard the reason. Juk Sol was bewildered. An ambitious woman. Dream of saving the world to torment your boss. Now, Jung Won, we should leave. After being on the road for a while. In front of the city center laboratory. 2 people. Juk Sol and Jung Won are hiding in a nearby car. There are so many zombies around. Wanting to blend in is absolutely not easy. Jung Won volunteered to go into battle. Don't worry. I had already guessed this situation. I will lure those Sangsis away. She took the opportunity to run inside. Slow down. Then he took off his checkered shirt. Little ya zombies. Do you want to taste this fresh meat? Zombie girls smell like men, just like sisters. Seeing a handsome man causes ovulation. The scent is so fragrant. Don't run. Jung Won ran past Juk Sol and immediately signaled his authority. Wait for me to lure zombie away. I'll go to the lab to find you. The next job is up to you. Seeing this series of divine manipulations, she only scolded him once. Damn, I knew it. Jung Won seems to have understood the art of teasing dogs. But shout, come here, so ya. Take me away and chase me away. I can't catch her. Because zombie was lured away by Jung Won. So Juk Sol hurriedly ran to the laboratory. And kept admiring Jung Won in her heart. He really wanted to take risks. I can't help him either. Absolutely must find the documents. Jung Won had already run to a bus. This place isn't bad. The zombie girls also ran along. Kept telling guys not to run. The car door clicked and Jung Won closed it. He sat in the driver's seat. Ya zombies. Stand firm, racing boy, about to run GTA. Running. Juk Soul saw that and stopped. The two grapefruits therefore bounced slowly. Did he want to rush into the river to die with zombie? But then, the car shook violently and made a noise. Dear sister. A female zombie stuck her head out and moaned endlessly. The system announced points. Manmi Mugangyol's experience was promoted. And then every window had a zombie sticking out like that. Jung Won said softly inside the car. The passengers began to accelerate. After a period of acceleration on the gas, Jung Won has reached his destination. The passengers have arrived at the terminal. See you again on another bus. Female passengers on this bus. Jung Won's was lying on the floor of the car. Tired and can't breathe. Jung Won calmly breathed and left the car. To witness the whole process. Juk Soul has lost all of his sympathy for Jung Won. Don't tell me he even ate the zombie. Jung Won ran here in a panic. Why are you still standing here? I just used my strength to help you buy time, but Juk Soul brought up a new problem. I also didn't expect this main door to have anti-proof equipment. The bullet basically cannot open. What is just a laboratory? That seems like too much. Looks like we didn't go to the wrong place. But he smiled and said, however, if this is the case, then only she can go inside. She replied doubtfully. Giving me a gun won't work either. How can I open that robot arm of yours that has so many features? She just needs to imagine an object in her mind. It will transform into the corresponding shape. Is this type of ability real or fake? Juk Soul started to hold out 2 fingers for me to try. If you dare to joke with me, you will die. She started to close her eyes and imagine. The other 2 fingers also started to change, following her thoughts. Then it shot out a laser, cut into a circle shape. On this bulletproof door. When getting inside, Juk Soul kept praising him. Wow, it's really amazing. Jung Won suddenly got serious. Now is not the time to be surprised. Looks like we have a little trouble. Blocking the 2 people's path, a group of zombies appeared. Juk Seol's face immediately changed. Is the sea-level Sang-si who hunts the angry hunter? Why are there so many here? Jung Won asked curiously. I was very curious. How zombie levels are divided is based on the level to divide levels. These are people with low infection. Are also zombies. He just solved the weakest strength. Largest quantity. Still retains a certain rationality. Can suppress the level of transformation with medicine. Zombies of level C or higher have completely transformed into Sang-si. The stronger your strength, the more you can only kill. Jung Won smiled contentedly. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Hearing that, she felt ridiculously relieved. Do you know how strong a C-level zombie is? Our situation is very dangerous right now. He changed out 2 guns to pose coolly. Then I don't need to worry, please take note of. The 4-star Holy Stone pistol is very effective. Initial explosion deals 500% damage, effectively 2 unlimited ammunition. Introducing the use of spirits as bullets. In legend, a traveling warrior once used it as a weapon of resistance. Haunted by ghosts. Smell of men. The screaming zombies rushed towards Jung Won. Jung Won cosplay Dracula in healthy enterment. 1 pill takes me back to that place. Inside he held back a little sadness. 2 bullets were fired. The 2 zombies headshot returned to their grandparents. Followed by a series of zombies lying down. Jung Won shouted loudly, calling more people to come here. The system announced that he had received 300 charm value points. Juk Soul was behind and was swept away by the wind. I can pretend I don't see it. But why do I find him attractive? Inexplicable. Behind. She didn't know when a zombie appeared. It gently goes to the appropriate distance. It screamed loudly and attacked. Juk Soul suddenly turned around as if staring at the back. Her hand turned into a semicircular knife. Soon discovered you. And then slashed at that zombie. And she easily cut it in half. Black blood splashed. And a little bit of blood splashed into her body. The blood all over the body is disgusting. Jung Won gave a suggestion not to worry. The suit she was wearing had a cleaning system. You can try it. She looked at the screen. On the arm appears the purity of Zen martial arts. There really are 4 mechanical arms on the back. Juk Sol appeared with a towel. Jung Won showed a look of enjoyment. Don't worry. This system will clean from large to small places. Until in the grooves of her body. Perfectly. Juk Sol shyly said no need. A few minutes later Jung Won said proudly. Do you feel like you've completely changed? The girl with her flattened body shyly replied, less nonsense. I will never use this type of system in the future. The whole building suddenly trembled violently. What happened? What is this situation? Earthquake. Rumbles. A huge figure broke the concrete on the floor and went up. Juk Sol was very surprised. This is B-level zombie Jaeon Cha. Jung Won doesn't need to fight it. We split up and run away. I'll see you later in lab 308. So be careful. He seemed to be possessed by Yi Biu and saw that the situation was not good. When Juk Sol saw this, he shouted loudly and ran quickly. The stupid man is its prime target. Without waiting for me to act to distract its attention, affirming that it will directly capture him. Jung Won saw the lump of meat behind him. If you chase me, you swear. What the hell? Why didn't you say so sooner? He locked Jung Won tightly and kept shouting. Jung Won's stamping machine is also scared to death of each other. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't satisfy you. It suddenly jumped up. In Jung Won's terrified eyes, he grabbed. With a bang, the floor shattered under the force of the zombie's attack. Jung Won disappeared amid the zombie's suspicion. Muscles were not seen. In the culture room right next to it, Jung Won suddenly had the opportunity to sneak in here. There is no end of fear in my head. The destructive power is too exaggerated. Extremely fast movements if we weren't quick. Now it must have been crushed by it. A few sounds in the room rang out. He wondered why there was a baby crying. Dr. Rim then entered the computer password. In the operating room, Dr. Rim advised Jung Won. I want to prepare a little. He helped her take off her clothes. He looked at it wonderingly. Why do children appear here? If the risk increases, it will take a long time to explode. How did they survive? Out of curiosity, Jung Won stood close to watch. What is this place used for? The baby in it changes. His muscles bulged, his eyes widened and his eyes turned crimson. Then he broke the test tube glass and jumped towards Jung Won. Jung Won just had time. He reached out to block it, so it bit his hand. Bang 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 bang. Countless sounds of broken glass echoed in the room of babies in test tubes, constantly breaking the glass, crying everywhere. Seeing that number, he was so shocked that he deserved to die. The quantity was too much. So Jung Won's stamping machine took out a card. Once that happens, a professional must be called. Then Irena was summoned. She looked around in bewilderment. Why is she like this? Why is Jung Won here? She looked at Jung Won and asked. Wait a moment, I will explain. Now let's deal with them first. As expected of Seong Guangjiji, she immediately felt this evil breath. Looks like they aren't normal, so she started casting magic. Let Seong Guang come and inform you. Pure Kai of light. Where does the divine light from Irena's magic go? Then the group of purified children will disappear. They could only cry in vain. Jung Won felt relieved when he saw that the problem was resolved. I knew immediately that summoning her was the correct decision. Thank you, Ms. Irena. But how did you dress like that? Irena's voice was a bit questioning. I'm the one who should ask. I'm with Ya and Mok Ya choosing clothes. Planning to surprise you. Didn't expect to suddenly be summoned to this place. Jung Won walked to her side and whispered. This suits you very well. Looks like I want to receive this joy first. Irena felt shy when Jung Won touched her in a dangerous place. You summoned me here. Isn't it for eliminating evil? Jung Won was fascinated, but he came anyway. And he hadn't finished writing yet, something happened to his arm. My hand is broken. Irena worriedly asked what happened to you, injured. Jung Won on the other hand felt confused. Be quiet for a bit. She is a 2-star action movie director. Dr. Rim gave a very convincing reason. I was too lazy, so I slept at the morgue first. Woke up like this. Those people. When he withdrew, he didn't even bother to call me. Jung-won followed behind and cursed like crazy. Normally one would think of someone in the morgue taking a nap. Jung-won feels a little suspicious, okay? But she has so much Seong Guang magic. Detoxification should not be a problem. She started to suck the poison I sucked. Jung-won was startled by this method. So he stopped her using primitive methods. Slowly helps us absorb body toxins. Will you be okay? Irena explained to Jung-won to calm down. I am the rare Seong Guang branch exemption. Great epidemic of toxins. No matter how much this level of venom is sucked, Irena's expression will not change. She must have been exposed to this poison. Her eyes were full of charm and she held Jung-won's hand. This wound is too small. Let's use another more effective method. Jung-won is miserable. Surely you have been hit by this poison. ? Could it be that the poison was created by my constitution? The reaction made Irena lose consciousness. She took 2 hills and pressed Jung-won's hand to charm her. I'm very alert. Now I will let you taste the moves. I just learned. He couldn't help but ask. What did you guys do when I wasn't in the main god space? Discussing kung fu together? Waiting for you to return. Everyone will do it to you. Falling flowers and flowing water. In the main god space. Mok Eung Sang and Unsolhan are chatting. Irena confirmed that she was summoned by Jung-won. It's still strange that it hasn't come back after so long. Mok Eung Sang turned to ask Unsolhan. Haven't you been summoned before? Did you and Jung-won do anything at that time? Unsolhan was a bit awkward and avoided you. At that time, I only helped him solve the problem. The nun jokingly replied, what's the matter? What about sex education? She felt like she had been stabbed in the heart and cried out in embarrassment. That's right, Sister Mok, stop teasing me. It's really convenient for you. I also want to be summoned once and see how it goes. Suddenly Irena's figure appeared in front of the 2 people. Unsolhan curiously asked about Irena. What happened when you came back? Irena shyly covered her mouth, then. Mok Eung Sang was behind her patting her back. What's wrong, tell us. GM Mo girl. Irena seemed to be trying to swallow something. She shyly replied that she had finished sucking the toxin. Mok Eung Sang walked over and sniffed Irena's mouth. She licked her lips and said, this is the taste of poison. He seriously observed the wound on her mouth. The wound has spread. Her figure is so beautiful. If he turned into Sang-si, it would be too unfortunate. Jung-won just adjusted my clothes and walked out of this transplant room. It's true that I have just eliminated the venom in my body. You guys came to trouble me. Can't you give me some peaceful space? The screaming zombies are attacking Jung-won. The zombies are attacking. Then his body emitted a bright light, causing him to become invisible. Having destroyed the zombies, he held his hand and felt the strength of his body. The feeling of recovering the sealed power is quite a bit. Could it be that doing that can restore the power? Actually, we should have thought about it sooner. After all, this is the charm value system. Is there a sparkling stone that attracts Jung-won? What is that? Notification system. Sea-level jelly stones can effectively be exchanged for 500 accumulated points. Introduction condensed into the body of a sea-level zombie. He happily picked up the corpse stone. Of course there are still good things, so why has the time come? Jung-won smiled crookedly. If so, it's convenient to earn a little more profit. Juk Seol is not as lucky as Jung-won. Behind her is a group of angry zombies. In the end, there are so many people who can't be cut off. Unfortunately, she tripped over a broken tile. Then immediately fell to the ground. No done. Fire in the hold. The voice rang out accompanied by a grenade. Just like in a raid. There was the sound of a grenade exploding followed by a burst of fire. Right in front of Juk Seol. A shadowy figure slowly appeared from the smoke. Juk Seol looked in surprise and it was Jung-won. He seemed to be reincarnated. Rambo reminded her to keep her head down. As if he was crazy as he fired bullets and shouted loudly. All turned into accumulated points for Dad. I'll beat you to death, you bastards. A moment later the shooting stopped. The smoke also gradually disappeared. Zombies are scattered in the hallway. The ceiling and walls were both broken after the shooting. Jung-won laughed happily. Was exchanging Sang-si stones for accumulated points. In his heart, an opportunity to get rich was blooming at this moment. I don't know about the B-grade zombie stone. How many points can be exchanged? Juk Sol approached and asked where his weapon came from. He was startled and said cunningly, "This was recently picked up in the culture room. It seems like a strange laboratory staff. Why did the other group prepare this type of weapon?" Jung Won followed the story in another direction. Perhaps the employee's experience is clear in his heart. They are poisoned. The ability to create dangerous monsters. From the zombie virus. It's not the failed experimental product that you mean. Now maybe. He advised her not to think nonsense first. In front is room 308. Maybe we can find the answer there. In room 308. The two people, Jung Won and Juk Sol, were still hesitating. There could be danger inside. I went in first, she stayed behind to cover me. Juk Sol professionally held a gun and stood to the side. "Don't worry, I'll do my best to protect you. Be careful yourself." He gently pushed the door open to see that there was no lock. "Immediately tie the warning rope." The room door was pushed open by Jung Won. It activated the mechanism, causing countless knives to fly towards Jung Won. He gently jumped up to avoid these 3 knives. Then breathed a sigh of relief when he landed. A gun muzzle was now pointed towards his head. Jung Won looked over in fear and didn't shoot. "I'm just lost. Absolutely not someone who came to steal things." With a gun like a mini version of Dr. Rim. What did she say to herself? At first glance, the original consciousness is still intact. Not zombie. He looked at her with some surprise. Of course not zombies. We're all humans. Quickly pull out your guns. Juk Sol also went in. Point at that girl slowly. This girl looks like Dr. Rim Ryuk. The other girl also let down her guard a bit. Rim Ryuk, you two know my sister. Jung Won together. Juk Sol was all surprised and called out my sister. Jung Won couldn't hold back his surprise. But go to verify. What are you kidding? This girl is So Do Jung. No matter how you look at it, she's Rim Ryuk's sister, right? Heard Jung Won criticizing him. She immediately got angry at So Do Jung. And held a gun to Jung Won's chin. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will make your brain bloom. If he sees that it's dangerous, change the subject immediately. I'm just kidding, Dr. Rim told us to come here. Say here. Can find a way to neutralize the zombie danger. She sighed with some disappointment. As expected, she wanted documents, not rescue. You two were the first to come here. Then she just led you two away. Just introduced me as Rimui. Rimryuk's half-sister. Juk Sol was a little confused and asked what she said just now. Dr. Rim did not ignore her. That she thought she was dead. Mentioning that issue, Rimui immediately felt sad. It's okay. Maybe she hopes that I should die. Jung Won also asked the question I was wondering about. But if she was the older sister, why is Rim Ryuk younger than Rim Ryuk? Because I created an antidote to the problem? Although it can inhibit the virus. But at the same time it changed my genes. Makes my body shrink. Jung Won looked at Rimui somewhere. I felt a certain part of her body. Seems inconsistent with her actual age. Looks like her body hasn't completely shrunk. Rimui explained what he was saying was that this place is a bit small. Roughly 1/3 of the original size. He gulped and said to himself 1/3. Thinking about that scene in his head. Also Dr. Rim. But the tripled hill is too exaggerated. Juk Sol behind him patted his head and woke him up from his dream. Anytime. Do you have that thought in your mind? Rimui felt a bit proud. From small to large. I am better in all aspects. Of course, the other girl also included this part. She leaned close to Jungwon's hand and cast a spell. If you help me restore it to normal, maybe I'll let you enjoy it a little. Jungwon seriously refused to look down on me. I'm not the type that would sell my soul for lust. Juk Sol secretly praised when he heard that. This guy also has the right timing. Jungwon added again. But my personality likes to help others. If I ask for a beautiful woman's refusal, it is truly a death penalty. Tell me how to help her. His words brought Juk Sol back to reality. I knew right away that. Rimui also tied this issue to the two of you. In fact, helping me is also helping you too. Just need to be able to prepare an antidote. Can immediately restore me to my original state. This is also the goal of the two of you, right? Juck's soul was surprised. You mean you know how to prepare a vaccine to prevent disease? Of course I failed to prepare the antidote. Because of lack of liver in the mother's body. Jung-won wondered what that mother's body was. At first there were 3 sample experiments. Virus in the mutated bodies of 3 girls. Only zombies can form like they are now. Just collect blood samples. The sickle can research an antidote. Jung-won asked such an important issue. Where are those 3 mothers' bodies currently? Rim-Ui started looking up the location on the computer. Those documents are all inside here. But there is one thing. I don't know the password to start the computer. Just one mistake, the brain's electricity will immediately self-destruct. Jung-won said casually. So isn't it a waste of effort? What idiot would do that? So where should I go to find the password? Does Rim-Ui give an answer to the above problem? The password of this machine is Rimryuk's birthday. I just don't know what day she was born. Slow down. Why is the password to start the computer on your sister's birthday? Because of the person in charge of this experiment. Is my stepfather. That person, before he died, told me that she began to remember that scene. Her dying stepfather told her the birth date code. That old man loved his daughter very much. Confirmed it was for her birthday. Jung-won felt a bit reproachful. Good or bad, she's a sister. But you can't even remember your birthday. Rim-Ui replied angrily. If on your birthday, where the sister received her favorite toy, while what he received was a pile of books, homework, he will automatically forget it. Jung-won refused to understand. I'm not interested in the 2 of you. If that's the case, let's leave here directly. Go directly and ask for your sister's birthday. If I could leave, I would have run away soon. This research building is ranked B by zombie. Jaeon Cha takes over. If we run out, we will become food for it. Jung-won looked around. This lab. Is there any documentation on how to make explosives? Actually, there is still some TNT left. But it only explodes strongly when near the target. Otherwise, it's basically impossible to break Jaeoncha's defense. Jung-won doesn't pay any attention and it's irrelevant. Just need to be female. As for Sang-si, I can attract it. Half an hour later, Jaeon Cha was holding a girl in the hallway. When suddenly a voice attracted him. Hey lady over there. Sang-si de ya ya. Do you want to taste this little fresh meat? It turns out Jung-won is bewitching. In the blink of an eye it went to Jung-won and ate it. Then used both hands to squeeze him and eat. Jung-won's body was standing behind Jaeon Cha. Don't think about it. Me and the puppet are also useful against zombies. See you again, Miss Jaeon Cha. Looked suspiciously at the object she caught in her hand. Noisily, the explosives exploded. Jaeon Cha turned into charcoal and scattered in the fire and smoke. A crystalline ball flew out from the residue. And finally fell into Jung-won's hand. Okay. The obstacle to eliminate the corpse core is at hand. Prepare to fall. Juk Soul and Rim-Ui hide behind a pillar. Whisper to each other. There are too many secrets on him. But at least there is some certainty that he is trustworthy. What was this guy planning? Late that night? Jung-won 3 people just returned to the hospital. Jung-won said as he pushed open Rimryuk's door. We are back. Conveniently tell her good news. Juk Soul has sharp eyes and covers his mouth to signal silence. She seems to be sleeping. This Dr. Rim is also very sweet when he sleeps. He felt impressed when he saw Dr. Rim like that. This girl sleeps really well. I'll call her up and ask her birthday. Rim-Ui stopped him. Don't ask at the right time, I'm tired too. We should also rest a little tomorrow and talk later. Juk Soul said to Jung-won. But their relationship as sisters is not that bad maybe. Jung-won, who was next to him, suddenly clutched his chest in pain. It's so annoying. Juk Soul was so worried that he came to you. What's wrong? He said with difficulty. The virus seems to be taking effect. Isn't your body able to resist the virus? Like this, I went to get tools to stop the spread. Jung-won's face turned white. His eyes began to turn black and useless. There is only one solution for this type of situation. That is using poison to treat poison. Find a female zombie. Come help me reduce the spread of the virus. Juk Soul feels difficult. Currently in this situation, where should I run to find Sang-si? Slowly in my body, it felt like there was a virus left behind. Jung-won was getting closer. May I ask you to come? It's stupid to even say these things right now. She replied a little shyly. And this combat outfit is not convenient. Is this? Jung Won smiled with satisfaction. Assured. I equipped the combat outfit with an additional opening latch. Clothes can be recovered from the body. Regardless of whether it's the toilet or anything else, it's very convenient. Juk Sol touched his neck and opened the latch. What do you mean by this button? She gently pressed it, and the combat outfit suddenly disappeared. Spring light revealed Juk Sol was surprised. Now it's too embarrassing. A while later, Jung Won and Juk Sol fights right next to Dr. Rim. Dr. Rim suddenly sucked her finger. Non-stop sleep talking. Why did Jung Won remind Juk Sol to keep his voice down? Otherwise, I'll wake up Dr. Rim. She gasped and scolded the idiot. The zombie virus on her body started to take effect. Blood vessels appeared on his neck. His pupils shrank and he opened his mouth to cry out "ah." Then rushed to bite Jung Won. He endured the pain and comforted her. It was okay. If you want to bite, just bite. My body has extremely good resistance. Juk Sol woke up feeling guilty. I'm sorry. It's not my intention. I don't know why it's like that. It's okay. If you want to apologize to me, then use actions to prove it. Even if you shout loudly, it's okay. Juk Sol looked a little guilty and looked towards Dr. Rim. But what if I wake up Dr. Rim? Jung Won persuaded her not to worry. She was already sleeping like the dead. It's okay. Dr. Rim's legs are a bit clamped at this time. The score notification system. Manmi Mugangyol's experience was promoted. Dr. Rim actually woke up early. These two people are disgusting. I was so embarrassed that I could only continue to pretend to sleep. As night fell, the lights of the entire hospital building were bright. Jung Won after eating Juk Sol. While he was sitting practicing Manmi Mugangyol, he felt sad in his heart. Looks like Manmi Mugangyol has reached a breaking point. Temporary. I don't know how to go one step further. So first just go out for a walk. He pushed the door open into the hallway. He saw a familiar figure. That's Dr. Rim Ryuk. Seems like he slept a bit too long before. I just woke up just in time to tease her. Jung Won walked over and grabbed 2 grapefruits with both hands. Dr. Rim. The virus inside me seems to be acting up again. Please help me detoxify, he said petulantly. Jung Won stood still for 5 seconds. Slow down, the size is small. Something is wrong with her, it seems bigger than it should be. So that's not Dr. Rim, what? I didn't lie to you, right? Jung Won confused her. She is not Rim Ryuk, she is Rim Ui. But why did she become like that? Hasn't her body shrunk? Rim Ui explained his doubts to him. A period of time. My body will temporarily return to normal. Don't say this. He said he had the virus. But why don't you happen? If you can tell me, I can give you a little reward. Juk Sol seemed to understand something. Origin. That she wants to research an antidote to save her. Either way it's not right. Exactly. So what do you mean by detoxification? What is your relationship with my sister? Jung Won felt a bit inconvenienced. It was Dr. Rim who helped me use it. Use that method. She flashed a strange smile. Continued talking. Dr. Rim's voice suddenly rang out. Just the kind you imagine. I can't believe that my sister is actually still alive. Dr. Rim appeared with the smell of gunpowder. Rim Ui was not to be outdone. What's wrong? Did you think I would give you a loving hug? Or something like saying you're not dead makes me feel disappointed. Press machine Jung Won stepped in to regulate the atmosphere. You two don't have to dance like that. Good or bad, you two are sisters. Then he received a scolding from the 2 sisters. None of your business. Rim Ui. I don't want to talk too much about the main thing if I'm awake. So let's get to work. Please say your birthday to open the computer password. Dr. Rim then entered the computer password. She asked more about the situation at that time. So I mean before Dad passed away. Tell me the password is my birthday. Just a birthday. But that old man loves me the most. Claiming to use your birthday. Jung Won stood aside and felt difficult. The relationship between these 2 people. It's really not that bad. It seems like I'm afraid it won't be easy for both of us to get better. Dr. Rim said in a questioning voice. Compared to when my father passed away. What surprised me more was my sister's birthday. I don't remember clearly either. So why do I say this? Just like I remember my sister's birthday. Dr. Rim went to the computer. Of course I clearly remember your birthday. Rim Ui was startled when she saw that. Stupid, don't write down my birthday. The opportunity only comes once. What do you want to do? Dr. Rim replied nonchalantly, I don't see why, but asked. After Dr. Rim's enter button, the computer announces the correct password, and the background image of two people appears on the computer screen. They took a picture with Rimryuk's biological father. Rim Ui was so surprised for something. The password will be your birthday. Dr. Rim explained with sad eyes. Actually, I still remember it clearly. His father was very gentle to me. I'm afraid you won't feel confident when facing me. Because in his eyes, she is a true genius. He used to talk to his mother. Said she was the one who could change this world. Heard her sister say, all my father's love for me. Rim Yui's eyes were filled with tears. She turned aside to wipe away her tears. Stop saying this nonsense. Even though it's something I made up. Nothing can change. This is me from childhood until now. Always being treated differently from you. Dr. Rim doesn't care. Keep doing whatever you think. Right now I just want to quickly find my mother's body. End this humorous battle. When the document is opened, she was a bit confused as to why this was a document about her mother's body. Why a lock? Rim Ui, as you can guess. As expected, it was done by that old man. Each muscle information. Most mothers require 48 hours to unlock. During this period, we can only temporarily wait for Jung-won to yawn and agree at the right time. During this period, let's rest well. At that time, there will definitely be a fierce battle. Rim Ui is starting to fascinate right away. Heard about this hospital? There is a spiritual nourishment bathhouse. Like it or not, I'll help you heal your soul a little. Admin also wants to go and heal his soul. Jungwon's eyes were filled with joy. So I'm not as respectful as obeying orders. I don't know if it's because of jealousy or what. Dr. Rim squeezed his hands angrily. What do you want to use my sister for? Jungwon's stamping machine has to be turned off. I'm just kidding. I healed myself. He quickly ran away, but still not forgetting reconciliation. I'm going, you two sisters, just calm down. Rim Ui felt a little exclamation. Don't think about it. I'm like those vulgar women. Like this handsome So Baek Jeom. Dr. Rim immediately rebelled. When did you say you liked that name? But don't bother. It's not what you're thinking. I also have to go rest and get some sleep. Rim Ui licked her lips full of bad intentions. From childhood to adulthood, all of my things were stolen by you. This time it will be me robbing you. In the hospital's shared bathroom, Jung-won is healing his soul alone. Can enjoy comfort in this world. We really have a crime. But the bathroom is so big. It's a pity that I'm the only one enjoying it. Then he smiled evilly and took out a few summoning cards. If so, choose a certain girl to come and accompany me. If I can pray, I wish to see it. Meikung-sang's summoning card fell down. If you don't slide your hand, it won't be damaged if it falls into water, right? Jung-won couldn't help but look worriedly at Mok-eung-sang with a bathing suit rising from the water. She happily smiled and said, Hey, it's finally my turn. Wow, the best product has appeared, guys. Jung-won's face turned a little pale when he saw her accidentally summoning the final boss. She made a small request. Sister Un and Irena have both been summoned. Our time here, being summoned, cannot be shorter than hers. Jung-won looked at her and was high all the way home. Mock, sister, I remember you before. Don't you usually wear tight clothes? She said with her blue bikini top not covered. Just random. I also want to feel some air. Culture in different places. Why don't you like it? Jung-won has a thick skin and is sometimes shy. We like it or not. Don't you know yet? Mok-eung-sang lowered his head and looked down at the eel. Blushed looks like I was too careless. Then started plucking the eel and cleaning Jung-won's spark plug. A while later Jung-won was humming in the bathtub. A footsteps towards I-da. Someone came first? Rim Ui has been transformed back into his childhood. But still worthy of the name of the student body. Parent's soul. I saw her holding a float and planning to jump into the bathtub with me. Jung-won stopped Rim Ui. What are you doing? Seeing that I'm here, why do you still want to come here? Also, why is she dressed like that? Rim Ui gave a convincing reason. No problem. I don't have to take a shower anyway. It is difficult to have such a large bathtub. It would be a waste not to swim in it. A few minutes later I saw Jung Won unresponsive. She calmly asked, no. Could it be that I in this form make you feel it? He frowned all over his face, as if trying to hold back something. No. Of course, Rim here only had charm when she was older. In my head I couldn't stop crying. Sister mock. Rim Yui's anger is a bit cute. That doesn't sound fun at all. Suddenly I wanted to be a little closer to him. My Rim Ui has always been charming. Jung Won was approached by Rim Ui too. I can't stand it anymore. Roaring with divine light from below. Jung Won shot straight up. Pushed Rim Ui away. 2 days later. The first file about the mother's body has been successfully unlocked. Data appears. Full name Oh Yong Hee, height 167 cm, weight 48 kg, blood type O. Job. Teacher, compatibility with virus 95.4%. So the mother's body first. Is this female teacher named Oh Yong Hee? Jung Won asked to be sure. Rim Ui looked at the photo and said, I'm a little impressed with her. Her for raising money to help terminally ill students. Just volunteered as a volunteer. Didn't think she would become her mother's body. Jung Won brought up the difficulty of the problem. But even knowing the identity of the mother's body, where should we run to find her? Shamelessly. Is one of the people who studies viruses. Rim Ui gives immediate results. Mother bodies will be just like normal zombies. You will also completely lose your mind. But the mother's body will have problems in terms of capacity and spirit. Status. They will continue to maintain their previous lifestyle. In other words, her present. Still thought he was teaching at a university. Juk Sol excitedly said, great. If you know the position of the mother's body, that's good. Jung Won, let's go. She was a bit strange and he asked immediately. Ah, you're really in spirit today. Juk Seol's body suddenly trembled and she growled. Then his mind was invaded by the zombie virus. Boy, you want your boy to give it to me? Jung Won tried to control this girl. Why do you keep getting sick? The situation is starting to go wrong. Jung Won asked the Rim sisters for help. There are 2 more of you. Why don't you just stand there and rest? Come help me. Dr. Rim replied, giving Jung Won a solution. The virus still remains in her body. Has not been cleared. If nothing happens, be on time and on time. I can help her get rid of it a little. Jung Won seemed to see the way. Dr. Rim drew it for me. I don't believe it a bit. Isn't that so? The play is completed. He pushed Juk Sol down easily. Once it was like that, there was no other way. Jung Won started chasing people away to make things easier. But you guys should go out and relax a bit. You guys look at me like that, it feels very strange. Rim Ui took out a notebook and wanted to record the process. This deal with the virus is of great significance. Please get to work quickly. I want to see it for documentation. And Dr. Rim gave me a reason. Couldn't be more reasonable. This place is my room. Why do I have to leave here? Juk Sol lay on the bed and kept crying. Give me my boy, give me. He has to risk eating a lot of rice. If you want to watch it in full HD without blocking, I'll show you. Rim Ui as a movie director. This action guides Jung Won. His movements are not that stiff. And don't hide important details. Looking at him from this angle is really unsightly. Jung Won on the other hand felt confused. Be quiet for a bit. She is a 2-star action movie director. And her current status. It's very difficult for me to control it alone. Dr. Rim expressed his desire to help. I have this kind of problem. How should I support her? Then she was pushed by her sister. Come in now. Didn't you say you wanted to support me? Right now. I had to join for whatever reason. As a result, Jung Won's strength has doubled. And he smiled triumphantly. If you come in, I will help you stay safe. I will help you purify the poison. During the time the other 3 are fighting, Rim Ui blushed and happily took notes. This material is truly valuable. 2 hours later, Juk Sol and Rim Ryuk are sleeping on the bed embracing each other. Because he's so tired, Jung Won has a bad boy demeanor. Hold a cup of coffee on the balcony and enjoy the view. So tired? Rim Ui mini version in the back with a reluctant voice. I didn't think that even my sister would be bullied by you. Jung Won was confused and explained this at a very long time. But Juk's soul needs a while to stabilize. This time the mission is to find the mother's body. I'm afraid I can do it alone. Rim Ui arrogantly suggested yes. If you beg me, I will replace her. It's not impossible to accompany you. He didn't think and immediately refused. It's hard to do. Juk's soul still has the strength to fight. You're just so adu, don't you have to die? Rim Ui pulled out a Block 17 loaded gun from somewhere. With a serious face towards Jung Won, making him startled. Don't be rude, it's a real gun. What would happen if she fired the gun, causing the cup in Jung Won's hand to shatter? Rim Ui offers a few reasons. So Jung Won should take me with him. Don't look down on me. I have undergone extremely professional training. Otherwise, how do you think I can survive in the lab? Moreover, he has no knowledge about zombies. So you need to bring me. Jung Won is still looking at the cup in terror. It seems I have no other choice. Hope we will have a happy cooperation. Next day at a high school, a group of zombies are gathering at the soccer field. All of them are female zombies, standing there in line like it was physical education class. Rim Ui and stamping machine. Jung Won is hiding in the bushes near the observation field. Jung Won felt strange. Then he asked Zombie if he didn't have any abilities. Why are those zombies lining up so well? They look like normal people. Rim Ui answered for him. Because of the consciousness of the mother's body, can affect surrounding zombies. In the subconscious of the mother's body, I want to return to my previous activities. Also controlled by this electric wave of consciousness. What should we do now? Walk in boldly. Then take away her mother's body. She can't refute his opinion. Within the school's possession of abnormalities, will all be considered threatening by the mother's body's subconscious. But to eliminate him, look at the other side. At the school gate, there is a zombie slowly entering. A series of chain reactions occur. The group of zombie students began to walk to the school gate. The school garden is strictly prohibited from entering. Do not set foot on the sacred grounds. Shock sale. Potato chips in the cafeteria today are on sale up to 50%. Seeing a series of changes, Jung Won was as shocked as a potato on a shock sale. Just being discovered would cause chaos. This situation is basically impossible. Rim Ui smiled with satisfaction. So we have to use another method. In another corner of the school. Don't be seen by others at school, what should you do? Turns out it's two female zombies playing lesbian, it's okay. No one will come to this place. Jung Won is like the homeroom teacher who caught him red-handed. This classmate. This kind of relationship is so impure. Will also be called early love by the teacher. His appearance made Miss Zombie fall in love with her. She's so beautiful and handsome. The other female zombie is one step faster than her. My male boyfriend. Jung Won emotionally did not expect you to be so omnivorous. Nowadays, young people's love is really arbitrary. But I'm sorry, I really have to be two girls. Please get some sleep. Population 2 zombies were knocked unconscious by Jung Won. One of them had his uniform stolen by him. Getting the uniform was the first step to great success. Just wear Sangzi's flavored uniform. Won't be easily detected. He looked towards Rim Ui. Isn't that a problem? At first glance, it looks a bit strange. She replied calmly. It's okay with this level of camouflage. That's enough to fool those soulless bodies. This is just a simple step. The next step we want to reach the goal. In the classroom, Professor Oh Yong-hee was lecturing on the blackboard. She turned down and gently reminded the students. Students, please pay attention. Next I will explain very important content. Not allowed to do private work. The zombies sitting at the desk just growled. Jung Won feels like his three views have changed a bit. This is my mother's body. Forcing Sangsi to study is really crazy. Rim Ui looked serious as I said it. This zombie is influenced by its mother's body. In Uyanghee's eyes, the truth is its usual appearance. The students were obediently listening to the lecture. Oh Yong-hee on the podium heard noise in the classroom. Immediately turned back down. Hey, the student over there. Dares to talk privately in my class. She used the skill Xiao Li to throw chalk at. The target was Jung Won. He was shocked at what the hell this force was. Jung Won quickly tilted his head to dodge the attack. As for the person sitting behind him, he was unlucky. And he looked back in fear. This strength is too strong. Is this the strength of my mother's body? Oh Yang-hee reminded him. The other student refused to listen to the lecture. Please come to the office to meet me after school later. He felt this was a God-given opportunity at the right time. In the blink of an eye, something happened to take over the mother's body. Just need to be able to get the body fluid. Is mission completion. Rimui gives a warning. Can't use too stimulating tricks. If the spirit of the mother's body is under pressure, not only will you become violent, extremist consciousness will spread throughout the entire school. If so, we can get the body fluid. It's also difficult for the whole body to be safe. So what should we do now? I cannot love with my mother's body. Make her willing to voluntarily hand over the liquid. Without fail. Use this face to make Oh Yang-hee like you. Just like that might make her refuse to lash out. Also obediently handed over the fluid. Hearing that, Jung-won thought of something else. Are you ready yet? Have you received my special tutoring session yet? Jung-won's desire rushed into Jung-won's brain and began to creep in. Because of this kind of thing. Make me fuck boy. Cheating on the feelings of a single female professor. Why not? No way. Professor Yang for saving the world. I can only sacrifice myself a little. Rimui continues right, there is a plan B. Jungwon's brain is filled with desire, have you heard? No need for that plan. I will definitely gently conquer her. Please wait for news of my victory. Right in the teacher's office. Oh Yang-hee was arranging the lesson plan while muttering. It's true that my temper is getting more and more difficult. Is it because I've been lonely for so long? Jungwon's stamping machine started to act. Professor Yang, I'm here. Nam began to educate Jung-won not to make fun of him. Although the school does not prohibit dating. But still pay a little attention. No need to be in class. I also need to chat with my girlfriend. He immediately explained that she is not my girlfriend. Actually, until now, what you like is another girl. Who you like has nothing to do with me. I hope you pay attention to class. Before she finished speaking, Jung-won grabbed her hand. Related. Because the girl I like is you. Oh Yang-hee withdrew her hand and hesitated a bit. I am your teacher. Let alone. What I hate the most are students who don't put effort into studying. Jungwon's mouth is sweet. Professor Yang is very dedicated to his studies. Every word she said. I keep it all in my heart. Also experienced, Oh Yang-hee does not believe him. The type of person who has sweet lips like you. I have seen a lot. This is the test I gave. If you want me to trust you, prove it. Jung-won sat at the table and proposed conditions. If I can complete it, I hope Professor Yang can reward me with a kiss. Just do it first and talk later. Oh Yang-hee because she hasn't swept the cobwebs in a long time. So there was a bit of anger that made me angry. But it's a bit touching. No, how can I be so shallow? Because he looks handsome, he immediately likes. As expected of a stamping machine. Looking at the question paper, he broke out in a sweat. What the hell? What the hell is this? Don't say anything. I don't even understand how it was done with faith. But luckily there was a system to save him. That's right. I remember that in the city there was an increase in mathematical intelligence. Maybe to gain temporary power. Jung-won praised to the math gods. As the brothers explained before the exam. Prayed to Archimedes. Carl Friedrich Gauss Pythagoras. Bernhard Riemann Hwano Jin Suk. I hope everyone will lend me their wisdom. And receive corn from the system. Jung-won has regained his confidence. As expected, he has the wisdom of some scholars. Today, there is a topic that is truly a genius. Because his problem-solving speed is so fast. Oh Yang-hee exclaimed in surprise. The speed of solving this problem is too fast, let me go. They are all at too high a difficulty level. Jung-won finished solving the problem and started submitting it. Oh Millet is done. Please take a look. Surprise after surprise, Oh Yang-hee exclaimed. How could it be more accurate? Solving speed is so fast. This makes me. Jung-won took this opportunity. Using my lips to fill her mouth. She couldn't resist a bit, huh? Suddenly kiss on the lips like that. Because she couldn't resist. She finally had to agree to cooperate. Damn, maybe my heart can't resist. Smart guys like this. Press machine Jung-won started working. Professor Yang himself. Our genes can definitely give birth to children. Extremely intelligent. The speed of things progressing too fast. Oh Yeon-hee was still waiting absent-mindedly for me. I'm not ready yet. But the one who decides is not her. Jung-won pushed her to lie down on the desk. We, conducting an academic discussion. Next here, let's study the conjecture 0 and 1. Is good when the string breaks. There was a knock outside the door. Professor Yang, we have a few questions to ask. I see students are coming. Oh Yeon-hee panicked. It's the other students, you quickly run away. Jung-won cursed in his mind, damn it. Obviously just a bunch of zombies. How to be able to learn? This is not bothering me. Going to save the world. Two zombies seemed to slowly walk towards the professor. In Yang-hee's eyes it was a different scene. Those were two female students asking about her. Professor Yang while in class. I don't understand some of those things. Why is the professor's face so red? She replied that it was just a little hot. Do you have any questions? I can help you. Jung-won hid under the table and kept complaining. Just how involved is this Professor Yang? Only to be able to influence the zombies like that. He looked at the thing between those two pairs of legs. Laughed a bit meanly, thought about it, and continued. I haven't tried the new skill yet. Professor Yang, let me explore it a bit. On the table she is lecturing to the other two students. In this part is a cylinder that falls into the groove. Will create magical force. Close around it. Pleasure spreads up from below. Made Professor Yang unable to hold back. And moaned happily. Two female students were interested in asking about the professor. She's okay, but why is the professor's face redder? It turns out it's Jung-won below. Use old skills to massage the soles of her feet. I didn't expect it to be a zombie though. But her body is still very sensitive. Oh Yeon-hee still endured to continue them. We continue to let this go when friction comes. But the person below does not like that. He continued to speed up the pace, making her tremble with joy. Professor Yang was forced to end the lecture. I'm sorry, I'm a bit upset. I will explain this question to you tomorrow. The other two go home first. So we're going here, Professor. Please take care of your health. Wait for the other two to leave. Then she bent down and blamed him. What were you doing under the table just now? Jung-won turned on his honeymouth mode and there was no other way. Who said Professor Yang's feet are so beautiful? I couldn't hold back for a moment. Furthermore, haven't you already agreed to be my girlfriend? Seems like things aren't going well. Oh Yeon-hee thought to herself. Be your girlfriend. No matter what my students think, it is impossible. I have to find a way to refuse him. I like men who are both civil and martial arts. Just studying well is not enough. Sports aren't bad either. Jung-won quickly responded. No problem. I'll wait for you in the gym after class tonight. So that she could admire the so-called dual martial arts. When he got to the door he gave more instructions to the professor. You definitely have to go there. So I would like to say goodbye to. Professor Yang somewhat reluctantly. Wait, I won't go, you give up. Just got to the door. Rimui was waiting there, how did it progress? Jung-won calmly replied not to worry. To save the world I will use all my strength. Rimui said contemptuously that he was trying to save the world. He clearly saw that his body was filled with greed. I didn't even bother to expose it. Jung-won also didn't hide it and admitted it right away. That's right. But I really want to puncture Ms. Rimui's plot. Ya doesn't dwell on this issue anymore. Dream quickly and get to work. The current situation may change at any time. Need to be resolved as quickly as possible. Returned to Professor Yang's office. She rubbed her eyebrows and thought. Clearly decided not to go. But now I'm hesitant. Oh Yeon-hee, it's Oh Yeon-hee. You have to set a good example to control yourself. Then she looked towards the gym. The gym lights were bright and it looked like he had arrived. Impossible. As long as I don't show up, he will definitely give up. 22:40 in the office. Oh Yeon-hee stretches tiredly. It's been a few hours and he must have left. But what surprised her? Why is the light still on? Oh Yeon-hee immediately ran to the gym. Jung-won, have you been waiting here? Something rolled up to catch her attention. Jung-won waved in the yard. Professor Yang finally arrived. I know she will come, so what are you waiting for? Come up with the next topic. What else do I have to do before you accept me? Professor Yang picked up the ball and said. Looks like you won't give up no matter what. So you shoot the basketball from the three-point line 100 times in a row and see if 100 three-point baskets are really difficult. But because of the professor I can try. In his mind, he was 10 out of 10 sure. Just change that in the door. The system will absolutely not be a problem. If you can do it, I will agree to any of your requests. It's the same on Uyanghe's side. Don't say it's you. Even Carrie can't fulfill this requirement. If Jung-won catches the ball, I won't hide my talent anymore. I don't know when he changed his clothes. Actually, I secretly practiced for 2.5 years. Jung-won started to watch me perform this on music. Admin doesn't even know how to describe this scene properly. Brothers. Professor Uyang standing next to me also didn't understand. Didn't you intend to throw it? Why did it suddenly turn into a dance like this? Is this considered dancing? Jung-won from the time he started making music until now. Threw 13 balls in a row. Then the 14th ball in the new outfit. The 52nd ball in a row was throwing with his head turned. The 88th ball was throwing with his shoulder to the music. The 100th number in the estimate was finally thrown in. After a long period of operation, Jung-won wiped away the sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh Young-hee had shed a whole basket of eggs. Why is my heart beating so hard? It's like returning to the summer of 18 years old again. She imagined her high school love, and then tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. This kind of indescribable excitement is probably youth. Then came the important turning point, when Jung-won called him awake. Professor, why are you so dumbfounded? Because you haven't awakened from your imagination yet. She forced her mouth to say me. I'm fantasizing about being able to go to school and watch movies with him. Let's go to the hotel and take a shower together. Let's enjoy the aftertaste of our first date together. Press machine Jung-won heard that and started teasing. Oh, Professor. His panicked look said what he was thinking. While confused, I didn't expect it to be so cute. Oh Young-hee was so embarrassed that she didn't know where to hide her face. I'm not. I don't have you, don't talk nonsense. Jung-won approached her face. I threw 100 balls into Professor Uyang's basket. Should she keep her promise? Still had some concerns in her heart. I have seen your sincerity. If not, the love between teacher and student is not forbidden. Let's get to know each other first. But the gap between our status and age, really not a problem. Why are you still a student when you grow up? Maybe I've become an old woman. He covered her mouth with his hand to prevent her from continuing to speak. And then turned on the sweet mode again. Don't say such bad words. Age does not adversely affect professors. It just makes her even more attractive. Besides being with me every day, I'll make you feel like you're 18 again. Right then and there, many screams echoed throughout the school. Save the monster. Two people, Jung-won and Oh Young-hee, are in trouble. Then she heard a cry for help. There was a student calling for help outside. Something happened. Then Oh Young-hee quickly ran out and couldn't run away. I had to go check. Wait a minute, I'll go with you. There was a strange doubt in his mind. Clearly couldn't hear any sound. The zombies outside were panicking, running everywhere. An iron chain flew from behind the zombies and wrapped around a running zombie. B-class principal zombie notification system. Introduce. When he was alive, he liked to exploit and oppress students. After turning into a zombie, it continues to do so. It holds the chain that is tying the other zombie. Delicious student. Saw a B-level zombie. Oh Young-hee couldn't believe it. How could it be possible? The scene of students running for help in chaos. In her eyes gradually turned into zombies slowly making gurgling noises. The world and earth around seemed to be in chaos. Oh Young-hee remembered. I was no longer human. It's just an illusion I created to trick myself. The B-level zombie instinctively looked towards Oh Young-hee. You are very strong and can swallow. He uses the chain to rush past her. Come here. The chain is about to fly to her. Just a few steps away. Clang, a sword stopped it. Jung-won held the sword in front of her. Oh Young-hee, cheer me up. Now is not the time to be dumb. Zombie or human is fine. Don't you want to protect your students? While not paying attention to Jung-won, he was also pulled over. You come here too. It knocked Jung-won's sword away and made him pounce on the frog. The meat was so fragrant. Come mingle with me. He didn't care and rushed forward to attack. Who wants a piece of bacon like you? Eat this whole thing in one punch. His fist sank deep inside. What surprised Jung Won was that all the fat had melted away. Shock force is not good for defense. But it was too late, he still had to take that punch. The zombie saw victory. Lying in my hands, slightly proud to become a part of me. Professor Uyang's scream rang out, followed by a direct kick. Get away from me. Jung Won looked at this amazing scene in bewilderment. The zombie flew a few meters away and had to use his hands to hold it back. He angrily shouted stupidly, "Don't disobey my orders," then swung the iron chain to attack her. Like this time he was caught unlike last time. Jung Won looked back happily shouting at Professor Yang. She took off her glasses. A kind of killing aura emitted from within his body. Humans are okay, so are zombies. I absolutely will not allow anyone hurt her student. She waved her hand. The other chain jingled, then was broken in half by terrible force. Oh Yeon-hee rushed to give the zombie a book to enter Face ID. The zombie weighed several hundred pounds. Under one of her books, being punched more than 10 meters away gently. He couldn't bear to start cursing and cursing. You stupid. Look closely for me. The students you talked about are all just your stupid illusions. Oh Yeon-hee looked at him with a quiet face and said nothing. He shouted while planting his hands on the ground. You are just deceiving yourself. Countless chains from the ground. Jump up and bind the surrounding zombies. The cry for help rang out throughout the yard. Save me, save me. It continuously absorbs power from the zombies. Started going crazy. Even if you are the mother, what happens? In this environment, all students are my food. All of their energy is absorbed by me. Its body grew once more. With this powerful force, you are no opponent. Oh Yeon-hee frowned. Ever since, you always look at students with this unforgivable idea. She shouted loudly, then jumped to attack immediately. And the force of this punch rang out, like two cars crashing into each other. It was so strong. The shock force penetrated straight through the back, and threw the zombie up. But it tried to endure it in vain. You think alone, you can inflict mortal wounds on me. The one who absorbed all the students' power. Oh Yeon-hee looked behind him meaningfully. Did I say I was alone? Jung Won took the opportunity to jump up and use his ulti power. Tri Seong Guang appeared on this server again. He used all his strength to hit the surrounding rocks. It broke into pieces and flew up. Oh Yeon-hee also had to cover her face and step back. Avoid the shockwave. For a while, then the smoke and dust gradually dissipate. Seong Guang is still in the same place. Jung Won stands in the center of the ruins. Difficult breathing. Your current condition. As expected, it was a bit difficult to use this move. He escaped and passed out in Uyanghee's 2 hills. A voice rang out from behind. He just passed out from exhaustion. Rimui lowly version appeared. Now only you can save him. Professor Uyang thinks I'm wrong. I'm not a doctor. How can I save him? Rimui continued. Don't forget you are the mother. She can provide energy to zombies. About this person. He only infected one part. Mean. She can use her power to cure him. Oh Yeon-hee is in a hurry, so what should I do? Rimui whispered in her ear. As long as she hears it, her face turns pink. But I don't have experience doing those things. Rimui started to encourage. Never eaten pork. But I definitely saw the pig running away. Don't worry. I am by your side to wholeheartedly guide you. In the teacher's dormitory room. Oh Yeon-hee awkwardly asked Rimui what should I do? He still hasn't woken up. Rimui is like a child. Her voice sounds like a little old lady. Can she be a little more serious? Even though he was in a coma, he still felt. Oh Yeon-hee was determined if this could save him. I want to try watching. Rimui is a sexual action movie director. Don't waste time getting started. Let's start with a kiss first. A kiss full of affection can awaken his hidden consciousness. Oh Yeon-hee was embarrassed and turned around to scold. I know. But why are you acting like a director? Her taste is really strange. She's a bit awkward. Came closer to Jung Won's lips. Then started to kiss Jung Won deeply. A few seconds later she noticed the tip of his tongue. Oh Yeon-hee finished the kiss and nervously called Jung Won. Hey, you're awake. Rim Ui explained next to him. It is a conditioned reflex. It's like hitting your knee with a rubber hammer. This shows. Her behavior really stimulated his subconscious. And then start the next step. Oh Yong-hee is still hesitant and waits a bit. I still haven't. 2 hours later, Rim Ui witnessed the whole process and was surprised. It's surprising that a mother's body can last that long. Truly amazing energy. Rim Ui took Oh Yong-hee to a private room to rest. It's miserable. Please stay in this room and rest a bit. I will go there to meet him. Confident that when she wakes up everything will be fine. Please everyone. Then she falls asleep. Rim Ui goes to the room where Jung Won lies. The whole room was silent. She couldn't help but used her foot to stomp on Jung Won's face. Stop pretending, get up quickly. He smiled bitterly and sat up. Ah ha ha. Thank you so much for covering for me. Without her, then things didn't go so smoothly. Have you received the liquid yet? She happily held out the blue bottle of liquid. Of course, as expected of being a mother's fluid. The effect was very obvious. She started injecting the fluid into her hand. Just a little bit. Her body started to develop again like before. And my body returned to normal. Admin really respects this shirt. Can withstand this cup press without tearing. Jung Won is talking about the contract between the two. You won't forget the contract between you and me, will you? If I could get you the body fluid, you would. Why would you be so excited? I don't care. But you just finished dealing with Oh Yong-hee. She said a little sarcastically. You look like this now, can you do it? Although Jung Won was exhausted, he still spoke strongly. Hey, you can't just casually say that a man can't. If he has a system to rely on, he won't have to worry about anything. This is when the system becomes useful. Decided that she should go. The notification system appeared. The treasure of men is effective. After use, quickly restores physical strength. Introduce. You used it, she used it, all used it. Jung Won opened the cap and drank the entire bottle in one go. He drank down to the last remaining drops. Then Jung Won spit out blood to recover. Please stand up and come here. Rim Ui was teasing him, so he was joking honestly. This is not scientific at all. Jung Won retorted to her. Dr. Rim's body could be bigger. Or even smaller. Why do you still care about science? Rim Ui did not hesitate to approach her. This is the first time I performed such a dangerous experiment. And then a series of messages appeared. Point. Manmi Mugangyol's experience is promoted. After finishing the battle, Jung Won happily asked no. Thinking of this is also the first time Dr. Rim conducted seed experiments. Is the experimental data positive? Rim Ui asked him a bit seriously to stop for a moment. Now I want to ask you. Who do you like more, me or your sister? With this fatal problem, Jung Won dodged by counter-attacking. This is hard to say. If not, when you have free time, you two should try it together. Also let me make a better comparison. Ha ha, as smart as my hometown father. Rim Ui stood up and dressed thinking it was beautiful. But I had to say it again. Is it because of a zombie infection? His ability to restore energy. At least dozens of times higher than normal people. Something in the yard suddenly caught her attention. Wait a minute, how could this happen? You quickly come here and look outside. At those zombie students. They have all turned back into humans. The students on the school grounds were full of surprise. What happened? Rim Ui's face showed excitement. This also makes it clear. Is the fluid of the authentic specimen. Has the ability to transform zombie viruses. If other copies can be collected, it can certainly be researched. How to eliminate zombie virus? Jung Won hastily stood up. So what are you waiting for? This place is safe now. Please go pick up Rim Ryuk and Juk Sol over here. And prepare a plan for the next step. As soon as possible. In Professor Uyang's private lounge. She wrinkled her eyes, maybe she was about to wake up. She was tired and pushed herself up to sit up. Like brothers who have to wake up every day to go to work. I fell asleep without knowing when. Jung Won pushed the door open and said innocently. Oh, how do you feel when you wake up? She panicked and immediately scolded him for what he wanted to do. Hurry up and get dressed, don't be so flirtatious. Jung Won glanced away. Yeah. Of course I can get dressed. But she didn't feel it. You should wear more clothes. I know I was wrong. Oh Yong-hee shouted obnoxiously, don't look. Quickly turn away, turn away. After a few minutes, Oh Yong-hee had finished wearing her familiar clothes and shamelessly told her not to be shy. I have seen everything that should not be seen. I just saw you just now and I still want to do it to you a few more times. Professor Yang was sad. How could I even be in the mood to do that? Now my students, they all. He took advantage of the fact that she didn't know what was going on so he could be sneaky. Come on, let's make a bet. If I could turn one of your students return to normal, how will you help me treat it once? Oh Yong-hee couldn't believe his ears. You can save my students. If it's true, don't say it once, 100 times, 1. Oh times is fine. He is about to open the door, you said it yourself. After that, there's no time to do other things. Behind the door are the students who have returned to normal. They were concerned and asked if the professor was awake. We are very worried about you. Have you recovered? Oh Yong-hee couldn't help but blurt out. Everyone has recovered. She opened her arms to welcome him. Come here quickly so I can look at you. These students seem to have forgotten their teacher. Hugged Jung-won first. I'm glad you're okay. We were very worried. I feel a bit uncomfortable. Can you ask the principal to check for you? Jung-won is as polite as usual and rest assured. Me and Professor Yang will protect everyone. Seeing that scene, Oh Yong-hee is crazy and can't stand this guy. How dare you do that? With my lovely students. Take your hands off them. Then Jung-won was chased after her. I don't forgive you. Stop and don't run in the hallway. Professor Yang, I was wrong. Dr. Rim has come to this place and stood at a corner in admiration. I didn't expect that guy could actually collude with the mother's body. Rim Ui didn't know when he appeared from behind. Wow, that's too cruel. Just arrived. Saw him and others moving vigorously. Won't you be jealous? Dr. Rim's expressionless face replied, Are you kidding me? Why would I like someone like him? Rim Ui said tentatively. If so, even if I rob him, I don't have any opinions, right? Dr. Rim pulled Rim Ui closer. Don't do such boring things. Don't think I don't know you're just using him. She's the type of person who doesn't have feelings for anyone. Rim Ui also directly said what she wanted to do. It doesn't matter whether I like him or not. I just want to take away the things you love. Anyway, from small to big. I always like to confront you, don't I? Dr. Rim couldn't continue talking to Rim Ui. For that reason, Juk Sol ran from the meeting room and called out to everyone. Come here quickly. Information about the second form is about to be unlocked. Notification system. Unlock 4-star Rim Ui character card. Accompanying skills. Advanced scientific knowledge. Unlocks the accompanying Oh Yong-hee character skill card. Virus control. In the teacher's shared office room, Jung-won is standing with Oh Yong-hee. Everything is roughly like that, now do you understand? Oh Yong-hee said the point. That is, among the participants in the experiment at that time. There are 3 forms and I am one of them. He nodded. Yes, that's why. She has the ability to control and heal zombies. If 2 other samples are found, maybe we can save the world. Juk Sol next to him also extended an invitation. Please join us. This world need brave heroes to move forward. Oh Yong-hee immediately agreed. I get it for getting the world back on track. The students can return to normal. I will help you guys. Rim Ui looked up the data while talking. What a great opportunity for you to help us. The information of the next specimen has been unlocked. The image of the second specimen appears in the computer. That's a beautiful girl like an idol in admin's heart. Oh Yong-hee is the second mother, but it's Sheena. Jung-won is curious. Something she knows her. Oh Yong-hee asked suspiciously. You don't know why. She is a female idol who has recently emerged. Many of my students are her fans. Jung-won is even more curious than an idol. Why would such a person participate in the experiment? Zombie expert. Rim Ui answers. At that time, she has laryngeal cancer. To continue your career. So I accepted the risk and participated in the experiment. Those drugs have the ability to cure her. According to data when the zombie crisis happened. She is holding a concert in the city. Yes, Oh Yong-hee is also a prototype. Again controls zombies at 1 level. Certain level for this mission. I entrusted it to 2 people. Oh Yong-hee entrusted it to the other 2 people. I want to go just the school and the students. Thanks to everyone. Let's go to the location where sample 2 is. It's a large stadium. In front of the stadium entrance is the office screen. That's a picture of Sheena. Jung Won and Oh Yong Hee are slowly walking towards. Professor Yang, don't be afraid. When zombies appear, I will protect you. The wandering zombies outside smelled Jung Won's scent. Starting to get confused. Man, I smell man, aw, I'm mine. Jung Won saw that he had a place to act, so he stood up carefully. I really am a crow's mouth. Professor, get behind me. But Oh Yong Hee immediately stopped. The noisy zombies approaching suddenly stopped quietly. Jung Won stammered and turned his head. She can really directly order zombie. Oh Yong Hee doesn't know what it means. I don't know why. I can use this ability. But I can feel that it is farther away from school. My ability is weaker. So if too many zombies appear, I also have no way. Jung Won and Yang. I took advantage of the time to run in and it was okay. Anyway, the zombie crisis has been going on for too long. If you're lucky, maybe. The zombies inside have already run out. And there aren't many zombies left inside. But he underestimated the importance of idolizing. And Sheena's influence. The stadium was crowded with zombie. Sheena on stage holding the opening mic. Is everyone ready? Come join me in welcoming the dawn. The fans below roared loudly for Sheena. I love you, ya ya is so beautiful. I love you. The signs were constantly held up. Sheena is the strongest in the universe. Jung Won sighed. Looks like she was as wrong as you. Think about yourself and your audience below. Still a normal person. Don't want to wake up. Oh Yong Hee asked the next step. So what would you do if there was a direct confrontation? Maybe we have to fight all the zombies here. He got an idea. In that case, let's get straight to the point and wake her up. Backstage in the stadium dressing room, Sheena is posing in front of the mirror. What should I change into for the next performance? Full set now. I have to decide quickly. Can't keep the audience waiting too long. A voice rang out from behind her. Hello, Ms. Sheena. Jung Won didn't know when he appeared on the chair. Sheena panicked and turned back to him. Who is he? How did you get in here? He stood up to reassure her to calm down. I'm not a crazy fan. I came here just to tell you a fact that you probably won't be able to accept. Wake up, you and the other audience. In fact, everyone has become a zombie. Hearing that, Sheena smiled in relief. Her face showed disdain. I already knew about this. Jung Won unexpectedly. Whatever you know, you are all zombies. If so, why do you still want to stay here? Sheena proudly patted her chest. Because now I can be an idol. Hold a concert that never ends. That was always my dream. And the group members hindered me. Are all gone. Now all the people standing in the stands are all fans that belong only to me. Sheena said arrogantly. Of course I'm different from those mindless zombies. You quickly leave. Well, if you want to become a fan of Sheena, I can also reconsider. Jung Won responded very harshly. They're not really her fans. Those zombies just instinctively stayed by her side. Because she is the mother. She is infatuated with fame. How can I listen to what you say? Sheena didn't believe it. Sheena is the most brilliant and charming idol. Evil people want me to lose fans like you. And disappear for me. She picked up a remote control and beeped. To activate the system under Jung Won's feet. The floor suddenly opened. And he fell down with the sound of cursing the bitch. Just wait and see. At the bottom of the secret room is a sealed cell. Jung Won is rubbing my butt so much it hurts. What the hell is this place? In the dark corner, there are two pairs of eyes watching him. Looks like there's something over there. These are two people from Sheena's previous band. Has now turned into a zombie man. The scent of a man I want. The two women were like two hungry wolves pouncing on him. Hey wait a minute, don't do that. Jung Won gritted his teeth. If you continue like this, the indestructible golden light will explode. The two zombies were pushed away by this skill. And he confidently stood up. Because you do not stop. So I won't be polite anymore. Jung Won press machine turns on zombie killing mage mode. Unleash a series of Buddhist moves. Buddha's light hits the demon stick on top of the head and the needle. Two zombies gradually regain their consciousness and body. I feel like back to normal. What's going on? The two girls who had just turned back into confused people asked. Jung Won asked the two people a question. Now they are back to normal. So I ask you guys, where is this? Who are you girls? Why are you two dressed like Sheena? Said the purple-haired girl with a sharp expression. As expected, you were also thrown down here by her. I'm Rio Seoul and she's Seong Yeon. We used to be in a music group. Female idol with Sheena. Seong Yeon continued Rio Seoul's words. But don't know why. Right after the zombie outbreak, she can command other zombies. Then locked us here. When Jung-won heard the story, he became even more curious. Are all members of each music group? Why does she treat you girls like that? Rio Seoul immediately gave his thoughts. Because she is the least famous of the three of us. Maybe it's because she's jealous of us. Seong Yeon stopped her. Seoul Rio, don't say that. Jung-won, seriously, do you agree? Seoul Rio's speculation may be true. Now Sheena has completely lost herself. To win the hearts of fans. So we have to cooperate to make her wake up. Rio Seoul and Seong Yeon felt faint when they heard that. But we are no match for her. That's right, besides singing and dancing. We don't know what else to do. Jung-won doesn't think so. Number 2 people will be the most important link in my plan. So I want to ask you two for help. You two immediately agreed. I agreed. I also agree. Like, how do we get out of here now? Leave that to me. Jung-won picked up the phone and called her. Hi. I sent you the coordinates, no problem. I'm right here. A few minutes later, boom. The wall was punctured by something, with flying rubble. Splash. Oh Yong-hee waved his hand and entered from outside the hole. Looks like this place. Rio Seoul and Seong Yeon were surprised to see her. Mixed with admiration and destruction. The wall with one punch was so cool. Oh Yong-hee passed by. Unkind eyes glanced at the two girls. Then turned to ask Jung for the stamping machine. Why, no matter where? There are also new girls appearing around him. Maybe this is due to my unique physical condition. He quickly moved on to the main issue. Now is not the time to talk about this. My sister, he thought of a way to take Sheena away. However, 4 of us. We had to work together to be able to. One day later, Sheena is performing. Along with the screams of the fans below. Thank you for always being by my side. In everyone's eyes there will always be only one Sheena. The voice behind him suddenly rang out. What you say is so selfish. Sheena looked suspiciously at this voice as Rio Seoul continued speaking. It's been a while, do you miss me? Sheena bewilderedly asked why you're here. The two of them continued to introduce themselves as if they hadn't heard. Today is the band's first performance. We would like to welcome the new members. Oh Yong-hee calmly walked in from backstage. I'm not calm in my head. So embarrassing. The last person is Jung-won. He confidently introduced me as So-won. We are Charm. Sheena felt the fans' attention being sucked away. Started chasing people. Who are you? This is a stage that only belongs to Sheena. Jung-won offers a challenge. This is the stage of idols. Do you dare to accept our challenge? Hearing that, Sheena despised joking. I'm an idol trainee. Trained for 2.5 years. How can you lose to someone? Suddenly jumped out of nowhere like you. Sheena's mouth exploded loudly, but in her head it was different. That said, she looks really cute. I must say, Jung-won's face is full of charm. It must be different from the foam. Then her eyes turned to the bottom. My body is no different than me. And I feel my self-confidence being attacked. Sheena patted her face to comfort herself. It's okay, keep your spirits up. The audience in the stands are all fans of Sheena. I won't lose. Sheena started to heat up the atmosphere. Next here. Invite everyone to enjoy Sheena's voice. The audience below excitedly shouted Sheena's name. Sheena. She chuckled proudly. Look, this is my home field. Jung-won's voice started to sing. Sheena looked at her in surprise. His voice made the whole field silent. After a while the zombies below had to scream. Sounds so good. Great voice. Perhaps this is the sound of nature? Even the sounds of nature. That sound is just close to the ground. You can only hear it from afar. Jung-won saw the explosion of the audience below. He secretly smiled. Super Bus song skills. I obtained it from Kair's cards. Combined with his high charm. As expected, the effect was excellent. Sheena began to rush to save the situation. You guys look at me. Everyone is a fan of Sheena. Everyone should look at Sheena. The stage lights started to light up. The announcement started to sound and the drama started. Jungwon's 4 people sang and danced to the music. I sat and looked at this photo for 5 minutes, guys. It looks delicious. MLEM. And then Shook's butt-shaking dance like in episode 3. This photo shows the blonde girl ending the song with Jungwon's solo voice, and shot hearts to the audience below stage who were no longer chanting Sheena's name. Instead, Sowon and Charm. Sheena froze on stage, looked towards his once loyal fan. Why? Didn't you promise? Will forever only be a fan of Sheena. Why did you all betray me? Her dream has now been shattered by the fans. She covered her face as if she was about to cry. Why did you guys betray Sheena? Jungwon took this opportunity to pat her head. Like bad boys taking the opportunity to come in. Proceed to heal those hearts that are about to be broken. Jungwon. In Sheena's eyes, it was like a towering mountain. He comforted them because they were just being controlled. If she wants to become an idol again, please join us and save the world. Sheena was like finding a blade of grass that saved the coach's life. I want to be an idol. Ryo Seol and Seong Yeon saw that and praised him. Damn, this man is interesting. He really brought Sheena back to normal. Backstage in the break room, Jungwon took off his shirt with difficulty. He scolded in his mind. Damn, if I knew I would have chosen the smaller one. It was so cramped and uncomfortable that he decided to return to the way it was. Forget directly turning into a man. Change. Knock knock sound of knocking on the door. Sheena opened the door and walked in. Sorry, there's something wrong. Sheena wanted to ask you. Jungwon suddenly came back. What's going on? In my head, I was scolding loudly. The transformation process is interrupted. Midway through, Sheena naturally walked into Sowon like at home. I can show you how to become attractive like her. And is it loved by fans? Jungwon hesitated and chased the customer away. Wait until I change my clothes and I'll tell you. Sheena quickly approached. So Sheena will help me change clothes. I'll take it off. Take your word, and she'll pull down her pants first. What's in front of her eyes? This is the powerful sword extraber. It made her choke up and deny. The Jungwon fireproof press. This is truly the source of charm. Do you want to try? Sheena was addicted but shyly responded. If Sowon's sister wants to teach me how get charm, I'm willing. Jungwon is in the back locking Sheena's arms. Are you ready? I will show you my charm. Sheena replied urgently. I really like Sowon. Both beautiful and talented. Just like a son. Guess like this. It would be a waste if Sheena didn't answer the question. Jungwon's voice sounded like a ghost next to her. I guessed right in her ears. You are a boy, but surprisingly, old lady. Followed by Sheena's unstable cries. Echoed from the room. Wait a minute, don't. Do it for Seong Yeon. Ryo Seol stood outside, his face completely red. I didn't expect their progress to be so fast. Ryo Seol licked his lips hungrily. Just missing a little bit of saliva. Jungwon is so handsome and trustworthy. Much better than those little fresh meats. Oh Yong-hee next to him felt that he was a bit too much. Is he as good as you say? Good or not, Sheena is now the best proof. She is high. I happily forgot my birth date. Jungwon, he began to cram in delusional thoughts. Make an idol. I can't stand even this little bit of hardship. I'm helping you train your body's flexibility. 2 pink shadows pushed the door open and walked in with sulky voices. Would be too biased. If this is only special training for Sheena, then Ryo Seol will boldly open up to both of them. Let's attend a special training course together. Sheena quickly explained. Why do you guys come here? But how can I explain this position? The other 2 people don't care. But proceeds to seduce Jungwon. We are a team. Of course we have to share difficulties. It's right to share difficulties. Admin has 3 spades. Let Admin marry one girl to share the difficulties with Jungwon. He reluctantly said. This is not an unspoken rule, right? Ryo Seol replied while drawing on Jungwon's body. Of course it's an implicit rule. The thing is that we have implicit rules. Seong Yeon chose another seductive method. This is a special reward for you. For saving our lives. Please keep it a secret. If not, the fans will find out. That would be very sad. What reason does press machine Jungwon have to refuse these 2 pieces of meat? So today, I will let you experience it. Comprehensive physical training. Oh my gosh, it's so bad bro. 2 hours later. At the school where Rimui's group resides. The students in the school are in an uproar. Have you seen her? She's so cute. Wait a minute. I remember she's not a famous idol. I wonder if I can get an autograph. In the room, teacher Sheena is introducing herself. Hi everybody. I'm Sheena. I am very honored to be a part of this project. Dr. Rim reminded immediately. This is not her stage. We are also not her fans. So there's no need to be so polite. The sister Rimui next to me is even more tense than I said. Not that she wanted to take this opportunity to earn another wave of fans. Sheena's eyes are watery and about to cry too. These two people are so scary. Press Machine Jung Won also said the same thing. In terms of mouth toxicity for two people, they really look like sisters. Rimui shyly said no. That's not true, Dr. Rim complained with an indifferent face. I didn't expect you to be so timid at times. Jung Won saw the battle about to break out and stopped it. Okay. Now is not the time to argue. Information about the final form has been unlocked. Right? Just find her to complete the mission. Rimui calmly said there was no need to unlock. Because this last body is actually me. Jung Won asked suspiciously. So why didn't you tell us sooner? Her eyes became sad and lost their vitality. Because actually I also want to live a few more days. He was dumbfounded. What did she mean by wanting to live a few more days? She continued to explain. To create vaccines, must eliminate the mutated virus in the sample. Then through reverse engineering for research. The level of virus spread among the other two people was relatively shallow. But the virus in my body has spread to my brain. That means. Rim Ryuk next to answer the question in surprise. If you forcefully remove the mutated virus, you will die. Rimui turned around and winked happily. As expected, my sister is very smart. Only then will I feel secure. Assigned the task of surgical excision to me. From now on you will be a great doctor to save this world. Dr. Rim's face darkened and he shouted, what are you joking about? She turned around and left. I don't need your help. I will automatically find a better way. Dr. Rim just left. Jung Won opened his mouth. Do you think she will perform the surgery herself? Rimui has arranged it well. I owe her too much. This is the only way I can return the favor. Now, only she can perform this surgery. Don't worry. Tomorrow she will appear on time on the operating table. The next day at the hospital's operating room. Oh Yong-hee and Sheena next to her intend to advise her. Miss Lam, are you really ready? About the surgery. You may not need to be in such a hurry. Rimui is always like this. She gave a convincing reason. If it continues, maybe the virus is in the bodies of two people. Will also penetrate the brain. At that time, all three of us will die together. Jung Won asked further. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? I will try my best to help you complete it. Rimui replied a bit playfully. What I want most now is for you to serve me well. Jung Won was reluctant. At this point, he still didn't forget to tease me. At this time the operating room door was kicked open. Wait a minute. Dr. Rim said out of breath. I found another way to make vaccine. Rimui on one side couldn't believe how it was possible. The current plan is the way. The most feasible solution that I have researched recently. How could there be another method? Dr. Rim smashed the file into her body. I have analyzed all the information collected. Working principle of this virus is to control the host body through sex hormones. Just need the body to be continuously stimulated at high intensity for long periods of time. Vaccines can be produced through secreted hormones. Stupid woman, I won against you this time. Press Machine Jung Won doubts and asks if this is scientific. Dr. Rim said it wouldn't cost anything anyway. But Jung Won asked how to do it. Despite saying that, how can we continuously stimulate the body? High intensity for long periods of time. The three girls' eyes looked at him like a cat seeing a fish. Wait, what are you looking at me with? Jung Won saw that the bet was not good and gambled away. Can everyone come? I'm not Yo Bo. Don't you all three? Dr. Rim behind him used his hand to block his face. Dr. Rim looked a bit evil and said obediently. You're the one who suggested it. Then you have to take responsibility for what you did. Then Jung Won was tied up on the operating table. Two people, Sheena and Oh Yong-hee. Dividing the work. We are below him. Your situation is critical, please come first. Rimui did not disappoint the two of you who went first to save the world. Also to save us, please try your best. Score notification system. Manmimugangiol's experience level up. Rimui sharpened his sword while cheering him on. Human Jung-won will remember your achievements. And so will Sheena. Ha, of course the responsibility is too big. 4 hours later Sheena finished work. It's your turn. She replied a little disappointed. There's no need for us to rest a little. Jung-won after 4 hours of intense fighting. The whole person lay exhausted on the bed complaining that he was so tired. Rimui said to the two people in disbelief. He's not that weak. Mostly pretending. Rim Ryuk gave it to me. Rim Ryuk held out a syringe and gave instructions. This is an elixir, don't use too much. I'm afraid his body can't handle it. Rest assured, my sister, I understand. Dr. Rim's sweetheart. When she called me her sister. Clearly the feeling is not distasteful. Rimui introduced Jung-won while injecting medicine. Medicine to increase physical strength. This is elixir. Prepared by a secret research institute. Helps the user quickly restore physical strength. When he is injected with the medicine, he feels something. This feeling. Jung-won's physical strength is starting to recover. Taking drugs to increase resistance like idols. Jung-won's sword seemed to be unsheathed. You guys are very brave now, I'm ready. The two Sheena people are afraid of his sexual power. Ms. He, I'm scared, you're scared too. Rimui reassured both of you. Not afraid. It's just that the post-injection reaction is relatively strong. After the first time will. Jung-won come closer. Oh. If you want to try it, the three of you can go up together. Rimui hurriedly shouted. Wait a minute. It's night at Dr. Rim's hospital. She sighed tiredly and pushed the door out. Juk Sol went to Dr. Rim with concern. How are the results? Dr. Rim gently replied, initially successful. If there is nothing unexpected. Vaccines can be researched very quickly. Juk Sol has good intentions and wants to go in and see the other three people. So that's good. How is their situation now? I went in to see them. Dr. Rim. Thinking that those people were doing something, he immediately stopped them. For her safety. I advise you not to go there now. Juk Sol doesn't understand what's wrong. At the hospital's operating room. Rimui is begging for forgiveness. Sorry I'm so complacent. Please forgive us this time. He replied. Before, you guys didn't forgive me. Rest assured. This night is still very long. He glanced at the three people who said. Half a month later. Everyone infected with zombie begins to recover. We've really recovered, what's going on? Good, everyone is back to normal. The first news after the pandemic was announced. Recently strange diseases have swept the world. Is gradually disappearing. Quickly for unknown reasons. To ensure safety. I hope everyone stays at home and avoid going out. Jung-won is also watching the news. The matter was finally resolved satisfactorily. It's not in vain that I spent so much energy. Dr. Rim next to me was suspicious of Jung-won. He said before. You are not of this world. What does that mean? Rimui narrowed his eyes and guessed. I guess you don't want to be responsible for us. That's why I'm looking for stupid reasons like. So you want to take the opportunity to pat your butt and leave, right? Oh Yong-hee heard that and blamed him sadly. You are too much. Notification system. Discovered that the donor had completed the task. Can return to the main god's space at any time. The space vortex appears behind Jung-won. It connects the main god space and this world. Sheena and Juk Sol were amazed. What is Jung-won behind you? Is virtual reality technology new? If you use it on stage, the audience will really like it. He explained to them. This is a portal to another world. I don't lie to people. My mission in this world is complete. Now it's time for me to go. Dr. Rim wants to leave home with his boyfriend. Wait a minute. I want to go with you. The Qin machine stamped, not understanding the situation and asked. But it wasn't like she wanted to take the chance. Successfully created this vaccine. To become the world's leading medical researcher. She found a reason that was a bit deceitful but what if there is a parallel universe? I want to go to another world. More in-depth medical research. Rimui then punctured this patchy excuse. Not a normal day. You're so direct. Why do you keep searching like that? Dr. Rim was embarrassed. No. It was true that Rimui and her sisters were also looking for the same reason. If my sister wants to go, I'll go too. Who said yes? I promised the old man that I would take care of him. Sheena was happy and wanted to follow him away as well. Sheena wants to become a super famous idol. In another dimension, Juk Seol and Oh Young-hee are the same. I also want to go with the strength I have now. I want to help more and more people. And I don't have such big ideas. But everyone goes. I also want to follow. Jung-won has closed the order, so what are you waiting for? Just pack your luggage quickly. Maybe we can catch up on dinner. Sheena character card unlock notification system. 4-star level. Skills and advanced acting skills. In the space where the main god Jung-won has finally returned. Finally arrived. And the women walking behind kept exclaiming, "Great, great, great. What an amazing place. Are we going to live here from now on?" Dr. Rim and his sisters are chatting. We actually travel into space. Compared to that, I don't think that. The competition here seems a bit fierce. Rimui has noticed you too. Mok Eung Sang and Unsolhan, on the other side of Mok Eung Sang, are pleased with their junior sister. Looks like I won this time. Jung-won was coming to hear that and asked if he won. What are you two comparing? Right when we are betting with each other. This time I will bring more than 4 girls. The result is ha, you didn't disappoint me. Unsolhan angrily grabbed Jung-won's collar. You really tease me all the time. Can't you control yourself a little? Jung-won didn't know what to say. This is beyond my control. Dr. Rim looked at the two people curiously and asked, "What is this? Why are you all wearing strange outfits? Could it be that they're holding a cosplay?" Mok Eung Sang replied meaningfully. We dress specially like this. Of course it's to meet someone's special needs. Jung-won gets teased so much, don't listen to her nonsense. I will slowly explain the reason to you. That night at a pavilion in the middle of the lake, Jung-won sighed while drinking wine. Finally arranged things for us. We can rest now. Congratulations on Jungryong's appearance. I didn't expect the dungeon to be so difficult. He can easily get over it. Today's system looks very MLEM. Probably raised enough to get meat today. Jung-won saw the fully functional version of the system. Wine in the mouth. As much as it sprays out. Straight out. Wetting the entire system. Clothes with a little bit of water makes her even more fascinated. Why so surprised? Is this the first time you've seen me? Jung-won was surprised. You are Jung-ryong of all worlds. Why haven't I seen you in just one copy? She opened her arms and replied calmly. My strength will gradually awaken. When the donor's strength increases. Now he has passed 3 copies. I am naturally no longer the same as before. Jung-won admired him. Unexpectedly, I went through 3 copies. It feels like a dream. Jungryong's face shows deceit. Yes, honestly, the first time I met you. I want to tease you a little. Causing him to choose the wrong initial attribute. But unexpectedly. Now it's like a blessing in disguise for him. Develop the potential of the seduction system. Beyond expectation. This will probably be Jungwon's biggest shock. What is that? That's not a coincidence. Why do you want to do that to me? Am I not your benefactor? Jung-ryong of all worlds began to explain. Because at that time he always considered women as toys. Use every trick to make people like you. Then throw them away. You really are a scum. So of course I had to punish you. After hearing this, Jung-won was reluctantly bored with life. Needless to say, at that time I considered life as a game. So now I regret it, can't I? She looked at Jung-won with satisfaction. I later discovered, he treated those girls very sincerely. So I hope you can help me more in the future. He also raised his hand. Okay. From now on, let's join hands and move forward together. But press machine Jung-won is not the one who suffers. He squeezed her cheek strangely. Then poured the entire bottle of wine into Jungryong's mouth. His face showed despicableness. She wanted to tease me and punish me. Let's see how I punish you. Jung-ryong wiped his mouth and coughed. What did you give me to drink? Still had that despicable look on his face. Jung-won laughed loudly. It was the wine I specially made. Initially, he planned to choose a lucky girl to spend the night with him. Today, I didn't expect that she would personally bring it to the door. Jung-ryong was as shy as if she wanted nothing. No way. I'm just a system doll. How can you? Jung Won turned on the chainsaw mode. I am your host. The system and you both belong to me. Whatever I want you to do is reasonable, isn't it? Seeing that she's still hesitant, Jung Won gave the last shot. With a surprise kiss. Notification system. Receive 120,180,210 accumulated points. See accumulated points increase like the price of orchids suddenly increases. He asked himself this. Why is the integral obtained several times higher than normal? Jung Ryong of all worlds answered for him. Because the integral leaked from my body. That's illegal behavior, can't Jung Won think of something? Oh, that means the game itself has corn. Don't blame me. In my room. Jung Won pushed the system down onto the bed. She could only complain and complain hatefully. How can you do this to the system? Does this satisfy your wishes? The next morning, Jung Won was tired after grinding all night with the system. Where is Jung Ryong? Didn't you sleep next to me last night? She has now returned to her original appearance. Angrily calling here, you idiot. Jung Won was stunned for a strange moment. Didn't you grow up yesterday? Now she's as small as a pea. She's angry. His cheeks puffed up like a hamster. Isn't that a good thing for you to do? It's because of you that I expend so much physical energy. There are also those illegal accumulations you obtained. Give it back to me quickly. Jung Won had a scoundrel expression all over his face. And voice. It's all because of my hard work. If you have the ability, then suck up my integrity. Jung Ryong is not an easy world. If so, don't blame me for being rude. This copy I will help you really understand. How scary are women? Jung Won doesn't care. I'm already familiar with the tricks of this game. I'm a god of strategy, nothing can defeat me. Jung Ryong of all worlds snapped his fingers. The teleportation array appeared. Then let's start. This time there will be many challenges. More difficult than last time. This move of hers made him itchy. Wait a minute. Jung Won started to protest with his muzzle. Must give me time to prepare. This girl is using public work to take private revenge. In another world. In a small village. This is the new server's new village for Jung Won. A group of villagers kneeling before a group of female robbers. The leader is a sweet girl. With strong skin. You guys don't even hurry to offer this month's tribute to the old man who seems to be Jang Chan asking for love. Second day Wong. The village's objects were almost all looted. Took it all away. There's only a little bit of this food left. You also had to give us a way to live. Second day Wong came up with an unreasonable reason. It's ridiculous. Everything in this world must depend on women. We are lowly men. You guys are setting conditions with us. Obediently hand over your work here. Better than wasting. For a bunch of useless people like you. There are people who can't stand the grievances and stand up. Don't rely on what you are. Female. Having a stronger body means being able to bully someone too much. She looked at that person seriously. Looks like this Soja's temper is not small. The other person rushed forward with his fist. After all, if it's death, I risk it with you. His fist was easily caught. Followed by a counter slap from the second Wang Ga. That young man must have had a crooked jaw. He weakly collapsed to the ground. The girl quickly called out, So Shui. Are you okay? Second Wang Ga gave them two options. Give you one last chance. I'm a little hungry now. Or you can hand over the masterpiece immediately. Or I'll send you on your way. You guys decide for yourself. The Sanjuk girls next to them started chatting. Who is a man who is so liberal? Yes, everything is clear. Whether big or small, it depends on women. In addition to helping give birth to children, it's completely useless. Which means the elder only knows how to threaten and create karma. One day sooner or later, a fierce man will appear from the sky. Help men. Being in a miserable situation in this world. The second Wang Ga smiled contemptuously. Stop talking about nonsense village legends. You go from long ago. Women have always been superior to men. Do you still want to compete for power with women? What a joke. Jung Won is literally falling from the sky right now. Go straight to Wanga's place. Bang once. Wang Ga became a meat cushion for him. He stabbed his head down. And his voice actually came out through the smoke and dust. He wrinkled his entire face and rubbed his head in pain. But every time it's like this. Just drop me off arbitrarily and that's it. Don't let me finish putting my shirt on first. Jung-won only now noticed that he was sitting on someone. No. It fell on him. And he quickly looked at it. Are you okay? I didn't mean it. Wang's Soja group has only now recovered too. Second Day Wang has been defeated. How can this happen? Could it be that there really exists a fierce man from the sky? If it's not good, quickly retreat and go back to tell Day Wang. Jung-won quickly stopped him. Wait a minute, please listen to my explanation. At least take someone away. That group of people only dared to leave one sentence. Please wait for me. Jang Chan called out to him in surprise. He defeated the woman without fail. You are definitely a strong man from the sky. In legend, the person who came to save the men in this world. Jung-won turned to him full of question marks. The strong man comes from the sky. What the hell are you talking about? I'm not a local. Jang Chan is even more certain. It's because you were sent here by God. Although the world soon got used to it. Women are superior to men. But a long time ago, there was a legend passed down in my village. In ancient times there existed two gods in this world. Distinguish between Yang Shin and Eam Shin. They became a couple. Maintain the balance of yin and yang in the world. But later Eam Shin and Yang Shin had a conflict. Because of love and hate, we fight. Yang Shin was eventually defeated. Eam Shin in turn sealed Yang Shin's power into the bodies of 4 female disciples. Since then the yin and yang in this world have been out of balance. The man lost Yang Shin's protection. Far less strength. Women have been continuously oppressed until now. Through the story Jung-won understood. No wonder this village is full of men. But strong men come from the sky. What are you talking about? Jang Chan is more serious than ever. According to legend, when Yang Shin was sealed, he left behind a prophecy that said, a man will descend from heaven to reverse the situation and restore the balance of yin and yang in this world. He fell from the sky and even defeated that formidable female pirate. Surely the fierce man came from the sky. We always wish. Imagine men versus women. No more conditions are needed. Just live in a world where men and women are equal. Then that is heaven. And now that moment has finally come. Jung-won patted his chest. Although I still don't understand much of what he said. But you look so pitiful. I also want to do my part. The main task is to collect Yang Shin's scattered power. Don't you know what to do? Jang Chan explained how to do it. Yang Shin's power is inherited by the descendants of Yung Shin's 4 disciples. They are also the 4 strongest people in the world. Just need to be able to defeat them. Then the sealed Yang Shin's power can be restored. Jung-won squeezed his knuckles. Although I don't like hitting women. But to restore the world to normal, I can break the rules once. Jang Chan. Where are those 4 strong men currently? They are taking turns dominating one direction. And the most recent one is Wang Juk Ru Chun Yu. She has many subordinates. And collect tributes everywhere, making the people here extremely miserable. A villager rushed in panic. It's not good that Wang Juk brought troops here. Very quickly we reached the village gate. What's so fast? Jang Chan hurriedly called Jung-won. If you run quickly, we'll help you buy more time. You are the last hope of all men in the world. Even if this village sacrifices everything, we also have to protect you. Jung-won reassures Jang Chan to be King Sanjuk, not the pirate king. What should I do if I'm afraid that I'll go out and meet her first? Inside the village, there's a beautiful Eo Nuna interrogating her. Heard among you, someone can defeat the second sister. If I know what to do, bring him to me. The young man being questioned refused to tell him. He is our hope. You kill me, I won't tell you the whereabouts of the fairy. This day Wang is even more interested when he hears that you also have some bones. If you want to die like that, I will help you satisfy your wish. After all, this village is full of useless people. Just arrest a few more people and ask. Jung-won's voice rang out, wait a minute. The person you're looking for is me. Ru Chun Yu turned his head and complimented, yes. I didn't expect you to be quite handsome, which isn't bad. I'll bring you back to the camp later. Let the sisters slowly enjoy. The Soja crowd behind them complimented endlessly. Day Wang. This is the first time I'm interested in a man. Who made this guy so beautiful? Just a pity. Not used for a few days. That he became a man. Jung-won's face turned serious. It doesn't matter how you want to deal with me. But the prerequisite is that you can defeat me. Look at Jung Won so confident. Ru Chun Yu found it interesting. Could it be that you think you're qualified to fight with me? Are the Soja people behind her supporting this guy stupid? How can a man hit a woman? It doesn't look bad, but unfortunately he has a problem with his mind. And I don't know where Jung Won gets his confidence from. If you don't try, how will you know? Don't you dare accept my challenge? Ru Chun Yu stood opposite and smirked ridiculously. One hand is enough to deal with you. To see what he can do. Jung Won jumped up and used the skill from the beginning of the game. Van Lai's sword technique. Due to the speed being too fast, he disappeared into the sky. Silverless clouds passed Ruchanu's body. Soja and the others widened their eyes and opened their mouths. This Gawa's movements are so fast. He really has some bravery. Ruchanu's shirt was torn, but she was not injured. She turned her head and complimented that it was interesting. Looks like you're still a little interesting. He advised her not to be stubborn. Just now I used my internal force with that sword. The cold air has already penetrated her body. Ru Chun Yu proudly raised the broken sword. What do you mean by sword? Jung Won looked at the sword in surprise. How is it possible? Ru Chun Yu. State an immutable rule of this world. In this world, men cannot hurt women. That's God's will no matter how fast your sword is. Can't hurt me at all. Next it might be me. Ru Chun Yu used a special technique as an opening move. And blinked. She hit Jung Won's body. He was sent flying like a bird and hit a tree behind him. Ru Chun Yu withdrew her hand. This is the distance between us. Based on what I said before. You belong to me now. Jung Won sat up and didn't mind me. I don't mind. 3 days, she gave me 3 days. If I can't defeat you, then I'm willing to listen to your advice. She's not a stupid person either. What value do you have to discuss conditions with me? In this critical time? Jang Chan stood up and waited for us. Willing to be a bargaining chip for young Master Jung. If 3 days from now young Master Jung loses again. People in the village, we all vow to be Daewang's servants. All my life without a word of complaint. Yes, we are willing to be a card for him. Instead of being bullied all the time, it's better to bet. We believe that Thien Na and Nam are right. We believe in the fierce male heaven. Ru Chun Yu looked at the villagers. Her face was silent. She thought about something. Then she decided, I'll give you 3 days. 3 days later I was at the mountain camp waiting for you to challenge me. If you dare to play tricks on me, I will bury this whole village with you. After a while Jung Won felt a little guilty. Sorry, it's because I despise you. Don't think between men and women. There is such a difference in strength. In his mind, he discovered that the rule was incorrect. I think this may not be the gap. But the rules. I'm afraid no matter how strong I am, I can't hurt a woman. Jang Chan is steadfast. No problem, Mr. Jung can tell us. He planned 3 days later. How can I defeat that Dae Wong? He smiled shyly. I was just improvising. Besides, I haven't figured out how yet. But just now, Dad exploded so loudly, Jung Won, that the villagers were so scared that the hose was spraying. We are not all together. Are you having a disaster? Damn you, don't say that. I started to feel scared. Is it still time for us to escape now? Jung Won reluctantly asked for information from Jang Chan. Please don't panic. There is a possibility of this happening. Jang Chan turned. You can tell me. Does that Dae Wong have anything special? Jang Chan began to reminisce. Disadvantages. Why does this person seem good on the outside? Last time she came to rob the village. Accidentally fell down. As a result, I was so embarrassed that I went straight home. Let us escape unharmed. Jung Won is thinking about it. This guy actually has an opposite side. Wait, if her good side is like thinking of something. His eyes lit up. Everyone. I think a good way. But I need everyone's help to be able to do it. 2 days later in Ruchanu's mountain camp. She was soaking and bathing in a wooden barrel. MLEM so much bro. In her head she was imagining Jung Won. From now on, I am your person. Thinking of this, her face turned pink. Strange chaos in my head. How can I have this kind of hallucination? But since the day I left, why is that image of a man appears in my mind so often? Suddenly the second Wong Gob pushed open the door. Report to owner. The scout in charge has returned to report. Yak Nam village. It seemed like something quickly left the bathtub. Cover yourself with a towel. Oh, that Gawa guy hasn't run away yet. 2-day Wong continued to report. There is a signal from the sisters. Of course they can't run. But in the village, there are often strange cries from men. It's really weird, I'm scared. Ru Chun Yu consoled that girl. Why is she so timid now? I told you already. Last time she lost consciousness because she accidentally hit her head on the ground. Rather than being defeated by that man. Furthermore, this old lady is one of the 4 great powerhouses in the world. A weak person like him. How can it be my opponent? Unfortunately, due to the movement of her breasts, her towel slipped off. And she cried out in embarrassment, ah. Due to being naked in front of his subordinates. Ru Chun Yu quickly covered himself up. Don't look outside too quickly. The subordinates obeyed, and invited the brothers to return to Yak Nam village. The man's cry echoed throughout the village. A group of strong men were lying on the ground moaning and groaning. Really beneficial. So fast. Is this the power of a fierce male? Jung Won stood on the side sweating profusely. Thank you everyone. I have now successfully achieved a great miracle. Early the next morning, Ru Chun Yu was sleeping when he was awakened by the sound of a gong. It was so noisy. She angrily kicked the door open and ran out. Who's disturbing someone else's sleep so early in the morning? So the one who knocks the gong is Jung Won. Don't sleep anymore. Wake up quickly. Today is the day. Day Ga here defeats your Daisen Wong. The people in the mountain camp come out. Isn't this the little handsome man from last time? Compared to the handsome man in my dream. Much more handsome. Ru Chun Yu looked at him with bullet-shaped eyes. It was early in the morning and someone was already offering themselves to the door. Coming to bother me so early makes you want to die. Jung Won didn't hesitate to draw his knife. If that's the case then I'm guilty. She looked at him and laughed. That's your weapon, why is it a bit short? Jung Won started talking. The length of the weapon does not matter. More important is its speed and hardness skills. And the subordinates next to it are in a daze. I really want to try his little knife. See how strong it is. It's okay, that's my skill. Short swords can also become long swords. It's best you say short sword. Ru Chun Yu reminded him. You should know that in this world, men cannot hurt women, no matter what weapon he has in his hand. Jung Won rushes forward, so you wait and see. He uses a series of slashes. Slashed Ru Chunu's body 7 times. And she glanced contemptuously at him. I admit that your speed is very fast. But that basically doesn't make any sense. You can't hurt me either. Jung Won also turned around. Who said I wanted to hurt her? Then he snapped his fingers. And her outer layer of clothing crumbled, accompanied by a groaning effect. Ru Chun Yu looked at Jung Won embarrassedly and blamed him. What technique did you use? He responded to her with satisfaction. This is the trick I have mastered. After non-stop practice, its name is Thien Nyan Nyan Wai Dao Dharma. Along with this sword, was exchanged from the trading post in the city. The name is Bao Wai Dao. Level C medical and sword notification system. Uses. Cannot deal any damage to creatures. But can cause a lot of damage. For any goal. Has the costume attribute. And the villagers wearing loincloths are cheering him on. We believe you. Definitely have to be careful. Don't let us down. Same with Zhang Chan. Jung Won must win. Because now, he is shouldering the responsibility of representing the entire village. I got it. Now I am the only hope left in the village. Zhang Chan continued aggressively. The main reason is, now, he was keeping the only set of clothes left in the village. To practice this sword technique, the brothers in the village have helped me a lot. Ru Chun Yu is still strong. It's just that even if you could blow my clothes off, so what? You still can't defeat me. He immediately showed his trump card. But all of her subordinates, they were all looking at her naked appearance with shame. Don't you feel ashamed as the leader? She became angry and punched him to shut up. I will kill you. But Jung Won is already at full attack speed. How could she hit? Not only that, but he also got a kick back on his butt. And Soja people couldn't stop talking about it. Don't think about it. No day can wear this style. The image of a female man from before. Maybe it's just fake? How come no day has such good skin? She also said that she never takes care of her skin. Ru Chun-yu shyly cursed at Soja. You guys can't look at. Jung-won started threatening with the next knife. I'll make you completely naked. She's so angry that she's going to ulti, your FA, go die. Soja and the others couldn't stop admiring. This is No-Day's ultimate technique. Unexpectedly, No-Day could be forced to use this move. An electric purple dragon was formed. Hit Jung-won directly. The sound of smoke and dust with sparks flying out. Jung-won's body gradually appeared accompanied by his voice. What a pitiful fierce fire. The defensive power of the indestructible Vajra. My body isn't bad either. Jung-won stood there unhurt and said. Ru Chun-yu was so scared he couldn't believe his eyes. How could there be a man? Can block my red pepper inflammation dragon palm. Jung-won did not let her recover. There was an opening and she was dressed in white. Her outer clothes crumbled and fell down. Accompanied by a scream. The Soja witnesses blushed with excitement. No-Day can be so sleazy. No-Day is so pathetic. Because of the random gossip. Ru Chun-yu was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. And finally she turned around and ran away. To everyone's surprise. I won't play with you anymore. Jung-won woke up and quickly chased after him. Hey, accept defeat, don't run away. Banged his face and the door made intimate contact. He rubbed his nose in discomfort and cried if he couldn't fight back. Is she that childish? Second Wanga's voice rang out behind him. You made our Daesun Wang cry, right? A group of Sanjuk girls looked at him with red eyes. If I die, I'll defeat their No-Day. They wouldn't kill someone to cover their mouths if. Suddenly happened. The whole crowd knelt down on the ground to pray. Our No-Day facial skin is very thin. Please go and comfort No-Day. As long as you can comfort No-Day. We agreed to any conditions. He reluctantly agreed to me. I knew, so I went to check it out. No matter how strong it is. In the end, it's still a girl. Jung-won pushed open the door and walked in. Please let me in. Ru Chun-yu was covering herself with a blanket and shouted out loud. I don't want to see you. Jung-won approaching. Why tease a big girl like that and hide under her feet? Let's talk slowly. She will never be determined not to come out. Jung-won smiled brightly and pulled the blanket out. Ru Chun-yu is beautiful and flawless. Lying on the bed like he was just waiting to be eaten. Jung-won was probably like admin, his eyes didn't blink at all. Haven't you changed yet? Inside, my mouth is watering. I didn't notice her body just now and it's amazing. Not to be seen. She shouted with a kick. Jung-won was immediately hit. And sat up, holding a pillow to cover his important area. Teary eyes. Now you are satisfied that you have not embarrassed me like that. In front of her eyes, Jung-won's subordinates began to comfort her and take her prey into the hole. No, I don't see anything embarrassing at all. Have such a great body. You should be proud of yourself. Ru Chun-yu was a little shaken. Stop saying those sweet words. He was getting closer and closer. If you don't believe me, I will prove to you. Jung-won's opening proof is always the same. Use a kiss to paralyze the opponent. Ru Chun-yu was paralyzed and unable to resist. But she also. Taking the opportunity to reverse the position, you honestly gave me. She coyly looked down at Jung-won. This time I admit you won and I lost. Tell me what your conditions are. He gets straight to the point. I hope. Can unlock the sealed power of men. She belongs to one of the 4 seals. You must know how to do it. Hearing the seal, she blushed slightly. As expected, he is the legendary male of heaven and earth. But the tricks you used to defeat me. It may not be useful to the other 3 people. He began to provoke the general. How do you know I don't have other plans? Or maybe you don't want to admit that you lost to me. Ru Chun-yu replied, still the same. Those seals exist in our bodies. If you want to remove the seal, you have to. Jung-won asked curiously what to do. She was even more embarrassed when she was sexually assaulted. Use masculinity to break the seal. Just being as masculine as you can make me bleed. The seal will be lifted. Hearing her say that made him even more suspicious. But before releasing the seal, men basically cannot hurt women. I'm sure there's no way to make you bleed. Ru Chun-yu explained to him. Although men cannot hurt women. But because continuing the family line is still possible. It's not just blood. Jung-won understood. But there are still other doubts. That was the case, but she immediately stopped his mouth. Make excuses for yourself. I said before I have no idea about him. I promised him just to keep my promise. Jung-won, okay, prepare to work. I got it. So next I will teach you how to do it. Due to her pride, she refused to help. No need, don't misunderstand. Even though I'm the one in charge right now. The door to the room suddenly opened ajar. The Soja crowd looked curiously at what they were doing. Why does he have such a long tail growing out of his body? You idiot, is not a tail. Half an hour later, a few people standing outside were watching and discussing. What the hell are they doing? It feels like No Day is very impatient. Are you looking for something? Do we need to go in and help them? Jung-won was lying down and had no choice but to speak to her. Do you really know how to do that? I see you don't even know how to find the entrance. Was said to have hit Ruchinu's heart so much that she was confused. Don't talk nonsense. Almost done, this time it's absolutely flat. Jung-won's excess compensated for her deficiency. Then the divine light from the two of them shined straight into the sky. The whole room formed a column of light. The Soja crowd looked curiously at the shining light column. What is that? That man made it. In Yak Nam village, the light pillar where Jung-won is shined straight up into the sky clearly. Jang Chan exclaims with joy. His light is that. Looks like he did it. The first seal has been broken. The villagers wearing loincloths hug each other. As expected of a fierce man falling from the sky. Our clothes are not wasted. Somewhere else, a vibrating dragon sword, with a woman holding that sword, looked up at the sky and scolded that light. Ru Chun Yu is so useless. Has her seal been broken? She smiled with a majestic posture. But it's okay. It's been a long time since there was a person who didn't know the height of heaven and earth. Came to sacrifice my sword. The sky turned from early morning to night so quickly. The peeps watched from morning to night. That man can still use that thing like that. Is it really that comfortable from morning to night? I also want to see this hot scene. I'm sure there will be a lot of rice rolls here, haha. Ru Chun Yu was sweating at this point. When did I fall asleep? Jung-won whispered. The first time doing this is a bit difficult. Let's rest a bit. He looked at her with satisfaction. Indeed, women are stronger. I can absorb as much energy as possible. There should be no delay. I have to quickly cultivate Man Mi Mu Gang Giol. To quickly absorb this energy. Jung-won began to practice. Those energies were like flames surrounding him. Who had just opened his eyes? Jung-won appeared in another world. What the hell is this place? Slowly a woman caught his eye. Is a sweet woman. 3 rounds of Vipro, skin without mosquito bites. Being tied to an iron chain. An iron chain on the pole suddenly broke. Followed by countless chains as well. The woman started to fall. Jung-won conveniently caught her carefully. Miss, are you okay? The girl slowly opened her eyes. And suddenly opened her mouth. That he knows. Sooner or later we will meet again one day. He suddenly replied, Miss, have you mistaken me for someone else? We have never met. I don't even know where this is. The woman quickly stood up and apologized. You look a lot like an old friend of mine. But maybe this is a fateful meeting. Jung-won didn't understand what she was saying. I didn't understand at all. She looked towards the stone pillar and asked him. Because you can enter the sealed land. Mean, you broke the first seal set by Eam Shin, right? Jung-won asked in surprise. How did she know? She started telling stories from ancient times. After Yang Shin was sealed, the yin and yang in the world are out of balance. Eam Shin regretfully wanted to save everyone. So a piece of my soul was left behind. Waiting for the future. The man who can break the seal appears. Give that person a hand. He realized that she was Eam Shin. I am just a piece of Yumshin's soul. Cannot bear the name Eam Shin. You can call me AWOL. Sprinkled a chain on her broken leg. He asked AWOL with concern. Why are her wrists and ankles chained? These 4 chains represent the 4 seals. Now a seal has been lifted. The chains also followed and broke. As long as all 4 seals are removed, I can remove the power that seals Yang Shin. And bring balance to this world. Help the world return to its original orbit. Jung-won started marrying women. Although I don't know what happened. But I promise you, I will break all the seals, but... AWOL looked back suspiciously and asked why. Jung-won blushed and turned away. Can you put some clothes on? Damn, this stamping machine is so embarrassing, guys. It's okay if AWOL isn't like him. Anyway, there's no one here. Besides, putting on clothes won't help you. Jung-won wondered at her words. Can't help me. What can you help me do? AWOL used his arm to touch Jung-won. Later, there was a source of blue energy entering his body. He seemed to be practicing the technique of releasing yin and replenishing yang. But the yin and yang in this world are out of balance. He could not absorb all the soft power of yin. Am I right? When he saw that he was a master, he immediately asked for a solution. It's true that I feel that way. But what should I do? AWOL began to show Jung-won the way. Is a part of Yungshin's soul. I know a secret method of double cultivation. Passed down by the great powers. I can absorb all that soft power. Jung-won was a little worried about her. But AWOL, you are so weak, can you stand me? She gave him an unexpected joy. This place is a sealed land. Is also an illusion created by Shin. In this illusion, we can do many things. But outside, you can't do. Star and moon magic. 3 with 1 effectiveness can also increase with these 3 results. He picked up the phone and hung up. He still criticized the 3 times as being too few. You underestimate me too much. Say it 3 times too slowly. How about a little faster? She responded immediately. Of course it's possible. We will listen to you in this matter. There's behind you. Turn around and look behind you. Then there was a line of AWOL's clones that continued forever. And he turned around. I'm so excited that I have to do this step. So stressed. In reality he keeps talking in his sleep to change peach number 7. The next number 7 is your turn. Number 18 she focuses on. There is also the number 24 her little hand is too dishonest. Notification system. Man Mi Mu Gang Gyeol has increased to level 6. Additional attribute charm plus 180. Additional skills in parallel cultivation techniques. The effect is that you can practice with people of the opposite sex. At the same time, enhancing the abilities of both sides. The room Jung-won is in emits light. The Sanjuk crowd gathered around. What is the light in that room? Looks like the guy is doing something. His hand glows. Push the door and add a suitable sentence. There are many people here. Jung-won wears a towel. His whole body glowed and walked out. Who wants? Suddenly the towel fell down revealing his full body. He continued enchantingly. Taste the taste of becoming a woman. The Sanjuk girls stood still for 5 seconds. What is the taste of being a woman? What does he mean by that? That's right, this is the first time I've heard of this. Jung-won thought to himself. Women in this world probably haven't had much contact with men. So there's a bit of ignorance. He cheerfully called out, I can do the same as you guys. It's like being your Daisen Wong. The second Wong Ga appeared to try it out. Though I don't know what's going on. But I want to try it first. Let me try first. Someone who saw the line was disgruntled and stood up to wait. Why is it you first? Second Wong Ga threatens and threatens. It seems that she is dissatisfied with the second Wong Ga. We want to compete, if not then compare. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Jung-won came to mediate. Everyone calm down, don't fight. Everyone has a part. Nhi Wong Ga. She ordered everyone to form a group of 3. Take turns coming into my room. Second Wong Ga despises who you think you are. We only listen to Dazenwang's orders. Body is a male. Also want to give orders to us. The subordinates behind. Has that burned into her words? Why do you guys listen to him? The group of people started to feel annoyed with the second girl Wong Ga. If you don't want to, let us go first. Daisen Wong was defeated by him. Now he is Daisen Wong. Hearing what he said was not good. She pouted weakly, turned her head and walked to the door. She leaned into Jung-won's ear to see if he could. What's the point of fighting with 3 stars? Jung-won is a bit mean and replied quickly. You will know later. After 90 minutes of main time and 5 minutes of extra time. Jung-won has won on 3 black grass soccer fields. He asked confidently, sweating all over his body. Why do you feel great now? Nhi Wong Ga tiredly asked for forgiveness. I'm sorry I was completely ignorant before. An hour later, the first 3 people led each other out of the room. Constantly complaining. That's so great. I feel like this life is not lived in vain. Because I don't have experience. The people waiting in line gasped when they saw that. Jung Won sat by the window and started recruiting. The night is still long, is the next group ready? Jung Won right now is like a treasure in their eyes. Sparkles. People are constantly fighting. Don't take it from me, it's my turn. Let me go. He was slightly shocked when he saw that. Looks like today will be a sleepless night and. The next morning, Ru Chun-yu stretched and woke up, making her two peaches tremble non-stop. She went out and looked around. It seems like I accidentally fell asleep until morning. When I saw the scene in front of the yard, she immediately woke up. Why is this? What happened? Saw his subordinates lying on the ground. She complained. Jung Won went to explain. Sorry, I saw you sleeping so well last night. So I didn't wake her up. To think of something. Her face turned red and she asked him if he was acting like a showman to all of them. Has won his Oscar multiple times. There's no way people are too enthusiastic. I can't refuse. Besides, it's such fun. She also doesn't want to enjoy it alone. He saw Jung Won teasing him about yesterday. Ru Chun-yu was speechless and had to steer the conversation in another direction. Don't say those things. Tell me what you plan to do next. He answered immediately. I of course want to break the remaining 3 seals. Restore the yin and yang balance of this world. If so, I want to go with you. Jung Won was surprised and repeated, why come with me? She lied and replied that I lost to you. I don't have the face to continue staying. Moreover, I want to see you with my own eyes. Break the remaining 3 seals. It's true that a woman's mouth and heart are condescending. Even though he was addicted, he was still shy. The second Wang Ga lying down heard that and asked worriedly. Daisen Wang, now that you're gone, what should we do? Soja's group lying nearby jumped up. That's right, we don't want to continue doing sanjuk anymore. Are we about to be abandoned by no day? But we don't know any other way to make a living. Jung Won had an idea in his mind. Don't worry everyone. I know a world that digs its roots. Everyone can live peacefully. For a while later in the main god space. Admin knows right away. This Jung Won stamping machine won't spare anyone. Another pile of people in the harem. Unsolhan looked ahead dissatisfied. Why did that guy bring so many people with him? Mok Ung Sang comforted her that it was okay. The more people there are, the livelier. The crowd in the mountain camp officially became Jung Won's harem. Some of them paired up to visit around. This is news. It's so beautiful, yes. Looks like that man didn't lie to us. Mok Ung Sang started gathering new people. Everyone is welcome here. People can live comfortably here. Without having to worry about food and clothing. These people are all old people. So I don't believe there are such good things in this world. I feel like it's not that simple. That's right, they will definitely give conditions. Mok Ung Sang licked his fingers. This is an evil look at the crowd. Not wrong. I will teach you how to please the owner of this place. Unsolhan's face softened a bit when he heard that. Sister, do you really want to do that? That's right, until next time Jung Won comes back. Must give him a big surprise. Jung Won will probably be sucked dry when he returns. On a rainy and windy day in front of the gate of a citadel. A group of people lined up in the rain waiting to enter the citadel. Jung Won was also in this group of people. He asked for news from Ru Chun-yu next to him. You are the second seal guardian in Uam City, right? She coldly replied, right. Not only that, she is also the lord of this Uam City. Known as Ha-il-du. Ha-il-du. This name on the contrary sounds very spirited. However, you are all guardians of the seal. Please introduce yourself to me immediately. Isn't it better? Isn't that simple? The 4 guards sealed us away. Actually, the relationship is very normal. Besides, Ha-il-du counts. Hot temper and arrogance. The 2 of us hardly have any contact. Ru Chun-yu thought about that scene again. Did something go wrong somewhere, you brats? You. How can he be on par with No Ya? It's ridiculous. Jung Won glanced at her and teased her. Hot temper. Could it be that I'm even more impatient than you? Why should I kill you? At this time, there was a person who was stopped by Suzong and left. Don't delay time. The old man was pushed to the ground and asked for my love. I don't have much money left. It's not enough to reduce waste of nonsense to even a penny. If not, go away. Jung Won went to ask about this old man. Are you okay? Then he scolded Suzong for what she was doing. Old people still want to bully? Moreover, there is no morality. Force the old man to pay a fee to enter the city. She pointed to the notice board behind. Men entering the city pay 10 taels. Women can enter the city for free. Look clearly, it's the rule for men to go into the city and deliver fees. Since the day before, female Suzong started paying attention to Jung Won. However, looking at his appearance, he is also handsome and handsome. If I can make you a little happier, this lady can give you a discount. Jung Won agreed immediately. Then use magic skills or magic tricks. Let me make you feel a little happier. Female Suzong immediately froze for 5 seconds. And then she became Jung Won's slave. Please, master, tell me to quickly apologize to that old man. She seemed to have turned into a different person and approached to apologize. I'm sorry, it was my fault. The confused old man was wrong. It's okay, it's okay. Jung Won gave orders again. Please, your readers, please show me sincerity. When apologizing, having to take off armor is also common sense. To obey orders, she immediately took orders to take off her clothes and sincerely bowed her head to apologize. The old man was too emotional. This year I am over 70 years old. This is the first time I encounter this situation. Is it me? Admin is wrong. This whole life must be worth it. Ru Chun Yu urged not to make it any bigger. Let's go into the city quickly. Jung Won replied that he knew. Who told her to bully others? The group continued to enter the city one by one. The old man called back to Jung Won. Young master, please stop and thank me. Fu Heat came out to help. The old man wanted to offer a small gift, still hoping that the young knight would accept it. He politely refused. No need. Helping people is a joy that. The old man's temperament changed to become more profound. Took out some secret books. These are the secret books I collected. From traveling everywhere. Please choose one. He reluctantly asked what kind of secret books these were. To tell you the truth, when I was young I was an oorang. These are all tricks I used that year. Let me explain to you about oorang. Here it refers to herding the animals. In Japan, there are handsome guys who serve drinks. Please the ladies at the clubhouse bar. Jung Won randomly chose a book. Then I won't be polite anymore. Our old man still has to say goodbye here. The old man smiled and left, accompanied by wishes that good people will be rewarded. Deserved goodbye. Young man. Ru Chun Yu watched the old man leave. Curious, he asked Oorang what profession that was. Why have I never heard of this before? He just smiled bitterly. Oorang of course herds cattle. Don't talk about this anymore. We have come a long way. On the way there was also a heavy rain. Or should we quickly find an inn to shower and rest? She sighed, afraid this wouldn't be easy. The two of them went to a nearby inn. There is an announcement snake in front of the door. Pets and men. You are not allowed to enter this hotel. Both people groaned and looked away. Of course it is. This is also too much. Why wouldn't men be allowed in? The shop door opened. A beautiful woman walked out from there. Sorry, we do not allow men to stay. After all, the room had a man sleeping over. It's also not possible to rent it out. The owner of the shop paid attention to the stamping machine. But this young man looks at his appearance. You can sleep in the landlady's room tonight. I don't hate. Ru Chun Yu pulled Jung Won away in his surprise. If we don't need it anymore, we'll find another place to stay. The landlady's regretful holding on is useless. Entire UAM city. There are no boarding houses that accept men. If you change your mind, you're always welcome to come back and find me. In an hour Ru Chun Yu is so depressed. Why is the importance of women and men here so great that it is 0? Is there any boarding house that will let men stay? Teasing expert Jung Won teased her. Are you still shameless about telling others? She became more and more angry and talked less nonsense. He smiled and gave another comment. But it's not. There is only one inn where you can take a shower and rest. Jung Won pointed to the front and saw that this was the place. That place is Yokjang. In the wind and rain, a public bathhouse appeared in the eyes of two people. Ru Chun Yu and Jung Won entered while exclaiming. That's right, Yokjang can take a bath and sleep at the same time. Isn't that right? The female receptionist came out as usual, bowing to the two people welcoming the guests. The female receptionist asked in surprise. Miss, why did you bring a man? Why doesn't this place also welcome men? She responded with a friendly smile to Ru Chun Yu. The hotel has no such regulations. There is one thing. The bathing area is full of strong women and men. If you go in, we'll be like prey. If anything happens, we will not be responsible. Jung Won is fine regardless. No matter what happens, all consequences are our responsibility. He silently rejoiced in his head. It turned out to be such a place. This is in the copy. For men, it is a very dangerous place. Seems to fit my attributes. In Yokjang, many girls are bathing here, including a yellow-eyed girl. Big, round silver hair is the most prominent. Jungwon walked and sang and pushed the door open. I like to bathe and clean my body, ho ho ho. The women in there were all excited when they saw that. Is it a man? How dare a man come in here? That's right, he looks quite handsome. He used the excuse to reply that the receptionist had said so. This is a mixed bathroom for both men and women. I'm not bothering you ladies, am I? The silver-haired woman alone over there spoke up. So interesting. Really didn't expect that. Have a day. We will see a man coming here on his own initiative. I am the boss of Yokjang Seo Gang. Who are you? Jung-won looked at her for a moment. Seo Gang also looked at him like that. Then Jung-won cunningly said something. Guess what? Seo Gang angrily furrowed his eyebrows and shouted. The boy even guessed that. He just went into the bathtub and washed his hair. Because it is not written here that men are prohibited from entering. I just want to take a bath, so it doesn't matter who I am. Seeing that, Seo Gang advised him. I advise you to still go out. This bathtub is specifically used for me to practice the fire element. The water temperature will get higher and higher. Him with the weak body of a man basically couldn't stand it. Jung-won saw that and immediately opened the bet. So why don't we bet? Let's see who can't stand it first. The last person left in the bathtub is the winner. Seo Gang raised his eyebrows and despised the bet. Whatever level you are at, you are worthy to bet with me. Can you give me what I like? He's still using the same old trick. I will bet myself. If I lose, consider me signing a contract to sell myself to you. How does this life follow your will? Seo Gang accepts the bet. Oh. Among men he considered a special type. Command down to increase water temperature. We have to let this guy know. How big is the gap between men and women? Yes, the waitress next to her took orders. And the melon-eating crowd teased Jung-won. I advise you to admit defeat soon. We will not be responsible. During that time he fainted from the heat. He asked to increase this temperature. Your water is too cold. If it's a bath, using hot water will be more comfortable. In spite of, I have no way to directly confront the woman. But for hot water it is not difficult. 10 minutes later, the two people sat across from each other without saying a word. Jung-won was sweating profusely in his head and cursed silently. It's really a bit unexpected. It's too hot now. Can tolerate this level. Are all women in this world monsters? The women nearby began to discuss. We stand here. You can also feel the heat radiating from the bathtub. This guy really has the ability to endure. That's right. Now at this level, we all consider it reluctant. Looks like he really has some bravery. Seo Gang was also surprised. As a man, you are already wonderful. Unfortunate. Compared to me, Seo Gang, you're nothing. Jung-won definitely won't give up, right? I mean, your water doesn't seem to boil at all. No wonder no man comes here. We don't like to soak. It's not like this in cold water. Seo No Pan of course doesn't believe it. Still struggling, why does it continue to increase? If I don't stew you into cooked meat today, I will. Seo Gang wasted so many years in Uam City. 20 minutes later, the people standing outside couldn't stand it either. Hot beyond this temperature. Just standing next to the bathtub is unbearable. Seo Gang blamed the subordinates behind him. It's so slow that we've been in UAM for so many years. How much money to spend? How many people to care for? I didn't expect that they were all waste. The people behind collapsed and couldn't breathe. They started to retreat. I'm sorry, we really can't do it anymore. Seo No Pan has been a bit tense up to this point. Tell the truth, even my gong inflammation is unbearable. Such high temperature. How could this man endure? Accidentally glancing at Jung-won? She realized something. Wait, this is. What a powerful qigong. It seems that this is the reason why Zheng Wan can survive. On Zheng Wan's side, he said sarcastically, it seems to be comparable to my Luke Duong Dung Tuyat Kong. Her practice seems to have remained unchanged. This is the practice from the past. Unsul Han taught me to eliminate poison. Due to self-esteem, Xiao Gang also doesn't want to lose. Talking nonsense about this entire UAM city. Except for Seongju, I am the strongest. How could I lose to a humble man like you? Today I will play with you until the end. The subordinates will be by your side to dissuade Deja. Don't force yourself anymore. That's right. Before. She has never tried such a high temperature. Her pride does not allow her to talk less nonsense. How can we continue to increase the temperature? How can we lose by men? Before she finished speaking, she suffered heat shock and collapsed. Zheng Wan stood up to help her. As a result, this girl has learned to identify. He carried her out of the bathtub. It would be a pity if such a great beauty were to be cooked. Xiao Gang's subordinates would rush to stop it. You are not allowed to touch her. Quickly put our Deja down. What did you do to her? Zheng Wan immediately scolded her. Shut up, you people are so talkative. It annoys me to death. Now your mistress is in danger. Quickly find a cellar or ice room. I can also help you save her. System notification received 120,110 accumulated points. The other two were scolded in a match and then ovulated. Responded quickly. Why is he so fierce? But why do I want to listen to him? Zheng Wan quickly followed the instructions. Going out from this way will lead to the ice cellar. Please save Mrs. Gang. Zheng Wan calmed her down. You guys wait outside and don't come in for another hour or so. If I can't return it to you, an intact Deja, then I'll let you guys deal with. In the room filled with countless blocks of ice. In the middle is a bed of ice. Like in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Xiao Gang lay there, breathing rapidly and sweating like rain. She suddenly woke up and covered his body. What do you want to do? Zheng Wan replied that of course he would save her. I will use my inner strength to extinguish the evil fire in her body. She tiredly looked down. To save me, what should I do? Then Xiao Gang couldn't refuse. I would rather die. Zheng Wan quickly stopped her mouth. His face was full of serious command. Her life is not her own. The women outside. Everyone is worried about her safety. Just move a little and you'll want to die. Are you a woman? Xiao Gang didn't know what to do but agreed. I know. It's strange why I listened to a man's words. He suddenly noticed the bottles next to him and said, what is in those jars? She shyly answered me. I like drinking cow's milk, so I put some in the freezer. If you like, just drink it freely, so why hide it? She was startled. Anyway, my no day is Baek Un Hang. I like to drink some cow's milk. It would be embarrassing if someone found out. Zheng Wan picked up a bottle and filled it. These chilled liquids could expel the evil fire from her body. Then he opened the cap and drank half the bottle. Xiao Gang regretfully cried out, milk, my cow's milk. Suddenly he kissed her. Xiao Gang's eyes widened in surprise. She wanted to protest but the more she tried, the deeper she sank. It felt so strange. When the kiss ended, she pulled back and quickly asked him, what are you doing? Then she saw Zheng Wan's sword was out of its sheath. Zheng Wan started to tease. Don't worry, it's my magic weapon. Very quickly. All evil spirits and miasma in the body. You will be chased out by my magic weapon. He exclaimed endlessly. The dual practice method is really helpful. This woman's skills have increased a lot. So much true energy is pouring into my body. I just kept being rude and completely absorbed. What I felt. He closed his eyes and felt the true qi system informing him of his comprehension of the inflammation technique. Zheng Wan opened his eyes. True fire diffused around, and the attribute table appeared. Grade 1 Public Inflammation. Mental bonus attribute plus 20. Additional inflammation skills. Effect. Can add fire attribute to body or weapon. To unlock Xiao Gang character card. Xiao Gang 4-star rewards. Fire attribute proficiency increased by 30%. For now, Xiao Gang's female subordinates outside were full of worry. I don't know how Deja is doing. Nothing will happen to Deja. It seems like I heard a strange sound just now. The ice cellar door suddenly opened and cold air spread out around. Everyone is here, I've been waiting for a long time. The person who opened the door was Qin Yuan. As soon as he came out, a group of women gathered. Where is Ardasia? What have you done? Please say. Don't be like that. CO gang is full. Tiredly coming out of the ice cellar, he saved me. She sat down on the chair and gave the results of the recent match. The truth is that I lost this bet. I admitted defeat. And public opinion began to rise again. That's ridiculous. No Day lost. You would rather play tricks to win than not lose. Like No Day admitted defeat. And his subordinates pointed out his shortcomings. She got angry and you still talk nonsense. Believe me, lock you guys in the basement to reflect on yourself. She called Qin Yuan back to the main topic. CO gang. I am in this UAM city. Also counted as a person with good reputation. If you have any request, just say it. Qin Yuan is not afraid to get to the point. I heard. Seongju of this UAM city is Ha Il-du. What should I do to challenge her? The people around her despise her. Challenge Ha Il-du. Are you dreaming? After all, a man dared to challenge him. Seongju is indeed the one who asked for a dream. CO gang immediately agreed to him. Although I don't know why you want to die. But if you persist like that, I will show you the opportunity to challenge Seongju. She briefly introduced that way. UAM City is a place where the strong are respected. Every year a martial arts competition will be held here. The winner will have the opportunity to challenge Seongju, of whom Ha Il-du is a legend. Since her successful challenge at age 14, she hasn't lost a match in 10 years. Qin Yuan is so excited. When will this contest be held? CO Gango continued, so I just said it cleverly. The most recent competition will be held 3 days later. Besides, I'll join in. The Soja crowd started whispering again. But Deja has been participating for 3 years now. That's right, even though it makes it to the finals every time. But they were all easily defeated. CO gang was so embarrassed. Please shut up. I was just careless and couldn't avoid it in time. Qin Yuan asked CO gang, a little surprised. She faced off against Ha Il-du. Do you understand her true strength? Is she very strong? She said as she took off her shirt. She is called Ha Il-du. For all her battles are all resolved with a single sword. No need to swing a second knife. CO gang revealed his bare back. On it there are 3 long scars each. Every time I was killed by a knife. She glanced at him sadly and looked so ugly. These 3 scars are proof of my humiliation. Qin Yuan came to comfort me. Come on, the girl has some scars on her back. That's super cool. She was moved but her pride wouldn't allow it. Someone let you touch my scar. Don't say such sweet words. Qin Yuan appreciates her. Anyway, thank you for letting me know the news. I'm just telling you about the enjoyment. Does not count as debt repayment. Tell me, what else do you want? He pondered. If so, I have a small request. I'm just afraid that if I say it, she won't agree. CO gang replied confidently. The most important thing is to keep your word and keep talking. As long as I can do it, I won't be stingy in refusing. He pointed to her subordinates. I need a woman's body to practice. Don't know Deja's subordinates. Can you help me with this little thing? He coughed lightly and continued. Of course, this kind of thing is voluntary on both sides. If people don't want it, I also don't force one of the bad people to walk towards this guy. What kind of people do you think we are? Doesn't feel right. Qin Yuan gave in and apologized for my mistake. If everyone doesn't want to help then all. But the woman turned her back and took off the towel. Show me clearly what this word means. He looked bewildered and then read. If that person turned his head and said it correctly. The most important thing when going out is to keep your trust. If Deja had lost to him, we will of course help her fulfill her promise. Let him know the so-called misfortune. A few female thugs grabbed him and groped him. They quickly pushed Qin Yuan away. Come on, follow us here slowly. At least let me rest a bit. CO gang saw this and moved the good sisters to help me. You guys have sacrificed so much. I will remember this kindness forever in my heart. She turned to the subordinates standing behind. And was surprised to discover her surroundings. Are you all with him? There was a girl who ran slowly to explain to her. Deja, I'm going to line up too. If she doesn't know how long she has to wait, her spiritual sense will be hurt. You really do that for me. Damn, all the starfruit tree's sisters forgot everything when they saw the beauty. Because she couldn't hold back her curiosity, she approached. The arguing voice inside reached me. Wait, this is your fourth time. Who can say I'm more righteous? Outside Seo gang also wants to join them. No day must have no day's level. But I was stuck in the face. Stuck. The tunnel door opened. Said a female subordinate who was covering her body. That Deja man is certainly not simple. After walking for a while, Seo gang quickly pulled the other person back. Huh? Where is her back tattoo? Where's that big trust? The other person's face was full of honey. Mr. Jung, I feel those tattoos are not good for my body. So I used my internal strength to erase it. But he drew another mark for us. She lifted the scarf so no day could see. This is proof of our efforts. This guy saw what Jung Won tattooed for his subordinates and she blushed. Pushed the door in and shouted at that guy. What have you done to my lovely subordinates? The tired subordinates are lying down shouting Deja. The machine floor has put on clothes and come to you. I am thanking them for their help. After absorbing these powers, the odds of defeating Ha Il-du will be a bit higher. The machine walked up behind her and whispered back. Do you want to be like them? I will engrave my mark for free. Seo gang vaguely replied that I was no day. If you want to do that, it will definitely be more difficult to work for them. Don't worry, all. Give a shout. The cellar door was pushed open violently, breaking Jungwon's spell. Ru Chun Yu walked in and shook his hand. Let the old lady wait outside for half a day. You're here again. Praise heaven and earth. I won't forgive you. And the sound of the two arguing echoed throughout Yokjang. Wait, listen to my explanation. Stop talking nonsense. Go die for me, don't aha. Deja saved me. Ru Chun Yu character card unlock notification system. Ru Chun Yu 5-star level. The effectiveness of attacking the opposite sex increased by 30%. 1 hour later in Seo gang's living room. I didn't expect that legend to be true. The fierce male figure really does exist. Jung Won with a seriously injured face full of confidence. It's not wrong why we want it. Defeat Ha Il-du. It's also because he wants to break the seal that binds men. Interestingly, in other words, Jung Won not only opened the first seal. She holds. Not only that, she volunteered to help. If you do that, aren't you betraying the woman? Ru Chun Yu is steadfast in his path. I just want to get this world back on track. Initially, if you want to become our enemy, I won't hold back. Seo gang didn't mean it like that. What good is it to be hostile to you? I am a traitor. So if you agree to my request, I can even cooperate with 2 people. Ru Chun Yu asked for more. If you do that, aren't you afraid of being labeled a traitor? It's just word of mouth. What I want is only benefits. Jung Won asked about the price. If you talk about business, then tell the truth. What do you want from us? From now on, I have been cultivating very hard to defeat Ha Il-du and become Seongju. But no matter how hard you try, I can't fight her either. Even if it's just one attack, I can use them all. My resources to help you pass the tournament. As a reward, I want to get the position of Seongju. Jung Won successfully delivered. Of course there's no problem. We don't have the ability to do Seongju anyway. The position Seongju assigned to her. Rights should also be given to you. She continued, then I have another personal request. Even though I don't like being abused, she said give it a try. Seo gang took off his shirt again to show his back. I want you to engrave a medal on my back to cover these scars. 3 days later, in front of Seongju mansion, there were countless women waiting for Seongju Day into bid. After loud shouting, a woman holding a pipe appeared at the city gate. Ha Il-du begins its opening ceremony. Today is the competition for the throne of Seongju. Is held once a year. I really hope can choose a strong person among you to fight me, even though defeating me is impossible. She smiled proudly. And suddenly a voice rang out in the crowd. It's not good to say that. Her undefeated record will end today. Jung Won coolly rolled up his shirt. This will be up to me. Jung Won came to finish. Everyone involved was talking in surprise. How can there be men participating in martial arts? There's no mistake. Moreover, he said he wanted to defeat Seong-ju. Truly a dreamer. Ha-il-du looked coldly at Jung-won. Then she picked up the dragon sword. Jumped down. Loudly. She accurately landed right in front of Jung-won. And without saying a word swung her sword at his neck. And slashed until there was only an inch left and then stopped. Jung-won's expression didn't change either. Ha-il-du took it all in, let's say She enjoyed the compliment but didn't avoid it. Your name Soja also has some courage. He also calmly responded to Sungju's knife. Dae-in had no intention of cutting it down. There was no reason for me to avoid it. But in his mind he was so scared that he was shitting his pants. What the hell, no, ya basically doesn't react to Ha-il-du like a cosmic prophet. If my guess is not wrong, you are probably the man who defeated Ru Chun-yu. It's a pity that I'm different from that weak person. I won't reveal my flaws. Ru Chun-yu is as hot as ice cream and jumped out to Ha-il-du. Who are you calling weak? If you have the courage, come and fight me. Ha-il-du can't stand it. I am the majestic Seong-ju. How could he be with a bandit leader like you? Come out to fight. If you want to fight with me, then go and register as a martial artist. Jung-won approached and advised the girls not to be impulsive. If you want to participate, we'll eventually turn into a civil war between us. This will make it more difficult to play. Please, no Dae, please be patient. It's a pity that Ha-il-du plays tricks on the general. Not only did she lose to a man whose seal was taken away, still willing to cooperate with him. What a shame for her reputation as a woman. Ru Chun-yu also expressed her opinion. I'm just changing previous misconceptions. Just about men and women being unequal. The people behind heard that and couldn't stop talking. I didn't hear it wrong. These weak men. How can he be on the same level as us? Ha-il-du turned and left. If so, let me see your determination. If you can really stand before me. As a reward, I will give you the most comfortable sword. To introduce the popular system. So everyone, please prepare for the match that is about to start. Due to the large number of candidates, 8 people will be approved for team rounds. To enter the knockout round, each team has about 30 people. Jung-won looked forward with a headache. Even though they said this was a team fight, felt like he was the first target. Countless eyes were now staring straight at Jung-won. Ha-il-du, standing on the rampart, observing contemptuously. As expected, even San-juk and the others couldn't solve it. Basically has no status. In order to challenge Seong-ju, a number of people stood up and wanted to deal with Jung-won. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come here, Ya will take good care of you. Men are not qualified to stand on the same floor. When fighting with us, he doesn't hesitate to pull out his sword. Ya guys. First of all, it would be better if you don't mess with me. The other 2 women rushed forward. Stop talking nonsense about us. First, eliminate this annoying Soja for 2 people. Before he could reach Jung-won, he quickly slashed through the 2 people. He turned his head to do something. This move has the name, long clothes and knives. And it's still the familiar scene of my clothes exploding. But China cut it all off, I'm sorry. Ruchinu's face is a little pink underneath. Of course I use this trick. Why do you have a feeling? He's becoming more and more proficient, isn't he? Even Ha-il-du above can't help himself a bit. Despite his quick movements and extraordinary sword skills. But this move is so strange. Mike and Chun-Li below are also scared. What kind of sword technique is that? It's so scary, maybe he intended it. Jung-won rushed into the group of women like a wolf. Drilling medicine solves the third consciousness. The double-clothed sword is like 2 slashes, 2 sets of clothes gone. In the blink of an eye, the 17th form is reached. The 7th form keeps on saving stars. Then comes the final move, the 36th form. There is no one in the world who invented this set of swords. Receive me and bow. The women whose clothes have been stripped are covering their sensitive areas. The whole group cursed why they had such despicable sword techniques. Disgusting and embarrassing to death. Don't fight anymore. Don't fight anymore. I want to give up my rights. If I compete correctly, I also want to give up. The judge reluctantly announced right there, because all the players gave up. So I declare, the winner of this match is Jung-won. He turned to the audience and made a bad slogan. Just need clothes. Even my god can cut it for you. The judge felt embarrassed for him when he heard that. Please don't be shameless. To say those shameless words. 8 players have been selected. The playoffs will begin. The first round invites both sides to the stage. The host introduced the players from both sides. In turn, the only male in this competition, Jung won. Along with Youngman's disciple Man Ryong-a. She opened up first. I watched your match just now. Yet he used improper tactics. To force your opponent to admit defeat. In martial arts, how could Jung won stand to lose? If you knew my tricks. It's better to quickly admit defeat. Otherwise, your beautiful clothes will be completely destroyed. Man Ryong-a responded while doing her best. Your tricks are basically useless to me. Ryong-ho then shot a tiger from the spell. Walked towards Jung won. He quickly jumped up to avoid. Even though her move was quite interesting. But you think that can defeat me? Man Ryong-a pulled out another talisman. This is just an appetizer. Come out. Behind him, an Akrang appeared. Quickly rushed towards Jung won. At this moment, he was surprised to realize that Jung won's shoulder had been scratched and injured by. From behind. Blood splattered. Under the protection of Ryong-su, Man Ryong-a was full of confidence. Your dirty tricks can take off other people's clothes. But it's useless against my Ryong-su. He's still as steady as an old dog. What you said is very reasonable, but I just need to finish the fight with you. Jung won boldly rushed forward. And pulled out 2 talismans. Command the 2 beasts Ryong-rang. Ryong-ho stopped his actions. Don't let him get close. Ryong-rang rushed forward, he ducked and I dodged. Ryong-ho approached but he avoided me and I missed. Ha-il-do above rated the speed very fast. Combat experience is also very rich. But unfortunately, Jung won was able to dodge 2 skills. The other one was getting close to Man Ryong-a. But Man Ryong-a was smiling. Criticizing him for being too naive. She summoned another Ryong-su. Ryong-hak protected. Jung won touched it and was thrown back and flew away. Ha-il-do on the wall saw the result. Turn away. No need to watch anymore. The outcome of this match has been decided. After all, men are just men. No matter how beautiful the performance is no different from a clown. Man Ryong-a looked at Jung won triumphantly. Although I am Youngman's only disciple, can simultaneously control 3 Ryong-su at the same time. You have no chance of winning. So please obediently admit defeat. Jung won wiped the blood and stood up. Turns out there are only 3 children. It seemed like she had used up all her cards. But I have already thought of a way to solve it. Props Exchange System Center. Damage Display System. Can effectively fire special bullets. The person who is shot will not be injured but will turn into a female. Note the basic version can only feminize animals. Please recharge to use full functionality. Jung won holds a gun. Pull the standard sight pin. And pull the trigger. 3 bullets shot out of the barrel. Sparks flew from the tip of the gun. And the 3 Ryong-su next to Man Ryong-a were hit. She just had time to cover her face. And she didn't care, it was useless. They are all air attack spirits. Entities basically cannot hurt them. He calmly told her that. Do you need to turn around to confirm? Man Ryong-a turned around. Is this a surprising event? How could it turn out like this? Why did Ryong-ho and Ryong-rang turn into women? Oh, it's so delicious and good for the eyes. She glanced at Ryong-hak again. Ryong-hak, even you. This Ryong-hak is even more beautiful than the other 2. Jung won pulled out his knife again. Like I said before, as long as you're female, no matter what. I'll take off my clothes for you to see. Swish 2 times. Ryong-rang and Ryong-ho had their clothes torn apart and moaned endlessly. And then finally Ryong-hak. She was scared and hugged herself to cover herself. Man Ryong-a ran to try to save the situation. It's okay even so. This man is not your opponent either. Our Ryong-su continued to fight. These Ryong-su couldn't stand the shame and disappeared. She cried for Ryong-su to listen to your orders. Don't go. But why didn't you listen to my orders? Jung won scolded him when he saw that. Ryong-su also has dignity. She ignored their moods. Force them to continue to obey orders to fight. She is like that. Are you qualified to become their owner? She was confused and scared and asked what he said. Jung Won didn't say anything long. Now she no longer has Ryong Su. Then I won't hold back anymore. She was afraid and covered the two milkmakers. Don't destroy my clothes. I don't want Jung Won to start showing off his negotiation skills. Don't want to lose face. It's not impossible in crowded places. You have to satisfy me with one small condition. She looked at Jung Won hesitantly, asking what your request is. He walked over and whispered. Today after the contest ended, Man Ryong A had to accept. I know, I agree, that's okay. Then it's a deal. Jung Won immediately called the referee. Now my opponent's referee has admitted defeat. The stars haven't announced the results yet. The referee with a beautiful soul declares, I declare. The winner of this competition is Jung Won. Ha Il-du was just about to leave. Hearing that, she held back and turned her head. Surprise filled his eyes. That guy actually won. And the war spectators were even more surprised than her. How could he really win? Men. The woman's victory was truly unbelievable. Isn't that cheating? Jung Won just went down. Ru Chun Yu couldn't help but ask. What did you just say to Nun Bu Ryong Moon? He smiled bright white like Colgate toothpaste. It's just a fair transaction. Compared to this, why don't you celebrate? Was my first victory you dissatisfied with? The next enemy will be even more powerful. Relying on this profiteering method of speculation. Can you really win in the end? It's still that confident face. Jung calmly reassured her to rest assured. The car arrives in front of the mountain. There is always a straight boat path to the head of the natural bridge. My medical and sword technique is unbeatable. An hour later, the next qualifying round is about to begin. Jung Won's face was as black as a pot's ass. He was aiming at me. In this competition, one side is leveling up with a posture. GM Gang crushes iron and steel on the other side. Jung Won wins thanks to luck. Jung Won turned around indignantly and scolded the referee. Why is the other side's title so resounding? But it's my turn to win thanks to luck. Moreover, how can we determine that this name is a woman? Obviously so big. Nor is it a female armor. GM Gang responded immediately. This is a female armor, but here's the dress. Jung Won walks at night and might encounter a ghost. Meet the right person who is more shameless. Seeing that, he could only complain that I was joking. GM Gang pointed his sword to provoke. My armor is incomparably tough. Low down moves that tear clothes to win. Your opponent won't be of any use to me. Jung Won rushed forward to take over. The person who just lost to me also said the same thing. Jingle Jung Won quickly attacked her. But suddenly the armor had sparks. And the place he had just hit exploded. His face looked like he had eaten a fly. Jung Won stepped back, sweat covering his face. Looks like this is not a normal armor. It's my turn. GM Gang swung his sword and slashed at Jung Won. With an explosion like a grenade. Rubble was scattered everywhere. Jung's machine broke out from the smoke and dust. He landed and scolded loudly. Damn, this armor is so annoying. GM Gang stood under the arrogant sun and exploded loudly. That's natural. This armor of mine is impenetrable to swords and spears. Water and fire do not invade. Jung Won whispered and thought about how water and fire could not invade. A line of thoughts ran straight into Jung Won's head and then he acted according to the plan. Let's see how you cope this time. She swung a sword with pride. You can't beat me. Jung Won cupped his hands into palms and tried this move. Green fire palm, but still didn't see any effect. He continued to dodge the attack and swing his palm. She slashed and said it was all in vain. Jung Won poured all his true energy into his hands and wasn't done yet. GM Gang was motionless and scared, shouting loudly at you. What are you doing? Though, we cannot cause harm to women. But it can heat up your armor. You continue to hide in there and don't come out. It might turn you into a grilled fish. The heat is constantly transmitted into the armor, causing King Kong to exclaim, "It's so hot." The armor was destroyed by heat, along with debris scattered around. The person inside the armor was a girl. Girl with a beautiful soul. She gasped while breathing, it was so hot. A pile of water was poured down to help her cool down. The one who poured the water was Jung Won-oh. I didn't expect that inside the armor was hiding a beauty. He smiled sinisterly. But I think you should quickly surrender. Otherwise this little piece of clothing is on your body. What will you be like? You must understand, right? She bowed her head sadly. I know I lost, I surrendered. The referee announced the result: Jung won, followed by the final qualifying match. Rest for half an hour and then proceed. Jung Won refused to make another request. I don't need to rest. Let's go to the final match. I'm in a hurry to go back for dinner. And we agree. Seo Gang calmly went to this competition. We don't want to keep waiting anymore. Seong-ju Dae-in, you probably don't object, right? Then she glanced at Ha-il-do and waited to see the result. Haesung-ju happily agreed immediately with Seo Gang. As expected, it was you who made it to the finals. Very good to show me. Who among you can stand before me? And get approval from Ha-il-do. Seo Gang turned. Jung Won didn't think you really had won. Can last until the finals. I certainly didn't misunderstand you. Jung Won made his guess. So you plan to fight me one more time? To test me? Is qualified to complete our transaction or not? But she is not, as Jung Won predicted. Otherwise we can fight our way to the finals. Just to help you clear the way. I trust you. You are the one who can defeat Seong-ju. She raised her hand to give up as me. Seo Gang gave up. Haesung-ju replied with a full of smugness. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Jung Won. Tomorrow you will be my challenging opponent. Before, you just slowly enjoy the last night of your life. That afternoon at Seo Gang's Yokjang, Jung Won sat in the room looking at the door. If Seong-ju Dae-in has ordered, let me enjoy the last night. Then please ask your two subordinates to defeat the general. This Cheongsam is so boring. Even this photo is not covered. GM Gang is still not satisfied with today's match. I lost to you today because I was unlucky. It's just that men basically can't hurt me. He's full of hidden meanings that can't be hurt. So let me see today. You turn around. She had to obediently obey. Turn the shock absorber back. And a shrill cry can be heard. This shock absorber bounces non-stop. GM Gang turned his head in horror. What do you want to do? Jung Won explained happily. First, let you relax your body. No matter how hard she was beaten, she still acted tough. There is no basic feeling whatsoever. But my head is full of questions. Although it doesn't count as pain. But when beaten, why do I have a strange feeling? Jung Won took out 2 tables and changed the way they played. If it doesn't hurt, then let's use a little stimulation. After playing this SM game for a while, Jung Won asked again. How do you feel now? She clasped her hands between her legs and replied stiffly. Small toys are just like that. Seeing that she is still stubborn, he took out his magic weapon. That's a small toy, so let me show you. See the exorcism tool that Jung Won took out. She stared wide-eyed and froze. Then hastily retreated. We are indomitable youth. The next time we fight again. He grabbed her leg and pulled her back. It's not that easy to run away. After being stabbed so many times, GM Gang lay down sobbing. Today I lost to a man and a woman twice. System announces unlocking GM Gang character card. GM Gang 4-star level. The reward comes with a 20% defense increase. GM Gang is no longer GM Gang anymore. She admits defeat. I admit defeat. Please give me a rest. Jung Won is like he's not crushed yet. I still like the arrogant look. Your difficulty in taming just now. But I'm still not excited yet. The next target is Man Ryong A. If that's the case, then let's change to you. She was worried and found a reason to hide. My body is not as flexible as hers. He showed a cunning and unforgiving grip in front of me. You have agreed to fulfill my request. Do you want to change your mind now? While the two of you are arguing? Then many white smoke surrounded her. Here were Manryong's 3 Ryong-sus appearing, standing in front of her to block. Jung's stamping machine is so tiring. Do you want to protect your master? But this is the main reason she agreed that. Ryong Ho took the lead in explaining. We will not let the owner go back on his word. Just want to replace. Master accepts all your punishments. He tried to ask more. Even if your master forces you to fight, do you also want to accept it for her? Ryong Rang couldn't calm down and said. We are really angry, but after all, she is still our master. We cannot see her suffering. So please spare our master. You can treat us however you want. Man Ryong A covered her mouth with emotion. Don't speak to people. This girl is so trash. It had to be to summon an animal to last a lifetime. Seeing that there was a bargain, he didn't hesitate. I don't mind exchanging 1 for 3. But you are spiritual beings. How should I act? Ryong Ho is like her master. The owner can use that to go. Man Ryong A woke up, I know. Man Ryong A made a seal and performed the spirit separation technique. Jung Won suddenly seemed to have broken the barrier of the universe. The soul seemed to travel through worlds. He was surprised, seeing his body and soul separate. He instinctively wondered why. Why is this? Man Ryong A explains. This is a great teaching of the spiritual subject. Magic can make creatures' souls temporarily leave the body. It can also be said that you are in a spirit state. So he quickly tested the goods. Really, why did we touch them? This feeling. Human beings are truly different. But Jungwon's hands are not very honest. Makes Ryong Hawk itchy. Please don't touch those strange places. He began to see off the guests. Was like that. I will take them to another room. Carefully research how you can make a unified amulet. You probably won't notice, but this. Man Ryong A seems to have lost everything. Kneel down to the ground. Like a husband in debt who sold his wife. And had to witness his wife being slurped. And couldn't do anything else. She just sat there crying. I'm really sorry everyone, ha ha ha. She started reminiscing about Ryong A starting today. I will become a Ryong Saw. Choose a Ryong Su you like. Ryong's eyes were filled with love for you. I want it all. And from there she and Ryong Su's 3 children grew up. We eat, drink and sleep together like relatives. And practice together, fight in life and death. But now I just look at you all. Being oppressed like this, how can I be the master? The cry coming from the room caught her attention. This cry pulled her back to the reality where they were calling me. Waiting for the owner to come and save you. Man Ryong A bravely pushed the door and entered. I am willing to accept your punishment. Release my Ryong Su. You're Ryong Su now. It wasn't as painful as she thought. They lay happily and contentedly next to Jung Won. And called out their master. That's right, owner Jung Won. Heard this and Man Ryong A was surprised. The stars called him master. And the Ryong Sus started to sneak around. Even though our mouths call him master. But in our hearts, only you are the master. That's right, it's just acting. Our hearts are always with you. Master. Don't be jealous of him because he forced us to do that. Seeing their expressions. Of course she didn't believe it. You are inherently spiritual beings. What can happen to the body? I'm tired of worrying about you like that. I see clearly that you enjoy it very much. Without knowing words, Ryong Rang and Ryong Ho were always behind. You are right. There are blessings that can be enjoyed together and misfortunes that can be endured together. Your master. Spirit separation magic. Ryong Ho uses his hands and magic. Pushed Manryong's soul out. And finally fell into Jungwon's arms. Your Ryong Su group. It's true because you think. I don't mind having another person call me master. Man Ryong A cooed in those arms. Don't dream. My soul will not compromise so easily. No matter what you do, I won't call you. Half an hour later. Man Ryong A was different before her owner. Master, please give it to me. Add a little more of your spiritual energy. Jungwon gently advised her to take too much and not chew too much. Waiting for you to completely digest these things. Strength will certainly improve dramatically. Moreover, this is not the end. Man Ryong A is so sad that this is the last time. Haesongju's sword technique is incomparably powerful. Even though the GM gang technique is indestructible. Also difficult to prevent. What's more, you're still a man with a weak body. He reassured her. I have come up with a way to deal with her. Thank you for giving me that idea. She became suspicious. What ideas do I give you? Jung Won is unpredictable and tomorrow you will know. Man Ryong A character card unlock notification system. Man Ryong A 4-star level. Skills accompanied by spiritual magic. The next day at the martial arts field in front of the city gate. Welcome everyone to the Seongju Challenge. Today, the Seongju Challenge is about to begin. The winner can be honored with the throne of Seongju. Today's rules have no restrictions regardless of life or death. Ha Il-du stood opposite Jung Won sarcastically. I didn't expect you to actually dare to fight. You must be burying your enlightenment here. Jung Won is not weak in front of him. Sorry, I don't want to die. In this world, there are many delicious dishes waiting for us to enjoy. Beautiful scenery for us to travel. There are also beauties waiting for me to get acquainted. What a pity, what a pity. In this life, you won't have a chance to make friends with a beauty. Jung Won is still the same. Who said? Right now I'm not associating with a beauty. Haesung Ju why? She held up the dragon sword for me to see. Your head is cut off. Can your tongue still be that smooth? Jung Won also took a defensive stance. Then please give more instructions. The referee started to announce. I won't let you wait any longer. I now declare that the match has officially begun. Jung Won took advantage of his speed advantage to attack first. Still using his old skill to defeat people with his sword and medicine. Haildo's clothes were torn a few times. Jung Won was so proud. It's so easy that I win. Haesung Ju mentally prepared himself to go. Soon your whole body will be smooth. Ha Il-do is standing there leisurely. What are you proud of? You probably didn't notice. Did I intentionally not avoid your attack? Jung Won still doesn't understand what you said. She took off her cloak. I gave orders early in today's match. Men are not allowed to enter. Everyone except you is female. What about being looked at? As Seong-ju, of course he must be straightforward and impartial. The women in the stands cheered passionately. Sungju's figure is amazing. Seong-ju is the best. It's truly a shame that Seong-ju seems certain of victory. Your tricks. It's simply taking advantage of women's shame. It's a pity we don't have that kind of love. Even if he fights shirtless, it's okay. Jung Won still tries to punch and eat sticky rice. Even though they are all women. But aren't you afraid? Immediately being looked at by a man like me. She said a simple way to handle it. I just need to take you to the west sky and that's it. Her blue dragon sword immediately glowed. Let me give you some knowledge of my unique technique. She jumped up high and threw a move down the stairs. Countless blades of light slashed out. Countless blades of light just flew towards Jung Won, still motionless. The judges below still commented enthusiastically. This move is Haesongju's ultimate technique. There is still no one capable. To counter this move, Jung Won immediately used the indestructible Vajra skill and scattered his broken sword. Then a loud bang echoed everywhere. Jung punched the machine from inside. Appear. This sword technique is too fast. As expected, the name cannot be transmitted. Ha Il-do has some meaning. You can resist this move without dying. You are the first. It's a pity after a knife. Your life is gone too. Jung Won started to counterattack. So come here and try this trick. You idiot, you still don't understand. There are no weak men. How can we overcome the gap between women? About physical strength. She easily grabbed his hand. But Jung Won is a player of the small trick system Lin Li Fist. Her soul immediately flew out. In soul state. What are you so scared about? This is Ling Li Fist. Is a trick to separate her soul from her body. Jung Won performed the spirit separation technique. His soul also flew out. Ha Il-do still doesn't believe the myth. How could this happen? The audience above was noisy. It's strange that they don't move anymore. It's strange what kind of situation this is. Man Ryong-a in the stands breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, people don't specialize in cultivating. Cannot see the spirit body. Jung Won, you must seize this opportunity. Ha Il-do can no longer be leisurely. What is your purpose in doing this? He said what he was thinking. I was just thinking. If physical combat fails to win. So what if everyone turns into a spirit? So what will happen? She has a hot temper like ice cream. Weak people will always be weak. No matter what, you cannot surpass my next move. The knife containing all the anger was slashed by Ha Il-do. Jung Won as usual raised his hand to block. He gently pushed his hand as if chasing away a fly. The blade of light shattered and flew away with the wind. And she gasped in surprise. But you can use your hands. Don't break my moves. No way. Just a normal man. How is it possible to have such power? Jung Won doesn't bother. Jumped to attack and it was my turn. She was bewildered and didn't react. Probably still in shock. He gave her a slap to wake her up. That was a slap that contained his boundless love. Ha Il-do remained motionless and silent, not doing anything. Jung-won felt a bit guilty after slapping him. Death really bears this great oppression. Talking to a girl, isn't that a bit excessive? She can't help but swallow her stomach right now. Like a fragile little girl. It hurts so much, you're too much. No one has ever beaten me like that. Seeing that, he was helpless. Has this guy's pride been hurt? Awol appeared and reminded him that Jung-won should quickly take action. Now is the chance to undo the seal on her. Jung-won woke up and clearly agreed. He approached to negotiate with Hae-sung-ju. Now you should know in this state. You are not my opponent. So now I give you two choices. First, keep fighting. How many times did you cut me? I'll pay it back 10 times. You don't have to think about it, I'll choose the second one. Jung-won shamelessly took the opportunity to continue. The second option is, how many times did she stab people? I will multiply it 1,000 times and stab you back. She was scared and had tears in her eyes. What are you planning to do to so many people here? He comforted her not to worry. Our spiritual state, normal people can't see. He snapped his fingers and performed the magical costume skill. Ha-il-do was immediately changed into a white rabbit costume. She was surprised, She was embarrassed and scolded Jung-won. Yet let me put on the costume. Can't look like that. Jung-won smiled lewdly. There is no face but behind there is still the spirit radiating through the body. The sexy white rabbit had her hands tied by the press. And he slowly went next. This is a scene of severe punishment. Lost the match. In the stands, a little girl discovered it. Seong-ju Dae's mother wears bunny ears. Is being bullied by Dae-ga. Of course that girl's mother doesn't believe it. What are you saying? The two of them were just standing still. Sitting next to them and saw this conversation. Man Ryong-a is a bit evasive. This child's premonition is quite strong. I hope I won't spoil her. An hour later, Jung-won and Hae-ildo's bodies remained motionless. After an hour of waiting, the audience was bored. What are those two doing? Always being motionless is so boring. So sleepy. Ru Chun-yu asked Man Ryong-a next to him. The two of them have been standing for an hour. Is it possible to compare who has greater endurance? The only one who sees the situation says no. Right now, Jung-won has the upper hand. Hae-sung-ju could only reluctantly respond. I'll even lose consciousness very quickly. Ru Chun-yu is next to me. How can I believe it's real or fake? You're not guessing, are you? Why can't I see anything? Man Ryong-a immediately cast magic on him. She opened her spirit eye. On Ruchanu's forehead, there was now an eye-shaped symbol. To see the hidden scene, she was both embarrassed and surprised. I really have that incredibly arrogant woman, being made to feel so miserable again. Ha-il-do has had its arrogance erased by Jung-won. She asked seductively, are you still okay? Jung-won answered seriously. You and Chun-yu are not the same. Your seal seems to be hidden deeper. I felt. He took out the magic weapon. Reminded Ha-il-do to get ready this will be. And then he inserted the magic weapon into her body. Hae-sung-ju cried out and trembled non-stop. The ceiling light from the two people illuminated the entire arena. Launched straight into the sky, forming a pillar of light. Of strong light and its shock force. Surprise everyone around. What's wrong? What is this light? Ru Chun-yu immediately recognized it. The second ceiling path has also been dispelled. This man can do. In another dimension, where Awol is, a chain seal on her hand was broken. And she opened her eyes and woke up satisfied. Looks like it was a success, huh? Does not disappoint. Jung-won also appears in this space. I have captured Hae-ildo's femininity. Next, I'll ask you to help. She came to encourage him after all his hard work. As expected of a man of my liking. She moved even closer. The lunar power of the moon. You have to feel it really well. Awol uses his lips to suck. Take the power of yin for Jung-won. So that he can smoothly cultivate the notification system to unlock the character Ha-il-do. Ha-il-do 5-star level. The skill comes with the lower body. A moment later Ha-il-do suddenly woke up, back in his body. She looked around suspiciously. Under the protection of Ryong-su Man Ryong-a was full of confidence. Your dirty tricks can take off other people's clothes. But it's useless against my Ryong-su. She sighed and accepted the fact that I lost. The audience heard this news. Like a level 12 earthquake. What do you hear? Hey Sungju, she admitted defeat. I heard right, what happened? She turned and left. Based on the rules, Sungju's position will later belong to you. I'll see you again later. Jung Won thought this name wasn't right, but it was. Dressing doesn't match her personality, let alone. In a lake. The koi fish are swimming around. Ha Il-du is standing next to the lake thinking about something. She still has a hard time accepting the fact that we really lost. Moreover, she lost to a man. Jung Won suddenly hugged her from behind. Ha Il-du stopped. She accidentally slipped and fell into the lake. She looked at Jung Won in surprise. What are you doing? He replied haphazardly, I thought you wanted to commit suicide. She felt a bit silly. Why would I want to commit suicide? Who do you think I am, Ha Il-du? Will I be so weak? Furthermore, why would anyone commit suicide in such a shallow pond? Stupid Jung Won was scolded until his head was full of dog blood. She continued sarcastically. Besides, you've won. Don't go sit. Seong-ju told your boss to come find me. He jumped with his mouth closed. Seong-ju is more worried about you. Basically not worth mentioning. I myself don't want Sungju's position. Just trying to defeat you. Jung Won was suddenly pushed down by her. What do you want to do? Ha Il-du sat up undressed. What are you kidding about when you defeat me? You are just playing tricks. If it's a physical fight, you are definitely not my opponent. Jung Won below made a solo request, but it was so wrong. Let's use our bodies to compare again. Let's see who will lose first. Ha Il-du immediately agreed. Previously at the castle, I just don't have experience. Now we can deal with it with all our might. You just keep doing well and become enlightened. Jung Won gave a little advice. If it's too late, you'll want to come directly later. I advise you to slow down a bit when comparing. Then the sound of two people arguing rang out. How come? So I don't have to tell you. Wouldn't it be better to be a little slower? But you said it too late, you idiot. I didn't lie to you. This time it is finally flesh. Shut up. Then follow the previous agreement. Seo Gango successfully climbed to the position of Seong-ju, which we recovered after resting. Based on the original plan. Once again embark on the journey to break the seal. Jung Won happily chatted with Ru Chun-yu. No yaw is so polite. Trying to stuff us with so many fees. Looks like the next journey may be a bit easy or not, we don't know. There's something a little different. She turned to Ha Il-du behind and scolded. Why are you coming with us? After all, I'm no longer Seong-ju. There's no point in staying here. I would rather go out and relieve my sorrows than such a weak man. For you, it is also an additional burden. Someone like me helps protect him. It will also be a bit softer. That's right. Ru Chun-yu agrees with this point of view. Jung Won turned his head and said, when you talk, just speak softly. Disregard my hearing. Ha Il-du gives a more reasonable reason. There is also me, Seong-ju. Compared to someone like you who conquers mountains and becomes king. Much more money. This yellow card. You can exchange money from any currency. To ensure that the next journey is worry-free. Ru Chun-yu saw an opportunity and decided to become an official. As expected, I earn more than being a thief. How much did you embezzle? Ha Il-du was angry. Don't compare me with the guys I rely on. Smooth mouth and tongue become an official. These things are all based on. My strength in fighting the arena has been accumulated. Otherwise, the people in the city can support me like that. Jung Won came forward to dissuade you too. The journey is still far. It's better to think about what to do next. How could I still have a plan? All three of them didn't know that someone was watching behind them. A person wearing a black robe smiled and looked towards them. Half a day later, Jung Won, three people were resting right by the fire. Ha Il-du picked up a cake and grumbled. This is too hard to eat. Ru Chun-yu advised her that having food is already good. This place is not your Seong-ju palace. You accept it. Jung Won probably can't take it anymore, so he brought it to his attention. There is a stream nearby. There are many animals around. I wouldn't mind bothering you two to go fishing. Can we improve the meal? Ru Chun-yu volunteered to go first. I lived in the mountains for many years. Hunting is not a problem. But which of you can cook? The two people happily replied, I don't know, yes. Of course I don't know. Then improve the fart. Besides, you don't know how to cook. What's the point of being proud? Jung Won stepped in to put out the fire. Don't be angry even though you can't. But maybe find someone to help. She is an expert at cooking. He took out a card. Special summoned Peng Ryong Chung to the field. Peng Ryong Chung appears in smoke. She looked around in surprise. Ha Il-du and Ru Chun-yu were even more surprised. How could something suddenly turn into a living person? Who is this woman? I will explain the specific reason later. In short, this Peng Ya, mastering the art of mastery, tonight's dinner is delivered to her. Absolutely no problem. Peng Ryong Chung looked at him resentfully. You summoned me here. Is it because I'm your chef? The other two went to get the ingredients and left. No matter what you say. If you really call for help. So let's get some cooking ingredients. I hope this beauty's cooking skills could be as beautiful as her face. After the other two left, Peng Ryong Chung continued to ask me to ask you. Why do you call me in this situation? He replied with an obvious expression. Isn't that what I just said? Because in the fairyland her technology is the best. If I call that girl Solhan over, the devil knows what kind of dark food he will create in the main god's space right now. Solhan sneezed. Oh Yong-hee asked about Solhan. She's okay, it's okay. Maybe someone is saying bad things about me compared to that. Solhan brought up a plate of food in the dark. Professor Ouyang. This is a dish we meticulously prepare. She wanted to taste it and see what it was like. Oh Yong-hee was so shocked and so creative that returned to Peng Ryong Chung. I don't mean that. I mean when you're in danger. You will summon others. But when you summon me, then nothing happens. Obviously I can also help. Jung Won come to comfort me. The battlefield does not necessarily require fighting. With Peng Ya, there is a more suitable kind of battlefield. He touched her belly. Jung Won, you shamelessly deny this, you can't blame me. Who told Peng Ya to dress like that? Makes it hard to hold back. She replied breathlessly. In the fairyland there are only women. I'm the one who dresses the most simply. Jung Won started to fascinate Peng Ya. I'm very hungry right now. While waiting for the other two to return, open a small kitchen for me first. Peng Ryong Chung still replied innocently. But I don't bring food with me. He replied while eating peaches. Who says I want to eat normal food? What we want is great deliciousness. So let's not be polite anymore. Then he started eating the bread. 20 minutes later Jung Won wiped away the sweat. Thank you Peng Ya for the treat. Think of it as an appetizer before the meal. Peng Ryong Chung stood under the tree while adjusting his clothes while scolding. Hateful person suddenly did that. I'll die of shame. Suddenly, a knife was pressed against her neck, stopping her from moving. It was a guy in black. He teased you too, it seems like you two had a lot of fun. Jungwon's face darkened. Don't hurt her. What do you want to do? The other guy said smiling. Don't worry, we only rob people who don't want their lives. Such good item. Brought to Chun Hyong-ru. Then it can definitely be sold for a good price. Jung-won was really angry and let her go. I absolutely will not allow you to hurt her. Even if it was just a hair. Peng Ryong Chung was fascinated by that sentence Jung-won. That guy married her to threaten Jung-won. If you don't want her to get hurt, then obediently follow us. Was he so surprised that he froze? That guy looked at him like an idiot. What's the point of kidnapping a woman? Chun Hyong-ru. We specialize in recruiting handsome men from all over the world. For women to entertain. Moreover, the treatment is very good. Behind Jung-won, two women appeared. So I advise you to hurry up a bit. Exempt from suffering. That's right, I don't want to hurt this beautiful man. Jung-won said a classic line. Raping the male population during the day. Is there still a king's law? That guy doesn't care, so I'm really sorry. Resentment is resentment. Himself is a weak man. Can go. This is the final warning. Now obediently follow us. If you don't want to. This little lady's small face won't be able to keep it. Peng Ryong Chung started getting serious. Don't worry about me. That kidnapper doesn't understand what you're saying. Is really angry and plans to attack Jung-won this time. In return, let me protect you. Jung-won quickly stopped it. Okay. Isn't that what you want? I say you guys let go of my lady. It's okay if I follow you. He winked and signaled to Peng Riong-chung. Peng Riong-chung and the frequency also picked up this signal. The two women behind him went to tie him up. It seems like you immediately feel reassured. Beautiful person like you. Customers will love you very much. Jung-won whispered happily in his head. Probably a branch mission. Cannot be wasted. Moreover, it also spares Peng Ya from being injured. So let's go and he will be led away by the other two people. Peng Riong-chung is still determined in Jung-won's heart. What are your plans? No matter what, I will save you. The guy behind him suddenly covered her mouth with a towel. He whispered, just obediently go to sleep and be mesmerized. When he saw the person in a coma he continued, waiting for your husband to be completely dried out. Maybe he will be released and come back to find you. This majestic building is Chun Hyong-ru that the trafficker mentioned. In this brothel, the men gracefully welcomed the women. In a certain room of Chun Hyong-ru, Mibu was sitting and talking. Today is not import day. Why did you guys suddenly come here? Maybe there is a good product. The trafficker stood opposite and smiled. That's right, we'll be watching for a few days. Just caught him. Don't say more than 100,000 taels of money, give porridge. This supa of course does not agree to 10 million taels. Are you bored of running to entertain Yuha? Currently the most expensive is only 5,000 tael. He pulled Jung-won over. Is it worth 100,000 taels? If Yuha checked herself, wouldn't she know? This supa started checking the goods. What kind of handsome man has Yuha never seen before? On the contrary, I want to see. What kind of man can be worth 100,000 taels? She screamed in surprise when she saw Jung-won's face. Supa's heart was beating like crazy now. I have seen countless men whose hearts have long been unwavering. But why look into his eyes? I don't understand why my heart is beating strangely. The trafficker started urging me. How? Is this man worth 100,000 taels? If Chun Hyong-ru doesn't collect, we can sell it to another house. Yuha immediately took out the check. This is a 100,000 tael check to take away. The old lady wanted this male merchant to immediately run away and thank Yuha. So I'll take my leave. She began to observe more closely. Jung-won is truly a handsome man. It's only 100,000 taels. The capital can be recovered in less than a year. Jung-won calmly made the request. If nothing else happens, can you help me untie it? His head cursed 100,000 taels a year. Do you consider me a cash cow in a factory or something? Of course it's not a problem to untie me. But don't even think about running away. Can live with a great beauty like Yuha. I can't be happy enough. How can you think of running away? Besides, I'm just a man. How can Yuha be your opponent? Yuha is satisfied. Consider you instant. Just been untied. He immediately asked for information and thanked Yuha. But where is this place? You bought me, now what do you want me to do? This Yuha replied gently. This place is Chun Hyong-ru. Gathering beautiful men in the world. Is a place for women to enjoy themselves. You are so handsome. Surely he knows what job he will have to do. He pretended to be a fool. He is still a young boy. Don't understand things in that area. I'm just afraid there's no way to help Yuha make money. She doesn't pay much attention to this. Rest assured. We have masters who specialize in training men. Mei Nan Juk Goog, you guys come in. 4 of you come in immediately. What did Yuha tell you? She pushed Jung-won away and gave you 1 day. Teach him how to please women. Don't ruin him, it's all about money. These people's eyes are as bright as car lights. Oh. We have seen many types of handsome men. Beautiful. But I've never seen anyone make me shake like this. These people started to act. I can't wait to teach you anymore. Jung-won still hasn't escaped the role of 4 characters. Wait, I have something to say. I'm afraid you guys won't be able to bear this. 2 people behind him encouraged him not to worry. We'll be gentle. At this point he will show his fangs. I don't say I mean, I'm afraid you guys won't be able to stand it. Saw him take out the magic weapon from his pants. The girls are always surprised. This is too loud. And then the moans and prayers kept coming out. Supa sat there thinking about random things. Waiting for the money tree to be well educated, we will rarely return to this forest. Wake up. Wake up quickly. Peng Riong-chung is slowly waking up. Ru Chun-yu quickly asked what happened. Where is Jung-won? Peng Ryong-chung quickly asked him. He was captured by people. We had to go save him. Ha Il-du reassured her not to be impatient. Tell us what happened in the end. We are not too familiar with this place. If it's someone we know. So you have to respect me more or less. Peng Ryong-chung regained composure and replied. Listen to what those people say. Seem is preparing to take him to a place called Chunhyang-ru. Ha Il-du frowned. Chunhyang-ru. If Jung-won was sold to that place. It's true that it's a bit annoying. We should have guessed that it was because of those people. Ru Chun-yu asked suspiciously. I think we've heard this name before. After all, that is a place. It is a place specialized for women to enjoy and entertain themselves. Specializes in collecting beautiful men in the world. I heard about the men there. Must receive guests non-stop. After being drywalled, the value will be accidentally thrown away. Ru Chun-yu thought about that scenario. So with Jungwon's beauty, maybe. Hasn't had such a good product in a long time. Come here for us to enjoy. I paid 10 times at a time and can't afford to miss it. Jung-won is trembling on the bed. This can't be delayed. We have to quickly go and rob people again. If it continues, maybe that guy has turned into a dry person. Ha Il-du disagrees. Chun-hyang-ru can stand tall and not fall. Of course it's shady. What's more, their guests are precious if they aren't rich. Is the so-called strong dragon that does not press the ground on the head of the snake. We're just afraid that it won't be easy if we just rush in. Ru Chun-yu is lethargic. So what to do now? Can't wait like that. Peng Ryong-chung came up with that idea. If so, we have an idea whether it is possible or not. Sister Fong, if you have something to say, it's okay. I'm from a place that's different from you guys. Based on what I just heard, it seems that this place of yours is the ultimate in feminism. If so, with windy places like Chunhyang-ru, if we can disguise ourselves as customers, then it would be possible to meet Jung-won with a righteous name. Just need a few tricks. Ha Il-du presents another difficulty. This idea is not bad, but for now, we have no experience. To places like that, isn't it easy to be exposed? Peng Ryong-chung patted his chest. It's okay to leave this matter to me. We can do it. The next day at Chunhyang-ru, 3 people. Peng Ryong-chung walked inside. She plays the role of a sophisticated guest. I said there isn't even a reception room. This is Chunyangru's way of welcoming guests. Supa greets guests with a smiling face. Sorry. Business was too busy, so the 3 beauties were delayed. So, can the hostess like me entertain the 3 of you? The 3 of you will be led by Supa to the tea room. I don't know what kind of men the 3 of you like. Chunhyang-ru, we all have it all. Ru Chun-yu forced himself to open his mouth. We want to find Jung. Peng Ryong-chung quickly stopped him. We want of course the best. Rest assured, you will get as much silver as you want. Ha Il-du cooperated to take out the gold bar. That's right. We have long heard about Chunyangru's reputation. Bring your best goods. Come let us take a look. Money is not a problem. Supa started flattering. Who can look at the appearance of these 3 beauties? Look at the temperament and clothing of the 3. I immediately knew that he must have an extraordinary family background. We still have this power. Moreover, this lady. I don't understand why I look at you a little familiar. Maybe I've seen you somewhere before. Ha Il-du ran out of words and covered his face but was still recognized. Ryong-chung used his fake aura to crush him. Please don't make fun of my friends. They are both relatively shy. Never been to places like this before. So he didn't want others to see his appearance clearly. Supa still said with an industrial smile. If you are a friend of a beautiful national beauty, like the day brought, I will definitely remember deeply. I hope you 3 will please wait a little longer. I will immediately bring someone to the 3 of you to choose from. Ru Chun-yu appeared skeptical. Lady Peng, just now, why didn't you directly point out Jungwon's name? Ryong-chung explained that Jungwon had just been tied up here. If what I say is not wrong, the landlady must not know his background. If we only name it, then the purpose is too clear. She is very suspicious. Moreover, this type of locality, the best products will definitely not be first. It's best for us to press closer step by step. Forcing her to proactively call Jung-won over. Ha Il-du complimented her endlessly. Your mind is really good. Furthermore, luckily you told us to cover our faces before. Otherwise it would really be recognized. There's your recent performance. Even former Seongju like me is not as shy as. She humbly replied that she was too used to it. We've just been in places like that for a long time. The two of you have a much nobler status than mine. I don't understand these street things clearly. As usual, the door opened to make the three of you wait for a long time. I brought someone here. Please take a look. This man is Dae Jang. DM is blind to the admin, guys. Peng Ryong Chung criticized stop. This quality is so poor. Chun Hyong-ru probably doesn't have this type. So what is this person like? He is Ma Jun selling Suin from Seo Yuk. She criticized him more strongly. Yet let us see this kind of dog-like object. Could it be that you despise us? Ryong Chung turned around the two Ya Jas. Sorry for dragging you here on the way. I originally thought I could take two people away. Open your eyes. But it seems that this Chun Hyong-ru is just an empty name. Let's go. So you three were late and didn't deceive you. Recently, Chun Hyong-ru, we just imported new products. You're sure. Cannot be found anywhere in this city. It's just that the energy is too strong. Each time it takes 5 or 6 people to respond. If you three are interested, why don't you come and try it once? If there is this kind of product, you should say it early. I said we only need the best. Price doesn't matter, let's see the goods now. Supa brought 3 people along. Please 3 of you, follow me to this room. And then call the person in the room at the top of the guest list. Please come in. Jung Won was taking a shower and quickly came out, but there was a guest coming. Yuha, rest assured. We will absolutely serve our customers well. Help them feel guests at home. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly encountered Jung Won. Now seemed like he was on a guest trip. We met immediately and the wife was a guest. Yuha now advised Jung Won. So on, these 3 are distinguished guests. Don't let them get upset. Jung Won quickly chased her away. Don't worry. You still don't understand my service attitude. Just leave it to me. Chase Supa away. He quickly closed the door. He turned around and looked like he was at a funeral. Or you 3 should just sit down. The 3 of Peng Ryong Chung looked at him in anger. Ru Chun Yu is hot-tempered Ma Guan Sal Jang. And she is also the one to act first. Forcing Jung Won right into the door. You bastard, I'm worried about you in vain. It seems that you are very happy here as a beauty queen. Jung Won tried to explain, just listen to me. Peng Ryong Chung cut off the other 2 people. In short, listen to Jung Won first. What is the current situation? He said boredly, it's not that I don't want to leave, it's just. Around Chun Hyong-ru, all have female soldiers guarding them. If it's 2 or 3 people, we can deal with it. But the girls are as numerous as an army. Ha Il-du looks down on them. There's no need to be afraid. Let's break the siege together. Those soldiers are definitely not opponents. Jung Won said his difficulties. If you're here, getting out won't be difficult. But I can't keep going like that. Ha Il-du doesn't believe what you mean by that. Maybe I can't bear to leave. Jung Won didn't mean it like that. I can't just leave like that. Because there are many men like me here. Forced to become a commodity. It's so miserable, my brothers. The fate of a son with 12 water stations. Ru Chun Yu talks about the most difficult problem to solve. Those men are not opponents of women. If you want to take them with you and leave, it's impossible. He said as if the whole world should let him worry. Don't worry. We have plans to do it tonight. But for now, let me serve you. Jung Won through time. Having been trained by 4 Ya Jas, I am now proficient in VL. Even though I am very envious. But Peng Ryong Chung still has to pretend. What are you saying? I'm here to save you, not to entertain you. Ru Chun Yu approached and patted Miss Peng's shoulder. She spoke meaningfully to Peng Ryong Chung. Anyway, there's still a little time left. Ha Il-du also chimed in. Anyway, let's do something to pass the time. Peng Ryong Chung blushed and looked towards the 2 of you. Even Jung Won advised Ryong Chung. Supa is very careful. Maybe he's outside eavesdropping right now. If we don't make a little movement, I'm afraid it will make her suspicious. He started clearing his throat and coughing. So 3 distinguished guests. You guys should have previously. Ha Il-du suggested. If not, we'll play rock paper scissors and decide. Yeah. That's fine. But this rock paper scissors game was played by only 2 people. Peng Ryong Chung and Ru Chun Yu saw this and turned to Ha Il-du. You should come out too. Are you planning on waiting for us to come out? Ha Il-du successfully took advantage of the opportunity to attack. You fools have been fooled. Both of them were startled and scolded them for being clever. Ha Il-du continued to tease the other 2. Tonight you will belong to me. 2 people. Peng Ryong Chung was even more dissatisfied with Ha Ya. You are too much. If you didn't speak the truth, then we won't be polite. Jung Won is under mediation and has nothing to do with it. Everyone has a part. I will definitely not be heavy on this side or light on that side. He made a seal to perform magic. 10,000 resolutions irresolutely turn 1 into 3. Admin, please bow to the author who always drops all 3 cocks. The crowd saw a magic weapon. Turns into 3 bars. I'm so surprised. Oh. No wonder you. Ha Il-du started dancing like that. Can't let you be lazy. Ru Chun Yu is moaning endlessly on the left. Supa is outside satisfied. It sounds like the inside has already started. Looks like these 3 are just regular guests. Soja Jung Won. Tonight, help me pick up a basket of gold. Until the next hour. Jung Won woke up and looked at the other 3 people. He urged them, we can start now. Ru Chun Yu just woke up and still wants to start again. Jung Won, he also came to accept what I mean. Can start the escape plan then. Ha Il-du next to him teased. Looks like someone is still not satisfied. Ru Chun Yu quickly hugged the blanket and woke up. Don't talk nonsense. Peng Ryong Chung is still the most calm. So Jung Won, what's your plan? Jung Won stood up. Get dressed and you'll know soon enough. This will be a great escape. He began to whistle. The flock of birds around him began to approach. To the sound of whistling, they parked around the building. Supa doesn't feel right. Why do the birds outside keep chirping? But in the end she just let it go. As long as it doesn't disturb my business, it's okay. In a reception room somewhere, there was a sleeping couple who heard the sound of birds chirping. The other man woke up. Is it finally time? In another room, there was a dying woman yelling at her to go away. We spend a lot of money. I just want to hear you men moaning something. This man also heard that signal. This whistle is. That woman feels ignored. Endlessly angry. You're still there. Why don't you quickly call out to me? This person suddenly broke free of his bonds and grabbed the whip. He started to rise up. We won't let you force us anymore. That woman got even angrier. What are you mumbling? Now is not the time for you to go crazy. Mutations arise. The other woman was thrown into the wall by him. And her whole body became weak. How soft are your limbs? Why did my body suddenly have no strength? What have you done to me? This guy wiped his lips. That Dane's gift was really useful. The poison I applied to my lips just now. Don't you taste delicious? This woman still doesn't know her current situation. Where do you want to go? Stop and don't go anywhere. I am your master, but. The man replied contemptuously. Now that's not the case. We will soon be free. This door opens with light shining. Like a ray of freedom. After escaping from the prison of these men, Jung Won is now leading 3 Ha Il-du people with him. It's this place. Ha Il-du still doesn't understand. Why did you bring us here? Just rely on our own abilities. It wouldn't be difficult to run away quietly. Peng Ryong Chung noticed something and called out, wait, this is. A few people started to pay attention to them. That was. Then everyone started to pay attention, standing up as the commander. Commander, you've finally arrived. Commander, when did you come? But you became the commander of these people. Ru Chun Yu woke up. No wonder these guys appear here. Are you planning to? Jung Won admit it? Yes, we will bring these people. Run away from this spooky place. The female guests here have been drugged. There is a secret passage here. We will definitely get them out of this place. This group of people all thanked him profusely and thanked the commander. We always keep this great kindness in our hearts. If you wish, then I can also use my body to repay you. Jung Won felt sad when he heard that. As a matter of fact, I also. 2 messengers came forward to apologize. This flower already has a pot. That's right, besides this guy, he only likes girls. Peng Ryong-chung urges everyone to move quickly. If Jung-won had such a plan, then don't waste any more time. We must move quickly. Avoid unplugging the wild wire. Early the next morning in a certain alley, he started leading everyone up and everyone quickly left. Just run out of Chunyangru's range. Then everyone will be safe. Thanks. I never expected to be able to go out and see the world. Ha Il-du exclaimed. It's truly a touching scene. No wonder you want to help these men. Looking at them freely, I suddenly felt a little moved. Jung-won also happily replied no. Whether it's a girl or a boy. I also helped you. Equality between men and women is a real world. A voice sounded ridiculous. There was a group of soldiers holding weapons blocking the way. Men are inherently vile things. I don't want to run away. When the male prostitutes saw them, they all scattered. What should I do? This is Chunyangru's defender. We can't run and have to return. Ha Il-du frowned. Watch out. In the end, we still had to use force to solve the problem. Ru Chun-yu also agreed with this method. Honestly speaking, I wanted to use this method to solve the problem. But Jung-won overturned your thinking, so I surrendered. You two immediately insulted him. Did you surrender? Are you kidding, saying things like this? We just need to solve it. Jung-won started negotiating with the soldiers. I thought for a while. Indeed, leading these guys to escape is not easy. I want to negotiate some conditions with you. You can bring these guys back. But please give these 3 women a way to live. The leader's voice was sarcastic. You really know the times. But it destroys Chunyangru's rules. Don't even try to get out of here. Jung-won started manipulating the guardian's psychology again. Truly dedicated and responsible. It's just that you guys work so hard. But you can only stand by. Look at those rich women. Came to have fun and enjoy himself at Chunhyang-ru. The more he talked, the closer he got to the leader. Don't you want to try the taste of these men? The men began to panic. Scared by Jung-won's words. Saw that the problem was not okay. Ru Chun-yu stood out first. Although, I don't want to shoulder all this trouble either. But now, if you want to change your mind and admit defeat, it's not too cruel. Ha Il-du thinks against his will. She feels the same way. It's not bad just when I'm too lazy to take action for men. I don't know this female leader. But she still has a cold head. Don't think that. Using this sugar-coated bullet design can shock us. We are. But the subordinates behind us cannot resist the temptation. Captain. Actually, I feel that his proposal is not bad. That's right, let's have fun with them for a while. Bringing them back is the same. The female leader was a little moved. What are you guys talking about? The subordinates behind him advised her captain. Such a good opportunity. If we miss it, we won't have it anymore. We've been here hard and miserable for several months. The remuneration is not enough to be happy for one night. Moreover, even if we bring them back to Supa, you won't get any reward either. It's not like we reward ourselves first. Isn't that right? Jung-won also came to advise team leader Dae-in. Don't worry anymore. He looked at her gently and said, I know everything. Before, I was taking a bath. And you were peeking at me. Then that scene appeared in her mind. And she was so embarrassed that she was exposed. Shut up, hateful. We know. But only give you half an hour at most. Absolutely cannot be detected. The subordinates were overjoyed and the captain agreed. So I'm not being polite. I've already thought about who I should choose. If the men are chosen, please them. Don't rush Su-wee ya. I will serve you well. Ha Il-du and Ru Chun-yu couldn't believe it. This scene. I really can't bear to look straight. These women are really hungry and thirsty. Peng Ryong-chung cough. Ru Chun-yu curiously asked Miss Peng. What are you doing? Nothing. Just thinking about the familiar scene from before. Now men and women are exchanged again. So it felt interesting. Half an hour later, the female leader was panting and dancing to the rhythm of and finished her work. Jung-won asked after her. How do the Ya-jas see if I have served them well? She started the official business even if it was a good service. We will not ignore you either. According to the contract, you still have to be sent back. The sisters were about to leave, but were surprised. Her subordinates were unconscious. What's going on? She also started to feel unwell. Why is this so? I feel dizzy. Jung-won used his hand to wipe his lips. Because we and they are both anesthetized. Only effective for women on the lips. These kisses are enough to make you dizzy. The female leader is not willing to scold you for being a vile man. Ru Chun Yu wondered. So this is part of your plan? He smiled and replied that a woman has a woman's weapon. Men also have men's weapons. All of this is for freedom. Peng Riong Chung asked about the next step. Even though you say that, what happens after that? Where do you plan to take them? After leading them out, Ha Il-du thinks it makes sense, yes. These beautiful men, even though it is possible to escape now. But maybe someone else will take her away later. A man immediately gave a suggestion. Day in Commander. We've heard it before. A locality called Rak Yopi Sanjiang. It is said that their men and women are equal and there is no conflict. If possible, can you take us there? Jungwon wonders where Rak Yopi Sanjiang is. Is it convenient to where we're going? Ru Chun Yu obviously, it's not just a convenient route. Basically the same place. The third seal guardian you want to find is the homepage of Rak Yopi Sanjiang Yopi Ji Chu. This girl is the third target. Jung pressed the machine and had to press him unexpectedly. What you mean is the guardian of the seal will naturally protect men? Peng Riong Chung suddenly became transparent at this moment. Maybe the summoning time is up. The other two people worriedly asked Riong Chung. What are you doing here? Your body seems to become nothing. Sometimes hidden, sometimes visible. Riong Chung calmly replied that nothing happened. It's just that time will come and we'll have to go back. Hope you can come visit me. I will wait for you. Ru Chun Yu regretfully watched her disappear. Miss Peng has disappeared. It's very difficult to meet new friends. Ha Il-du comforted her. Didn't she already say that? You can still visit her later. Waiting for us to release all the seals. We will go find Peng Riong Chung together for a few days. Say. 3 days later. At the main door of Rak Yopi Sanjiang. The crowd is gradually approaching. Led by Jung Won. Seeing the destination he was indescribably restless. It's finally here. I also don't know the third guard. What kind of person is he? Ha Il-du added. The 4 guardians sealed us normally. Although not related. But I know that between her and us. Definitely not the same type. Behind them right now are Supa's group of people. Just caught up and arrived. Please look carefully for me. She angrily shouted directly at Jung Won. Jung Won, I treated you well. You tricked all the men so I could make money. Quickly give them back to me. Ru Chun Yu feels uncomfortable, it's really difficult to play. Suddenly chased all the way here. Looks like I should use my fists. So that you may learn. What is called knowing that it is difficult to retreat. There was a voice from behind that rang out unnecessarily. Jung Won reacted and turned his head a bit bewildered. Is this the third guard? She gracefully holds a fan. We also want to see. See is. Who wants to cause chaos in front of my Rak Yopi Sanjiang? Supa saw this and threatened Yopi Ji Chu. Even if you are the owner of Rak Yopi Sanjiang, you also have to respect kingship. Yopi Jiang Ju countered. When you robbed Unum, have you ever thought about kingship? This Supa thinks it's natural. Men are born weak. If you want to have support, of course you have to please a woman. Turn them into commodities. It's a very normal thing. Hearing that, Yopi Ji Chu was nervous at Rak Yopi Sanjiang. Men and women are equal. Male has entered the territory of this Rak Yopi Sanjiang. Mine is of course not your goods. Take all your dogs and go away. Supa did not give up on Yopi Ji Chu. Don't look down on others. Chunyang grews strength. We are no worse than you. If you don't hand over someone, we'll go in and rob you. The sisters stole people back here. I will let everyone enjoy first. The female soldiers behind like playing with toys. Everyone excitedly shouted that. The number of our people was absolutely dominant. Even though they are 4-day Gao players. Not necessarily our opponent. Come on, our sisters. Yopi Ji Chu looked at the idiot with contempt. Many years ago I did not oppress you. Now, letting you experience the power of Rak Yopi Sanjiang is also good. After speaking, she gently waved her hand. Streams of purple light shot away. The soldiers rushed in. Then the familiar scene of clothes exploding in the story. Supa retreated in fear. What are you doing? Yopi Ji Chu confidently replied, I didn't do anything. In this world, No one can hurt us. Even a little. I still advise you to quickly retreat. Press machine Jung Won also followed suit. Sok Yu Ya didn't hear it and came back quickly. If you don't listen to advice, then I will also strip off your clothes. Supa felt that it was not okay, so she retreated first. Hateful sisters. We retreated before the female soldiers were shamefully stripped of their clothes. But Sok Yu Ya, how can we go like this? That's right, humiliating. Die. Good or bad, you have to give us some clothes. Jung Won threw out a cloth bag and said, my sister and I are also considered to have a bit of a relationship. These clothes. Consider it your reward. Hurry and put it on. The female soldiers finished wearing Jung Won's bikini. Afraid of everyone. What clothes is this? I feel even more weird wearing it. Supa led a group of soldiers away. But still don't forget to drop the phone call. Just wait, I'll remember that we'll go. After Supa's group leaves, Jung Won bowed to thank Yopi Ji Chu. My lord Jung Won, thank you Miss Yopi for your help. Yopi Ji Chu still coldly replied that I know you. You are the man. Having defeated the two guardians of the seal, Ru Chun Yu immediately made an excuse. We will not be defeated by him. Just a little thing happened. Makes me want to help him. Ha Il-du also doesn't deny that. However, he used a few tricks. But actually he won. Yopi Jiang Ju continued the story. So what's the matter with you coming to rack Yopi Sanjiang? Maybe you want to defeat me? Can you release the seal in my body? Jung tilted his head towards the group of men behind him. I'm just for these men. But wanted to find a shelter. Don't know. Does Yopi Jiang Ju agree to accept them? She nodded. Looks like you've come to the right place. In short, sit down first. We'll talk about the details later. When Jung Won goes inside Sanjiang, couples of men and women laughed and talked and walked back and forth. Is in a new world. He couldn't help but exclaim. I have been in this world for so long. This is the first time meeting a place where men and women are equal. Live in harmony. Yopi Jiang Ju sighed correctly. We are tired of arguing between men and women in this world. So built rack Yopi Sanjiang. In here everyone is equal. There is no dispute. It can also be considered a fairyland. If it is like that, our goals are probably the same. As long as you are willing to let me break the seal, then I can make every man and woman in this world all live together in harmony. Not just this Sanjiang. Yopi Jiang Ju immediately responded. Of course I'm willing to help you. Jung Won in the back is really surprised. He was secretly happy in his head. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly this time. Yopi Jiang Ju sighed again. But unfortunately we can't do it. Jung was so startled that he was startled. What does this mean? You've seen it now, right? Those bad guys were all blown away by me. Of course you can see it. Don't know. Yopi Jiang Ju is cultivating some mysterious kung fu. Could be so miraculous. Yopi Ji Chu calmly replied. Until now I have not practiced any exercises. But I was born with a physical reaction. Just need someone nearby. Will automatically create a counter shock force. Even when we stand still. Then other people won't be able to touch us. What's more, it's a man. Ha Il-du didn't believe it was true or false. If it's so beneficial, are you brave enough to take one of my knives? Please feel free to attack, but Ha Il-du couldn't wait and rushed forward. Then I'll excuse myself from being polite. But your knife just touched you. Then a certain force stopped her. She was so surprised she couldn't stop sweating. How could it be possible? Then Ha Il-du was counter-shocked. The clothes broke into pieces, causing the admin to wipe her eyes. And she stepped back wonderingly. The reaction force is very strong. But why are my clothes all ruined? Yopi Ji Chu explained. Our counter force will become strong when it encounters a strong person. The stronger the impact, the greater the reaction force. Clothes were torn to shreds. Worse, the internal organs will be damaged. Ru Chun Yu continued because of that. You have absolutely no chance of being defeated. But if that's the case, how can the seal be broken? Jung chuckled coldly. Is there anything scary about tearing your clothes? Then this guy took off all his clothes and said shamelessly. If I don't wear clothes, then it wouldn't be torn to pieces, right? On the side Ha Il-du smiled faintly ha ha ha. As expected, it really suits your style. Ru Chun Yu said shyly. Quickly put some clothes on this kid. Don't make me lose face here, okay? Yopi Ji Chu didn't stop me. I want to test to see if it's okay. I want to see. What is this man's name? Jung's sad eyelash stamping machine is really strange. This woman saw a man's body. Isn't your face red at all? Since I was young, I've started practicing the practice of purifying my mind in attaining desire. I have long since left those mundane things. Your body in front of me is no different from a piece of wood. Jung presses a seductive pose. Oh. How about this? The system displays a notification. Get 130 charm points. The girls around her were all red in the face. Her body is so seductive and so stimulating. Yopi Ji Chu also had her room broken and her face was pink. Did you finally take action or not? Jung Won had the chance to immediately take action and take offense. Bang! Jung Won swung his right at Yeopyeongju's barrier, creating rolling ripples. This girl is still calm as usual. No one can touch me. This is not just talk. Not to mention you are still a weak man. Jung punched and ate sticky rice. I don't feel it was as absolute as you said. This punch of his gradually penetrated this shock barrier. Yopi Seongju widened his eyes in surprise. Her long-standing spider web is about to be swept away. Ha Il-du was also surprised by this Soja name. But life is not like a dream. Jung Won was shot into the sky by the shock force. No. In some temple. God, I also want to be like others. Maybe there is someone who loves to be friends with me. Please give me someone like that. Bang Jung's stamping machine. Exactly as the girl prayed. Falling from the sky. Very worthy of the fierce male reputation. Jung Won wanted to stand up after a difficult fall. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. Clearly feeling like she was about to succeed. This female donor couldn't believe that she turned around and this was. She was like a hungry wolf, pounced on her prey. Grabbed Jung Won. My wish came true. What are you doing now? This girl has no shame whatsoever. If it was a gift from God, then I won't be polite anymore. Inside my Sanjiang, Yopi Ji Chu sighed. No one can defeat me. Because I can't even touch it. So you should leave. Ru Chun Yu advised her not to. This kid's name is different. Up until now he has done many impossible things. Ha Il-du also agreed. Yes, I also feel that I cannot lose. But he made me change my way of thinking. Yopi Jiangju let out a fresh sigh at this point. I really admire you. At least you guys can be defeated. Even if you want to lose. No one can defeat me. Ha Il-du has an ugly face and lost to her. Ru Chun Yu is still determined to stay. In short, before Jung Won defeats you, we won't leave, I trust him. Yopi Jiangju turned around and left. So I won't chase you away either. You can stay as long as you want. But here, everyone is equal. No one will serve you, just go. That evening, Ru Chun Yu kept wandering around the room worried. It's already dark, why hasn't he come back yet? Ha Il-du is next to him, teasing him. We just haven't seen each other for a while and you already miss him. It's a long time since I remember. I'm worried. Jungwon's voice rang out from outside. I'm back. This guy pretends to be tired and tired of me. Busy all day. Gathered a lot of information about Yopi Ji Chu. Ruchinu's eyes showed danger. Are you kid really going to collect information? Do you want to explain what's on your face? Jung suddenly smiled stiffly. Did you say this? This. It's all the price to pay for gathering information. He took off his shirt to show that he doesn't believe you guys. Now, do you know how much hardship I have endured? Hai Il-du was full of doubt and asked you to tell me again. What information did you collect? The machine erases your thoughts so I can remember a bit. First Asia told me. Did you say Yopi Jiangju? But unfortunately it's too cold to hear. No one has seen her smile yet. Then Sang Sang told me Yopi Jiangju. Actually she is very pitiful. After all, there is such a body. There are not even people who can be close. It's hard to blame her for always being lonely. Yian and I also told us some useful news. Male Yopi Jiangju. Despite taking in some poor men. But it seems like I don't have any feelings for them. Which I also find very strange. Why does she want to accept men? There is at least something here. We have met quite a few good men. Jung is still in a state of reminiscence. There's also Sobom, she told me. Lately the restaurant has a very strange smell. Ruchanu's eyes narrowed. How many women are you looking for? Uncountable. Ha-il-du was full of love and hugged him. It seems that wild flowers are indeed more fragrant than domestic flowers. Ru Chun-yu is still blocked by his face. What time is it now? Are you still in the mood to do this? Jung presses Ha-il-du against the wall. That makes sense, but we can't abandon our people. Chun-yu, do you want? This girl is addicted and still shy. We are far from addicted to such nonsense. It's just you guys. Jung immediately hugged her and persuaded her to stop pretending. It was obvious that she wanted to, but she seemed to not respond. What are you talking about? I'm still far from liking it. Let go. Jung-won suddenly turned his head and waited a moment. Could it be that you don't feel anything? Ru Chun-yu is still in ecstasy. How can I feel it? He said he would make her feel like nothing. Not that feeling. I mean the feeling that Yopi Ji-chu is nearby. Can't you feel anything? It must be around here. Ru Chun-yu is now gasping for Yopi-Ji-chu's breath. There was indeed a certain special scent. Right outside the room, Yopi Ji-chu was indeed standing not far away, quietly observing the three people's room. Ha-il-du had to tease her. It seems your strength is far inferior to mine. I already discovered this smell. Ru Chun-yu hesitantly argued back. We're just attracted to other smells. Should I lose focus? Just found out. No more teasing. Ha-il-du asked seriously. But why is she eavesdropping on us? After all, we are uninvited guests. And an opponent who wants to defeat her. It's only natural that she's curious. But what should we do now? I can't just chase her away like that. Ha-il-du suddenly hugged her mysteriously. Isn't this so easy? If she wants to see it, let her see it clearly. See her as someone who can't stand it. Or are we the ones who can't help it? Ha-il-du, the girl with ecstatic eyes looking in the direction everyone knows. Hurry up or someone can't wait any longer. After a while, Ru Chun-yu advised these two people to leave. Out there. It's not good if someone accidentally gets seen. Ha-il-du said that while sharpening his sword. On the contrary, we will. Jung-won below as well. Isn't it the same now? She can't control that much anymore. Just drop your shit and leave her alone. Yopi Ji-chu stood outside nervously biting her nails. They really didn't agree at all. In the end she turned around and left, ignoring them. No matter what method they use. Can never defeat me. Ru Chun-yu suddenly cried out in joy. Makes her stall. It's very strange to do this. She couldn't help but tempt her to turn her head and say no. It's not that I want to watch, I just keep an eye on them. What if they did some shady things? So Yopi Ji-chu used this scarred excuse. Go back to the other room. Watching the Third World War. Suddenly it started to rain. The raindrops fell on her without being hindered. Yopi Jang-ju was surprised. Is this rainwater? Why is that so? How could rainwater penetrate my clothes? Jung-won lay inside, looking at her meaningfully. She felt shy and couldn't help but turn away. Did he see me? Could it be that he had already discovered it? I have to leave quickly. Ha-il-du is engrossed. Seeing this guy lose concentration, he immediately warned him. Why aren't you serious? Be careful, I'll give you a blow. Jung-won whispered. Looks like my plan is starting to have good changes. The next day it rained non-stop in Rak Yopi Sanjang. Yopi Jang-ju walked alone in the rain. With a less sad face. Jung bad boys suddenly appeared to cover her with an umbrella. The rain is not very heavy. But if it gets exposed to rainwater, it's easy to catch a cold. She's still so cold. No problem. My body will be separated from these raindrops. Jung's story last night is right. Did you sneak a peek at us last night? Yopi Ji-chu was startled and backed away when he was told that he had a heart attack. I don't have you, don't talk nonsense. Suddenly Jung-won took the opportunity. Touching the raindrops on her face. He smiled softly. It's rainwater as expected. Yopi Ji-chu blushed shyly. Turned away and stammered. Jung-won, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're talking about. Jung-won immediately analyzed. Let her understand the problem. He asked. Why is her incomparable energy protecting her body? Rainwater penetrates through it. I think it must be because of the moment just now. Her inner mind has caused fluctuations, hasn't it? I'm not wrong, Miss Yopi. Yopi Ji-chu is addicted but still shy and tries to hold back. Deny me, I will not waver. There's no way my body's protective mechanism could have any loopholes. Jung Won suddenly raised his hand. Gently touching Yeopji-chu's cheek said, "Then why can I touch your body right now?" Yeopji-chu also did not resist. 2 grapefruits fluttering behind the shirt. His face was red and shy in the right way. "Please eat Jung Won, I can't stand it anymore," she said hesitantly. "That's because." Didn't have time to finish the sentence. Jung Won brought his face closer to Yeopji-chu. Then gently interrupted and replied, "Because her heart is normal. Heavy as water. It's true that nothing can break the body's protective energy. But if her heart rises and ripples, her protective energy will also create loopholes. The bigger the ripples, the bigger the loophole, I guess, right? Miss Yeopji, you touched my heart. Therefore, the heart creates ripples. Only loopholes may appear." Yeopji-chu still stubbornly argued. "For a long time I won't be moved by anyone. Get out of my way." Immediately her protective energy opened up. Knocked Jung Won away. Jung Won was knocked away. His whole body fell with a splash into the lake below. Jung emerged from below the surface of the water, determined to shout loudly to Yeopji-chu, "I will definitely touch your heart." Yeopji-chu just turned around and left. She nonchalantly said, "It's up to you. Anyway, you'll give up soon." Scene changes to Sanjang's bathhouse. Jung Won is soaking here right now. Soaking with him and a few other girls. When the girls saw Jung Won, their eyes lit up. Said with eagerness, "Truly a gift from God to us. You guys see him as a real handsome guy. So handsome. We don't want to miss this relationship." The 2 girls immediately approached to start a conversation and get acquainted. "So Gaga, I see you're so lonely. Do you need my company?" The girl next to her saw that and immediately said jealously, "You're so cunning, it's obvious that I came first. But Jung is a vegetarian today. Today I criticize fish again." Jung Won wrapped a towel, stood up and left the lake. "Sorry beautiful Ya Jas. This time I can only owe it. Now I have an important task to complete. Wait until I'm done and I'll come repay your debt. The system will display a notification. Gain 170 willpower points. Achieve 160 fortitude points. Achieve 170 fortitude points. Achieved 210 willpower points." Jung Won left, leaving the 2 girls with immense regret. How come even the refusal pose is so handsome? Moreover, it can also suppress desire. It's really too much to want to have, but Jung Won was walking and stopped to ask again. "Oh right, I suddenly remembered something." These 2 girls' faces immediately changed and they quickly asked, "What's going on? Why don't you change your mind? We can welcome it for now." Jung Won calmly replied to the Ya Jas not to rush. "I just want to ask you something. Don't know what day it is. When will Yeopji-ju take a bath? A few hours later Yeopji-ju will also come here to take a bath." She pushed the door open and stepped into the bathtub with 1 foot. Completely naked. Covering your body while stretching and exercising in the warm water. Today is so strange. Rainwater can touch our bodies, while we do not want to proactively contact any more with people we cannot contact. Could it be that it was created by that man? No way. This kind of thing cannot be. Unexpected at this time. Underneath the water in front of Yeopji-chu, there are dense air bubbles. A black shadow below the water surface slowly appeared, and turned out to be Jung Won's stamping machine. This god actually hides below the water's surface. Wait until Yeopji-chu comes to take a bath before emerging. Yeopji-chu blushes in panic. Quickly use your hand to cover your chest. Why are you here, you shameless person? I didn't expect you to sneak into the bathtub. Jung Won boldly replied, Yeopji-ju, don't slander me. We are always here. If you say sneak in, then you're the one who sneaked in. Yeopji-chu angrily scolded him not to try to defend himself. You're obviously hiding at the bottom of the pool. Jung Won replied shamelessly. I don't like diving, so why say it? Unexpectedly, Yeopji-ju did not just have an empty mind. But you're still so smooth and smooth. Being teased like that. Yeopji-chu immediately angrily cursed Jung Won. You shut your mouth for me. What a shameless thick-faced person. Get out of here immediately. Jung Won suddenly stood up, intentionally revealing his elephant trunk to Yeopji-chu. See why you forced me out? Couldn't you see my body? Will it make Yopi Jiangju feel moved? Yopi Ji Chu glanced at Jungwon's goods. Then shyly turned and looked down. What kind of fun is that to me? Your body is like a hard, dry tree. Is that true once it is like that? If we stay here, there's no problem. Unless she's scared. Yopi Ji Chu shyly closed her eyes. Trying to act like I'm fine. Don't joke about what I'm afraid of. You can stay if you like and you can go. Has nothing to do with me. Jungwon continued to ask provocatively. If Yopi Jiangju won't be moved, then why don't you look at me? Yopi Ji Chu blushed and shyly replied. You are not beautiful at all. Why do I have to look at you? Jung immediately walked close. Get closer to Yopi Ji Chu. His potatoes perked up, then wiggled provocatively in front of Yopi Ji Chu. Jung asked confidently like that. But everyone said I was very beautiful. Yopi Ji Chu's eyes widened, looking at Jungwon's stamping machine. She reacted in horror. Immediately used the screen to knock Jung away. Don't come over here. Jungwon was thrown away but, surprise, someone's hands helped him block his body. Yopi Ji Chu exclaimed in surprise. Why are you guys here? Turns out to be Ru Chun Yu and Ha Il Du. These two people answered in unison. Of course we came to support. Yopi Ji Chu looked at Ha Il Du and Ru Chun Yu. Coldly reminded. You should know. Even if the two of you join forces, there is no way. Can't break my protective energy. Ha Il Du replied yes with an obvious look on his face. Of course I know this, it's just that. Ru Chun Yu said it again. Our goal is not her. As soon as the words ended, both of them immediately used their hands. Pulled open the towel wrapped around her body. Ru Chun Yu and Ha Il Du showed lewd expressions. Provocative. Looked at Yopi Ji Chu then pressed tightly against Jung's body. Our target is this guy. Jung pressed machine although he really likes it. But still pretended to be stupid and asked. Why did you two come here? Why did you two come here? Ha Il Du put a finger to his mouth. Jungwon interrupted Jungwon's words with a spray. Of course we're here to help you. If you want to break the inner wall. Her heart must be a little cruel. Ru Chun Yu is not as strong as Ha Il Du. She said, blushing and embarrassed. I just came to complete the mission. Don't think too much. Yopi Ji Chu had just witnessed three people arguing with each other. I think I've had enough of eating dog rice. Immediately asked in a cold voice. What the hell are you guys doing? Ha Il Du she replied calmly. Of course doing fun things. Ru Chun Yu added sarcastically. Yopi Jiangju probably has no opinion. Yopi Ji Chu replied coldly. If you want to do that, then go somewhere else and do it. Don't be here and dirty my eyes. Ha Il Du now took off the cloth that wrapped his body, revealing his two grapefruits. Let Jungwon look at it to his heart's content. She quipped at Yopi Ji Chu in her eyes anyway. Are we just dead tree branches or? Ru Chun Yu added again. Or in other words, that she cannot accept that. Yopi Ji Chu was helpless because she couldn't talk back to these two people. I had to close my eyes and say a few words. Your childish games have no effect on me. Do whatever you like. Ha Il Du was now completely naked. She turned back to remind Yopi Ji Chu to say. So remember to open your eyes wide to see. Ru Chun Yu turned to ask with a happy face. Ha Il, do I do it first or do you do it first? Jung's greedy eyes put his arms around the two beauties. Of course, both of them did it at the same time. Yopi Ji Chu blushed shyly. I also want to participate but don't dare to speak up. I had to pretend to speak nobly. What kind of system is this? Jungwon looked confidently at Yopi Ji Chu and said. Yopi Jiangju, don't do it. Look down on human abilities. When Jungwon finished speaking, the three of them rushed to the flute and sang. Playing together is like a band. Wait a minute. Jungwon, you're so hasty. With these sexy sounds. Went all the way into Yopi Chu's ears. Standing there even though my heart said I didn't want to look. But every now and then I still take a peek. In Yopi Chu's mind right now. I can't help but have dirty thoughts. The provocative sounds resound again, ha ha ha. I told you to take it slow, but look, you're already choking. I don't say. Surely you all know that Jung is a stamping machine. I'm being played on the saxophone by these two girls. Yopji Chu couldn't hold back anymore. Immediately turned his eyes and looked straight to see what the other three were doing. But then became too shy. He blushed so much that he closed his eyes. Bow your head and look below. He addicted. Still shy. Should have rushed in so Jung could punch the three weights. Yopji Chu wanted to dive below the water's surface, so that no one can see anything. But she couldn't dive. Her body was now hot. Feeling extremely uncomfortable. Yopji Chu just watched Jung mechanically stamp a double-sheathed oblique sword. Just thinking about my body. What a strange thing. If I continue watching, maybe I will. Oh yeah, just don't listen. If you don't look, you can feel more comfortable. Yopji Chu suddenly closed her eyes tightly. Then opened her eyes again to look at Jung Won. Ru Chun Yu and Ha Il Du were entwined with each other. But this time his eyes were extremely different. Seems soulless. Very insensitive to things outside. Jung Won turned to see. Yopji Chu's expressionless eyes were surprised. Wonder. Could it be that she didn't have the slightest reaction? Is it possible that her mind is full of dirt? Haildo's eyes are wandering and her mouth is sucking her own finger. Turned to look at Jung Won and said, "Don't be in such a hurry, Jung Won. Let's finish our work." Ruchinu's eyes are just as lazy as Haildo's. She looked at Ha Il Du admonishingly. "Have you forgotten what our purpose here is?" Ha Il Du said sarcastically to someone. "Just now, I was even happier than I was said to have hit me in the heart." Ru Chun Yu blushed and was embarrassed and argued with me. "I just want to stimulate Yopji Chu a little. Only a child would believe this excuse he. If you're too high, you'll be embarrassed to accept it." Jung Won looked at Yopji Chu's motionless body. "Sit there quietly. Then speak up. It's useless, she's already gone into a state of stillness. Can separate sounds and scenes in reality. So even if I overdo it, then she won't react at all. Like this. Haven't we wasted our efforts in vain? If she really doesn't look. In addition, there is also the protective energy of the body. Then we can't touch her. Or not." Jung Won confidently replied, "No. This is the opposite for us. Even though her body was in a defensive state. Unbreakable. But the spirit is not sure. Jung stamping machine. Immediately put 2 fingers to your mouth and close your eyes. Thinking about the image of mesmerizing and determined. This time the scene changes. Deep inside the spiritual world of Yopji Chu. She is meditating here. Yopji Chu thought to himself. Indeed, external temptations could not affect us. While I was happily at peace here, suddenly Jung Won walked in. She raised her voice and said. As expected, she was here alone to cultivate. If so, then the scene. Or we acted with you earlier. It's all useless. What a pity. Yopji Chu was surprised. I don't understand why Jung Won could come in here. What? You have entered the spirit of my world again. Jung Won replied with a proud face. What is difficult about these things? She thought. Once we get here, there's nothing we can do. Miss. Yopji Chu was a little shaken in her heart. She is no longer as confident as before. At this moment, his eyes did not dare to look directly at Jung Won. Just looked down at the ground and said. It's not simple for you to get in here. But don't be too arrogant. This place is my spiritual world. In this place, no matter who it is, it's not my opponent. Jung stamped his face full of confidence and replied, oh, is that so? Yopji Chu right now. Also opened his protective shield. Jung Won is here. Our defense will be stronger. In fact, a lot. What can you do to me? Jung Won said, smiling. She is so confident. Which means no matter what I do to you, it's okay. Yopji Chu seems to speak so strongly on the outside. But inside the soul. At this time, I was also a little hesitant. This guy is probably trying to trick us into a trap. Causes our psychology to be disturbed. I will definitely not fall for his tricks. After thinking about it, Yopji Chu turned to talk to Jung Won again. If you really have the courage, can come close to me. Then it's not too late to open your mouth. Yopji Chu finished speaking and closed his eyes. Bring 2 fingertips close to your mouth and chant the mantra. The protective chi of the body expands. Immediately, the barrier energy is surrounding Yopji Chu's body, pouring out all around. Extremely strong and solid protective energy. Yopi Ji Chu looked at Jung Won coldly and reminded, I advise you to leave quickly. If you are hit by my protective energy, your soul will be seriously injured. At that time, don't blame me for not reminding you of Yopi Chu's words in advance. Jung Won didn't pay much attention. Without saying a word, 2 fingers suddenly extended out, then made a pose like holding a pistol. Jung Won shouted loudly. This sentence just ended. Yopi Chu's protective spirit was also cut into 2 halves by Jung Won. Yopi Ji Chu immediately screamed miserably. The bra covering her chest was also beaten to pieces by Jung Won. Torn everywhere. That place. Immediately, Heen revealed 2 plump and tender grapefruits. Yopi Ji Chu quickly covered her chest with her hands. Jung Won looked extremely horrified and surprised. How are you? How can it be in the space of our consciousness? How can you do that? Jung Won slowly walked closer to Yopi Ji Chu. He leisurely said that she had agreed just now. If I have the courage to approach you, then I can do anything to you, right? Yopi Ji Chu has completely let go of resistance at this point. She looked shy. Don't dare look straight at Jung. What do you want to do to me? It's disgusting, he knew and still asked. Jung Won suddenly reached out and touched Yopi Chu's shoulder. Startling, even her eyes closed. Cried out softly. Jung Won deliberately said vaguely that I want to do it. These words made Yopi Chu's mind. I can't help but have dirty thoughts. Yopi Ji Chu is still shy. She blushed and closed her eyes tightly, thinking. In the end, what does he want to do? Do I need to pout my mouth? Hee, I'm already addicted and I'm still shy. I thought Jung Won would do something naughty to me. At least squeeze those 2 grapefruits. Who cares? Jung hung up and hugged Yopi Ji Chu with both hands, making her extremely surprised and disappointed. Yopi Ji Chu asked Jung Won with surprised eyes. What are you doing? I mean, why don't you do something else? Why are you suddenly hugging someone? Jung suddenly put on a kind look and gently replied that I would hug her. I know you have this kind of ability. She must have been a long time ago. Can't you feel the feeling of a hug from someone else? Jung Won immediately revealed a shameless look in his eyes and continued. Does my warmth help you feel more comfortable? Yopi Ji Chu blushed and shyly replied to me. This kind of feeling is really wonderful. It's true, it's been a long time. I didn't receive a warm hug from anyone. I really thank you for this hug, but what is your other hand doing? Jung Won has a thick face and makes excuses. This is to break your protective energy. Stupid Yopi Ji Chu. I can believe it when I hear Press Machine Jung say that. Immediately asked. You mean there's a way to break my protective energy? Jung Won hugged Yopi Ji Chu tightly with one hand. The other hand caressed and touched. Wherever you look, you will know for yourself. He said Yopi lady. Her insides became even colder. Then the body's protective mechanism will be more rigid. So, I just need to dissolve the ice in your heart. Her protective mechanism will also dissipate accordingly. Press Machine Jung just said, while slowly turning around behind Yopi Ji Chu. One hand above, one hand below, 2 hands, 2 swords in harmony. Yopi Ji Chu looked at Jung Won pretending to be stupid and asked with his eyes in ecstasy. What will you use? To dissolve the hard ice in our hearts. What else can I use besides my cute middle leg? Jung Won suddenly waved his hand. The scene around Yopi Ji Chu immediately changed. Immediately turned into a bed with a mattress and pillows. To make it easier for the 2 of them to work, Jung suddenly took off his jacket, revealing an extremely solid 6-pack body. He confidently said that I will use this body to help you. As smart as my hometown man, he is full of chains. Yopi Ji Chu did not resist. Just hesitantly asked why. Why would you do this? In the space of our consciousness. Jung Won immediately climbed into bed. Then pushed Yopi Ji Chu to lie down. He replied because of her subconscious. Accepted the changes we created. So we can do everything we want. In her mental space. Yopi Ji Chu asked Jung Won like a little rabbit below. Are we really okay like this? No one would ask the stamping machine. How could it say it's not okay? Jung Won immediately replied. This place is not reality. Let's just say we had a nice dream. Yopi Ji Chu tried to console herself and said that's right. This is just a dream. Once like that, I trust you to try just a little. Probably not addicted. Hee, it's exactly like he's addicted and still shy. Jung-won happily said with a smile. I'm not being polite here. And so Jung-won stamped like a sewing machine, causing Yopi Ji-chu to only cry out and hold the mattress tightly with both hands. Goosebumps arose because of the prolonged criticism. Why, it's clearly not in reality. But it feels so real. Working hard. Then suddenly, AWOL appeared. Call Jung-won. The time is ripe. You take back this power for yourself to use. Jung-won just spoke up to Yopi Ji-chu. The protective energy that she always hated. Let me take it. And finish talking. Jung-won immediately raised one hand to Yopi Ji-chu's chest. Then sucked her protective energy inside your body. This is truly a win and win. Yopi Ji-chu regained consciousness. I still haven't understood what Jung-won is saying. What? At this time the system displays a notification. Achieving the skill of protecting the body. Jung-won raised his arm. Yopi Ji-chu's protective mechanism wrapped around my arm. He happily looked at Yopi Ji-chu and said, the curse on her body has disappeared. Then Jung-won and Yopi Ji-chu continued to wrestle each other on the bed. Until the next day. It was already past midnight. Birds perched on branches chirping. And Jung-won's nightingale stopped singing. Yopi Ji-chu just woke up dreamily. She looked outside and wondered. It's already morning. Was it just a dream? But when she sat up, she looked to the side. Saw Jung-won lying there. Immediately told myself, looks like it's not a dream. Yopi Ji-chu raised one hand to touch Jung-won's face. To confirm whether it is real or a dream. Is indeed real. Jung tiredly spoke up to remind his wife. Don't play around so I can sleep a little longer. Yopi Ji-chu sees himself. Can touch Jung-won. Immediately asked himself. Could it be that my protective energy has truly disappeared? Then maybe it just didn't work for him. So she immediately got out of bed. Opened the window to let sunlight into the room. A bird flew from afar. And it gently landed on Yopi Ji-chu's finger. This proves it. Her protective energy has really disappeared. Yopi Ji-chu was extremely surprised. Her eyes stared at the bird. Sitting on my finger. She really couldn't believe this was true. Can touch it. I can really touch other things now. Yopi Ji-chu's face is full of joy and happiness. Caressing the lucky bird. Unexpectedly, Ru Chun-yu pushed the door open and entered. Yopi Ji-chu sees her. Then quickly ran to Ru Chun-yu's side. Ru Chun-yu didn't understand either. What was Yopi Ji-chu rushing towards me for? Before Miss Yopi Jang-ju could finish her sentence, Yopi Ji-chu rushed in. Hugged Ru Chun-yu's neck tightly. Say good morning. This made Ru Chun-yu extremely surprised. Although Ru Chun-yu did not understand what happened. But still hesitantly greeted Yopi Ji-chu. Good morning. So then Yopi Ji-chu ran outside to meet her. Everyone rushed in. Hug the person and say a friendly good morning. Ru Chun-yu also frowned when he saw this scene. Wonder what's wrong with her. Are you crazy? Jung-won is now fully dressed. Appeared behind Ru Chun-yu and said. That's because she hasn't received a warm hug in over 10 years. Now maybe I want to make up for that. Surprise right now. Yopi Ji-chu bumped into a CE. Carrying a basin of water to her room. Causing the water to pour all over Yopi Ji-chu. This girl was scared and immediately apologized to Yopi. Yopi Jang-ju, I'm sorry. Yopi Ji-chu is soaking wet right now. 2 plump grapefruits. Immediately revealed behind a thin layer of clothing. She was stunned as she looked at her hand getting wet with water. The protective chi of the body has truly completely lost its effectiveness. Jung's stamping machine is damaged. Suddenly appeared behind Yopi Ji-chu. One hand on top and one hand on bottom started to play around. He said, looks like she still needs to adapt a bit. Yopi Ji-chu blushed shyly and said let go. Released me but my whole body stood still. Let Jung-won do whatever he wants. Naughty Jung said teasingly. Last night you said the opposite but. Si saw this scene and quickly took the water basin and left. Don't worry, I can't see anything. You two, feel free to ask permission to leave first. And that's it. What happened between Jung-won and Yopi Ji-chu? You guys already know that. Everything that happened was caused by the bird just now. Yopi Ji-chu lovingly witnessed it all. standing outside the window looking intently, not missing any detail. Then it flew away to another place. Unexpectedly, the place it flew to was Supa Yuha's place. So everything happened at Yeopjichu's place. Supa Yuha knows it all. Yeah, so that's it, Yeopjichu. If you no longer have the strength to protect your body, don't blame the old lady for being rude. Right now inside Yeopjichu's room, her pitiful screams continued continuously. Non-stop. Yeopjichu's lustful expression turned back to urge Jung Won. Do it a little faster and harder. Jung is sweating like he's been plowing continuously from yesterday to today, but still very energetic. Ji Chu, you're so naughty that you can eat it once and never forget it. I've been hugging you all day but still won't let go. Yeopjichu angrily scolded Jung Won. Comfortable yet boastful. If you don't like it, then get out of my bed. And ignore Yeopjichu's anger. Jung stamped even harder. He hugged Yeopjichu tightly and leaned close to her ear, whispering and saying it is difficult to do. I want to help you make up for what you've been missing for the past 10 years. Is about to reach the top. Ha Il-du suddenly appeared and spoke. Sorry to interrupt your fun. Yeopjichu was startled and shy. Quickly scolded Ha Il-du. Why did you suddenly come here so shy? Ha Il-du glared at Yeopjichu and scolded her. Afraid of anything else? Half a distance from Sanjiang. I can still hear her screaming. There, I felt embarrassed. Yeopjichu's face turned pale. It's true that I don't know where to go to get rid of my humiliation. Duong Duong is a high and noble homepage. Cold and icy, he's lost all face now. Jung Won turned to look at Ha Il-du and asked what's wrong. Is there something wrong? Those troublesome people from last time have come to cause trouble again. Although we can deal with it. But it seems like they called out their names and wanted to see you. Yeopjiangju. Why did Yeopjichu get angry and scold you? They actually dared to come to my Sanjiang. To cause trouble. This time I will definitely forgive them without mercy. Ha Il-du glared at Yeopjichu and reminded. Although her words were very powerful. But first get dressed. Please say yes. Yeopjichu has been humiliated again. She quickly covered her chest with her hands and put on her clothes. Right now outside the Sanjiang gate, a group of women led by Supa Yuha are making a fuss here. Yuha, the loudest, immediately called out. Yeopjichu, roll over here for me. Yeopjichu wearing 5-inch pink high heels. Slowly walk out. I remember clearly last time. It seems like I've easily let you go. If this happens again, you must have prepared yourself mentally well. I will die here, right? Supa Yuha, seeing Yeopjichu still speaking so loudly, then immediately spoke up to expose the scandal. Yeopjiangju, don't pretend anymore. We already know. Your body's protective energy has lost its effectiveness. Yeopjichu's face still didn't change when he heard that. But inside I whispered in surprise. How does she know this? Looks like there's an insider that needs to be investigated later. Yeopjichu didn't show any fear at this time. Still looking cold and saying yes. Just try it. But I said it first. I won't forgive you this time. Seeing Yeopjichu's tough attitude, the group of people following Yuha came to cause trouble. Immediately felt confused. Whispers arose. Could it be that she still has the energy to protect her body? Is Yuha's intelligence wrong? Should we retreat? Supa Yuha is indeed very smart. She immediately spoke up. Reassure the people behind him. Don't worry everyone. She's just scaring us. If she still has the strength to protect her body, why don't you act first? Don't be afraid, everyone will come to me. If you defeat her, then I will give priority to distributing men in Sanjiang. For you, do you see? Us men. It's just a commodity for women to play with. I heard that the rewards are paid mostly to men. Sisters behind. Yuha immediately enthusiastically rushed forward to attack Yeopjichu. This is truly the cock that blinds the eye. Yeopjichu's face changed color. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of these people. Yet not afraid. What should I do now? Is at a deadlock moment. Then Jung Won suddenly appeared like a god, standing right in front of Yeopjichu. Let's not deal with this group of nameless people. No need for Daean's homepage to act. Let me take over. Supa. Yuha immediately frowned when he saw Jung appear. Is it you again? Perhaps you have forgotten. Men cannot harm women. Why are you looking for death? Jung Won smirked and replied. Who said I wanted to attack you? Jung Won suddenly raised his hand and shouted loudly. The energy protects the body. This group of women rushed forward aggressively. Immediately collided with Jung Won's protective energy, causing their clothes to be torn all over. Jung Won continued to push his hand forward and I pushed the strong energy to protect the body and immediately repelled these women, sending them flying back. Suddenly Ru Chun Yu was with them. Ha Il Du appeared two people. They carried a large net, descended from the sky. The main purpose is to cover this group of people in one go. This group of people is completely covered by the net. Immediately tried to struggle. What's going on? I can't move. Everyone calm down, don't argue with each other. This girl looked at Jung Won with cruel eyes. This torn net. Watch me tear it apart. But she just used force to tear the net. Then the net suddenly tightened and squeezed her two round grapefruits. This girl immediately screamed in horror. What's going on? The net suddenly shrank, causing other women to suffer. Press people tightly together. Grapefruit juice, grapefruit. Is any brother willing to be forced into the net? Not with these girls, hee. Jung Won smirked and reminded you to struggle even more. This net will become even tighter. If you don't want to be forced to death, then obediently admit defeat. Wanga thought to himself. It's amazing that the system's products are really good. Turns out the net that Ru Chun Yu and Ha Il Du used to cover up those women is the product that Jung Won exchanged from its system, called the inescapable net. Very effective effect. The more you struggle, the tighter it will become. This product introduction system will not cause death. Please feel free to use. Now that the women hear Jung Won threatening like that, they were all standing still now. No longer dare to move. Afraid of being killed by Jung Won's net. Yuha felt the situation seemed wrong. She immediately shouted at you not to accept. If I lose, I'll spend money to hire you guys. Your lives are mine. Just a torn net. Hurry and destroy it so I can hear Yuha's careless words like that. The women inside the net were extremely angry. But because I have already received money from people, if the employer says that, it won't work either. Was about to break the net when suddenly, Jung Won suddenly snapped his fingers and said to release. The net that was covering the group of women immediately opened, causing them to fall in a heap on the ground. Jung Won said, pretending to be a gentleman, I don't really want to take your lives. Because I feel your life are all precious and beautiful. I hope you don't force me. That's right, Jung stamping machine. Why is the eel's beak better than that of a loach? Out of 100 girls, 1,000 of them would die. For these girls, I see the handsome gentleman's demeanor. Jung Won's big potatoes. Plus anger. Just now, the pomegranate forced the whole group to break through the net and die. They are currently in a dilemma. Don't know what to do at all. Yuha saw the whole group sitting on the ground absent-mindedly. Then he shouted angrily. What are you doing? If you escape the net, continue attacking him. For me, they only know how to use these boring tricks. Just to trick you. Men can't hurt women. Suddenly, a short-haired girl stood up. Tell the rest of the sisters. But a woman can hurt a woman. Yuha quickly backed away in fear. What do you mean? The short-haired woman said earlier. Slowly walking towards Yuha. One of her hands suddenly shot out, grabbed the back of Yuha's neck, and pulled her down to the ground. Yuha screamed in horror. What are you doing? Are you planning to rebel? At this time, Yuha was surrounded by these women. It seems like they have chosen to side with press machine Jung. The short-haired girl looked at Yuha with disdain and said, We are hired by you to protect Chunyangru's safety, not your servant. Ever since, you always arrogantly tilt your head and command us. Even treat our lives like trash. I have had enough of you. From now on, we don't work for you anymore. Yuha looked scared, but still raised his mouth to threaten you. What are you crazy? If you dare to touch an employer like me, after that, you mercenaries don't want to hire anyone anymore. Jung Won stood outside watching the play. Just now spoke up. Looks like the time is coming. He said to the mercenary girls. Ladies, please slowly. If things have come to this point, do you still want to make things difficult for Rak Yopi Sanjang? The short-haired girl immediately replied. We have turned against the tenant. Mission this time. Of course there's no need to continue. Jung Won asked again. So what do you guys plan next? The short-haired girl replied sadly. We have violated the contract with the employer. Later, I'm afraid that no one will dare to hire us. More later. I'm afraid I won't be able to continue being a mercenary. Maybe just choose. After disbanding this army, Jung Won immediately made a suggestion. So let's make a deal. I hired you for the task of protecting this Sanjiang. Yopi Ji Chu stood to the side. Listened to these words of Jung Won. Then appeared extremely surprised. She thought to him, is this intentional? Now my protective energy has disappeared. Currently, we cannot continue to protect Sanjiang. If you can really hire a team to protect it, we don't need to worry about future safety. Sanjiang's too. The short-haired girl looked at Jung Won with hungry eyes. Asked if you want to hire us. But our rent is very high. Jung replied loudly and confidently. So regardless of that woman, hire people at high prices. I paid 10 times more than her, what do you think? The girl immediately said. The remuneration she promised us was. After capturing Sanjiang, each of us can win one. The man then happily enjoyed the night. Ha Il-du finished listening. There was a bit of sweat on behalf of the stamping machine Jung. She looked at Jung Won remindingly. If it's 10 times this salary, then is letting all of them enjoy 10 nights. Ru Chun Yu looked at Jung Won with extremely worried eyes. Thinking that Jung Won was afraid of no one, he closed his eyes and spoke leisurely. If we don't go to hell, who will go to hell? For Sanjiang's safety, we can only sacrifice ourselves. As expected of Jung's stamping machine. If you say so, no one can say it again. What an act of sacrificing Gogan, guys. So touching. So I also want to help Jung Won in some way. Right now. A group of Rak Yopi Sanjiang men also spoke up, demanding to share the burden with Jung Won. Jung Dae Ga also has us. We won't leave you alone. Can't resist something as dangerous as this. That's right, Jung Dae Ga, let us help you. Jung Won still puts on that noble appearance. He raised one hand to stop everyone. Thank you for your kindness. Like these mercenaries are like wolves and tigers. It's not something you can stand. It's still up to us to do. I don't know how smart my dad is. This is clearly wanting to monopolize it alone. Ha Il-du glared at Jung Won with contemptuous eyes. I see that this guy clearly wants to enjoy himself alone. Yopi Ji Chu blushed and then used that look. Glared at Jung Won. Can he really do it alone? Ru Chun Yu also glared at Jung Won and replied. Rest assured. In this aspect alone, he will absolutely not lose. Female. A moment later, the scene changes to Jung's room with the press machine. Jung Won is now sitting alone on the big bed. He looked at the group of female mercenaries below. Then said the transaction content is very simple. From now on for 10 days. You can come in and out of my room at any time. To proceed with the transaction. If within 10 days we do not fall, the transaction is considered completed. How do you see? This short-haired girl, still looking at Jung Won with eyes of disbelief. To speak frankly is to disregard thought. Jung's stamping machine likes to explode. She sarcastically said, don't say 10 days. I'm afraid it's 3 days. You have been drained of all your energy by us. Or you can pay in installments. Jung was quite surprised that this could still be paid. How do you calculate your contribution? Of course, you separate yourself and serve your sisters. We each have 10 days. What do you think this will be good for you? Jung Won still replied confidently. Actually, I really want to do that too. But suffering has a duty within you. So it is. We cannot delay that much time. You guys still go up together. You have great spirit. So don't blame us for not being polite. As sisters coming together. Today we have to play until the end. And so the girls compete to strip. Everyone is white and delicious. The girls are all naked right now. Cover yourself. Stand in line and wait for your turn to roast potatoes. I'm really curious how strong he is. If there are so many of us, will he log out? Let me go first and see what his bravery is. The short-haired girl from earlier still maintained her composure. Because she's still wearing her clothes. But not as greedy as the other sisters. She stood up to remind everyone. What's the hurry, everyone? We have 10 days. 10 days for each person is too much time. So now, we go to the front. And so the short-haired girl jumped onto the bed. Push Jung-won down. Admin, please take back what you said earlier, this girl is so cunning. I think I don't crave it. Turns out he planned to be the first player. They probably just hugged each other and didn't do anything. Believe me, is waiting outside Jung-won's room right now. Is Yopi Ji Chu, Ru Chun Yu and Ha Il Du. And inside the room, it was noisy. A gurgling sound was heard. Of the sisters in the army. Even the words of reproach. You're so cunning. Based on what you did first. This is too much. Yopi Ji Chu stood outside. He asked with a slightly worried look on his face. Can you really handle it? Ha Il Du smiled and replied, don't worry, it's just a small matter. He can't even deal with us. Let alone those people. Ru Chun Yu is a bit upset. Because I can't join. In front of us we can only quietly observe. Wait for a while and then come and see again. Time passed like that until 3 days later. Ru Chun Yu was now pressing his ear against the door. To listen to the situation inside. But today is different from the past few days. The whole room was quiet. Haven't heard any strange noises. Why is it so quiet inside today? Isn't Jung-won already broken? Suddenly there was a hand hitting Ru Chunu's shoulder. Shout this. Causing her to jump a little and then shoot out. And it turned out to be Ha Il Du calling. Yopi Ji Chu also followed Ha Il Du to come here. Ha Il Du looked at Ru Chun Yu and said, if you're so worried, maybe go inside and take a look. Ru Chun Yu blushed and shyly replied. But that's not very good. Yopi Ji Chu also hesitantly said the truth. We are still a little worried. Although I don't say it directly like this. Clearly agreeing with Haildo's opinion. Ru Chun Yu pushed the door open and entered. But her eyes immediately turned blank. When seeing the scene around the room. Inside the room at this time. The mercenary girls were naked. Lying unconscious on the floor. She smiled happily with a face filled with satisfaction. As expected of Jung-won. King of stamping machines. This destructive power. No longer within human range he. Jung-won is now invisible behind a thin layer. He spoke in a disappointed voice. It seems that you are just like that. That's all, but you still want me to waste 10 days. Ru Chun Yu and Ha Il Du and Yopi Ji Chu. Everyone heard these words. But all three said nothing. Especially Ru Chun Yu. She was extremely surprised. With Jung-won's crazy potato. Yopi Ji Chu and Ru Chun Yu standing in front of the curtain. Both of them don't know how they will face Jung-won. Then Ha Il Du pushed them both in with his hand. Don't be shy, let's come right away. Was pushed back by Ha Il Du. These two rows lost momentum and fell forward. Immediately lifted the curtain. Jung-won was quite surprised to see the three girls appear. Why did you come here? What's wrong? Ru Chun Yu blushed and replied shyly. I just came to see if you were dead or not. If you're okay, let's go. Jung smiled confidently and said. If you've arrived, don't rush to leave. After all, I'm still not in the mood yet. So let's not be polite anymore. Finished speaking, Ha Il Du stood behind Yopi Ji Chu with both hands. Suddenly pulled down the hem of her shirt. Yopi Ji Chu exclaimed in surprise. Hey, what are you doing? Your mouth is so shy. But then these three girls also stripped off. Wearing only 3 thin sets of pajamas. Can't cover all the areas that need to be covered. Every child has huge mountains and hills. Skin as white and pink as a baby's skin. Slender legs. As long as you don't like the face, you'll be able to enjoy all the dipping sauce. The right number of people who love it enjoy it all. Makes our brothers jealous without being able to do anything about it. Then again every 7 days. See ye as usual. Bring a tray of food. Go to Jung-won's room. Her these days. Every day when we bring rice, we hear moans. Just listening to it is enough to make you wet somewhere. See ye shyly stammered and spoke. Ta brought today's meal. Right after from inside Jung-won's room. An arm withered, leaving only skin and bones. Push the door out. Ms. Si Yi saw this scene and her face immediately changed. Extremely frightened. I guess it's Jung-won's hand. I was tripped by the other 3 girls, he. Admin guessed right on that withered hand. Is Jung's stamping machine. The idol's whole body was now withered and shriveled. Looks like an ancient Egyptian mummy. He tried to drag his body to the door to demand food. He used all his strength to reach out and raise his voice to speak with difficulty. I want to eat. Oh. This is exactly the time to play hard and then lose your mind. The female slave saw Jung Won's shriveled dried fish appearance. Was extremely frightened. Her face turned pale. Sweat flowed profusely on his forehead. White eyes looked at Jung with fear as he spoke. Please don't eat me. But what is Jung's stamping machine doing now? If he still had the strength to avoid this girl. What he paid attention to was the food on the tray she brought. Jung Won tried to reach for the food tray. Give me your food, I want to eat it. So Jung automatically eats it. Ate several trays of food in one sitting, causing little Ce to run back and forth several times. Bring him food. An hour later, Jung Won has regained his bright appearance. The skin has become rosy again. He rubbed his stomach with one hand and smiled happily. So we're alive again. This time too much energy was consumed. Need to add a little more. Yopi Ji Chu also came out from the back at this time. The graceful figure told Ce that she wanted to make it easy. Come here to find ginseng, tiger antler and tiger knotweed. Cook it into soup and give it to young Master Jung. Ru Chun Yu and Ha Il Du also came out and added. Looks like someone is about to come and take the blame next. Suddenly there's a Ce looking haggard. Coming from afar. Yopi Jiang Ju. Not good. Yopi Ji Chu calmly turned around and asked what was wrong. What's the matter? Slowly say. Yes, someone from afar has come to worship the room. This is nothing to panic about. Just say I'm busy right now. It's okay if it's not convenient to receive guests. But that person didn't come to look for Yopi Jiang Ju, but wanted to find Mr. Jung. Ru Chun Yu asked in confusion. No way. There are people who covet Jung Won's appearance. Haildo's bloody star immediately said. Let me chase you away. I haven't held a knife in a long time. So my hands and feet are itching. Let's go warm up. Jung Won couldn't help but be curious. Then he spoke up to stop everyone from being so hasty. Just stay calm. On the contrary, I feel very curious. I wanted to see who came to find me. A little later in the reception room, both Jung Won and Yopi Ji Chu, two people came to see who it was. Interested in Jung Won, Yopi Ji Chu coldly asked the other person to speak. Who are you and what are you doing here looking for Jung Won? The person who came to look for Jung Won is a girl. Both body and face are delicious after dipping sauce. She stood there coldly looking at Yopi Chu's response. Yopi Jiang Ju. I'm very sorry for disturbing your Sanjiang. My name is Guso. I came here today and wanted to communicate with young Master Jung. Is the owner of our house. I really want to meet this young Master Jung once. Yopi Ji Chu continued to ask coldly. Who is your master? Guso still calmly replied. Must be Yopi Jiang Ju. I also know the name of our owner. He is Seo Moon Song Song. Jung Won sitting on the side. I couldn't help but covered my mouth with my hand and burst out laughing. Seo Moon Song Song, this name sounds so cute. Yopi Ji Chu sat next to him. Close your eyes and sigh. Told Jung Won Seo Moon Song Song is the one who holds the final seal. Jung Won immediately widened his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. Really? Guso looked at Jung Won with sharp eyes and added. That's right, your behavior. Always in the palm of the owner's hand. He is very interested in you. And really want to talk to you. Yopi Ji Chu looked at Guso solemnly. Then spoke up to Jung Won. I'm afraid this will be a Hong Moon Yian episode. Jung Won, you better not go. Tell you more. Hong Moon Yian is a historical event. Took place in 206 BC. At Hong Moon outside Hamyong, capital of the Zheng dynasty. The main participants in the party are the Golden Lu Bang dance class, are two prominent leaders of the forces. Rebelled against the Zheng family. Guso heard Yopi Chu's words, slightly overdoing the problem. Immediately spoke up to explain. Yopi Jiang Ju, don't worry. Take the master's strength. If you want to deal with this man, it's as easy as turning your hand. There's no need to bother sending me to invite him. So people don't need to be afraid. The owner of our house. I'm just interested in talking to him. Jung Won sat to the side and said confidently. Who said I'm afraid? But if she wants to see me then you say so. She come here. Who is she to arrest me? Must go personally to meet. I have never met anyone in my life who is arrogant. Disrespecting his master like that. Guso angrily glared at Jung Won, then gritted his teeth and said, "What do you say? But you dare to be so disrespectful to my master. Then don't blame me for taking you away." Words just ended. Guso immediately waved his hand and rushed to attack Jung Won. But Jung Won still leisurely sat there. His face even had a very confident smile. Just like a big guy who doesn't have to worry about girls hitting on him. Unexpectedly at this moment, he suddenly hit one. Ha Il-du and Ru Chun-yu took action. Both of them immediately rushed to block Jung Won. Stop Guso's attack. But Guso saw Ha Il-du and Ru Chun-yu take action. Was extremely surprised. Haildo's cold eyes pointed straight. The sword pointed to Guso and said, "You want to hurt him under our eyelids? Are you dreaming?" Ru Chun-yu is also like that. His eyes filled with murderous intent looked at Guso. "If you dare touch your husband, she will live comfortably with you." Guso got angry and scolded him back. "You three keep your seal." Yet they all submitted to this man's feet. It's truly an insult to a woman. Ha Il-du immediately leaned close to Guso's face and provocatively replied, "Maybe after tasting the taste of a man, you can understand that. Who knows, maybe you'll be addicted and can't get out of it." Jung Won in the back spoke up at this moment. "I can squeeze in." The two let her go. "Tell your landlord. If you want to meet me, come here yourself. I'm here waiting for her big price to come. This is your choice. Don't follow me. When my master comes, you will bear the consequences." So Guso immediately took out a communication talisman and placed it on her hand, then spoke up. "Edema burns news." The leaves immediately caught fire and disappeared into the air. "Jung Won, you just wait. I have passed the news to the owner. Within 3 hours he will arrive here. Today you will definitely regret it. Because of this impulsive action of mine." Yopi Ji Chu asked in confusion. "Guso, what are you joking about? Seo Moon Song Song's residence. Thousands of miles from here. Can she make it in 3 hours? Even we cannot do this. With your strength. Of course it cannot be done. But our master has entered the realm of transformation. Compared to you, there is a difference between heaven and earth. You just wash your neck here. But wait for the owner to come and take it away." Jung Won closed his eyes and sighed. "I have to wait another 3 hours. Once that's done, you all go rest first. Just let me wait here. You can rest assured that nothing will happen to me." Time passes slowly. Human love lasts forever. 3 hours later. Jung Won just after the 10 days and 10 nights battle. Right now he is still tired. Sitting on the chair. Hand on chin. Close your eyes and take a nap to recover your health. Guso has been standing still, watching Jung Won sleep. She thought to herself, "I don't understand why I keep feeling this guy. It truly exudes a strange charm. But don't know his true strength. Is there any place better than others? What method did he use to conquer those 3 seal holders? I really want to see. Let's see what kind of skills you have to do that." Guso couldn't bear it anymore. So he wanted to steal Jung Won to test his strength. But she hasn't even thrown a punch yet. Touching Jung Won's body gave him an erection. Jung Won's bodyguard stopped it. Guso immediately screamed miserably. His whole body was knocked away by Jung Won's energy. Fly backwards. Clothes were torn and there were many. "Miss Guso. You can't sneak attack me like that." Guso quickly sat down and covered the area that needed to be covered with his hand. Said shyly, Don't look at me, don't come over here." Jung Won immediately took off his coat and gave it to Guso. "You should wear my clothes first. If not, your master will come soon. If you see this scene and misunderstand us, it's dangerous." Jung Won's words had just ended when suddenly he was in the sky. A huge bolt of lightning appeared, hitting straight down at the house where Jung Won and Guso were. This lightning hit the roof, rushed straight into the room, immediately followed by a sound that rang out without waiting any longer. "Haven't we already arrived? This stunningly beautiful woman is Seo Moon Song Song, the 4th seal holder. Guso is currently wearing Jung Won's shirt. The owner is here." Seo Moon Song Song saw that Guso was wearing a little bit of cloth, then put on a man's clothes. Guso's face immediately changed. "What is this nefarious outfit of yours? It seems like I came at the wrong time." Guso quickly spoke up to explain the owner. Things are not as you think. Guso quickly stood up, but who would have thought that the floor was a bit slippery, causing her to fall backwards. Guso's head is unlucky, crashed into Jungwon's armored potato. Guso immediately screamed in pain, and Jungwon frowned. I thought the two marbles were crushed. Guso was in pain and quickly put his hands on his head. Pain, 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 so much pain. What hard thing did we touch? Touching cannons and nothing else. Luckily I didn't get a dent in my head, hee. Jungwon's face darkened and he didn't dare to complain. Hey, this is not my fault. Or maybe you should get dressed first. Guso now quickly walked in front of Seo Moon Song. Sorry my master. I have already made you lose face. There is no way this man can remove the 3 seals. Obviously he has some ability. I'm very curious to know what. This world where women are respected. How did he defeat the other 3? Jungwon replied confidently. Of course we have our own solutions. But honestly speaking, I don't like being rude to women. Or maybe she's a little impatient. Obediently cooperate so I can release the seal. Your tone is not small either. So what if we don't cooperate? I've already said the good words. If you do not intend to cooperate, then don't blame me for not being polite. After finishing speaking, Jungwon immediately took out a small dagger. Then rushed straight to attack Seo Moon Song. He shouted loudly, but to no avail. Seo Moon Song is still leisurely. Dodge all of Jungwon's swords. Meeting someone for the first time. I can avoid this shameless trick of mine. Jungwon looked quite surprised. Looked at Seo Moon Song and exclaimed. The body dharma is really fast. Yet he was able to avoid all my attacks. Seo Moon Song looked calm at this time. Look at Jungwon. That's what it says. Because it can't hurt women. That's why you want to tear off all the people's clothes. To make people ashamed. You are the one using this trick. To defeat Ru Chun Yu. If Mr. Jung likes to look at women's bodies like that, then just say it directly. There's no need for such trouble. Words just ended. Seo Moon Song also stripped off his clothes. Then stood there for Jungwon to see. I say women have to be strong like that. Admin really likes it. He was surprised by the action. Not according to Seo Moon Song's common sense. Jungwon was quite startled and frightened. But he still kept his eyes glued. Add 2 large round grapefruits. Seo Moon Song's pink and white face. Dad's face was full of ecstasy and saliva immediately flowed. Who can stand this deliciousness? Jung was captivated by the stamping machine. He hadn't blinked at Seo Moon Song. She stammered without saying anything. You are really? Seo Moon Song answered me with a provocative voice. How true. Do you think I'm beautiful? You just need to tame me. That I can make you feel a lot of joy. It's even better. Jungwon instinctively raised his hands. I hate not being able to rush directly. Grab those 2 plump grapefruits. But tame her. Right now outside Jungwon's door. Ha Il-do and Ru Chun Yu are peeking. What to do? It seems like Jungwon is fascinated by her. It's a shame if we really don't take action. Jungwon will be robbed by her. Seo Moon Song is now naked. She walked close to Jungwon. Look at his stupidly excited appearance. It's a bit disappointing. I thought you were very powerful. Isn't it easy to be fascinated by me? I thought Jung's press machine was broken. But unexpectedly Jungwon suddenly woke up and replied. Who are you talking about? Then, he suddenly waved his hand and hit a crystal palm. Seo Moon Song's straight chest was hit suddenly. Seo Moon Song did not have time to react. She just had time to blurt out in surprise. Then finally got hit by Jungwon. For her soul to be separated from her being. Jungwon is to use this method to deal with Ha Il-do. Ha Il-do hiding outside the door. I saw Jungwon using this technique again. Her expression immediately turned excited. So it's this trick. Jungwon is so ugly. But I like. Seo Moon Song informed. The soul looked quite surprised at Jungwon. Yet you are not bewitched by my charm. Jungwon also lost his soul and left his body at this time. He replied with a serious face and laughed. I'm tired of playing that trick of yours. More under this situation. Are you still in the mood to care about that? Because you can't hurt a woman's body. So you switched to fighting soul body. said that rude woman Ha Il-do. There's nothing strange about being defeated by you. You'd better take care of yourself. Jung-won finished speaking. The soul body immediately rushed in, attacking Seo Moon Song. Wanga punched with all his strength, but was stopped by Seo Moon Song with one hand. She nonchalantly said, "That's all you have." Jung-won's eyes were surprised. Looking at Seo Moon Song was like looking at a monster. How could something that was clearly in a spiritual state be possible? Why are you still so strong? I'm different from idiots. Only know how to cultivate that body. Even compared to spiritual power. Then male. It is absolutely impossible to be my opponent. So please return to that weak body. Here you go. Seo Moon Song withdrew his words and immediately threw it away. Jung-won's soul body flew straight back to where his body was standing. On the other floor, Jung-won was immediately possessed. Returned to his body. Seo Moon Song. The soul has now returned to the body. She also put her clothes back on. I say to this body, I am willing to dedicate my life. Jung-won, I have learned about your tricks. Now it's my turn. Finished Seo Moon Song. Immediately launched his palm to attack Jung-won's body. Jung-won quickly opened his body's protective shield to block. Seo Moon Song's palm immediately collided with the protective energy of Wanga. Standing inside the barrier, Jung-won proudly looked at Seo Moon Song and snorted coldly. Didn't expect that I would have a defense move like this, right? So, is this your final trick? Seo Moon Song shouted loudly. Jung-won's protective energy was immediately smashed into pieces. She used one hand to grab Jung-won's neck, lifted up into the air. Okay, the game stops here. You admit defeat, but you were able to break my body's barrier. So I told you, a weak man like you, don't think you can win against women. Before, you were lucky to defeat those 3 sealers. Brought a lot of trouble. For our status as women, I would have taken your life but didn't have time to finish the sentence. Outside, Ha Il-do kicked in the door. Both Ru Chun-yu and Ha Il-do said in unison, Seo Moon Song, you let him go. Otherwise don't blame us for attacking you. Seeing Ru Chun-yu and Ha Il-do appear, Seo Moon Song still held Jung's neck with one hand. She rolled her eyes slightly, glanced at Chun-yu and Il-do, then said coldly, the seals on your bodies were all broken by him. Surely his power has also been somewhat damaged. Do you think you can fight me? Don't be afraid to use your own strength. Stay away from me. Withdraw. Seo Moon Song grabbed Jung-won's neck with one hand and threw him back. Then the other hand sweeps horizontally. Immediately created a powerful aura. Attacked Ha Il-do and Ru Chun-yu, causing these 2 people to only have time to put their hands in front of their chests. Before he could resist, he was blown away. Yopi Ji-chu couldn't help it. Immediately pushed the door in. A cold voice reminded Seo Moon Song. Miss Seo Moon, calmly attack in my Sanjang. Are you too disrespectful to me? Seo Moon Song looked at Yopi Ji-chu in confusion as he entered. I immediately asked you guys, but you were all against the war. Why do you want to help this man? Is it possible that a world where women are respected is not good? This is of course because of Seo Moon Song. Haven't tasted the taste of pounding rice yet. 10 days 10 nights. With Jung's stamping machine. Just one taste and you'll be drunk. And at this moment Jung-won was thrown away by Yopi Ji-chu. He still struggled to get up and spoke with difficulty. Men and women unite in yin and yang to worship. Is the right thing. We do this not for men or women. It's about fairness. I hate mosquito nets and I really like Luang Kwang. Not for men or women. Just because of bricks. Yopi Ji-chu closed his eyes and sighed in response to Jung-won. Very well said. I only regret those little tricks of yours. It doesn't work on her. If that's the case then I won't be so talkative anymore. Seo Moon Song, let's make a treaty. Whoever loses this battle will have to submit to the winner. What do you think? Okay, you want to be my subordinate. Just say it straight. You used all your courage just now. Can't win against me. Do you still think you can defeat me? I still have an ultimate move I haven't used yet. Jung-won withdrew his words and raised his 2 fingers. His mouth muttered something. His whole body gradually turned into a mist, surrounding his body. This smoke poured out, makes Seo Moonsong-song's clothes and hair fluttering. She was still standing there. Let's see what Jungwon's ultimate move is. Seo Moonsong-song said in a disdainful voice, looking at Jungwon. I've said the tricks many times, but I haven't finished the sentence yet. Suddenly a palm strike from Jungwon hit Seo Moonsong-song's face, causing her to be stunned and unable to react. Seo Moonsong-song was immediately hit by Jungwon's attack, causing her to lean back. Her body was knocked back several feet. Seo Moonsong-song gently wiped the wound on her face, eyes filled with surprise. Ask how this is possible. Isn't it true that men cannot harm women? How could you hit me and hurt me? On this side, the hazy layer of smoke gradually dissipated. Jungwon's voice rang out. I suddenly thought of a principle. If as a man I can't hurt you, wouldn't it be okay if I turned into a woman? What a waste of rice. It's not surprising that Jung can transform himself like this. Ru Chun-yu and Ha-il-do saw this scene. Also itchy people exclaimed. Children can be like that. What the hell is this trick? Is this a bit too virtual? Is this okay? Who is he? Seo Moonsong-song was also very surprised with this ultimate move of Jungwon. She replied with a smirk. So how can this be done? Watch out. You can really bring me some joy. I will seriously play with you for a while. Jungwon and Seo Moonsong-song, two people stood looking at each other, waiting for the opportunity to attack. Yopi Ji-chu also commented. Strongest versus strongest. This will definitely be a battle. Extremely excellent and intense. Yopi-chu's words just ended. Jungwon and Seo Moonsong-song are also active. The two immediately rushed towards each other. Their elbows collided, and a powerful force came out, causing the room to shake. This is your strength, why don't you disappoint me? Rest assured I will definitely make you happy. If you have to ask for forgiveness, then you'll be fine. Jungwon fights very fast, and many palm seals towards Seo Moonsong-song, but she still simply dodged them all. Seo Moonsong-song said with a disdainful smile. You think this type of move is only beautiful but cannot be used. Does it work for me? Jungwon replied with a smirk. Real attack. It is not necessary to use all your strength to strike out. The enchanting shadow. The first palm stroke sweeps the jade flower petals. I don't know where Jungwon scanned, but Seo Moonsong-song suddenly panicked. What are you doing? Seo Moonsong-song thought in his heart in confusion. What the hell is this trick? Why do I feel like the place I was hit suddenly becomes hot? The body is a bit strange. But at this moment Jungwon has reached out behind Seo Moonsong-song. He leaned close to her ear and said sarcastically. Her movement stopped. But my move isn't over yet. Seo Moonsong-song didn't have time to say anything more. I'm surprised at this moment. Jungwon used his naughty arm, reached down below Seo Moonsong-song, and lifted her skirt, then plunged into the river full of water. To catch crabs, Seo Moonsong-song's whole body went numb. His body kept jerking and screaming loudly with joy. Jung happily rubbed his 2 fingers filled with water. Just finished hooking the crab. Immediately looked at Seo Moonsong-song and said, Ha ha, it seems I've found your weakness. Before I can continue. Surprise. Seo Moonsong-song used his hand to grab Jungwon's hair and pull it down, causing him to scream in pain. Ah, pain, pain, pain. Quickly let go of your hand and don't play with your hair. Grabbing hair is despicable. Seo Moonsong-song angrily scolded him for talking nonsense. It's because you used despicable tricks first. No matter what, I won't lose to you. So Jungwon also used his hand, grabbed Seo Moonsong-song's hair. Okay, then no one can expect to benefit. The 2 cheeks grabbed each other's hair. Neither cheek would give in to the other. You go and die, I'll risk my life with you. 2 people pressed each other down and fought. Just like the women's battle. Went to fight her husband's jealous mistress. And witnessed this embarrassing fight scene. Ru Chun-yu frowned and asked Yopi Ji-chu. This is a battle of the strongest with the strongest. What did you say? Yopi Ji-chu earlier commented on how cool he was. Now my face is so pale. I was speechless and refused to comment anymore. Ha-il-do frowned and commented. I don't know why I'm a woman. I saw women fighting like this. But I feel it is still very reasonable. At this time, Jung Won is riding on Seo Moonsong-song's body. The two ladies were still holding each other's hair. Jung Won was bored and sweating looking at Seo Moonsong-song. Exclamation yes. Truly a beauty. Even if I turn into a woman, her body still makes me vibrate. Oh my god, I remember what an artist once said. What's the importance of men and women as long as they're happy, haha. Seo Moonsong-song underneath asked Jung Won in confusion. What are you talking about? Before you can continue, Jung Won suddenly kissed Seo Moonsong-song straight on the mouth, making her speechless. Guso panicked and quickly asked Jung Won, "What are you doing to master? I'll let her go quickly. If not, don't blame me for attacking you." Ha-il-do immediately appeared in front of Guso. Remember, this is a war between the two of them. If you want to get involved, then I will absolutely not leave it alone. But Yopji Chu saw Jung Won in a feminine appearance, kissing Seo Moonsong-song. His face immediately turned pale. Not fighting. Why is it suddenly like this? I really don't understand anymore. I can't help it. It's possible that this is his fighting method. Jung Won kissed Seo Moonsong-song at this time, then respectfully asked her, "Why don't you protest? Looks like she must be enjoying herself a lot." The caller was Unsolhan. She was a bit hasty and said something happened to Jung Won. He needs two people to help him, come here quickly. Thanks to her, I suddenly thought of a way to defeat you. Seo Moonsong-song shyly turned away and said, "You have defeated me, but this battle is completely meaningless." Jung Won was quite surprised and asked again, "Why didn't she lose?" So Seo Moonsong-song sat up. He continued, looking embarrassed. "Now you have turned into a kit. Looks like a woman like this. How can I break the seal in my body?" Jung Won replied calmly, "Who said turn into a woman? It's impossible to break her seal." Hearing Jung Won so confident, Seo Moonsong-song was quite surprised and scolded, "You. Are you delirious and want to break my seal? We absolutely must. This place is so embarrassing." So Seo Moonsong-song didn't dare to speak anymore. I mean brick making. But Jung Won turned into a girl and took a gun. Where does play? Jung Won is now looking at Seo Moonsong-song with a confident face. "Tell me, let me show you my secret weapon." After finishing speaking, Jung immediately lifted up her skirt and oh wow. That place is not a cliff with a deep abyss. His place is still in danger. Big, dangling. But when Seo Moonsong-song saw this scene, he didn't blink. Opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh. Too big, no, how is this possible? In the end, are you a man or a woman?" Jung Won naturally replied, "Gender is not that important. Regardless of whether we are a man or a woman, we can break it. The seal is inside her body." A certain artist once said, "Men and women don't matter, as long as they're happy." So are you ready? Let's start breaking the seal. At this time, Guso's groin, standing outside, was already wet. She quickly spoke up, "Please forgive my master. Please let me replace him. Bear what you want to do to him." So I suffered at noon. This is a happy change, not a burden, haha. But this is a good bait in the first round. How can Seo Moonsong-song give in? She blushed and shyly made an excuse to answer Guso, You don't have to be like that. If I bet with him, if I lose, I'll have to pay the penalty. Please let me be punished. Master. This is the time for us to repay his kindness. That kind of painful thing. Please let me take over for you. It's disgusting to carry a burden at noon or to compete for. Ha-il-do stands on one side, seeing such blatant fighting. Then he spoke sarcastically. The couple who came to this house have deep feelings. Ru Chun-yu frowned and replied, "Why do I feel like two people? Are they fighting for this opportunity?" Jung Won immediately spoke up and interrupted. "You two stop fighting each other. Everyone has a part in choosing who to decide. But only children can choose. I'm an adult, so I choose. All two of you go up. Everyone go to bed." These were his words. Makes Guso and Seo Moonsong-song extremely surprised. Both of them widened their eyes at Jung Won. But still do as he says. Together they climbed onto the bed. And Seo Moonsong-song boldly spoke up to Guso. "I am the owner. Let me admit this pain first." But Guso did not give in and immediately replied, "But I am a subhuman. Please let me test his strength first. Jung Won continued to speak, interrupting both of them. Okay, stop arguing. Both of you. Isn't it okay for you guys to come together? These words of his continue again, making Seo Moon Song and Guso bewildered. Immediately asked together how could this be possible? Jung Won continued with a confident face. If I have transformed, of course there is a method to do that. Let me open your eyes. So Jung Won appeared again. The cannon was next to his old gun, which immediately made the two girls panic. Both exclaimed at the same time. This is okay too. This is too virtual. Jung Won reminded. Okay, you two turn your asses towards me. Let's get to the main thing. I'm here. The cannon. Jung Won's magic. As soon as I hit it, I immediately felt it, causing Seo Moon Song to moan softly. She thought to herself, is it so big that the feeling of breaking the seal is like this? Half an hour later. Seo Moon Song right now. I can no longer maintain my cold and domineering appearance. Just like when it first arrived. She was screaming miserably. Screaming for this Sanjiang. Nowhere can you hear it. At the same time the final seal was sealed. On Seo Moon Song was also destroyed. Unexpectedly she didn't feel strange at all. But think it's natural. She obeyed his orders. Without knowing or suspecting it. This magic eye is truly powerful. Jung Won frowned and pinched the system baby's cheek. Did you intentionally choose this kind of difficult supplement for me? Is that right? It's not me. I bring you good news. What will happen next? It really makes people wait. Not understand. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? At the same time at the ceiling place. The last chain. Awol's hand also broke. Finally the seal was destroyed. An hour later. Jung Won returned to his original appearance. He was now done with Seo Moon Song and Guso. Strangely all the seals were clearly broken. Why haven't I received the notification yet? Is the mission over? Suddenly, Ru Chun Yu pushed the door in. Said in a panicked voice. If not, something big has happened. What's the big story? Please continue watching in the next episode. Jung Won saw Ru Chunu's panicked appearance. Then quickly stood up and asked. What happened? Ru Chun Yu quickly replied, go outside and see. The women outside suddenly went crazy. Jung Won quickly dressed and ran outside. Seeing the scene before his eyes. He immediately exclaimed in surprise. Why does this happen like this? Finally, what happened? Currently outside the yard. All the women in Yeopjichu's Sanjiang are all crazy. All of their eyes were red. Are running around Sanjiang like a bunch. The ownerless zombie kept screaming loudly. Male, male, male. Suddenly there was an unlucky young man. Lost among a group of crazy women. He was immediately pushed to the ground by a girl. Then rushed to bite and tear. All men will die. Go save lives. This woman was just about to do something wrong. Was hit hard on the back of the head by a hand. Causing her to scream miserably and then faint. It turned out that Ha Il-du had done it. Ha Il-du is difficult to understand. Look at the crazy women running everywhere. What's going on? Why did they suddenly become like that? Except a few of us. Then other women go crazy. But when I see a man, immediately rushed to attack. Ru Chun Yu suddenly looked up at the sky and shouted loudly. Everyone quickly look up at the sky above. Now above the sky in the distance. There was a huge dense spinning cloud. In the middle, a large circular hole was created. Just a moment later, from above the hole, immediately a ray of yellow energy appeared. Penetrate the clouds. Crashing to the ground. The person who appeared was Awol. At this time, her seal is complete. The shackles on his body have been removed. Obviously she is the final boss of this stage. Saw a familiar person appear. Jung Won exclaimed in surprise, is it Awol? Awol looked coldly and indifferently at Jung Won. Laughed and replied, yes, I must thank you for everything you have done. Thank you for removing all the seals for me. Awol, how did those women become like that? It's not like you said you just need the seal to be lifted. Relationship between men and women will return to equilibrium. Or why now all the seals have been lifted? But they ended up like that. Did I do something wrong somewhere? Jung Won, it's Jung Won. You are truly naive. Things have come to this. But you still don't realize anything. Think about it. If I don't say so, then how can you be devoted? Do your best to help me remove all the seals. But in the Great War that year, your previous life used up all his life to seal me. But I am the one who curses all the men in this world. It was me. Curse. They were all trampled underfoot by women. Today you unsealed me. Then, the day when the relationship between man and woman returned to equilibrium will never happen. For men, that is. This type of punishment is still too light. I have now removed all the seals. Of course, will want to kill all the men in this world who hear these words of AWOL. Press machine Jung has also awakened at this time. He frowned angrily and glared at AWOL. Have you been using me all this time? AWOL didn't let Jung Won into your eyes. I still laughed and replied, Jung Won, don't be so angry. As compensation, I can spare your death. And you will become the only man in this world. Not only can it be with us for life, but you can also enjoy women all over the world. Ha Il-du stands on the side, immediately smirked and looked at Jung Won, then raised his voice to interject. Ha ha for Jung Won. This is really not bad. Ru Chun-yu heard that Ha Il-du can still joke like that. She got angry and scolded Ha Il-du. What are you talking about? Are you still joking at this point? Ha Il-du immediately smiled and replied that it was just a joke. Don't be so angry. Only then did Jung respond. Ha ha, is there such a good thing? Can interact deeply with all women in the world. Why is this such a great deal? Of course it's great, Jung Won. So, please obediently accept my conditions. I will treat you well. I thought Jung would agree to this cheap and delicious condition. But he did the opposite. Jung Won flatly refused and replied that I refuse. My target is women in all worlds. How could he accept being her personal toy? But I advise you to obediently admit defeat. In our space, I can leave you a room. Jung Won, you really don't know good or bad. Once it has become like that, I can only defeat you. Then slowly teach you. As soon as he finished speaking, AWOL immediately made a seal with both hands. A hellish chain attack was released. Then from below the ground around Jung Won, immediately released 4 huge chains, came to tie his limbs tightly, and saw that Jung Won had been controlled. Ha Il-du quickly drew his sword and prepared to run to speak. Jung Won, I'm here to help you. Jung Won, the lady, immediately turned around. Prevent Ha Il-du. Don't come closer, this is a battle between me and her. With your current strength, basically not her opponent. Let me handle this matter. Ru Chun-yu angrily yelled at Jung Won. Don't joke. We cannot be indifferent, standing coldly watching you being beaten by someone. At this time Yopi Ji Chu suddenly appeared. He raised his hand to stop Ru Chun-yu from speaking. Chun-yu, please trust him. Moreover, what he said was not wrong. Our strength has already been given to him. Only he can defeat this powerful enemy. Heard Yopi Ji Chu say that. Ru Chun-yu looked at her, then turned his eyes to look at Jung Won, said hesitantly, but I was about to say something more but then stopped. Jung Won suddenly closed his eyes. His mouth was mumbling. The secret method of illusory body supplementing Yangju. AWOL also moved one hand at this time and gathered palms. And his body immediately rushed towards Jung Won's place. She said don't expect to play any tricks. And as soon as she finished speaking, AWOL also threw a blow. Hit Jung Won straight in the chest, causing his whole body to be thrown backwards. Iron chains are tied to his limbs. Was also beaten to pieces. Saw Jung Won being beaten. Ru Chun-yu was horrified and quickly shouted, Jung Won. AWOL was also standing there, smirking and looking at Jung Won with disdainful eyes said, with the difference in strength between us, this environment, enough to make you lose your ability to resist. I give you one more last chance. Give up resistance. Obediently listen to me. I will give it to you. Be my only man. Forever by my side. Yopi Ji Chu suddenly spoke with a panicked face. Wait a minute, look at Jung Won. On this side, Jung's press machine is not seriously injured. Just like what AWOL said. His whole body did not have a single scratch. Jung Won stood up and slowly approached AWOL. As he walked, he used his hand to brush the dust off his chest. His face was full of confidence and he looked at AWOL. Sarcastically said I said this. AWOL you don't eat rice or something. Hit lightly like that. It doesn't even make me feel the slightest bit itchy. But Awol sees that Jung Won is still calm. His whole body was unharmed. Still very healthy. Awol was extremely surprised and exclaimed in surprise. How can it be clear? One of my attacks just hit you. But why aren't you injured? Jung Won right now. A short sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He quickly rushed straight towards where Awol was standing. A powerful sword was slashed and immediately shredded Awol's clothes. Awol was very angry at this time. She raised her voice and turned back to remind Jung Won. Don't slow down an inch and then move forward a meter. Don't get the elephant and ask the two ladies to show it off. I don't have much patience with you. Please die for me. Words just ended. Then Awol immediately gave Jung Won a punch. She hit him directly on the left shoulder. Jung Won was once again hit by Awol. But even though he cried out in pain, he didn't even have one. Jung hung up and continued to sit up. He turned his cold eyes towards Awol. The left hand immediately uses true energy to treat wounds. Just a moment later, wound on his right arm is recovering at speed. Seeing Awol immediately realized something was wrong. Is that the injury recovering? Jung Won looked at Awol with a confident look and replied, I can play with you all day. Explains why Awol beat Jung Won. But he didn't care at all. Had any damage on his body. That was because of him not long ago. Sneaked back into the system space. I just met my two wives who were sunbathing on the beach. At that time, Jung Won was using the illusory body tonic technique. And suddenly saw Jung Won return. Unsolhan was surprised and asked Jung Won, why did you suddenly come back like this? What happened? Jung Won is in a hurry right now. He ignored Unsolhan's wife's questions. Wanga immediately jumped on her, causing this wife to be startled and ask you in panic. What are you going to do? Jung Won replied seriously. There's no time to explain, come quickly. I was in a hurry and kept asking a lot of. Mei Kungsang's wife saw Jung Won in such a hurry. Immediately spoke sarcastically. Why are you in such a hurry? At least pay attention to your surroundings. Let's see if anyone is watching. Just had time to finish the sentence. This wife was grabbed by one arm by Jung Won. He quickly spoke up. That's right. So don't be idle and let's go together. Can this battle win the boss or not? You have to rely on everyone. These words are from Jung Won, making Ma Kungsang very surprised. I don't understand what happened. But when he said it, she couldn't forgive her. Then Jung hung up and hung up. Mei Kungsang's wife immediately rushed to each other. The two gave each other a passionate kiss. Then what else happens after that? Please imagine for yourself. Unsolhan's wife just finished working with Jung Won. Her appearance was a bit tired and sleepy. She felt quite confused and asked Jung Won, strange, why this time? I feel much more tired than before. Jung Won then explained, body appears before everyone. Right now it's just an illusory part. Emerge from our being. Present. My being is fighting a strong enemy. That's why I reluctantly adopted this method. To constantly replenish energy for his body. Mei Kungsang's face was looking euphoric at the moment. Looking at Jung Won, he replied sarcastically. Being fighting on the front lines. Clones also fight in the rear. You really know how to make use of the clone technique. I heard. Unsolhan's wife blushed, embarrassed and said angrily. What do you think of us as supplies? Hey, my physical strength is about to return. Let me do it for you. It's true that the mosquito says one thing. But you want to do something else. Jung Won replied with a serious face. Our opponent this time is the strongest enemy. Never before until now. Go quickly and call everyone. You can call as many as you like. We must ensure next time. There will be reinforcements pouring in non-stop. The scene will change back to the present. Awol has now taken out his sword. She looked at Jung Won seriously and reminded. Whether you can recover or come back to life. It just increases the time of torture. Let me see how much longer you can hold out. As soon as the words ended, Awol continued to stab with his sword. Straight through Jung Won's chest. But Jung press machine is still as resilient as ever. His mouth did not make a sound of complaint. He still smiled confidently as he looked at Awol. Ha ha, I don't fight alone. With those girls by my side, I will absolutely not lose to you. Withdrawing his words, Jung Won single-handedly pulled out the sword. is stuck on your chest and thrown straight outside, thus dispersing your soul. Relying on women to harmonize yin and yang, constantly replenishing physical strength. Ha ha, as expected of you. I saw through my tricks so quickly. How many women could those women have? Just the number of times I kill you is enough. Sooner or later there will come a time when you won't have time to replenish. From now until then let's enjoy it wholeheartedly. Words just ended. 2 small flying knives appeared in Awal's hand when he heard Awal say so. Jung-won still replied with a confident expression. So we're looking forward to. Now, the scene changes again into Jung-won's space. His 2 daughters-in-law, Kar and Irena, are sunbathing. Then suddenly I heard someone calling. Then he was startled and looked back at. The caller was Unsolhan. She was a bit hasty and said something happened to Jung-won. He needs 2 people to help him, come here quickly. I think it's something serious. Irena replied seriously. Wait until we finish getting dressed and we'll be right over. Irena said. Unsolhan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Blushing and speaking up to stop. You don't need to wear it. No matter how you wear it, you will take it off again. Irena immediately understood what Jung-won was planning to do. Girls already. The scene changes again to another place. In the space of Jung-won, 4 wives are Juk Sol O Yong-hee, Rim Ryuk and Rim Ui are sitting and playing cards. Move forward together. Juk Sol found a good card. Her expression was filled with complacency, thinking to herself. Hee finally my luck change. Look at this shot, I win big. Juk Sol is drawing a card and preparing to play. Then suddenly an arm appeared, stopping her. The one who did it was Mak Eung Sang. She spoke up and reminded everyone not to play cards anymore. Jung-won is in trouble. Everyone followed me on a trip. Mentioned that Jung-won was in trouble. 2 doctor sisters, twins Rim Ryuk and Rim Ui looked worried. Quickly asked Mak Eung Sang again. Did you say Jung-won? What's wrong with him? Oh Yong-hee was also a little worried and quickly spoke up. If so, let's go quickly. Politics is more important than Juk Sol forever. Just about to win a game, then I have to leave. She said a little disappointedly and regretfully. This person has worked very hard to win. But so far I haven't won any games. So boring. This side changes the scene to outside. Jung-won is currently seriously injured. Blood continuously flowed from his arm. Falling to the ground. Jung-won was bored and sweating. His eyes looked solemnly at Awal and thought to himself. Her attacks are getting sharper and sharper. No matter how many girls are behind me. Also not enough. In the end, there was still no time to recover. Saw that Jung-won had reached his limit. Awal smiled sarcastically and said. Why has this little circus reached its limit? You won't recover anymore. You were so confident just now, but Jung-won didn't say anything. He frowned and thought. If there's no other way, you can only use that method. And change the scene at the same time. Inside Jung-won's space. To serve the body's healing. In the real world, Jung-won has now set up a tent. Inside the tent is Mak Eung Sang. Unsolhan Irena. Kyung outside included Oh Yong-hee. Juk Sol. 2 twin sisters. Rim Ryuk and Rim Ui along with Kar. Kar couldn't wait a bit. Immediately raised his voice to ask. It's not our turn yet. Rim Ui said a little worriedly. I also don't know how many times this is the other guy's. Is he okay with us? Jung-won didn't let them wait too long. Just a moment later, he immediately transformed into 5 more clones to receive them. Every one of us are clones of Jung-won. Because increasing the recovery speed, everyone should come along. Which is really interesting. Don't you want to become a super champion of chaos? Don't say that, come quickly and supplement me. Each clone will synchronize its feelings with me. It feels like this every 10 times. It's really hard for normal people to admit it. It's just luck that we have everyone. Now we won't lose to anyone. Jung-won once again recovered from his injuries. His whole body was filled with positive energy surrounding him. Eyes full of confidence looking at Awal. Awal also did not put Jung-won in his eyes. She still looked coldly at Jung-won and said, Don't dream that I am the god of this world. Even though I can't solve you. Then you won't be able to defeat me. Thanks to her, I suddenly thought of a way to defeat you. Pretending to be a god and a ghost. Do you think I will easily trust you again? What do you have to do? So just go ahead and strengthen your energy to protect your body. Suddenly, Jung-won made an incomprehensible action. What did he use to protect his body? Ru Chun-yu doesn't understand what Jung-won is planning to do. Immediately asked Jung-won, "What do you want to do?" As soon as he finished asking, Ru Chun-yu was pulled back by Jung-won. Then gave her a passionate kiss. Made Chun-yu itchy. Finished with Chun-yu, Jung-won turned around to talk to Yopi Ji-chu and Ha-il-do. "Don't be idle either. Everyone come up." To witness this scene, Awol said sarcastically and disdainfully, "I know I don't have much time left. So you want to enjoy enjoyment of the last seconds of life, huh?" Awol had just finished speaking, when suddenly he was under her feet. A blue aura appeared around. Then an iron chain appeared, locked tightly on her ankle. Awol was startled and looked down at his ankle. Exclaimed in horror, "Seal something? How could that be possible?" "Awol, you didn't expect it, did you? We have a way to remove the seal. Then of course he would also know how to repair the seal. I just need to return my essence to the guardian of the seal. Then you will be sealed again. Jung-won, you bastard, stop for me." So Awol frantically rushed to attack. Jung-won's protective energy was violently attacked by Awol. Jung-won quickly turned back to talk to his 3 children. "My support won't be able to stop her for long. Time is urgent, everyone come here quickly." So it's Yopi Ji-chu and Ha-il-do. The 2 of them immediately ran quickly to Jung-won's side. "Hug him," Ha-il-do said sarcastically. "Dare to challenge us once. I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. Death is how death is. Here it weighs 3, in there it weighs 10, which is truly domineering." Episode 38 ends here. If you think it's good, my friends, please leave me a like and drop a heart below in the comment section. Thank you all very much. Forever love all my friends. At the end of the previous episode, Jung's stamping machine has come up with a way to have it to be able to defeat Awol. That is to give back strength for the 4 people who hold the seal of Awol. When before, will Jung-won successfully win against Awol? Or not? Invite you and your friends. Stay tuned for the next developments in this episode. Jung-won now immediately turned to kiss Ha-il-do. Then he returned to Yopi Ji-chu to give her a Spanish kiss. Outside the curtain, Awol is still crazy. Attack Jung's screen press machine. "Please stop, so I can't do that." Jung-won replied sarcastically inside the curtain. "What are you saying? We didn't do anything to you, so you told us to stop." Then Jung hung up and came back out. Gave Seo Moon Song a French kiss. Then a moment on Awol's arm. The black sealing iron ring was gradually forming. And so was her ankle. A black iron ring was appearing. As expected, the method Jung-won came up with is correct. Awol is gradually being sealed again. Damn. All the seals are about to return. Now from the sky, a pillar of golden light suddenly appeared. This pillar of light shot straight down, right behind Awol's back. Awol saw this scene and immediately shouted in fear, "No, I don't want to be sealed anymore. Beg you. I will listen to you. I don't want to be sealed again. Ha ha, if you're honest. It's not like I can't forgive you just once. So you came into my space. Obediently accept supervision. Then I will consider your sealing." Awol immediately responded without thinking. "Just be able to leave here. Whatever you ask me to do, I'm willing to do it." Very good. Wouldn't it be better if she did so early? Keeping us stuck until now. Then we will move. You go to my space right now. As soon as Jung-won finished speaking, he immediately came over. A ring of light appeared under Awol's feet. Awol exclaimed in surprise. This is the teleportation formation. At this time, the scene changes to system space. Awol, after being brought back to his mansion by Jung-won, he let her lie down in a room. And now she woke up. Where is this? Was busy thinking and looking around. Then Jung-won suddenly appeared. He even transformed into another clone. To meet Eum Shin Dae-in. Are you prepared to take over my supervision? A little later? In Awol's room. Suddenly, strange sounds rang out. No wonder. Time passed again. The next morning, the system displayed a message. Because the player has left Eum Shin out of the plane. This position then restored the yin and yang state. Balance. Congratulations on completing this supplement. Your gift has been delivered. In system space, Jung Won reads system notifications. But then he stroked his chin thoughtfully. What is this? The cute system child immediately responded. Unexpected. Even though it was so difficult, he still conquered it. I'm really impressed with you. Congratulations on passing the supplement. Jung Won frowned and pinched the system baby's cheek. Did you intentionally choose this kind of difficult supplement for me? Is that right? It's not me. I bring you good news. Oh, what good news. Because you have completed the S-level supplement. Moreover, it also achieved a perfect result. So you will have the opportunity to directly unlock the entire map. Just press this button once. Equivalent to directly beating the game. Be the first person to clear this game. Oh, what a good thing like this. So that means, just press down on this button. That I can return to the real world. Yes, this is a special door. I will secretly open it for you. Quick, press the button. I will leave this space. And return to the real world immediately. Unexpectedly at this moment, Jung press machine like that. Use your hands directly. Do not crush the system button. Here he is. I definitely refused to take shortcuts from the system. The system was also very surprising. With this action of Jung, the machine crushed him. What are you doing? Why did you break it? Don't you want to return to your real world? Jung Won replied with an indifferent expression. Isn't this hacking to me? I value the process of playing more than the result. Of directly unlocking the entire map. What else is interesting about the game? Not. Women I flirt with myself have nothing to do with me. There are also countless beauties in different planes. Waiting for me to conquer. How can I run away? Continue talking if I suddenly leave. Then some of them know what to do. Who will take care of them? Who will be with them when they are sad? Then if they miss me, how will they find me? I have to be responsible. With his women. So I can't leave. The system suddenly took out a square box. Then replied, okay, then don't say any more. I'm not too strange to you. I don't know how to say he is infatuated with beauty. Or a lofty ideal. Or a responsible person. Well, it's your choice not to leave. But rewards through supplements must still be given. Here, take it. Oh, what is this? It's too bright. Is it the legendary golden color? The system pops up with a notification to stop meditating on the demon eye. After wearing it, you can give orders to anyone. Cooldown time 24 hours. Oh, how domineering is that? I had to go find someone to try. After that, the scene changes to a hut somewhere on the beach. Jung Won's house. Jung Won, so you are here. You are the main body, right? Oh, so Soul? Coming early is not as good as being on time. Now in the name of the Lord of all worlds, I order you to show your belly while talking. Jung Won, you're so strange. Of course I know I have to show my belly. But if you don't collect all your clones, then there won't be a clean place left in this place. Unexpectedly she didn't feel strange at all. But think it's natural. She obeyed his orders, without knowing or suspecting it. This magic eye is truly powerful. Jung Won, what are you thinking that you're so dumbfounded? Did you hear what I said just now? Let me collect all the clones. The illusory body replenishes the yang and resolves. Immediately, clones from the dance group gathered towards Jung's body. System appears. Announce your charm or successfully achieve 500 charm points. Or successfully achieve 500 points. Or successfully achieve 500 points. Or successfully achieve 500 points. My body is so heavy. Hey Jung Won, are you okay? What's wrong with you? I'm okay. Maybe it's because all the clones have returned. So there's a bit of a burden on the body. So-Sol, please help me to rest for a while. Jung Won was then taken by So-Sol to his room. To rest. Did I just fall asleep? Body feels so heavy. Looks like you can't use this trick often. The energy is really a bit overloaded. Jung Won, are you awake? Clearly the person was already asleep. But this place still has the same spirit. Looks like Seong Guang. My treatment is still effective. You two are here. Said I just came back. There is still no time to arrange accommodation for the girls. Just arrived, let's do it later. No way. Even so, you also had to pass through our gate. Just got to go, that's right. Let us see that you are finally a clone. Or is this the standard version? Okay. Like to play, right? When you see a tiger that doesn't roar, you think it's Hello Kitty. And so Jung hangs up. Started overcoming the challenges of the two girls. An hour later, his consciousness was about to become hazy. Franca, come help me quickly. Oh, she already fell asleep like the dead. So I was already distracted into her inner world. To fight a big battle with her and there. Right now she can only rely on herself. To find a way to escape. How is this possible? Jung Won gave So-Sol an Italian kiss again. The two continued to fight 500 rounds. Many hours later, Jung Won passed the test. He stood up and pulled the curtains to let sunlight penetrate the room. Wanga thought to himself, ha ha. Feeling like after returning, the basic attributes have increased quite a bit. One hit 2 can also easily win. I'm getting stronger and stronger. I'll try a 20 kilograms later and see how it goes. So-Sol, I'm going to the hot spring to take a bath. If you want to continue fighting, then come there and find me. I'm always welcome. Jung Won then go to the hot spring alone to relax. Jung Won, are you here too? Do you have time to sing here again today? If you were in such a good mood, then why don't you call us? It's a waste of time. I still look forward to receiving your special care. Or maybe since you came back you wanted to avoid us. There's no such thing. My left and right sides. Aren't they all empty to wait for you too? Didn't you take a shower before going in to soak yourself? I can smell it. Sorry. I showered early to go arrange accommodation for the new people. It's okay, we can help Jung Won. This time Jung Won brought back 4 ladies. Spring, summer, fall, winter. I have taken them to stay in the best rooms. As expected, Ryong Chung is indeed very careful and thoughtful. When I'm not here, please take good care of everyone. There are 2 beauties by your side but you still remember the other woman. Look at me. Okay. But there will likely be others coming here. 2 people need to keep their voices down a bit while soaking. Otherwise, they'll find out. At the same time in a nearby bath. Whoa, but soaking in the bathhouse isn't bad. But soak in the outdoor hot springs. This still feels much better than being in the house. This place must be because of Jung Won. Based on our Jongmun hot spring. That builds up. Beautiful scenery. The appropriate warmth is perfect for leisurely soaking. Or chill watching. I hate it so much, Elena, stop playing around. What's that sound? Wow, the bubbles are so loud. It's really beneficial, yes. Is there someone bathing in the pond next door? Oh Solhan, Elena. It's such a coincidence that you two are also here. What is Jung Won with you doing that's causing so much commotion? Ha ha, sorry. It broke the quiet space between the two of you. I'm fighting with Ryong Chung and Sheena. But I just finished taking care of things here. I'll come with you too now, please don't come here. 2 days later. At the space inside the system. Expands to the pellet. Upgrade skills. Exchange items. And finally arrange all the cards. Really looking forward to it. I don't know what kind of beauty I will meet. In the next supplement. I am now. It's true that we're getting more and more prepared. So let's go to the next stage immediately. Man Gai Jung Yian starts. Thank you all. All my friends have supported and loved this series. Jung's journey to increase the charm of the stamping machine. Temporarily close the curtain. Thank you fans for your diligence. Follow and support all the time and see you again.